Karla kept her promise. She had vowed not to let Sinestro go, and she ensured that her words were carried out with unwavering precision. The Queen of Krypton issued a command to eradicate the Yellow Lantern Corps entirely. Though Kryptonian law did not include the death penalty, the warriors of Krypton followed their queen's orders without hesitation. With steely resolve, they launched a counteroffensive against the Yellow Lantern fighters, who moments earlier had encircled the sentient planet Mogo. The Yellow Lantern warriors did not surrender easily, attempting to mount a defense. But they could not fathom the scale of their opposition. The Kryptonians, though not as individually powerful as Karla herself, were genetically engineered for combat. In certain aspects, their strength and efficiency even rivaled Karla's own. Facing such a force, the Yellow Lanterns found no solace in numbers. Of the 10,000 Kryptonian warriors deployed, 100 remained as Karla's personal guard while the rest formed tightly coordinated teams to surround and overwhelm the enemy. In a matter of moments, the once dreaded Yellow Lantern Corps was annihilated. Sinestro himself was subdued and brought before Karla, escorted by 2 Kryptonian warriors. Despite his precarious situation, he tried to resist. Yet, his weapon, powered by the Yellow Ring, was futile against the Kryptonians' resilience. In mere seconds, he was subdued, his defiance extinguished. Forced to kneel before Karla, Sinestro hovered in the void, supported only by the warriors who pressed his legs down with unyielding strength. His attempts to struggle were met with bone-snapping force, silencing his rebellion. The Kryptonian warriors glared at Sinestro with cold disdain. They had heard his threats against their queen, and their loyalty to Karla brooked no tolerance for such insolence. "Your Majesty," one of the warriors said, "this man is from Kruga, Sinestro's homeworld. We have a full profile on him." Karla raised a hand, cutting him off. "I care little for his origins. Justice will be served as deserved. I do not harm without reason, but when the danger is too great, I will act decisively." The warrior nodded and stepped back. Karla's gaze turned to Sinestro, her voice sharp and decisive. "Why bring him before me? Execute him." The 2 warriors exchanged a brief glance before preparing to remove Sinestro and carry out the order. Before they could act, however, a familiar voice echoed in Karla's mind. "Karla, wait." BZZD, the small but wise lantern, cautioned her. "Sinestro isn't alone. He carries more than just the yellow ring." Karla frowned. "More than one ring? Do you mean the green ring?" Her tone was dismissive. A single extra ring posed no real threat. "No," BZZD replied urgently. "He has been acknowledged by nearly all the lantern beasts. He wields almost every ring except the blue." Before Karla could fully process this revelation, Sinestro erupted with a staggering surge of power. The faint glow of his yellow ring was suddenly eclipsed by the brilliance of 8 other rings, now visible on his fingers. Sinestro smirked, rising from his forced kneeling position as his leg injuries healed instantly. "Karla Zo-Al, did you truly think you could overpower me? This was all part of my plan. I lured you here to end you." The light from Sinestro's rings filled the void, each color representing a different aspect of the emotional spectrum: rage, greed, fear, will, compassion, love, hope, and death. The only absence was the blue of hope. Karla remained calm, though her eyes narrowed. 8 rings? Impressive, but still beneath me. I possess the original lantern ring, its power surpasses them all. Not anymore, a chorus of voices rang out as the lantern beasts began merging with Sinestro. Bloodthirsty rage poured into him from the butcher, and other beasts followed suit, imbuing him with their energy. The entity of life itself spoke. "Sinestro is my chosen one. Karla, you lack the worthiness to wield me." The Black Lantern beast mocked. "Even your vaunted original ring cannot match the combined power we grant Sinestro." As the beasts entered Sinestro's body, his power swelled to unimaginable heights. His confidence grew, and the once defeated leader now looked down at Karla with a sinister grin. Karla, however, remained composed, her voice laced with dry humor as she addressed BZZD. "You couldn't have mentioned this sooner?" BZZD's reply was hurried. "I'm occupied. Mogo is infected. The Yellow Lanterns spread a virus among its systems. I must intervene." Karla's expression hardened as reports from her warriors confirmed BZZD's warning. The Yellow Lantern fighters, though defeated, were rising again, reanimated by the Black Lantern's power. "Your Majesty," one of the Kryptonian commanders reported, "the fallen fighters are reviving with black rings. They cannot be killed but can be suppressed." "Do it," Karla commanded. "Subdue them and contain the threat." The Kryptonians moved swiftly, using overwhelming force to incapacitate the undead foes. Meanwhile, Karla stepped forward, facing Sinestro alone. "Everyone stand back," she ordered, her voice calm but resolute. "This one is mine." Sinestro's laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Come,
Karla Zo-Al.
Let's see how your so-called original ring fares against the might of all others. Karla's eyes blazed as she activated her ring, its ancient energy crackling around her. You'll regret challenging me, Sinestro. Let's finish this. At that moment, no Kryptonian harbored even a flicker of doubt about Karla's authority. If she declared herself the god of Krypton, it would be believed without question. If she claimed to be the reincarnation of Ryu, or even Ryu herself, they would accept it. To the people of Krypton, Karla was divine, and her word was absolute truth. The soldiers surrounding her displayed no signs of worry. Their queen had never failed them before, and they trusted her to face Sinestro alone. With disciplined precision, they stepped aside, forming a silent perimeter. Karla stretched her neck casually, her demeanor exuding a mix of confidence and amusement. You really never learn, do you? She said, her tone almost playful.
Didn't I warn you before?
If you dared to appear before me again, you'd regret it. Now, I think it's time I find out what you're truly made of. As queen, Karla spent most of her time dealing with mundane palace affairs, reviewing documents under her mother's watchful eye, sitting in on discussions that felt irrelevant to her, and addressing endless diplomatic concerns. This fight was a rare opportunity for her to unleash the warrior within. She raised her right hand and beckoned Sinestro with a crook of her finger.
Don't disappoint me.
Sinestro's face twisted in agony as the collective power of the lantern beasts surged within him. Being possessed by a single lantern beast was enough to elevate one's strength to unimaginable levels, but Sinestro carried multiple, their energies concentrated into a singular host. Yet, the strain of hosting so many beings was evident in his contorted expression. Moments later, his struggles ceased. The chaotic amalgamation of lantern beasts had fully taken control, erasing what little remained of Sinestro's own will. Karla, he roared, his voice a distorted echo of the beings within. You will pay for humiliating me. Every bit of pain you inflicted, I will return it 100-fold. His roar gave way to an animalistic snarl as he lunged at Karla. A massive black scythe materialized in his hands, slicing through the air toward her neck.
Clang.
Karla raised her hand, her flesh and blood, steel-like in resilience, stopping the scythe mid-swing.
Sparks flew from the clash.
She tilted her head, her expression a mix of bemusement and disdain. That's it, she said, her voice carrying a mocking edge. Without hesitation, Karla countered with a punch to Sinestro's face. The force of her blow didn't send him flying, but instead concentrated all its power into a single devastating impact. His head and upper torso were obliterated in an instant. The defensive barrier formed by his lantern rings shattered like glass. But the fight was far from over. Black ichor swirled around Sinestro's remains, rapidly regenerating his body. His head reformed, and his chest knitted itself back together in seconds. You can't kill me, Sinestro declared, his voice layered with the sinister tones of the Black Death Emperor. I am death incarnate. Karla responded with a dry smile. That's so. She punched again, this time straight through his chest, leaving a gaping void where his heart should have been. What were you saying? Sinestro's regeneration began anew, his wounds sealing themselves in moments. The Black Death Emperor's voice emanated from him. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. Immortal. Karla mused, her tone unimpressed. Grabbing Sinestro by the arm and shoulder, she twisted with incredible force, tearing his body in two. Black blood spilled into the void, but the halves of Sinestro's body began to reassemble almost immediately. Stop letting her beat you like this, a lantern beast's voice growled from within Sinestro. She's not even using her lantern ring, another complained. What do we do if she keeps holding back? The cacophony of bickering lantern beasts spilled out from Sinestro's mouth, their frustration evident. Karla leaned her chin on her hand, observing them with an amused expression. So, you're after my first lantern ring, she said, her tone dripping with mockery. You should have just asked nicely. The lantern beasts panicked. She knows. Stop her before it's too late. But Karla had already made her move. With a casual flick of her wrist, she activated the power of the white lantern ring, the ultimate counter to the black lantern. White energy, pure and radiant, enveloped Sinestro's body, halting his regeneration. The black ichor that kept him alive evaporated under the white light. You call this immortality? Karla said, her voice icy. True immortality doesn't need second chances. Sinestro's body convulsed, unable to recover under the onslaught of white light. The lantern beasts within him howled in pain, their strength faltering against their natural enemy. I don't need the first lantern ring to deal with you, Karla continued, stepping closer. Your so-called immortality is nothing more than a cheap trick. The white energy flared brighter, burning away the black corruption. Sinestro, reduced to a shadow of his former self, let out a final scream before the light consumed him entirely. The remaining lantern beasts fled, unwilling to face Karla's wrath any longer. Karla turned to her soldiers, her expression serene.
Seal the battlefield. No one escapes.
The remnants of the Yellow Lantern Corps are to be contained. Yes, Your Majesty, the Kryptonian warriors replied in unison. With Sinestro's defeat and the lantern beasts vanquished, Karla stood victorious. The Queen of Krypton had proven once again that her power was absolute.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Through the self-explosion, disclosure, of the lamp beasts, Karla knew that they still had such and such purposes. I don't know what they thought of, but they wanted to take away Karla's Hulin ring. Perhaps it is to take away the power of the first lantern ring, or to deprive Karla of the identity of the first lantern. Karla didn't care about the power of the lantern ring at first, but it seems that she seriously underestimated the power of the lantern ring. Maybe Green Lantern feels very weak, especially the stock of after 5 must be destroyed. But in fact, it is that Green Lantern originally's willpower is not strong enough. For example, Mago, with her strong willpower as a planet, can destroy OA Star and the entire Legion by herself if she wants. In other words, the power of the lantern ring is actually beyond imagination, but whether it can be exerted depends on the willpower of the holder. Especially Chudengxia can even live for more than 10 billion years. This lifespan is enough for Karla not to give up and not to abandon. Do you think I can't really kill you? Do you think I really don't know anything about the power of the lantern ring and the 20 emotional spectrum? Karla sneered. She has been to the Wall of Origin, and even looked at it past the outside of the Wall of Origin. So when she learned that the lantern beasts had such a plan, she was a little shocked. How dare you calculate yourself like this? Then you can't keep them. Especially Sinestro, who is the carrier of the lamp beast. It turned out that this was not the Yellow Lantern Corps at all. In fact, under the cover of the Yellow Lantern Corps, it had already become the Black Lantern Corps. Especially Sinestro, as the carrier of the Black Death Emperor, he couldn't die easily. But is that really the case? White light suddenly burst out from Karla's hand, and Basinisto was completely wrapped up. In order to prevent him from resurrecting infinitely with the power of the Black Death Emperor, Karla used the power of the white lamp to suppress the black lamp, and before Sinestro could reorganize his body, he raised his hand and slapped him. Black Death Emperor, right? Come out, shouted loudly, and Karla forcefully pulled out a black breath from Sinestro's body. That's not chi, or should I say black light. In short, Karla pulled the power of the Black Death Emperor and the Black Lantern ring out of Sinestro's body with a casual grab. Be careful, Your Majesty, but at this moment, Fosun War Development not far away issued a warning. Karla held the Black Death Emperor in one hand and looked forward. It turned out that Sinestro's body was still reorganized. Although Karla forcibly took away the power of the Black Death Emperor and the Black Lamp ring representing death, don't forget that the white lamp represents life. This time, Sinestro turned out to be a real resurrection. It's just that as Sinestro lost the power of the Black Lamp ring, his legion finally died completely and quietly. BZZD also brought good news. She helped Mago get rid of the virus infection. In fact, it was Karla who saved Mago. In Karla's hand, the Black Death Emperor slowly revealed a humanoid body from the black light of the Black Lamp ring. Whoosh! A scythe appeared from the hands of the Black Death Emperor, and unexpectedly cut Karla's neck. His Majesty. All the Kryptonian warriors were startled, and immediately arrived at Karla's side one by one at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and dozens of hands had already grabbed all parts of the Black Death Emperor's body. In an instant, the Black Death Emperor was forcibly torn into pieces. This is the Black Death Emperor. If it were any other lantern beast, apart from the spirit of existence, even the lantern beast would be severely injured. The power of the Kryptonians is terrifying. But looking at Karla again, she stretched out her hand to take off the sickle with a nonchalant face, and there was not even a trace of where it was cut. With her body of steel, in a few years, she may even be able to survive the Big Bang. At that time, even if she ran to the center of the Big Bang, she would be unscathed. But Karla still showed thoughtful eyes. The attack of the Black Death Emperor not only exists in physical damage, but also has death rules. Even he seems to be able to clear the power of the lamp ring. It's just that Karla's power doesn't depend on the emotional spectrum. She knows that the power of the emotional spectrum is not simple, but so far she still doesn't focus on the power of the emotional spectrum, so it doesn't feel very big. I can't give you another chance. Karla didn't take it seriously. If you suffer a loss because of carelessness, wouldn't it be a shame? So Karla no longer gave the Black Death Emperor any chance. In fact, the Black Death Emperor did not die, but was condensed and reorganized in Karla's hands. He thought about taking the opportunity to reorganize his body elsewhere, but he didn't know how Karla did it, so that he couldn't escape. Your Majesty, let us help you. Kryptonian warriors were still worried about Karla's dragon body after all. Karla shook her head indifferently. It will be over soon. Saying that, Karla shot again, and when Sinestro had just been completely revived under the power of the white light ring, he raised his other hand and slapped it with the power of the black light ring. Once again, Karla killed Sinestro and overwhelmed the White Lantern ring with the power of the Black Lantern ring. Come out for me too. With a light drink, Karla took advantage of the opportunity to pull out of Sinestro's body, and the spirit of existence was pulled out by Karla uncontrollably. The spirit of existence is a beautiful little girl, but now Karla has no sympathy at all. She is holding the spirit of existence by the collar and handing it to the other hand, and is pinched together with the Black Death Emperor. The Black Death Emperor and the spirit of existence definitely won't be caught without a fight, but Karla has a thought, and the unparalleled power immediately controls them firmly. That was Karla's psychokinesis. Under the feelings of the Black Death Emperor and the spirit of existence, it was as if the weight of the entire universe fell on them, and they couldn't move at all. All of a sudden, Inistor could no longer be resurrected. Moreover, Karla's power frightened the Lantern Beasts. They once besieged Karla together, but failed, and were easily crushed by Karla alone. They thought they could compete with Karla by concentrating all their power on Sinestro, but they naively thought that Karla's power came from her rings. In the end, he was easily wiped out by Karla again. He only made one attack, and then he was tortured to death by Karla. This is a real life and death struggle. The Lantern Beasts were terrified, and even at the moment, which represented anger, was silent. Run away, the Gaezong octopus shouted, turning into a cyan light and trying to escape. Several other lamp beasts also turned into rays of light and fled in all directions one by one. But they forgot that the surrounding space has long been surrounded by Kryptonian warriors, and they dared to hurt their queen. There was no need for Karla to speak. The Kryptonian warriors easily captured all the Lantern Beasts that wanted to escape, and escorted them to Karla. Karla laughed deliberately. Are you running away? Never doubt the strength of the Kryptonians, no matter in terms of technological level, history, and culture, or the most basic physical strength. As long as any Kryptonian is given enough time to irradiate the Golden Sun's rays, he can get extremely powerful power. So even if Karla didn't take any action in person, the Lantern Beasts who scattered the fleeing bloody bulls were still easily captured by Karla's army. Not to mention Karla's current strength. Your Majesty, the Kryptonian warriors respectfully escorted the escaped 4 Lantern Beasts back to Karla. In addition to the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor held in Karla's hands, the 6 lamp beasts who want to attack Karla again, and even have their own schemes now all are prisoners. Karla's gaze scanned the Lantern Beasts. Even the most irritable Blood Butcher is silent now, with his head drooping, and he doesn't even have the thought of a cornered beast. Because this Kryptonian army is too terrifying, and in the memory of the Lantern Beasts, there may still be a battle between the 7 Lanterns and Krypton 100,000 years ago. It's all mine, Karla, you're mine. Only Yumeng, until this time, was still talking nonsense, and stared at Karla with salivating eyes. Bold. The anger values of the Kryptonian fighters on the left and right were directly off the charts, and they were about to punish them, but was stopped by Karla. Don't worry about it, and don't destroy it as a whole, or it won't look good when it's cooked, Karla said as she raised her hand and wiped the corner of her mouth, as if she was drooling too. The look in Karla's eyes finally made Yumeng shiver involuntarily. That is the most direct and straightforward malice, derived from the biological instinct to plunder other lives. All life will satisfy or maintain its own life by plundering other life in different forms or ways. Flowers, plants, and trees need nutrients from the earth, water and air. Not to mention animals, herbivores need to eat grass, and carnivores need to eat meat. Even a single cell needs to maintain its own vitality. But they lamp beasts are not food. You can't kill us, let alone eat us. We are the embodiment of the emotional spectrum, and the original emotional spectrum. If we die, the emotional spectrum will collapse, and the entire universe will be destroyed. The plundering beast of the purple lamp warns Karla. Karla picked her ears. Why do I always feel like I've heard this kind of word somewhere? By the way, didn't I say that last time? Hey, I've let you off once. As the saying goes. This is the second time, Gaezong Octopus took the opportunity to say. Karla squinted at the converted octopus, and her words were interrupted. Well, that's someone else. My words are one more, no more. Karla spread out her left hand, because the right hand is holding the Black Death Emperor and the spirit of existence. Speaking of which, the relationship between the white lamp and the black lamp should be opposite, and the relationship between the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor should also be life and death as soon as they meet. But because of Karla's relationship, the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor have not only cooperated, but are now forcibly pinched together. It also makes people not know how to feel. I think you should waste less energy, Shuetu Niu, who suddenly became silent and quiet, said. She can't let us go, why waste saliva with her, and add more jokes? If you want to kill it, it will be a big deal for the entire universe to be buried with the old cow. Hey CD suddenly laughed when he heard this. It seems like this is not bad. He only pursues death. If the universe is annihilated and all life is wiped out, it seems to be what he wants. Karla, don't do that, came Mago's voice. Karla looked at Mago and breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay, Mago? Mago agreed. Well, with the help of BZZD, it's all right now. Karla, don't kill them. You also know the meaning of their existence. Karla definitely knows, but is this the way to let them go? How could it be that simple? Don't worry, Karla said nonchalantly. I'm not crazy yet. Not to mention that I just rebuilt Krypton. How could it immediately trigger the crisis of Krypton's demise, let alone bring such a big threat to the universe and trouble? And don't forget how I dealt with parallax monsters. Yeah, this time, Mago and BZZD spoke at the same time, saying in unison, you have killed the parallax monster, but it is not a complete kill. Then there is no problem. Karla has faced this dilemma before on how to deal with parallax monsters. Although the lantern beasts are hateful, it is undeniable that they are indeed qualified to be unscrupulous, because once they die, the wall of origin may collapse. In fact, including those Asgardians in the universe, they don't know it. They only know the importance of the lantern, and know that once the emotional spectrum collapses, it may threaten the entire universe. But the little blue people don't know what's going on. Only Karla knows that the emotional spectrum is directly related to the wall of origin, and the collapse of the universe will start from the collapse of the wall of origin, and then radiate to the entire universe here, and this universe will disappear. But so what? Think I have nothing to do with you? Hehe, I just need to kill you now, destroy all your experiences, memories, and even ways of thinking so far, and then recreate your materialization. Isn't that all right? Karla speaks her own way. Does the alive of a person refer to the survival of the body? Or does it refer to the perpetuation of the will? If a person's memories all change, is he still the same person? After the lantern beasts froze for a moment, they finally panicked. You can't do that. Damn it, she's going to replace us with new us like parallax. In that case, we will die and be completely replaced. All the lantern beasts panicked. If that was the case, they would be equivalent to really dead. Seeing the performance of the lantern beasts, Karla smiled. Stick the pot. With the power of the Ring of Lights, Karla transforms into a cauldron that is huge enough to hold a planet in it. Karla also glanced at Mago. Do you want to go in and try? Mago immediately floated away into the distance. Moge, Zhao Mahao, was also taken aback, and felt weird in his heart. Could it be that Karla also wanted to throw her in for a stew? I don't taste good, Mago declared quickly. Her taste would definitely disappoint. Karla immediately let out a heartless laugh, and the Kryptonian warriors began to throw the lantern beasts into the pot one by one, even the Black Death Emperor and the Spirit of Existence. And before putting them in, Karla also used the corresponding original lantern ring to extract a certain special power from the lantern beasts. Immediately afterwards, in front of Karla, a mini calf was born, a pair of cute human-like young children, but much smaller than human babies. There is also a miniature snake, the predatory beast and the modified octopus. The former is like an insect, and the latter is opposite-sexed. All the second-generation 6-lamp lantern beasts were hatched by Karla, and at the moment surrounded Karla, especially the two babies, holding Karla's cheeks on one side and the other on the left, and uttered an immature voice, Mom, Mom. Karla is absolutely fine. After all, the 6 lantern beasts were thrown into the cauldron by Karla and started to stew. Don't worry about the water problem, Mago has it on him. Mago, don't make things difficult for Mago. This pot is enough to throw Mago into it, and it was Karla's transformation of the 4 elements through magic. Karla's magic of the 4 elements is not the control of the 4 elements, but the real control, from changing the 4 elements to controlling the 4 elements. That is to say, Karla can create water where there is no water, create fire where there is no fire, create earth where there is no land, and create air where there is no air, etc. Otherwise, how could she create a new Krypton so easily? These 6 dead lantern beasts still failed to escape the first catastrophe, or could not escape the second catastrophe. Karla still stewed them. Karla also specially created a small fixed star, allowing the Kryptonian warriors to take care of the situation in the pot while basking in the sun to improve their strength. She should have been looking forward to the taste of this pot. But Karla is having a headache now, not because of anything else. When she decided to kill the 6 lantern beast, she created the second generation 6 lantern beast. It is also because of the 693 relationship that now the 6 little guys are turning around her. They are just born and they are no different from newborns. The most important thing is that the 6 little ones regard Karla as their mother, not only the newborn Spirit of Existence and the Black Death Emperor, but also other lantern beasts call her mother. Karla was about to collapse, and even fell to the ground on top of Mago. Ah, don't call me Mom. Shame to death. A bee came to Karla, and deliberately landed on the tip of her nose, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, I really want to record this scene for everyone to see. Karla froze, and reprimanded angrily, don't make trouble for me. Don't mess around with Jean. As a result, Mago didn't speak. Karla paused. Mago. Oh, the weather is really good today. Mago changed the subject, but you are a planet, the weather on your body is not under your control? Karla felt bad, sat up quickly, and shouted, Mago, if you dare to record it and send it to the main server of OA Star, we will never end. Before Mago could reply, Karla's green ring was separated. The green, Kaba, light rings can communicate with each other regardless of the distance, at least within a universe. As for whether they can still communicate after crossing the universe, Karla has never tried it. When Karla got connected, there was silence for a while, and just when Karla was about to get impatient, Hal's voice came over, with a somewhat weird tone, asking, Karla, did you still eat those 6 lantern beasts? Karla stretched out her hand and patted the ground below her. The huge amounts of power made Mago tremble. Mago, she still did that after all. Karla was also unambiguous, and agreed, yeah, what's the matter? They insisted on killing me to come to me. Could it be that the food delivered to my door can't be eaten? Hal didn't know how to complain about the food of Shent Meow. Hal is already a mature Green Lantern, He also knows the so-called mission and responsibilities of the Green Lantern Corps, and also understands the importance of lanterns to some extent. In fact, the Asgardians originally kept the news of the lantern beasts a secret. Except for the Parallax demon incident caused by the Parallax monster, almost no one knew about the existence of the lantern beast. But there were so many big incidents between Karla and the lantern beast. This is already a big incident in the eyes of others. After all, the rudiment of the darkest night appeared, but unfortunately it was easily wiped out by Karla and her army. The helpless Asgardians had no choice but to confess the secret they guarded. But Karla ate the lantern? What the hell? Actually, I haven't eaten it yet, and it hasn't been stewed yet. Hal, would you like to try it? Karla also took advantage of the opportunity to invite. Hal was silent for a long time, and then said decisively, "I'll be right there. So you want to eat?" Then Tomare also called Karla. Like Hal, Tomare also came to care about the 6 lantern beasts, and got Karla's reply, they are almost ready. Stop talking, Tomare, come and have a drink together, don't you? GE and BZZD are also there. How could it be possible? Tomare complained speechlessly. But not long after, when Hal came over, he still came with him. It smells so good. In the end, even the Asgardians were alarmed, and this time they all came together, including the remaining 3 lantern beasts, ion sharks, parallax monsters, and Yaeshiwang. It didn't take long for the place to become lively. The Asgardians were silent after seeing the 6 little beasts beside Karla. They were worried that Karla would completely wipe out the 6 lantern beasts. It seems that she is not crazy. Isn't it definitely? When the Asgardians first arrived, they also accused Karla, "You are too troublesome." Karla immediately became displeased. She was already getting a headache from the 6 little ones, and when she heard their groundless accusations, she immediately became furious. What kind of ridiculous shirking of responsibility is this? The Yellow Lantern Corps is did I make it? Did I create that yellow light ring? Did I give the yellow light ring to Sinestro? Or did I let Saristo go? Besides, you already knew that these 6 lantern beasts had feuds with me. Didn't you say that you would supervise them responsibly? Is that how you manage them? The co-authorship is all my fault. Karla was angry, and this a group of little blue people, they did all the things, and they refused to admit it again. Will you dare to take responsibility for me? The Asgardians couldn't argue with that. It was their guarantee that Karla let the 6 lantern beast go for the first time. But now that a second disaster has been caused, they have nothing to say. Then you can't plan to eat them. There is cold sweat on the forehead of Asgardian at the end. Karla's toughness lies in that she wants to eat the lantern beast. Karla shrugged. She is a gourmet, and even had her own food column, definitely want to taste the taste of the lantern beast. Besides, it's not that she hasn't eaten it before, and she still remembers that the taste of parallax is still delicious. Having said that, when it comes to parallax monsters, Karla turned her head to look not far away, and then a black line appeared on her head. 9 lantern beasts gathered here, except for Ion Shark and Yaeshi Huang, the other 7 are all little guys. The main thing is that the little parallax has been staring at Karla, the big eyeballs are full of desire. Karla knows what it's craving, and parallax can be heard muttering in her super hearing ears, "Mommy, mommy." Karla squatted down covering her head. Is this some kind of punishment? Could it be that lanterns cannot be killed? Did she commit a divine punishment? What kind of torture is this? Well, the parallax worked, and what did it do to scare Karla? Stop barking. Perhaps because Karla killed these beasts, she was condemned by God. These newborn little lantern beasts all regard Karla as their mother, because they were born because of Karla. At least the new generation of lantern beasts are all hatched by Karla from the emotional spectrum. It stands to reason that the emotional spectrum is their mother, right? But it's not that kind of relationship, because the lamp beasts are the embodiment of the emotional spectrum. They are the emotional spectrum originally. So they see Karla as a mother. It's like chicks are hatched from eggs. Do they think their eggshells are their mothers? Definitely not. The hens that hatch them are their mothers. Karla, why don't I be reborn as well? Suddenly, the Ion Shark cruised in front of Karla with a crystal clear green light, and joked like it was a big deal. Yaeshiwang spread her wings and played with Karla's children. Karla sighed. Ion Shark didn't know why he was very close to her, and kept saying that he wanted to be friends with her. Karla is not against the Ion Shark. It can be said that the Ion Shark is the kindest among the lantern beasts. Even Yaeshi Huang is not as good. In fact, the blue light ring is not as loyal as the green light ring. Once the blue light man loses hope at a certain moment, the blue light ring will immediately leave to find other suitable qualified persons. The green light ring will not, so Sinestro can keep the green light ring. Another point is that only Ion Man possessed by Ion Shark can perfectly retain his will. Ion Shark will only support Ion Man, but will not interfere with Ion Man's judgment. Therefore, the Ion Shark can be said to be the lamp beast that Karla likes the most. But now Karla glared at Ion Shark angrily. Are the 9 of you planning to rely on her? If Ion Shark and Yaeshi Huang also join in the fun, then Karla's mind will really explode. You can't kill and you can't kill, you can't fight, even if you kill again, there will still be such an embarrassing situation. Simply incomprehensible. Have to say, the lantern beasts are really scary, Karla said with lingering fear. If I had known this, I would have let them go. If she knew it would become like this, Karla would rather leave a hidden danger, and at worst, fight again later. Karla turned her head to look not far away, and the 7 little lantern beasts also looked over with emotion, and then they abandoned Yaeshi Huang, and flew towards Karla one by one, chasing after each other. It has to be said that the white lamp and the black lamp are higher than the other 7 lamps, so the little spirit of existence and the little black death emperor are also the fastest. One left and one right open their hands, and throw themselves into Karla's arms. Karla had no choice but to reach out and catch it. Mommy, mommy. The 2 little things, which were only the size of a palm file, were buried in Karla's shoulders, and they kept shouting coquettishly. 5 other little ones came too, one by one they rushed into Karla's arms. The little guys are only the size of a palm, and even the parallax monster is only slightly bigger. Karla can hug them all in front of him. But why is it like this? She is still an unmarried girl, alright, although this girl is a bit older. How do you explain this at home? Karla felt a headache deeply, and even noticed that her soldiers showed strange expressions one by one. Her Majesty has a baby? It's just that these children are too weird. Your Majesty, if you don't want to, you can hand them over to the Asgardians on planet Oua, or take them back to be taken care of by special people, or even seal them in the Phantom Zone. Your mother, Lord Alura, is developing new ones. More persistent Rodsberg no too, the soldier leading the team suggested. Karla clearly felt that the 7 little guys were trembling when they heard this, and raised their heads, looking at her with pitiful little eyes of various colors. Karla relented. Forget it, just treat it as a pet, Karla muttered. At least she will not admit that they are really her children, otherwise there is no way to explain it. Your Majesty, the soldier said again, the pot should be cooked. Finally stewed. Karla regained her energy, hugged 7 little things in one breath, and shouted, the feast has begun. Everyone looked at Karla with strange faces. Where are you a foodie? When you mention food, you get motivated. Besides, will you still be able to eat after holding that guangzaishi? Inexplicably recalling a scene, Mr. Pei once caught a small grass snake, then pulled off the snake's head, and ate the snake's body in front of the snake. Karla definitely can eat it, why can't it? The new generation of lantern beasts are different from the original ones. Didn't you see that they all cling to Karla's arms and call their mothers? -0 for flowers 0. So the lively banquet began. The bodies of those old lantern beasts are extremely huge, and a single scorpion can even wrap around a planet, just like the legendary basilisk Yemengard. It is said that Yemengard can circle the world, Earth. Although the other lantern beasts were not as long as Yumang's, they were much bigger than the moon, and the meat they got could not be eaten up. So even if there are 10,000 Kryptonian fighters and many invited guests, it is enough to have a grand event. It's a pity that Mago is not anthropomorphic. Karla can only bring some soup to the mantle. Pouring it into Mago's mantle in this way makes her taste the taste. It's delicious, even though Hayseedi is full of bones, the thick soup made from his bones is the most delicious. This is much better than the thick soup of pork bone, beef bone, or chicken bone or duck bone. Don't feel disgusted, the Black Death Emperor is the incarnation of the embodiment of death. It looks like a body of bones, but in fact it is the purest power. And he only showed humanization, in fact, he can change into any species. They are all the embodiment of the emotional spectrum, and they are also the power of the purest emotional spectrum, which is the world. Even Ion Shark and Yaeshi Huang couldn't help eating a few mouthfuls, as well as the little ones. Those lantern beasts were originally their previous lives. After eating some of their own power, they grew up a little bit. After a lot of excitement, Karla asked his soldiers to pack the remaining things in the pot and prepare to take them back to share with all the people. Even though New Krypton now has 5 million people, it may take a long time to eat up this pot of food. After all, this pot of food is equivalent to the mass of a whole new Kryptonian. When parting with Hal, he also asked Karla, "Are you not planning to go back to Earth?" Karla laughed on the spot. "What? Have you started to put on Earth's Asgardian identity to stop me?" Hal quickly shook his head. "Definitely no, it's too late to welcome you. I don't want to prevent you from going back." Karla definitely was joking, and said with a serious face, "Although I have become the queen of the new planet Krypton now, I will always remember that the Earth is my second home. Besides, I have to give some gifts to family and friends on the Earth." Karla pointed to the cauldron, something good to definitely share with 5. Later, when Karla led the army to open a space door and return to New Krypton, he finally brought the 7 little ones back together. When Alura and Zo-El saw the 7 little things wrapped around their daughter, they were stunned. "We also have a grandson." The old couple looked very happy. They didn't care what the real identity of the 7 little ones was, they immediately hugged the little ones happily. Among them, the Spirit of Existence and the Black Death Emperor are the most popular, because one of them is a little girl and the other is a little boy. The other lantern beasts are all in the form of animals or insects, but they are the only ones in human form, which may be easier to accept. Although Karla has explained it many times. Even the new Kryptonian can't fit the cauldron, but it doesn't matter, it can be placed in outer space, and the new sun can keep the temperature in the cauldron for 20. Sure enough, the meat was enough for 5 million Kryptonians to share, and it was hard to finish it. Karla took hundreds of caddies of slaughtered cattle, plundering beasts, octopuses, and lustful meat, and carried a ton of thick soup with a special device, preparing to return to the Earth. It has been a few months since she left this time, and New Krypton is on the right track. Even if she leaves for a while, there will be no problem at all. And when Karla told her plan, Jor-El and Laura immediately said that they would also go to the Earth together, and they wanted to visit Karl and their grandson. Those are their own grandchildren, unlike these children of Karla. Karla can't refuse, she can't stop people from visiting her children. So the three went forward together and embarked on a journey to the Earth. Originally, Alura and Zo-El also wanted to go together. They wanted to visit the Kent couple and thank them for taking care of and raising their children. Other than that, the main thing is not wanting to be separated from Karla for too long. When Karla left, Alura kept holding Karla's hand, telling her to come back as soon as possible, and must come back as soon as possible. Zo-El also confessed to Jor-El that he must bring Karla back when he came back, and also said that Krypton cannot lack Karla's leadership now. Karla was very helpless, thinking that she sat in that palace in a daze every day, bored. What was the leader doing? And she didn't say no. Originally, Jor-El planned to fly a spaceship to the Earth, but Karla was worried that doing so would cause unnecessary troubles, and the sudden appearance of alien spaceships made it impossible to be conspicuous. What's more, Karla can teleport, which is more convenient than anything else. In an instant, Karla has brought her uncle and aunt to the Earth, and it is at Karla's farm. It's such a beautiful place, Laura said approvingly, looking at the surrounding farm crops. She nodded approvingly. Jor-El also said, only such a simple place can train Karla to be so mature and reliable. I don't think Karl will let us down too much. Karla scratched the back of her head, a little embarrassed. At this time, because of the sound outside, the door was pushed open, and Jonathan and Martha came out. When seeing Karla, the old couple was very excited. Karla also greeted her quickly, and threw her arms into Martha's arms. Mom, I'm back. Karla shouted without any unnaturalness, just like when facing her own biological mother, Alura. Jor-El and Laura looked at each other, knowing in their hearts that the Earthling peasant couple in front of them were the adoptive parents of their son on Earth. They did not look down on the people on Earth, but took a polite step forward and introduced themselves. Hello, my name is Jor-El, Laura-El, and I am Karl-El's parents. Karla was on the side to translate for them. Jor-El and Laura spoke Kryptonian, which Jonathan and Martha definitely couldn't understand. Mom and Dad, they are my uncle and aunt, and they are also Clark's biological parents. Karla briefly introduced each other to them. Jonathan and Martha looked overwhelmed when they heard that Clark's biological parents had arrived. Mom and Dad, they didn't come to take Clark away, they just came to see him and his children. Clark grew up on the Earth since he was a child, and I don't want Clark to lose everything on the Earth at once, Karla reassured. The old couple felt strange again. Clark was still wandering outside. If he came to visit Clark, wouldn't it be good to go to him directly? Actually, Jor-El and his wife wanted to visit, plus Karla brought back some goodies. At that moment, Karla took out a special product and handed it to Martha, asking them to have a good taste now. Then Karla uses supervision to find Clark's whereabouts. As the months passed, Clark had moved elsewhere, far, far away from where Karla had last visited him. But for Karla, it's just a matter of thought. Now Karla began to feel that the super ability of teleportation is much more convenient, unlike the various complaints at the beginning. Karla and the others appeared on a farm with huge amounts of farms, but Clark was the only one working on it. The Jor-Els recognized Clark the moment they saw him. This was their child. This was the baby they had to send away when they were just born, their baby. Laura couldn't control her excitement, covered her mouth and yelled, and shed 2 lines of tears. Jor-El put his hands on his wife's shoulders, but even he looked at Clark excitedly. He was no longer the newborn, with a tall body, a strong figure, and a broad bust. Clark, who was busy, raised his head when he heard the voice, and saw a middle-aged couple looking at him, and his sister reappeared after disappearing for a long time, looking at this place with tender and relieved eyes. Sister, who are they? Clark didn't know who the 3.2s were, but he could understand Kryptonian because Karla taught him as a child. Karla also chose to call Karl's Kryptonian name, because he introduced the Al couple. They are your parents. Clark stood there stiffly, recalling what Karla had said before leaving, and couldn't help looking at his parents with excited eyes. Karla felt happy for her younger brother and uncle and aunt from the bottom of her heart, silently took out a souvenir for Clark, and then left space for the 3 of them. Karla took the rest of the gifts, turned around and flew to Gotham City, and came to Wayne's estate. Maybe today is a rest day. The 3 members of Wayne's family and the butler Afu are all at home. Karla's arrival naturally aroused a lively and warm welcome. Karla, really, where have you been all these months? Perry said you just went back for a few days and then ran away. When Karla came to Wayne's house, Jennifer was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she calmed down immediately. Because Karla has disappeared more than once in this way. The last time was 3 years after graduating from university, and then 5 years. I feel that these few months are nothing. Karla just found an excuse to fool the past, otherwise she couldn't tell Jennifer the truth, saying that she was an alien? Did they come from Krypton? And created a planet? That's unbelievable, at least for now. Let's continue to hide it from Jennifer. Karla apologized secretly in her heart, and then took out one of the special products and handed them over. I specially prepared this, eat it while it's hot. After being prepared by Karla, there is no difference in the meat, but it tastes more delicious. At the same time, those special powers will also provide many nutrients and benefits to ordinary people's bodies. Even if they don't allow people to obtain super abilities all at once, at least their physical fitness will be improved a lot. There are the last 3 copies left in Karla's hand. One is for Danny, the other is for Louise and little Jonathan, and the last one is for Perry. After all, Perry has been taking care of Karla, so Karla didn't forget to pay back. Karla is in no rush to leave immediately, and Jennifer won't let her go either. Bruce and Alfred left consciously after serving coffee to the 2 little sisters. Damien eyed Karla curiously. He vaguely remembered this beautiful woman, but she was very strange. After all, he had never seen her a few times. Karla will never forget Damien, walked over with a smile, and said to Damien, "My rice has grown up again, remember me." Damien turned to look at Jennifer. Jennifer nodded with a smile. Damien paused and said, "Are you my godmother?" "Yes." Karla reached out to rub Damien's little head in satisfaction. "I am your other mother." At this time, she was trying to get Damien to call herself mother. Staying at Wayne's house for a while, Karla and Jennifer talked a lot, but nothing too important. During this period of time, Gotham City is not too peaceful. After all, it is Gotham City. Bruce is still active in the dark, but no matter how active he is and how he fights against criminals, as long as he catches criminals in prison, the other party will escape after a while. Especially the duel between him and Joker, because of the relationship between Harley Quinn, it becomes more difficult. Fortunately, Batman now has his own helper, the first-generation Robin, and the battles between the 2 sides have always been back and forth. Karla didn't bother to care about this, because if she wanted to shoot Oda to death, there would be no future troubles. Definitely, she just said that, if Batman really did that, once he tasted the sweetness of this approach, he would become an unrighteous Batman in the future, which would be more terrifying than an unrighteous Superman. You know, even if the Injustice League headed by Superman, Wonder Woman, etc., the Master can contend, it is not as simple as being evenly matched, but has the upper hand. If it's the other way around, a cruel and ruthless Master can definitely destroy a universe, such as the Laughing Bat. So he just keeps going. Karla thought irresponsibly, it was better than having to face the crazy Batman, and it would save Jennifer from being sad later. Speaking of which, Jennifer is now the shackles of the Master. As long as Jennifer can stay with him all the time, there is no need to worry about Bruce breaking down. However, once Jennifer has an accident, perhaps unpredictable things will happen. After that, Karla still bid farewell to Jennifer, and Jennifer didn't keep her, but let Karla visit her often in the future. Karla agrees to come down. Later, Karla went to visit Danny again. Danny is still following Amanda. She likes this kind of work the most. It's just that I seem to be very idle recently, because Hal has started to be active as Green Lantern. The arrival of Karla made Danny cheer for a while, clamoring for a night of drinking with Karla. Karla could only refuse with a wry smile. How could she have that spare time now? No, immediately Karla felt Clark's calling. Because their siblings have super hearing, they have a unique connection between them, communicating with super frequency sound waves that humans cannot receive. Clark questioned Karla, "Sister, my parents said I have a child? What's going on? Why didn't I know?" When Clark heard the news, he was completely stunned. He had a good chat with his parents at the beginning, the atmosphere was very warm, and he also ate the bento brought by his sister, which was perfect. But suddenly, his parents asked him for a grandson. Clark was at a loss. He has a child? Why doesn't he know? Karla almost didn't laugh. She was so unscrupulous. She didn't tell Clark. Until then she broke the news. "You idiot. Louise was pregnant before graduation, but she didn't tell you. After you graduate she secretly gave birth to the child." Clark's son, Jonathan Jr., is even 4 years old, and Damien's age gap is between 1 and 2 years old. Clark put down everything on hand at that time and flew to the metropolis immediately. Fortunately, with Clark's speed now, almost no one can see him clearly. Even if someone sees a flashing shadow by chance, they should think it is a big bird or a 080 plane, right? How did they know it was Superman? Clark rushed to the Daily Planet, found Louise, and asked about the child. Louise finally admitted, and then took the opportunity to launch a crusade against Clark, blaming Clark for insisting on traveling around the world after graduation, so she didn't tell him. Karla suddenly came out from the Daily Planet, squatting aside to watch the excitement. She went to give Perry a gift, and when Perry wanted to catch Karla back to write an article, she ran away decisively. Last time it was wrong to say that it would be 8 years before Perry saw Karla again. It should be said that it would take at least 8 years for Karla to come back to work. Karla conveniently gave the last gift to Louise face to face, and finally finished delivering the presents and was exhausted. "Okay, Louise, it's time to let you and that child know what's going on. You are already a member of our Al family. There is no need to hide among family members, right? I just want to help you." Clark explained why I want him to travel the world. Karla finally stopped watching. Louise showed a strange expression. "The Al family? Isn't it the Kent family?" In fact, Louise felt strange last time. Why did Karla name Jonathan the last name of Al? The answer seems to be revealed soon. At the Kent family's farm, the whole family finally came together. Martha and Jonathan, needless to say, then Jor-El and Laura, Karla, Clark, and Louise with her and Clark's baby Jonathan Jr. A large family got together. Because there were too many people, Karla decided to move the dining table out, so that everyone could chat outside more easily. And Karla chose to tell Louise and the child about the Kryptonian's identity. In Karla's words, there is no need to hide it from the family, they have a blood relationship and connection. So, you are aliens. Facing Karla's explanation, Louise found it difficult to accept for a while. Louise is just a person from the Earth. Although her father is a big man in the military, the famous General Lois, Louise never participated in it, and even moved out after joining the work. So when she suddenly learned the news, she became overwhelmed. To prove it, Karla gestured to Clark and Jor-El, and the four of them left the ground and flew up. Not only that, little Jonathan was also affected, and slowly flew up, which startled Louise. She finally knew what Karla meant when she said that if there was anything wrong with this child. My boyfriend is an alien? I gave birth to him a half-breed child. Louise held her head, unable to accept this setting. But it is what it is. After showing Louise the identity of the Kryptonian, Jor-El couldn't wait to fly to Jonathan Jr. This is his grandson. I'm going to bring him back to New Krypton to raise him personally, Al said excitedly. Laura also agrees, and even plans to. We should take Karl and his wife back together, now that we have a new Kryptonian. What do you think? Karla? You don't want our family to be separated, do you? Karla spread her hands speechlessly. Auntie, can you stop playing tricks like this? You've already said that. What else can she say? But it can't be so selfish, can it? Karla knows her uncle and aunt very well. The family has been separated for so long, and they definitely want to take their children back to live with them. What's more, Clark even has a child, which is their grandson. But also consider what Clark and Louise think. For convenience, Karla simply built a language translation machine with a green light ring, allowing them to communicate directly. Karla didn't want to be the bad guy, so she left the problem to the family to solve it by themselves. Sure enough, as Karla expected, when Jor-El put forward his idea, he was immediately rejected by Clark. Clark grew up on the Earth. Compared with New Krypton, the Earth is his hometown. And here is his family, and the life he loves. If he suddenly returned to New Krypton, not only would he have to start from scratch, what would he do with his life on Earth? Would he have to give up all of it? Karl, you should also think about your children. New Krypton has better educational institutions and more advanced civilization and technology, Jor-El said vigorously. Unexpectedly, Louis said unceremoniously, we can raise our own children well. At least this is beyond doubt. Clark also said, and Kryptonians are only Superman on Earth, and he should stay on Earth. For this. Karla raised her hand and interrupted, sorry Clark, I have actually changed the sun of New Krypton into the same sunlight color as the sun here, and oh, sister, I am now the queen of New Krypton, you kids should respect me even more. Queen? Clark looked at Karla sitting there with her legs crossed, watching the fun while eating an apple. Let's talk about it with a bit of heroine prestige. Nobody paid any attention to her. Faced with the insistence of Jor-El and Laura, Jonathan and Martha obviously have something to say, but they have no position, because Jor-El and his wife are Clark's biological parents. They also know that Karla's biological parents are alive and that they have been reunited. The old couple couldn't help feeling a little sour in their hearts. Could it be that the children they have raised for more than 20 years are going to leave them today? Karla looks carefree, but in fact she is very delicate, and immediately noticed the changes in the feelings of her adoptive parents. Approaching quietly, Karla stood behind the old couple, put her hands on the shoulders of the two, put her chin on the shoulder between them, and said with a smile, what's the matter? Are you afraid that we don't want you? Hehe, no la, didn't I say you'd always be Clark's and me's parents? The Jonathans exchanged glances when they heard this, and Martha raised her hand and patted Karla's forehead. It's not big or small, but they are relieved. Seeing that the 3 generations of the family over there were still arguing, Jonathan couldn't help persuading him a little worriedly. Why don't you let Clark go back to live for a while? Jor-El turned his head and nodded to Jonathan. Thank you for your understanding. Please rest assured, our Al family will never forget your kindness to Karl and Karla in nurturing. Just like what Karla said, they will always be your children. This nothing will change. Dad, Clark was surprised, not expecting Jonathan to wish he'd followed them back to New Krypton. Unexpectedly, Martha also said, Clark, they are your biological parents after all, and you were sent to us when you were born. It's not fair to them, so you really should go back and be with them. Karl, Laura looked at Clark pitifully with tearful eyes of anticipation. In the end, even Clark didn't know what to do, and Louise also lowered her head and remained silent. Only little Jonathan secretly looked in the direction of her aunt with a puzzled expression on her face. Karla secretly winked at little Jonathan, making the little nephew giggle. What does my sister think? Aren't you the queen? It's up to you to decide. Clark suddenly threw the question to Karla. Karla was taken aback, and rolled her eyes angrily. It's hard for an upright official to break up housework, even if I'm the queen. I don't want to get involved in your family's messy affairs. With money. What is broken things? And what is someone else's home? Sister. Clark emphasized his tone. In fact, he was asking Karla for help, hoping that she could help him out, so he was a little anxious. Karla sighed. Really, it would cause trouble for others. Okay, Karla still couldn't bear it, and turned to her uncle and aunt and said, you guys should give up. What? Jor-El couldn't believe it. Karla put on a serious expression and said seriously, this is not a request from my niece, but an order from the queen. Jor-El, do you think your behavior is selfish? Karl. Al grew up on the Earth, and also the Earth has lived for half a lifetime. Unlike me, he still has the memory of Krypton. You are forcing a person to leave his hometown. Think about why you would rather die with Fa-sun than leave. This sentence left the Jor-El couple with nothing to say. As soon as Karla uses the previous destruction of Kryptonians as an example, the Jor-Els immediately have nothing to say. They even laughed at themselves as a failure at the beginning. They gave Karl a future full of unlimited potential, and regarded Karl as the future of Kryptonians. In order to give birth to the first natural birth child of the Kryptonian in 100,000 years, it was not easy for them at the beginning. But now they are containing, even trying to kill this child's future. Leave the choice to Karl. He knows what he wants. He knows what he wants to do. Besides, you have already met. If you miss each other in the future, you can reunite again. Don't make it seem like you are going to die. Instead of facing the end of the world, we are ushering in a hopeful new future, Karla also quipped. It's just that her jokes are not funny at all. In the past, Fa-sun would have no future. Now is the new Kryptonian age. In the end, the Jor-Els were persuaded by Karla. You are the queen, you have the final say, Laura muttered, obviously a little dissatisfied that Karla insisted on breaking up her reunion with her son. Karla shrugged, so she didn't want to get involved, even with a family. Jor-El took little Jonathan, Laura took Clark, and the family of 4 went to the side to talk. Karla dragged Louise to Jonathan and his wife. Martha looked at the daughter-in-law with satisfaction, and asked, when are you going to get married? Louise looked blank, when did you switch to this topic? Karla said with a smile, Mom, Clark is still wandering, he hasn't finished the world yet. Jonathan also blocks Martha, let them decide. Speaking of Clark's wandering, before Louise asked, Karla took the initiative to explain to her, now you see the strength of our family, Clark's wandering is exactly what I recommend. I suggest him to travel, I hope he matured and saw more things. I don't want Clark to become a god, I hope he can use more mature concepts and humanity to control this power. Louise, I hope that when necessary, Clark can appear as a superhero like Superman in front of the world. So don't blame Clark for being irresponsible. First, he doesn't know your children at all. Second, he must have this experience. Can you imagine a young child holding a nuclear bomb and not knowing the meaning of the nuclear bomb? Footage of nukes playing around. Even the power of Clark, Superman, is more terrifying than nuclear bombs. A few words from Karla made Louise deeply agree. Although Louise doesn't think that Clark's heart is inferior to that of a young child, she knows better that Karla's approach is correct. He may not need to bear any responsibilities, but we all know that since he has this power, sooner or later he will inevitably take on a heavy burden and responsibility. He is my brother, and even more your husband. Louise opened her mouth when Karla said this, but she didn't refute in the end. Louise, we all know Clark. We all know that he is not someone who shirks responsibility. As long as someone needs help, he will definitely come forward. And I believe that the world is ready to accept him, and he is also ready to accept the world. So although you have recognized each other, I still hope that you can support him and let him go through this final journey. Karla looked at Louise seriously. This is not an order from the new Kryptonian queen, nor is it a trouble from the eldest sister. Here's advice from 10 people looking forward to Superman. Louise looked deeply at Karla, and suddenly she smiled. I really don't know how excited Perry would be if he heard this. Would he faint? He has been trying to find ways to increase the sales of the newspaper, but only your republished column has increased sales a lot. Knowing that Louise accepted her suggestion, Karla was also relieved. She was too aware of Louise's position in Clark's heart. The Injustice League and the Injustice Super were all because of Louise's death, which shows how much it hit Clark. As long as Louise, asks, Clark can end his current trip at any time, but he obviously doesn't have enough knowledge and experience yet. Clark wasn't mature enough. So Karla also laughed, Brother Perry is very smart. He already knew that Oracle Man was me, but he kept. Are you Oracle Man? Louise exclaimed. Karla smacked her forehead and got carried away. Outside of her family, Louise was probably the first person on Earth to know that Oracle and Superman were one person. At least she was the first to know that Karla was at the same time as Oracle. Also a Kryptonian. Even Jennifer and Danny don't know that Karla is still a Kryptonian. No wonder you can easily take out so many pictures of Batman and Oracle Man. Louise felt dumbfounded. Is this considered cheating? Karla shrugged. When Clark debuts as a superhero in the future, you can too. Louise's eyes lit up immediately. That's really exciting. I also want to open a column. No problem, Karla said supportively. Not far away, Clark smiled bitterly silently, always feeling that it might not be too easy in the future. Finally, the crisis of the Jor-El family was resolved. The Jor-El couple promised not to ask the Clark family to move to New Krypton, but they said they would come to Earth as guests in the future. He also warned Clark to run the family well and take care of his children. If Clark really didn't know how to raise children, they wouldn't mind moving in together. Karla quickly stopped. You are my most important ministers, uncles, and aunts. You should stay and take care of me. I don't mind you educating me at all. Jor-El and his wife can't laugh or cry, this child. The serious atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. Karla also showed her skills and prepared a large table of sumptuous delicacies in the evening. And when they were working alone in the kitchen with Martha, the mother and daughter whispered secretly. Karla said that she would often go home to see them in the future, and ask them to prepare their bedroom, and she would come back to live at any time. I also invite the old couple to come to New Krypton for a walk, waiting for time. But Martha also heard that Karla obviously meant that she would not live on Earth permanently in the future, but would focus on the new Kryptonian life. There is no way around this. Karla is going to lead the new Krypton after all, and it has only been rebuilt for a few months, and there is still a larger and wider entire planet that needs to be rebuilt. It can be said that there are countless tasks every day, and most of them are definitely completed by Jor-El and Zo-Al. She only needs to sign and seal. Karla and the others didn't stay on Earth for too long, but left that night, just as Martha guessed. When leaving, Karla also took away the spaceship she took when she came to Earth with Kal-El. These two spaceships are no longer of any value, and staying here may cause unnecessary trouble. It's just that Karla didn't know whether it was on purpose or not, or if she had forgotten, and didn't mention a controller switch that Clark was holding. Karla has one too. As mentioned before, the two brothers and sisters each have an organ of their own family, which can be used as a switch for the spaceship, and can also activate the authority of many AL families. As long as it is the technology of Krypton, as long as there is a corresponding switch, the system can be activated. Definitely has developed a fingerprint identification system at the level of Krypton, including face scanning, pupil scanning, and genetic identification. That is to say, fingerprints alone are not enough, but corresponding genes are also required, which avoids the possibility of stealing into the system by obtaining fingerprints. Unless you chop off your hands. It's definitely not a big deal, even Jor-El and his wife forgot. They can get new ones when they go back anyway. Before leaving, Karla asked her little nephew to live in her own room. It was getting late, and it was definitely unrealistic to go back to the metropolis. As for Louise, definitely living in Clark's room. When little Jonathan heard that he could live in his aunt's room, he was so happy that he even forgot that his aunt was about to leave. He didn't realize it until his aunt and the others disappeared. Later, he heard that the little guy cried again. Karla was very sure that Clark and little Jonathan were not close to her because of her so-called queen's gene. It was a proof that blood was thicker than water, and they were family members connected by blood. When Karla came home, 7 little guys immediately surrounded Karla and wrapped her whole body. Especially Yumeng, entrenched on top of Karla's head, crossed his body and raised his head, looking around with complacency. What are you showing off? Karla pulled Yumeng off his head, but it was quickly wrapped around his wrist and couldn't get off. The other lantern beasts also found their positions on Karla's body. The spirit of existence is a cute little girl doll, and the Black Death Emperor is a cute big fat boy. They don't see any danger at all. But Karla knows that ordinary people can't afford to mess with them. I don't know if it was influenced by Karla. The appearance of the spirit of existence is exactly the same as that of the people on Earth, or Kryptonians. Even somewhat similar to Karla. The little thing is very cute. It climbed onto Karla's left shoulder and sat down, and it was cute, and it grabbed Karla's ear, and smiled with a giggle. Karla flicked the little girl's forehead amusedly and angrily. It's not a little cock. The spirit of existence froze immediately. In fact, the voice of the spirit of existence is as pleasant and clear as a silver bell, and it doesn't match the little rooster. There is also the Black Death Emperor. The new generation of the Black Death Emperor is not scary at all. It is no longer the appearance of the previous skeleton, but not much different from ordinary human babies. It's just that he is smaller than ordinary babies, only the size of a palm. In fact, all 7 lantern beasts are now only the size of a palm. At the same time, the Black Death Emperor is more mischievous than ordinary children, standing up while grabbing Karla's ears, and climbing up her hair. Is this treating Karla as a rock-climbing cliff? Karla reached out and patted his little butt, grabbed the back of his neck, threw the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor into his left hand and wrapped them in his arms. Looking down again, Karla saw the blood butcher on the soles of his feet, lowered his head, and was pushing his heels with his horns that were shrunk down to a miniature version, competing with himself. Even if this little thing becomes what it is now, it won't stop. Karla felt amused and annoyed, so she moved her feet slightly backward on purpose, and Xioxu Niu was suddenly pushed somersault by her, and then sat there with a dazed expression for a long time. Ravagers, octopuses, and parallax monsters gathered together. They are a bit similar. Ravager beasts and parallax monsters are all insect-like images. Karla noticed that the main ones are the raven beasts and parallax monsters, one by the other, grabbing their clothes and grinning. As for the conversion of the octopus, it seems to be trying to persuade a fight. Parallax represents fear, and he wants to assert his sovereignty as Big Brother. And the love represented by the predatory beast sometimes makes him more greedy and exclusive than Yumeng. So the two of them started pinching each other, but they didn't really fight, but they made a sound that wasn't scary, but rather cute. Karla sighed long, already feeling hopeless. Zero. What is this all about? This is too messy. Karla's body seems to have opened an amusement park, becoming the playground of the 7 little lantern beasts, and they regard Karla as a mother, and they are fighting for maternal love with all their strength. But Karla is still a older, teenage girl. Perhaps the only reason why Karla hasn't collapsed and thrown them out is that these little things are not ordinary life after all, so they don't need to eat, and don't need to pull and sprinkle. Even later Karla discovered that she can use the corresponding primitive the light ring takes them in and lets them rest inside. After all, the original lantern ring and the lantern beasts have the same root and origin. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's just that Allura and Zo-El have been at odds with Karla for a long time because of this. They like those little things very much, especially the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor, and they almost really regard them as granddaughters and grandchildren. 0. He also took the opportunity to express or hint several times, indicating that Karla can find a boyfriend for herself by means of adaptation or blind date. Karla had to threaten that if they continued to push her, she would go back to Earth. Earth's parents are better. Karla deliberately praised the Earth's parents in front of her biological parents. Allura glanced at Zo-El. Zo-El coughed lightly. Karla, didn't your mother promise to buy you a car last time, but didn't something delay it later? Karla glared at Allura, almost forgot. She agreed to buy a car for her that day. Where is the car? Allura stared back. The wings are hard. Okay. Zo-El felt amused and shook his head. Karla, as long as you are willing to go on a blind date or get married, we will buy you the best suspension car, which is absolutely cool. Karla, hee, I don't want it anymore. She got up and left. My sister is now the queen of New Krypton, if she really wanted it, no matter how many people would obediently bring it up. In fact, it was because of this relationship that day that the plan to buy a car was cancelled. What's more, Karla now either uses flight or teleportation as the means of transportation. What kind of transportation is needed? Is there anyone faster than her in the world? The answer is yes, for example, under the speed and force. No matter who it is possible to be urged to marry by parents, and it is difficult to solve this problem. In Allura's words, if I had no children at your age, I can't even imagine how crazy my parents would be. Besides, your father and I are also suitable to find each other, and we are very happy. Happiness. Liar, Karla said mercilessly. Allura froze. She and Zo-El were not suitable. How could they be suitable for such a high-level family, although they were not politically married, but they were indeed in free love together. Zo-El couldn't help laughing, but his wife rolled her eyes, and there was no movement at once. Dad, you are too low status, aren't you? Learn from uncle, Karla complained. Jor-El, who was not far away, sighed. I don't want to get into trouble. Their 750 brothers are scientists, and they are scientists, although as the Al family, it is inevitable that there will be training and assessment about combat. That is what Karla has experienced, which also makes them have the combat quality that will not be weaker than generals and fighters, but they are indeed scientists. Definitely now they also have to work part-time in the high-level positions of the current New Krypton, leading the New Krypton to glory. In fact, Zo-El is not a strict wife. When the necessary time comes, Zo-El is the head of the family, which can be seen from before. Usually Zo-El respects and loves his wife very much, plus Allura's personality is a bit strong, and at home, Allura is playing the role of strict mother, their children. It's Anna again. So most of the time is given to his wife to educate his daughter. Faced with Allura's reluctance, Karla threw up her hands and surrendered. Mom, this is the royal palace, although I don't want to say that. Should I focus on official business? Since she has so little to do, Terry even brought her a couple of the latest games, which are handy because of the virtual screen. In the end, she was forced to use business as an excuse to fool her mother. Even Karla almost compromised and called out the spirit of existence and the Black Death Emperor. At this time, report, a group of soldiers suddenly came in from outside. At first, they subconsciously wanted to kneel down on one knee, but Karla immediately stopped them with psychokinesis. Karla glared, and the soldier continued in shame, we caught a trespasser. As he said that, the soldiers who followed him indeed escorted a boy in a red tights and a mask on his head. Karla. Suddenly, the boy in red called out Karla's name. Karla was taken aback. It was interesting. You know me. It's me, Karla, I'm the Flash, the boy in red shouted. I'm Barry, Superman. Clark once introduced you to us, have you forgotten? We also fought together, we defeated Harry S. Stop it, Karla quickly raised her hand. Stop talking, no matter where you come from. Brother, you came to the wrong place. What? The Flash Barry felt incredible. Did I go too far? Speaking of which, where is this place? You don't even know where this is? It's more than running too far. Brother, are you lost? Karla sighed, putting her hands on her forehead. Karla? Who is he? Is he your friend? Because they already knew that Clark was Karl's name on Earth, Zo-El and the others showed no hostility. Karla sighed again. She actually knew the Flash. After all, he is so famous. Don't forget that Karla's soul came from time travel. In addition to Karla's memory that integrated this world, she still retains her own memory. Not to mention anything else, the 7 giants of the Justice League still remember, probably. After all, DC always restarts, and Karla doesn't know what kind of Earth her own Earth is, so there may still be deviations in some things. But Karla does not want to know him, because she has already seen that the Flash is definitely not the Barry of this timeline. Although Karla does not have the Speed Force, she is very clear about this, because she is now considered a 5th-dimensional person, and can be in Barry sees an anomalous flow of time. This is a time traveler, Barry, who traveled from other timelines. He didn't belong to this world, this time. Karla really didn't want to have anything to do with him, but now she had to ask, what are you doing here? Barry looked around, and said with a troubled expression, not long ago, I came here with Green Lantern, that is, Hal, but I don't know why I went back suddenly, so I wanted to come to him, but I may have come at the wrong time. 0 So goodbye Karla, I'm leaving. But Barry didn't move, not because he didn't want to move, but because the hands of the Kryptonian soldiers on the left and right were unbreakable, and he found that he couldn't break free. Karla looked at Barry deeply, and had to warn, those who play with time will eventually get the backlash of time. Barry, although you have the speed force, you shouldn't use it so recklessly. If you continue to do this, disrupt time and history, and one day even your existence will be erased. This is not alarmist talk. The most famous restarts of the DC universe are almost all related to the Speed Force, but the holders of the Speed Force, such as Barry and Wally, have paid a heavy price. Some may even be forgotten forever, as if they never existed. This is what Karla said was erased. As mentioned before, if Karla changes history and saves Krypton from the brink of destruction from the past timeline, then even her own past will be overturned and denied by herself. May I ask if Karla, whose origin and story has been changed, will still exist? How about another Karla? Is she still herself? This is a time paradox, which may create another different parallel universe, or may cause time backfire. So 2.5 Karla warned Barry, no matter where you come from, and no matter what you want to do, I advise you to stop, time traveler, and go back to your time. At this moment, Karla really looked like a queen, and even Zo-El and the others nodded secretly, satisfied with the way Karla was handled. However, Barry suddenly yelled, "You sound good, Karla, my Earth will be destroyed soon, and the invader is your Kryptonian god, Rui-Oh-You, your righteous and awe-inspiring face will only let you. I find it funny. Are we willing to do this? Even your cousin Clark is going to die, there is nothing we can do." "What did you say?" Karla stood up abruptly, "Take me there." Karla, who had just finished preaching to Barry, forgot what she just said in a blink of an eye, but she had to do it. Some universe, this is not Karla's world, that's obvious. Because in Karla's world, the Flash hasn't appeared yet. So it's clearly not Karla's world here. On the Earth, Karla followed the time tunnel opened by the Flash with super speed, and came to the Earth in another universe. Don't ask which Earth is here, the answer is that Karla doesn't know either. But as I said before, the Justice League strings here are Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Aquaman, should have been withdrawn by now, and Cyborg. The personnel changes of the 7 giants of the Justice League almost changed between Cyborg and Martian Manhunter. At first, Martian Manhunter participated in the creation of the Justice League, but later changed to Cyborg. This could be a universe of the New 52? Karla sighed silently. Today she just felt extremely headache. The reason is that Karla comes from the old DC universe. She has seen countless universes outside the Wall of Origin, and the New 52 universe view has been changed to 52 universes represented by only 52 Earths. That's okay too, but Karla didn't say anything. Following the Flash, they 20 came to a building somewhere between Gotham City and Metropolis. There is the headquarters of the Justice League, and the Flash, as one of them, naturally knows where it is. But there is no one in the Justice League headquarters. Maybe the Flash wants to find his partners? Curiously, Karla walked into the hall of the Justice League headquarters, and saw a round table in the middle, surrounded by some chairs quite a bit like the Round Table Conference in the Legend of King Arthur. Knights of the Round Table? Not a bad idea, Karla laughed. The Flash has no time to joke. According to what he said before, the world is facing huge amounts of crisis, and the enemies are from Kryptonians, and even the legendary god Ryu from Kryptonian. So Karla had to come. Whether it's about the Kryptonians, or because of Rio, or because the Flash is worried that even Superman Clark may die, she is responsible. But Karla felt the situation had changed. I don't feel that the world is facing a crisis. On the contrary, people in this world exude an atmosphere of peace and happiness. Although Karla also heard something with super hearing, many people are praying, and they have become the most devout believers of Rui-Oh-You, even more than Kryptonians. I admire Rui-Oh-You even more. But if Rui-Oh-You can really bring peace and happiness to the world, it seems not bad. And Karla heard more voices. Some people say that Rio's prophet can heal even paralyzed people. They say that Rio can restore life to the barren land. They say that Rio can make prisoners change their minds and stop doing evil. They say, based on the information Karla has learned and received so far, all of them are worshipping Rui-Oh-You. Could it be said that Rui-Oh-You is really a kind god worthy of people's belief? After all, Rui-Oh-You is the god of Kryptonians, and Karla, as a Kryptonian, definitely hopes that her beliefs are good, kind, and persuade people to be good. It's just that in Karla's mind, she vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Where exactly is it? We found them. Suddenly, the Flash seemed to have found the whereabouts of his partner, and was about to reach out and grab Karla to take her away with him. It's just that Barry's hand is dodged by Karla. She smiled reservedly. It's okay, you go your way, I can keep up. Only then did Barry remember, by the way, you are Superman's cousin. We privately say that your speed is faster than Clark's, and your strength is stronger than Clark's. That's definitely. Karla clenched her fists and waved unceremoniously. After all, I'm my sister. Barry smiled and said no more. In fact, he was obviously being polite, just a compliment. But since Karla took it seriously, he would be ashamed to say it was fake, right? Let's go. Barry stopped talking nonsense, and turned into a red lightning with a swish and was about to leave. But Barry didn't know that Karla's super reflexes had reached the level of plank time, and his actions were almost static in her eyes. Why almost? Because Barry's speed force can reach superluminal speed even in normal times, it can be offset relatively. Karla was also unambiguous, and immediately turned into a blue-red shadow, and easily followed Barry. The two of them, one running and the other flying, quickly left the Justice League headquarters. When Karla came, she had a premonition that a battle might happen, so she put on her classic battlesuit. As mentioned before, the distance between Gotham City and the metropolis is as short as a finger, there is only a bridge across it, and it takes less than 30 minutes to arrive. Plus the Justice League headquarters are between the two cities, allowing the distance to be shortened even further. Karla and Barry traveled through most of Gotham City, and finally came to the Batcave. In fact, Karla already knew where Barry was taking her halfway, and it was to find Batman. The route chosen by the two of them was not to open the mechanism to enter from the Wayne Manor, but to enter from the water curtain cave at the back, which is more convenient. Usually, when Batman is dispatched, he actually goes out from here. When Karla and Barry came in, they saw Batman who was busy. Oh, another Kryptonian. Batman glanced back at Karla in his busy schedule. I hope you're not as blind as your cousin. Karla spread her hands. She was being ridiculed like this? I haven't said anything yet, Karla muttered, subconsciously scanning the entire Wayne Manor with supervision. As it stands to reason, there is no Jennifer in this house, and Karla also found some things she couldn't see through. The kryptonite warehouse, she guessed, must have been specially set up by Bruce, and would not let the Clark of this world find out. It was the warehouse he used as a reserve for emergencies, and the kryptonite was definitely placed in it. Karla doesn't care either. She is no longer afraid of kryptonite. She can even eat 083 as a snack. It seems to taste good. Karla highly recommends it. What's the situation now? You said that Rio might kill everyone on Earth, or even destroy the planet. Is it really that serious? And what about Superman? Where is Clark? Barry walking up to Batman. Bruce, he asked a lot of questions in one breath. Batman turned to look at Karla again. Karla said without turning her head, if you are so afraid of me, I can leave. But you also know that with my super hearing, I can still hear. Batman was silent for a while, then suddenly said, Rio, I suspect that his so-called belief is manipulating people's genes. He is not proselytizing, but transforming people to become his believers, especially the genes of Kryptonians. I suspect that Superman and Supergirl, Karla's genes also have absolute trust and loyalty to Rui-OU. Karla's face darkened suddenly. Damn, I just said that there was something wrong with me before. Why did I just go with the flow and unconditionally believe that Rui-OU must be a good person? Batman and Barry looked at her with black hair. Batman asked in a low voice, how did it become like this? Barry explained, because she is not the Karla of our world, I brought it from another world. Batman glared at Barry, thinking of strangling him. What extra thing did you do? Bruce finally knows the origin of Karla, but he seems to be used to Barry always doing some unnecessary things, so apart from the initial indignation, he can only accept. What's next? Barry asked Bruce. Bruce looked at Karla. So what are you thinking? Is it so easy for you to trust me? Karla shrugged. I said, don't always doubt everyone so much, okay? Can't you even trust your own companions? I have already said that I believe you, even if you want to confirm. Will what I say still change? 1. I don't know what is going on with the Batman in this world, or in fact, this should be the Batman. In short, he is full of doubts about everyone and everything. There is only one exception, and that is Superman. I still need to gain Superman's trust, Bruce said, standing up and going outside. Only when it's Superman's turn, is Bruce not suspicious of Superman, but to gain Superman's trust. If according to what Bruce said just now, Rui-OU even changed the genes of the Kryptonians, it is conceivable that Superman will also have a sense of belonging and trust in him. Rui-OU is the god of Krypton, the legend of Krypton, just like the various myths and stories of the Earth. And Rui-OU's history is really long enough, because it is more than 250,000 years ago. If this Rui-OU is really the Rui-OU in history, then in other words, has the gene of Kryptonians been rewritten by him since 250,000 years ago? Karla doesn't know if there is a code of life in this world, and if Krypton in this world has changed the changes in the genes. At least her genes will not produce a similar loyalty to Ryu to her home planet. Perhaps this is why Karla still has confidence. From this point of view, maybe the code of life also helped the Kryptonians? So what do you want to do now? Barry was still chasing Bruce, asking him about his next plan. Karla has already guessed it, since he said that Rui-OU's transformation of others is to modify the genetic structure, so I guess he wants to catch someone to do experiments. Bruce glanced at Karla. Yes, I need to let your cousin see the evidence. Although that is not your cousin from that world. It doesn't matter. Karla shook her head. Even if it's not the same world, the relationship between blood is thicker than water will not change. We are a family, and most importantly, I am his sister. She emphasized the status relationship between the siblings. But you can't arrest people casually. My suggestion is that you can arrest a former habitual offender for testing. Before I came here, I heard outside voices. People said that with the help of Rui-OU, even criminals were arrested. Altered, perhaps their genes have indeed been altered, Karla continued to suggest. There is no need to arrest ordinary people. You can arrest one of the original criminals who have been charged with many crimes. Don't worry, I think so too. Bruce said that although he became a Dark Knight, he would not hurt innocent ordinary people, and his goals have always been criminals. I'll help too, Barry joined in enthusiastically. As a result, Bruce warned him, unless you promise not to act indiscriminately. Talked like Barry was always causing trouble. However, when Barry's eyes met Karla's, he was immediately discouraged. Isn't Karla just standing there? Didn't she come here from another world just because of Barry? Karla is not the Supergirl of this world. Speaking of which, I'd rather you call me female Superman, Karla reminded. Bruce and Barry were a little curious, why did they have to call the female Superman? As far as the title of female Superman is concerned, it is actually a bit sexist, at least for women's rights. You think, Superman is Superman, he is not a male Superman. But the female Superman needs to be specially marked as a female Superman, not a Superman. Isn't this sexist? Definitely Karla didn't bother to pay attention to those. In her opinion, it was just a title, and it was better to share it with her cousin. There was no need to argue about who was Superman and who was female Superman, or male Superman. They're family, they're the Superman family, they're all Superman. As for the title of Supergirl, it's too shameful. Karla will be embarrassed if she is already 35 years old and still called a girl or something. In this way, Karla temporarily formed a team with Bruce and Barry, and the three acted together. When the 7 giants of the Justice League were doing their own things, they quietly walked onto the street. Gotham City at the moment is very, very quiet. There is no one on the street, and there are no signs of criminal activity. Karla surprised, is this still Gotham? If it can be like this forever, maybe it's better to let it last forever. Barry even felt that it seemed that there was no need to change it. If Rui-OU could make everyone kind and make the world full of peace, that would be fine. Only Bruce expressed a different view, but what is the cost? I want to know what the cost is. There can be no cost, and we all know that there is a cost. He kept thinking about the price. Karla and Barry looked at each other, and finally stopped expressing that optimistic opinion. At the moment Karla flew in the air, Barry turned into a red lightning bolt, and only Bruce was driving a motorcycle. Bruce is actually just an ordinary person. He doesn't have super abilities, so he can only hurry on his way, and Karla and Barry need to slow down to cooperate with him. Later Karla simply landed on Bruce's car and looked at the motorcycle strangely. Unlike her motorcycle, the Batmobile here is not like the kind that rides on the car, but like a normal motorcycle, so there is a back seat. Karla sat down sideways, too lazy to fly by herself. Besides, their actions were decided by Bruce, and they had to obey Bruce's command. Bruce has always been the benchmark of justice and the brain of the Justice League, while Superman is the benchmark and leader of humanity. In fact, it is like the relationship between Iron Man and the captain of a certain country. Bruce obviously had a goal. Following Bruce's command, they traveled across half of Gotham City and came to a family. After entering the downtown area of Gotham City, I could finally see people. People in Gotham City spontaneously gathered together, and they all flocked to a certain block, where there were some prophets who praised the god Rui-OU. Karla noticed that they wore almost the same armor as Kryptonian, but they did not belong to Kryptonians, or that the prophets only had a small part of Kryptonian genes. Maybe how many years later they were descendants of Kryptonians. Or, are they genetically transformed? Dirty stuff. Karla squinted, about to fly east. She is the queen of Krypton now, how dare she insult the genes of Kryptonians like this? She wants to die. Karla is by no means a race or bloodlineized, but she saw that those prophets were transformed with some Kryptonian genes, which gave them some super abilities on Earth. This is an offense to Karla. It's not just her, anyone can feel that their DNA is being used to do all kinds of bad things. It's disgusting. When she looks at those prophets now, she is not looking at her own people, but a bunch of garbage. But she also knew what to focus on now, so Karla finally held back. Finally, Bruce took Karla and Barry to a house. There is a person living here. He should have been a habitual offender, stealing, robbing, and all kinds of things. But since he was transformed by Rui-OU, he began to change his mind and become Rui-OU's most devout believer. I want to know what the hell happened to him, Bruce explained to Barry and Karla as he pulled out his lock-picking technique and tried to open the door. Karla glanced at Barry. I always feel that what he said and what he is doing now makes people feel that he is the bad guy. Barry shrugged. Brewston clicked, and then continued the action in his hand. Finally, after a lot of effort, 697s finally opened the door. Karla sighed. It didn't need to be so troublesome. She could kick the door away with one kick. But Bruce didn't want to do that, thinking that Karla was too rude and not a bit artistic. Although Karla doesn't understand what this has to do with art. After opening the door, Bruce and Barry walked into the room lightly. But Karla was gone. They didn't feel anything and started to search the room. But after searching around, he couldn't find the target. Barry wondered, what about others? How would I know? Bruce said. Here I am. Karla suddenly came back from the outside, but there was an extra thing in her hand, a person who was knocked out by her and held in her hand. It turned out that Karla had actually seen it from the beginning, and there was no one in the room. You guys, didn't those believers gather outside? How could this guy stay at home? Karla shook her head, beginning to doubt Bruce's brain. Bruce was a little embarrassed. He was only interested in investigating the man's home, Calf, but ignored the possibility that he might not be at home. In fact, the sudden arrival of Karla and Barry disrupted Bruce's rhythm, otherwise Bruce would let his own satellite search the whole city. Anyway, it turned out to be good. The man Karla had caught was exactly what Bruce wanted, and since the man had already been caught, there was no need to delay any further. Where are you going now? Come with me, I have a doctor I know in the general hospital, I can ask her to help. Bruce led the way on the motorcycle again. Karla handed the man over to Barry, and sat sideways behind Bruce again. Bruce wondered, this Karla seemed a little too close to him. Karla patted Bruce on the back with his hands. Don't think too much, in my world, your first companion is me, and I have also solved many troubles for you as Oracle Man, including all your equipment. I have one set, chariots, locomotives, only fighter jets. So she still misses the feeling of running around on a locomotive back then, but it's a pity that she destroyed the chariot the first time she drove it. Bruce was only a little surprised and relieved. Maybe something else happened in another world. He definitely doesn't know that the self in another world even has a son and a loving and beautiful wife, and the relationship with Karla is like a family, and Karla is also the godmother of his children. Not long after, they arrived at Gotham General Hospital. Because of Rui-Oyu's relationship, the patients were all discharged from the hospital. With the power of those profits, the patients no longer need to see a doctor, but they can get healthy as long as they believe in Rui-Oyu. This has emptied all the hospitals in the world, including Gotham City, which is simple and honest, and no longer often sends a large number of sick and injured. Sure enough, Bruce was familiar with this place, and led Karla and Barry to a room for MRI testing. There was only one female doctor in a white coat, and no one else. It seemed she was the one Bruce said he knew. Sure enough, when seeing Bruce, the female doctor was not surprised at all, but was a little curious about Karla and Barry. I need you to help me test him. Bruce came up and stated his purpose. The female doctor wondered, what's wrong with him? If you're sick, you can go to the prophets of Rui-Oyu. It's much faster than going to the hospital. They claim to be able to cure any disease. 1. The tone of the female doctor did not complain at all, but was full of admiration. Bruce said, that's the problem, and I want you to test what Rio is doing to people. Are you suspicious of Rui-Oyu? The female doctor understood immediately. Bruce didn't hide anything, and agreed, this person used to be a habitual offender, but suddenly he became a law-abiding citizen. Although I don't want to think about it, maybe Rui-Oyu did something? As the female doctor began to arrange the equipment and asked Karla and Barry to cooperate to put the person into one, she said, isn't this great? Is it really good? This time it was Karla. She asked the female doctor, is it really good to be manipulated by others, even toyed with? Even the freedom of choice is erased by human control. The female doctor was silent until after fiddling with the equipment. She reminded them, the test is about to start, you can go outside and wait for a while. The most important thing is that there may be metal on your body, which will interfere with the magnetic field here. Come out, the results may be biased. Karla and Barry look at Bruce together. He has the most metal weapons on him. The three of them could only obediently go outside and wait for the result. Fortunately, this process did not take long. It took about 10 minutes at most, and the female doctor greeted Karla and they could go in. The result came out, and he got his DNA. You can take a look at this. The female doctor pointed to several computer screens in the room, which displayed many pictures that non-professionals could not understand. For example, Barry asked incomprehensibly, what are these? Naturally, it's the result of the MRI, Karla said with confidence. Barry spread his hands, excuse me, I know this too. At least preaching that this is the result of his waiting. What he doesn't know is what it means, how to understand those messy things. Karla shrugged. Although she had also studied some courses for medical students, she was not a professional after all. The female doctor shook her head amusedly, so she had to explain. Because none of Karla and the others could understand the result, so the female doctor could only explain it to them. According to the test results, a part of his brain area has been enlarged in a small scale, and some new protein marker reactions have also appeared in his DNA, which means that all his basic human behaviors have been controlled from the genetic level. Changed. This means that Bruce's guess is correct. Rui-Oyu and his prophet are changing the genes of human beings, and people's belief in him does not come from their own will, but is forcibly changed. Or should I say remodeling? I knew it, Bruce snorted coldly, as expected. If human behavior is linked to genes, genes are regarded as a set of well-designed programs. So Rui-Oyu is changing this procedure. Happiness, love, peace, hope. When people are designed to live this better life, there is an exclamation of insane joy. Therefore, even if he notices a certain change, he will not want to resist, but will become more obsessed and believe in Rui-Oyu. For a moment, all four people in the room were silent. Only the person who was tested was still in a coma. Perhaps he was the happiest, and he didn't even know his own changes. What are you going to do next? Tell everyone about this, the female doctor asked Bruce. Sure enough, she knew Bruce, at least she could talk. It's useless, Karla said, not optimistic about this idea. If people are genetically modified, it's almost impossible to wake them up. And we don't know why Rui-Oyu did this. What can he get from it? He can't just want to enjoy the feeling of being believed by people. I think so too. Bruce nodded approvingly. We need to know what he got out of it, or what his purpose is. If he really has no purpose, then he's really a good guy gone. Or a good god. Barry interjected, which drew squints from Bruce and Karla, and even the female doctor gave him a look. That's a false god. Karla squeezed her fists. Ryu is the god of Kryptonians, and only she has the right to say that Ryu is a false god. No matter what conspiracy he has, I will defeat him with my own hands. Karla's attitude is very firm. The purpose of her coming this time, apart from being worried about Clark in this world, is mainly to get to know Rui-OU in this world. Okay, it seems that I can contact Superman now. Bruce heaved a sigh of relief. Although the result was very bad, he also had reasons to make Superman believe in him, so it was considered a good result. But Bruce didn't contact Superman directly, but contacted Cyborg, and then contacted Superman through Cyborg. In this world, the Justice League's 7 giants have changed. Cyborg replaced Martian Manhunter and formed a new 7 giants with Batman, The Flash, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, and Green Lantern. Cyborg is also called Victor Stone. His origin is related to the Mother Box, and he has become a cyborg for various reasons. Most of his duplication body has become machinery and steel. This allows Cyborg to have many abilities that he doesn't understand. For example, the mechanical body can change into various weapon forms, because the Mother Box is the product of the new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, and he also has the ability to open the sonic boom channel. Even Cyborg has mastered many technologies that are far beyond the reach of the Earth, which are definitely given by the Mother Box and not mastered by himself. So before that, Bruce had already asked Cyborg and his father to study this change, and learned that Superman had also thought of this, and gave Cyborg part of his blood extraction. This is because Bruce had doubts before. He suspected that Superman immediately believed in Rui-OU unconditionally when he came to Earth, and even personally stood up for Rui-OU and promoted him in front of people all over the world. Even when Rui-OU came to the Earth suddenly, Superman once lost his strength under the influence of Rui-OU, and almost fell from the sky. All indications point to what might have happened inside Superman's body. So Superman also began to doubt. He had no doubts about Rui-OU at first, but once Batman questioned Rui-OU, he also began to doubt. So you two are the CP, right? Anyway, when Bruce got some results from the investigation, Cyborg also got some information. Batman and Superman, I have set up a chat room now. The 3 of us can discuss the current situation together. Cyborg can even do this kind of thing. Zero looking for flowers. In front of the 3 people, 3 virtual screens suddenly appeared, and they could see each other's appearance. Karla suddenly appeared next to Bruce, looking at Superman in this world curiously. Seeing that the Superman in this world is exactly the same as the cousin she knows, Karla couldn't help saying hello. Hey, Karl. Karla? Why are you there? Superman was surprised. Call me sister, Karla lectured. With a dry cough, Superman asked Cyborg, so what was the result? Bruce glanced at Karla, obviously hoping she wouldn't make trouble. They were talking business. Zero. Karla stepped aside, but was stopped by the female doctor again. So you are Superman's sister? We always thought you were his girlfriend. Karla almost vomited blood, and pointed to the S on her chest. This is the symbol of our family, and you can tell that we belong to the same family at a glance. Or maybe you are his wife, the female doctor muttered softly. Huh. Karla glared at her, God's special meow wife. Elsewhere, Bruce, Cyborg, and Superman discuss what they've discovered. It turns out that Cyborg has also discovered the secret in Superman's gene. He said that there are similar ones in Superman's gene, and special marks have been found in DNA. That is to say, the Superman of this world has also been transformed. And this mark did not happen recently. Rui-OU came to this world's Earth within 2 weeks. But the markers in Superman's genes existed much longer, long enough to speculate that all Kryptonians were transformed long ago. It may even go back 10,000 years, or even 250,000 years ago. At the same time, or it can be called at the same time, in the time of 250,000 years ago in this universe, the Green Lantern left here by Barry, at the moment, was with a man named Rui-OU Man, or the god known as Krypton goes to another place. But at the place they were going to, what they didn't know was that there was also Rui-OU, who was also known as the god of Krypton. What the hell is going on? 8. Leaving aside what happened to at the moment in the past. Back to the present. When Cyborg told Superman the results of their investigation, he was initially in disbelief. Impossible, I believed Ryu the first time I saw him. At that time he couldn't possibly have the chance to transform me, Superman argues. But that's the problem, Cyborg said with a heavy tone. Your transformation didn't happen now, nor did it happen recently, but from a long time ago. My dad guessed it wasn't from your generation, but it was from an earlier era that all of you on Krypton were transformed by Rui-OU. How could this be? Superman still couldn't believe it, but his expression had loosened. Clark, that's what I'm worried about. I've said from the beginning that your trust in him is a little too weird. Bruce snorted 223. He had warned Superman earlier. Now it seems that his worry is really not superfluous. Superman on the other side wanted to say something more. But suddenly, an unexpected guest interrupted him. Rui-OU. At the moment Superman is located in the North Pole, which is the Fortress of Solitude he built with a Kryptonian spacecraft, which originally had a defense that would never be sneaked into by outsiders. But now, when Rui-OU came here, all the defenses were automatically opened. That's because Rui-OU has a very high authority. After all, he is known as the god of Krypton. Karl. Karla called out, I'll help you. No, but Superman said confidently, I can handle it myself. Then the signal went out and I couldn't connect to Superman anymore. Batman, your side has also sensed the enemy's movement. Be careful, Cyborg warned Bruce again. As if confirming what Cyborg said, just as he finished speaking, the door of the room was suddenly knocked open, and a prophet from Rui-OU broke in. Looks like Rio has a way of knowing what they're doing here. Maybe it's because the previous NMR test touched the mark in the gene? That's why I found it here. But Karla glanced at the prophet. Just one person? Who are you looking down on? Wow. Suddenly, the glass wall behind everyone was broken, and a group of more than a dozen prophets flew in from outside. Bruce glanced at Karla angrily. Do you have to ask? Karla shrugged, looking nonchalant. Barry was ready to fight, and he noticed the female doctor and the person they captured, and asked, what should they do? Don't worry, it doesn't take much effort. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly. She had disliked these prophets before. They have Kryptonian genes in their genes, but this does not mean that they are Kryptonians, but have been transformed. To Karla, this was nothing short of humiliating. What the hell did that guy Rui-OU do? How dare he make so many inferior counterfeit goods? Damn it, Kryptonians are not like that. Karla let out a light drink, and made a move. She raised her hands to point at all the prophets, and directly activated the power of the quantum field under her anger. As far as she could see, the prophets turned into the most primitive atoms and molecules one by one, and were captured. Karla abruptly decomposed into the most primitive particle state. This is even more thorough than cremation to ashes. Bruce and Barry looked at each other. Karla's strength was beyond their imagination, and Superman, like Superman, didn't she pay more attention to punching power? When did she become magic? In fact, this is the purest physical science. In the blink of an eye, these prophets, Karla is still worried about Superman, and is about to fly to the North Pole for support. We'd better go to Cyborg. I want to know what Rui-OU's purpose is. If I'm not wrong, he should be directly connected to the genes of all transformed people, and he can even manipulate everyone's genes. Life, Bruce said, his tone getting heavier and more serious as he spoke. Karla thought for a while and was moved. You don't mean that he will sacrifice the lives of all believers, and then he will live forever. Otherwise, why did Rui-OU survive until now? He was a character 25 years ago, unless he was really a god. But in fact Rui-OU is not a god, he is at most a false god. More than that, Bruce expressed his more worries. I worry that this connection will directly affect the battle. For example, if he is injured, those believers will bear his injury. If he dies, maybe all believers will die. Hiss, even Karla gasped. She originally wanted to go to the North Pole to kill Ryu, but Bruce's words forced her to shelve this idea. If killing Rui-OU will make all the people transformed by him die, wouldn't that mean killing all the people on Earth? Even Karla herself. After thinking for a while, Karla walked aside, stretched out her hand and threw the man she had captured who was still awake, and then lay down on the bed by herself. Help me do an MRI test as well. Karla is worried that she has also been transformed, and even more worried that she has a special connection with Rui-OU now, so she must be prepared. The female doctor was also unambiguous, and it started after kicking Bruce and Barry out. This time it was shorter than last time, and the results came out in less than 5 minutes. What's going on here? The female doctor looked at Karla's analysis results and felt incredible. Her genes are too powerful. Every cell is like a sun with vigorous vitality, and her body is like a universe. I didn't ask you to analyze this, how about it? Did you find anything? Karla sat up and asked impatiently. Bruce and Barry did not leave in a hurry, and looked at the female doctor worriedly. The female doctor shook her head. It's strange, although there are some things that seem to be programmed in your genes, but unlike the results of Superman you heard just now, your genes have not been modified by Rui-OU Markov. Karla breathed a sigh of relief. Karla's previous speculation was confirmed, because the Kryptonians in Karla's world were born from the code of life, and it has lasted for 100,000 years. No matter what happened 250,000 years ago, since 100,000 years ago, the world line has deviated, and the genes of Kryptonians have begun to be controlled by the code of life. Karla also knows what is going on with the so-called programmed things in her genes. She does not blame others, it is a good thing done by her own father. This is why the code of life allows newborns to determine what kind of person they are destined to become in the future. It is similar to Rui-OU's transformation. Karla didn't expect that the code of life would counteract Rui-OU's transformation. At least she doesn't have to worry about becoming Rui-OU's follower, otherwise she will spit it out. Okay, it's time for the next step, a relieved Karla greeted. They're going to Cyborg next, and further investigation is needed. Bruce also took those scepter-like things that the prophets left behind after they died. That's something the prophets hold, and Karla hasn't seen it, either. According to Bruce, the power they use to cure disease and change circumstances comes from here, and maybe you can find dizziness. Let's go then, Barry said impatiently and had already left first. His speed is unquestionable, and he immediately turned into a flash of red lightning and left a long way away. But in the next second, Karla had already caught up with Bruce, who was still in a daze. Don't drop me, Bruce warns Karla. At this speed, not to mention the height Karla is flying, the inertia force alone at this speed is enough to tear him apart. The current speed of Karla and Barry may have exceeded the speed of light. In fact, it is faster than the speed of light, but Bruce, an ordinary person, cannot bear it. Without the protection of Karla's biological position, he would have been shattered. It's also Karla's biological stance that allows Bruce's thinking and reactions to keep up with her and Barry's, otherwise he wouldn't know what was going on. Barry glanced at Karla. Do you want to compete? I competed with Clark, and it turned out that I was slightly better. The Flash and Superman have had countless speed competition plots. Superman has won many times, but the Flash has won more times. After all, the Flash's power is only speed force, he pays more attention to speed. But Superman's power is very comprehensive, and speed is only one aspect. So in terms of speed, there is no doubt that the Flash is faster. But Superman's speed is definitely not slow, and even Superman has reversed and run at a speed faster than the speed of light to travel through time and go back to the past. Or travel to the future faster than the speed of light. Karla smiled. Compared to speed? Okay. Startled, Bruce was about to ask Karla to put herself down first. He didn't want to go crazy with them. But Karla and Barry have already started. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, as if even time had been paused. Karla and Barry turned into two phantoms that were faster than light, and arrived at Cyborg's position in an instant. I won, Barry said, appearing in Cyborg's lab, looking smug. There are two people in this laboratory. One is a young man with most of his body transformed into a machine. He is Cyborg, and the other is Cyborg's father. Cyborg looked at Barry blankly. You won? What do you mean? No, the Flash, the female Superman won. Suddenly, Bruce's voice sounded behind Cyborg. It was only then that Barry discovered that Karla and Bruce had arrived long ago. Karla was even leaning in front of a screen with her head lowered and her chin in one hand. Before he arrived, she also observed Cyborg and his father's research. Are you studying my brother's blood? Karla looked up, looking at Cyborg, especially his father, with displeasure. Karla is not a mechanical idiot, nor is she illiterate. On the contrary, she can apply for a degree in many ways, so she immediately realized that the purpose of Superman giving Cyborg his blood was to hope that he could analyze his genes for him. But besides this, the Cyborg father and son are still analyzing the genes of the Kryptonians. Isn't it precisely because of this that Karla feels disgusted by those prophets, and even has great dissatisfaction and annoyance with Rui-ou? Now that she caught what their father and son did, her face immediately darkened. I hope you don't do things beyond your capabilities. I'm not threatening you. The Kryptonians' genes are indeed powerful, but it's not easy to match this powerful power. If you act recklessly, you will only create a terrible monster. If I'm not mistaken, your world has already had doomsday, right? Do you want to create a monster yourself to destroy your own planet? Karla warned, this is not a threat, but very possible occurring. Even Bruce asks, Cyborg, what are you doing? Cyborg couldn't help but look at his father. Dad? You promised me. The doctor defended, you have also seen what Rui-ou has done. I think that maybe Kryptonian cells can help us, for example, for incurable diseases or paralyzed people, maybe we can develop super effective recovery medicine. Son, I don't want you to be like this all the time, I want you to really recover. Daddy, Cyborg was rather moved. Karla sneered, you will always suffer endless losses. How did Cyborg come about? Didn't you do some dangerous biological experiments? He is still alive now. If you continue to do this, maybe next time there is no help. The doctor fell silent. So, delete all these materials for me. Even if your intentions and sources are good, if these materials are obtained by other people with a heart, in case they can copy the evil Superman, there is more than one. What should you do? Do? You can't even afford the responsibility, Karla said while getting started. She is not a computer idiot. After a little adaptation, she mastered the most basic operating system, and then began to completely delete the information about Superman 913 Chu. The doctor also reluctantly began to cooperate. At least in front of Batman and the Flash, he certainly cannot be lucky. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bruce also handed over the collected scepters to Cyborg. Cyborg, I need you to help me research the functions of these scepters. I guess it may be a kind of communicator. I want you to hack into it. In some respects, Cyborg can be like Marvel's Ultron, allowing his spirit and thinking to be connected to the network at any time, which also allows him to hack into various systems at will. Even Batman's high-tech weapons and servers are completely defenseless against Cyborg. If Cyborg wants, he can even make the Wayne Group his own, and definitely if he is investigated, he will definitely find out that he is up to no good. Leave it to me. Cyborg stretched out his hand to take the scepter without hesitation. Karla and the doctor also finished deleting the data at this time. Karla also took the remaining blood of Superman, and summoned a flame in the palm of his hand to burn it to ashes. She also thought that after seeing the Superman in this world, she must remind him not to leave his genes casually, otherwise, if Luthor got it and used their genes to create a child, she would not care. In fact, there really was a super kid who was the son of Superman and Luthor. Cyborg really lived up to his trust. He actually hacked into the scepter in his hand like hacking into the system, and immediately obtained a lot of information. It's just that when processing the information, Cyborg couldn't bear it, and let out a muffled snort. Damn, what a huge amount of information. I see, this is a huge data network, just like the internet world, and our head the temple on the internet is one of the servers, which connects all life on the entire planet. My God, the temple above our heads is just one of thousands, and there are thousands more of the same temple, distributed in the Milky Way and the entire universe, and each temple is connected to billions of lives. Batman is right. They use the temple to connect countless lives, and then use the power of life to display it in the form of a scepter. This technology is so powerful that it can be called magic. They can transform the land and the environment. Healing and genetically modifying people, that's how they transform everyone, and then connect everyone to that network. In the end, the central point of the network is Jor-El. He is the source of everything, and all life is connected to him. Listening to Cyborg tell the news he got, everyone's expression is very solemn. There is no need for him to explain anymore. Karla made his own speculation. It seems that Ryu's source of power is those lives. No wonder he has lived for so long. When a life can steal life force from other lives, you can get eternal life. There are so many lives, as long as each of them pays a few years, they can add up to hundreds of millions of years of life. She finally knew how Jor-El lived for 250,000 years. If Jor-El has thousands of temples, and each temple is connected to billions of people, each person only needs to pay 1 year to live for trillions of years. A mere 250,000 years is nothing at all. And this powerful power is simply like a god. Bruce also felt troublesome. His power is not because he is a Kryptonian. Maybe he was already extremely powerful before he came to the Earth to bask in the sunlight here, although I don't want to admit it. Maybe his power can indeed be called a god. That's a false god too. Karla clenched her fists and said a little uncontrollably, Karl may not be able to beat him. Damn it, I'll kill him. Karl can't beat the enemy, but she doesn't pay attention to it. No matter how powerful it is, can it be better than Yuga-Khan? Can you put a film on the wall of origin? In a hurry, Karla can still throw Jor-El on the wall of origin. Anyway, Karla has a patron who can ignore the wall of origin, but Jor-El definitely can't. Don't do that, Bruce reminds Karla. Don't forget he's connected to everyone's life, and if he gets hurt he'll drain the life force of others, and you're just killing innocent people. Then what to do? We need to unblock his network. Cyborg, what can you do? Several people discussed, and felt that if they wanted to defeat Jor-El, they had to remove his network first, otherwise it would only hurt other innocent people. Cyborg thought for a while, what if the server is blown up? This is a simple and direct method, which is equivalent to killing the main server, so all computers connected to the network will not be able to access the internet. Jor-El uses the temple as a connection network. As long as the temple is blown up, Jor-El and his believers will lose connection, and then Jor-El can be defeated. But his temples are all over the universe. How could it be completed in a short period of time? Barry questioned. If you can't quench your near thirst, how can you do it in a short time? Let me do it. Karla took the initiative to stand up and take responsibility. My speed is faster than Barry. I can fly, and I can teleport. Cyborg, if you can give me the coordinates of those temples, I can even fly in 10. It will be resolved within minutes. Karla knew that the situation was urgent, so she neither pretended nor hid, and said her most conservative estimate. In fact, this is already exaggerated. In 10 minutes, let alone destroying thousands of temples all over the universe, finding them and even arriving at their locations are all 10 problems. With the technological level of the Earth, it is impossible to even leave the solar system, and it even takes countless light years. However, Karla promised that this matter can be left to her to solve. Rio is the god of our Kryptonians, although he is an evil god. So it is up to us Kryptonians to solve the harm and threats he brings to Earth people. Karla will not evade responsibility. This is what the Kryptonians should bear. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Then I can only leave it to you. Bruce immediately chose to believe in Karla. Actually, your task is not easy. When I solve those temples, it will be very dangerous for you to help Karl deal with Jor-El without hurting him. I will try to solve it in the shortest possible time. Cyborg, you must pay attention at all times, and then take the opportunity to kill him in one fell swoop when I come back to break the last temple of the Earth, in order not to startle the enemy. The temple of the Earth will obviously be broken at the last moment. Only after all the temples have been broken can a general attack on Jor-El be launched. Before that, they also had to help Superman deal with Rio, which was the hardest and most dangerous. Besides, even if I break all the temples at that time, the life force that Jor-El absorbed before will be stored in his body. It is also a huge force. You have to be careful. Karla warns everyone. Even if the connection to the temple is interrupted, Jor-El's existing power still exists, and it is also the power that can easily defeat Superman. In short, Jor-El's strength can be said to be one of the few enemies of the Justice League. If you don't consider other factors, let Jor-El and Darkseid fight at full strength. It is not certain who will win in the end, as Jor-El is so powerful. But they're the Justice League, they're superheroes, and they definitely won't hold back at times like this. Leave it to us with confidence, as long as you can solve those temples quickly, Barry said proudly. There was a bit of resentment in his tone, though, and it seemed like he was pissing Barry off by telling Karla that she was faster than him. However, Karla was faster than Barry in the speed comparison just now, and he had nothing to say. Most importantly, Barry can't fly, and he can't reach outer space. So they finally finalized the battle plan. Karla is responsible for handling all the temples of Rio, and the others are responsible for assisting Superman to deal with Rio during this period, holding him back so that he has no time to care. And after Karla completes the task, it will be the final attacking servant. Then let's get started. Everyone knew that the situation was urgent, so they acted immediately. Karla got the coordinates from Cyborg, and Cyborg recorded the coordinates of thousands of other temples from the huge information distributed in the entire universe. Karla bid farewell to everyone, soared into the sky and went straight to the space outside the atmosphere. Now we can only trust her, Bruce said while mobilizing others, and our task here is not easy. Cyborg, I need you to find the whereabouts of Superman, and then help us open the sonic boom passage. And, I have a plan. Plan? Everyone believes in Bruce's plan. He is the brain of the Justice League and the most bloody tactician. Remember the parasitic demon that made us suffer so much? Karla said that even if those temples are broken, Rio will still retain the power of a god. Maybe we can use the parasitic demon to absorb his power. Cyborg, I need you to get the parasite ready to come anytime. Bruce immediately decided on a battle plan. And now, just waiting for Karla to complete her task. Suddenly, Cyborg, who was holding the scepter in his hand, was startled, and shouted inconceivably, Karla has succeeded. She actually ran to the farthest place in the universe, and broke a temple, almost instantly. What? 680 Barry couldn't believe it. How did she do it? Maybe she can really teleport. Bruce patted Barry on the shoulder, and then said to Cyborg, okay, let's start here too. If Rio notices it, I'm afraid he will stop Karla, then everything opportunities will be lost. Cyborg nodded, activated his ability to open a sonic boom channel, and a cold breath blew from the other side. Be careful, Cyborg said, and then clocked in another sonic boom channel next to him. They're going to act simultaneously, with Bruce and Barry going to support Superman, and Cyborg going to bring the parasite they've worked so hard to defeat. As for why Cyborg is in charge of the parasitic demon, it is because the parasitic demon can devour any energy, and Cyborg, as a robot, will not be attacked by the parasitic demon if the parasitic demon is defeated. Let's do it, Bruce shouted, and walked into the sonic boom tunnel first. As a result, Barry was one step faster than Bruce, turning into a flash of red lightning, and instantly arrived at the North Pole on the other side. When Bruce and Barry came here, they saw that the North Pole, which was originally a stretch of glaciers, was now a mess of destruction. Huge amounts of glaciers were shattered, and the Arctic continent composed of ice blocks was about to collapse. There are still two figures fighting among them, but they are not Superman and Rui-Oh-You, but Wonder Woman and Rui-Oh-You. It's Wonder Woman, Diana is back, Barry exclaimed. In the previous battle, Diana disappeared inexplicably, and they were worried about her. Fortunately, she seemed to be safe and well, and she was fully armed and equipped with many artifacts. Looking not far away, on the edge of a huge pit, Aquaman also came, supporting Superman to stand there. Superman has become tattered, even his battlesuit is broken, and his whole body is covered in injuries. He is miserable and embarrassed. How could this be? Bruce hurried over, puzzled by Superman's tragic situation. You said before that you can handle it. Otherwise Karla would have rushed over by then. But he never expected that the swearing-in Superman would end up in this situation. He was obviously beaten badly by Rui-Oh-You. Superman shook his head and explained with great effort, quickly stop Diana. Ryu connects everyone on the earth. If Ryu gets hurt, he will let many innocent people die. Bruce was relieved, so you already know. In fact, when Rui-Oh-You led people to break into Superman's lonely fortress, it was Superman who had the absolute upper hand at first. After all, he has experienced countless challenges from enemies and battles with large file sizes and small files. It is very likely that even the Dark Side War has happened in this world. Even if Rui-Oh-You has great strength, the difference in actual combat experience between the two is too great. First of all, those prophets have all been defeated by Superman, and even Rui-Oh-You was repaired by Superman at the beginning. But when Superman was about to defeat Rui-Oh-You threatened Superman and told the truth. Under the sway of the mouse, coupled with the fact that he was not superior in terms of strength, Superman was immediately beaten by Rui-Oh-You, and he was powerless to fight back. This is how it got so bad. Fortunately, Wonder Woman and Aquaman arrived in time, which helped him block Rui-Oh-Yu's attack, otherwise Superman's life would have been in danger. Don't worry, Bruce said softly to Superman, your sister has already rushed to destroy all the temples. Once Rio is disconnected from his followers, he can no longer be arrogant. Superman's eyes lit up, and he became worried again, but there are many Asgardians in those temples, can Karla do it alone? Superman, suddenly, Cyborg's voice came through their Justice League special channel, 2 pieces of good news for you. 1. The female Superman has already solved the 500th temple. That's right, it's been a while 500 temples were solved by her. And I am ready here, Bruce, and the last moment will be 8 minutes later. I see, Bruce agreed, I have a plan. Clark, Arthur, we can't just let the ladies fight, are we also active? A flash of red lightning passed by the 3 of them. Don't forget me, I've been fighting all the time. And are you going to keep chatting like this? Why don't you come over and help? It was Barry. He didn't come here on purpose to complain, but was kicked by Rui-Oh-You, and then went back as fast as possible to help Wonder Woman Diana deal with Rui-Oh-You. The 3 looked at each other. Superman took a long breath, continue to the second round, Ryu. At the same time, on the other side, in the void of the universe, Karla at the moment is constantly crossing countless galaxies in the universe. Her current speed has far exceeded the concept of the speed of light. The reason why she is so fast is that she is constantly moving instantaneously with the coordinates provided by Cyborg. In the last second, Karla came to a civilized planet at the end of the universe. There was a shrine of Ryu hanging in the sky. The shrine was very majestic, and thousands of prophets were guarding it. Because the fixed star here is blue, it seems to have a strong strengthening effect, so those prophets have the power of Superman. But when Karla came, she didn't make any sense and bumped into her directly. Boom. The temple was instantly destroyed by Karla with a body of steel. Then those prophets had no time to react. One after another, they were suddenly decomposed into the most primitive and smallest quantum particles. They don't even know who the enemy is. Karla has gone to the next planet and destroyed the second temple in the same way. She is like this, destroying a temple almost every second, sometimes even less than a second. So soon, she destroyed 500 temples. It's not enough, it's too slow. Karla even thought it was too slow, but yes, there are 60 seconds in 1 minute, and only 600 seconds in 10 minutes. If you can only destroy one temple in 1 second, you can only destroy 600 in 10 minutes. And there are thousands of temples in Rui-OU. Finally, Karla completely not being human, and she suddenly split into thousands of duplications in the universe. Kill it in one go. What Dr. Manhattan can do, now Karla can also do everything, such as infinitely replicating himself, and decomposing people into the most primitive quantum particles. In order to hurry up and destroy all the temples of Ryu, Karla allocated as many duplications as the remaining temples in one go, and there are thousands more. If they were to be destroyed one by one, even Karla would probably need more time. And she promised to complete this task within 10 minutes, and she was even more worried that Bruce and the others couldn't last too long. After all, they were in a state where they couldn't fight back now. As for being scolded for sure, I will retaliate. So Karla started, taking multiple forms, rushing to attack all shrines at the same time. And Karla's body has turned back, she returned to the earth, and the goal of the body is the last temple. Karla is not worried that duplications will betray. Even if duplications can have independent thinking, at least in the initial stage of separation, they will still focus on the ontology. After all the duplications complete their tasks, Karla will launch an attack here, and the duplications will return automatically. Karla appeared in the sky above the temple, and she flew there. There are many, many people gathered below. This is the sky above the metropolis. Almost the entire metropolis has come here. No matter how blocked this place is, people spontaneously come here to face monsters. And now, they're pointing fingers at Karla in the sky. They should know the female Superman, but they don't understand why she flies above the temple. If the female Superman is also a follower of Rui-OU, she shouldn't be flying higher than the temple. At this moment, Karla received the news that all duplications had completed their tasks and returned. Karla laughed, and made a sound with a special frequency to inform the Superman of this world. I'm going to destroy the last temple of the earth. You can start to act on your side. No matter what plan you have, use it for me. Her voice can only be heard by Kryptonians with super hearing, and so does Rio. He finally noticed, you destroyed my temple. Boom. Accompanied by a huge amount of roar, the temple above the metropolis finally collapsed. People were stunned, and looked up in disbelief, watching what happened. Numerous Ryu's prophets flew in front of Karla, but before they could get close, one after another, they all began to turn into a cloud of blue quantum particles. Rui-OU noticed it, but it was too late. His attention has been attracted by the Battle of the Justice League, so he has not noticed that the number of believers he is connected to is decreasing a lot. Until then, there is not even a believer in his special network, including his prophets. It was all solved by Karla. No, Rui-OU shouted loudly, and was going to settle accounts with Karla. He didn't know at all that he was on the verge of death and was frantically probing. On the other side, Bruce shouted, Cyborg, now, send us there. Whatever the original plan was, when Karla finished her mission and destroyed all of Rio's temples, the plan now became that they were going to take Rio away, and it was Metropolis. It's just that definitely not to find Karla, but in a prison. As Cyborg opened a sonic boom channel, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, The Flash, and even Batman, an ordinary person, all grabbed Rio together and pushed him into the sonic boom channel to teleport him away. On the other side, the moment Rui-OU just came out, a thin guy immediately went up and hugged Rui-OU tightly. That's the taste, that's the power is purer than Superman's, this huge life force is sweeter and sweeter than Superman's power, ha ha ha, the guy yelled and laughed wildly at the end. He is the parasitic demon, let alone the origin of the parasitic demon, after all, he is a tool man here. Just talk about the ability of the parasitic demon, he can devour almost all energy, even the most common one, the kinetic energy generated by running and so on. Even the energy of the attack on him can be turned into his food. So the parasitic demon is very difficult to deal with, especially as he fights more and more bravely. The longer the time, the stronger the power emperor he absorbs. But now, when the parasitic demon hugged Rui-OU completely, his body swelled rapidly like blowing a rubber ball, while Rui-OU's strength and aura were rapidly weakening, and his state also began to age rapidly. After all, Rui-OU's power and life do not belong to him, he is like a power station. All the electricity is transmitted from other places, he is at most a storage device. So as the parasitic demon devoured him, he began to become extremely weak. No, I will not be defeated by you, I will kill you, but Rui-OU's power is too great, even if the devouring ability of the parasitic demon is very powerful, but before that, Rui-OU has at least several trillion people stored the power of. -0 for flowers 0:08070101020 Filo 1120121010. 1 temple is connected to billions, 10 temples are tens of billions, 100 is hundreds of billions, and 1000 is several trillions. And there are thousands of temples in Ruiou. Such a huge power is just like what Karla worried about. Even if all the temples are destroyed at once, but he has stored so much power before that, even if everyone spends a year's life force, it will be more than trillions of years of terror strength. Now, with Ruiou feeling the crisis, and under the condition of attacking with anger, even the parasitic demon couldn't bear it anymore, and he almost broke free. Damn it, don't even think about escaping, said Superman. At the critical moment, Superman rushed up, hugged Ruiou, and fell into the absorption range of the parasitic demon together with him. 0. The parasitic demon was laughing like crazy, and he accepted this power unceremoniously. Clark, you're in danger too, Bruce yelled. Karl, Diana also worriedly called Superman's name. In general plots, Diana calls Superman Krypton's name. Superman was already seriously injured, but now he is almost like a moth to a flame. In order to suppress Ruiou, he was lavishly absorbed by the parasitic demon together with him. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. But Superman successfully restrained Ruiou's struggle. Ruiou felt the power in his body disappearing rapidly. He panicked. No, Karl, I am the god of your planet Krypton. Even the Al family is my descendant. I am the ancestor of your Al family. You can't do this to me. According to legend, the Al family, the hope of Krypton, is the descendant of Rhea, the god of Krypton. Therefore, the Al family is not only the oldest family, but also has always been the undoubted high level of Krypton. But Superman still ignored it until he exhausted his grip and fell from the hand of the parasitic demon that had swelled to a tall building. Whoosh! Karla flew in from afar and grabbed Superman. How did this happen? Karla looked at the people around her. Is this the tactic you agreed on? Playhouse? If she had known that she would have dealt with Ruiou herself, there was absolutely no need for such trouble. And when Karla looked down at the Superman in her arms, she couldn't help being shocked. Karl, don't scare me. Karla burst into tears, and she also panicked, because, Superman, he died. Karla has arrived as fast as she can, but she also has a lot to do. After she destroyed the Earth's temple, everyone below got rid of Ryu's transformation and connection, and everyone began to regain consciousness, feeling strange and bewildered. They don't seem to know what happened during this period of time, so they are very confused, why they are here, and many people should even go to work. Perhaps the only benefit Ryo brings is that the people healed by his prophets don't go back to the way they were, and remain healthy. But no one knew what happened. Karla wasted no time in explaining, and simply said a few words to get people to disperse and let them go home. But the destroyed temple needs to be dealt with, so we can't just throw it away, right? And those prophets, Karla also needs to clean up. That's why she came 883 late, and when she came over, just as Superman fell, she just flew over to catch Superman with both hands. Although Superman's figure is more vigorous and robust, Karla naturally embraces Superman in a princess hug. It's like, on the cover of Crisis on Infinite Earths, the Superman of the two universes hugged the dead Supergirl and Wonder Woman respectively. Even Karla found out. Karl, he's dead. Karla foolishly hugged Superman and fell to the ground. Although this was a Superman from another universe, the relationship between blood is thicker than water made Karla understand that even if it was a Superman from another universe, it's her brother. No, Karla raised her head and let out a mournful cry. The huge amounts of voice almost spread throughout the world. If you let me go and let me find my follower, I can save him. Ruiou was not dead yet. Although he was extremely weak, he could still make a sound. Karla turned her head abruptly, and stared at Ruiou fiercely with tears in her eyes. I'll kill you, gently leaving Superman behind. Karla went straight to Parasite and Ryo. Karla, don't get close to the Parasite. If you let him absorb the power of another Superman, it will be over. Everyone behind shouted. Only Diana squatted beside Superman. She first confirmed that Superman was indeed not breathing, but instead of giving up, she raised her hands to superimpose on Superman's heart and began to perform CPR for him. Diana even gave Superman several mouth-to-mouth resuscitations. Obviously Superman is dead, but she is unwilling to give up. On the other side, Karla quickly came in front of the parasitic demon regardless of the obstruction of the crowd behind him. The parasitic demon's eyes lit up, and he immediately threw away Ruiou, who had almost no strength in his hands, and waved a pair of extremely huge amounts of hands to grab Karla. He felt it. Your strength is stronger than all of them. Your body is like a universe. As long as I eat you, I will be extremely powerful. Karla didn't even bother to pay attention to him. 7 rays of light suddenly ran out from between Karla's fingers, in fact, from inside her lantern ring. It's such a huge vitality. The young boy Heishidi turned into a black light and rushed in front of the parasitic demon, holding a small scythe that looks very cute now in his little hand. Parallax monsters, blood-slaughtered cattle, plundering beasts, etc., are all eyeing the parasitic demon. Especially Yumeng. It is obviously just a small snake with the size of a finger file, but it opens its mouth wide to suck the parasitic demon. Seeing that the body of the parasitic demon suddenly shrank by a small half. What? The parasitic demon was confused. He didn't recognize these little things, but he felt the most fundamental threat. That was the power of origin from the other side of the wall of origin. What about his ability to devour energy? Can compete with the power of origin. Shua. The little Black Death Emperor waved his sickle, unceremoniously slashed at the parasitic demon, and deprived more than half of the parasitic demon's hard-won power. Several little guys immediately cheered around the strength. Only the spirit of existence pouted, flew to Karla's side obediently, hugged her ear and sat on Karla's shoulder, whispering softly, "Mom, you can revive your brother, don't forget my power." Karla suddenly woke up. Yes, isn't she Lego who has a white lamp that symbolizes life? Just now, because of Superman's death, the blow was so great that even Karla was stunned, and almost forgot that she had the power of resurrection. Thank you. Karla took a long breath, finally regained his composure, and raised his hand to touch the little head of the spirit of existence. The little thing helped a lot at the critical moment, and Karla almost lost his mind. It would be ridiculous to miss the chance to revive Superman because of power. However, Karla looked back and saw that Diana was still trying her best to save Superman, showing a thoughtful expression 0. In the end, she didn't immediately revive Superman, but continued to come to Rui-Ou's side. Rui-Ou, who was so lofty before, is now extremely embarrassed and weak. He can only lie there, and his eyes have lost their luster. He almost lost everything, because his strength was borrowed. Even if he kept shining the sun's rays, it would be difficult to reach the original level. Even his life is near the end. If there is no believer sacrificed life to maintain his own life, he should have died long ago. Not even Superman can live as long as 250,000 years. So even if Karla doesn't make a move, Rui-Ou will die. However, Karla still made a shot. "You shouldn't have killed my brother." Karla reached out and lifted Ryu, looking as if he was holding a piece of paper with ease. Rui-Ou looked at Karla, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything. Because Karla pinched his neck tightly and didn't give him a chance to speak, she was too lazy to hear his nonsense. Click. In the end, Karla still cut Ryu's neck. Ancestors? Gods? Shit. Karla showed a disdainful sneer, and even used the power of the quantum field to turn Ryu into the most primitive quantum particles from the feet, leaving no body or traces. The others just watched silently, and no one said anything. 1.0. Karla clapped her hands as if to shake off the dust, turned around, glanced at the 6 lantern beasts, and saw the strangeness on them. The parasitic demon has turned into a thin body like a sugar cane again, and the energy he took from Rui-Ou and Superman has been taken away by the lantern beasts, which makes the little guys' bodies full of strength. Karla nodded with satisfaction. "It seems that you have grown up. It's time to be independent, don't do bad things in the future." All the lantern beasts froze, and the spirit of existence hurriedly hugged Karla's ears and shook his head. Karla was good at touching the spirit of existence, and said comfortingly, "If you want, I can support you for a few more years." The spirit of existence breathed a sigh of relief. The other lantern beasts looked at each other in dismay, and suddenly all of them spit out the energy they had swallowed just now. Karla was dumbfounded. As for laying on her, in order not to be abandoned by Karla, the little lantern beasts ran back to Karla's ring one by one after spit out those incomparable strength. Only the spirit of existence hugged Karla with a smile, and stuck to her face. The little guy is even somewhat similar to Karla, which makes people wonder if she is Karla's child. Karla turned around, and found that even though 10 minutes had passed, Diana still did not give up. She was still insisting on doing CPR for Superman, and kept giving him artificial respiration. Still crying out, "No, Clark, I won't allow you to leave us, I will never allow it." But Superman has been out of breath for 10 minutes, which is already dead. Karla was no longer sad, and under the reminder of the spirit of existence, she finally remembered that she had the original white light ring, which was a symbol of life. Moreover, there is the spirit of existence by her side, and she is like a daughter. It is not too easy to ask her to do a favor, and she has even been eager to help. Speaking of which, Karla almost forgot even this kind of thing, so it can be seen how much impact Superman's death had on her. This is Superman from another universe. If it was Clark from Karla's world, how sad would she be? Karla definitely couldn't accept it. So she made up her mind in her heart that she would never let that happen. "Okay, Diana." Just as Karla was about to go over and take over the task of resurrecting Superman, the spirit of existence kissed Karla's cheek again. Karla looked at the little guy on his shoulder strangely, and found that the spirit of existence was pointing behind him with his chubby little finger. Karla turned around again, and found that the parasitic demon was looking at him greedily. No, it was that group of unrivaled power, the energy that those little lantern beasts swallowed and then spit out on their own initiative. I don't know if it was pulled, but those forces suddenly rushed towards Karla. Karla frowned and was about to dodge, but all those forces rushed into her body. In an instant, an immeasurable vitality was injected into Karla's body, which was the vitality of billions of people on Earth, and also the vitality of trillions of various races from the entire universe. That is the purest power, at the moment is nourishing and strengthening Karla's physical fitness, making her stronger. And in the universe, there are many aliens whose physical fitness and strength are much stronger than those on Earth, and some aliens are even equivalent to Superman's strength. There are also those prophets of Rui-Ou, because he transformed the prophets into artificial Kryptonians. This is also the most unacceptable to Karla, and it is also the place where she finds prophets disgusting, making them very powerful under the golden light, and also as a result, Rui-Ou stored even more terrifying power. But now, all those powers have not entered Karla's body. Even if she doesn't want to, it is equivalent to absorbing more than trillions of years of life. The parasitic demon was envious to death, and even shouted frantically, "That's my power." Indeed, he took it from Ryu and Superman. Karla snorted coldly. She hadn't forgotten that although Ryu killed Superman, it was the parasitic demon who really killed Superman. "Do you still dare to shout?" Karla sneered. "This guy is really trying to die, insisting on frantically probing on the edge of hell? That's fine." Karla raised her hand to kill the parasitic demon. "Wait a minute, you can't kill me, that's what Batman promised me. He said that as long as I cooperate with you, he will give me freedom afterwards." "He promised," the parasitic demon shouted frantically. Karla looked back at Bruce. "You promised." It turns out that there is still such a reason why Bruce can command Cyborg to move the parasitic demon. As a result, Bruce turned his head and pretended not to hear. Karla understood, and waved her hand over there. The parasitic demon originally wanted to fight. For him, even the kinetic energy generated by the attack can become his strength and food. But the parasitic demon immediately discovered in horror that it was the death rules from the most mysterious origin force. As long as he was life, he would be imprinted with the concept of death by death, and his life would be taken away by death. Finally, the parasitic demon could no longer absorb this power, and was taken away by Karla. Originally, Bruce and the others could not understand Karla's decisive method of killing, but today is different. First of all, Ryu is an alien, don't doubt it. Bruce's so-called not killing means not killing people, but he didn't say not to kill aliens, right? Secondly, the parasitic demon is indeed the culprit that caused Superman's death, although the biggest reason is that Superman seemed to be seriously injured by Ryu, and then Superman took the initiative to prevent Ryu from breaking free from the parasitic demon, so the last power was also absorbed relation. But now they can't control that much. The members of the Justice League came to Diana's side. "Diana, it's been 15 minutes, enough, he's gone," Bruce persuaded. Diana shook her head vigorously, but her hands slowly stopped and finally she threw herself into Superman's chest and cried. Karla was surprised, feeling that the relationship between Diana and Superman in this world is very unusual. "What about Louise? Can she bear it?" "Let me do it," Karla said finally. But at this moment, Karla saw Diana suddenly take out a lightning-like scepter from behind. It was the legendary weapon of the king of god Zeus in Greek mythology. Because the gods of Olympus in this world have left, it was mentioned before that Diana disappeared for a while. She was sent to Olympus, and then brought the weapons abandoned by these gods, so Diana became the only god of Olympus. In addition, Diana is still the child of Zeus, so she can even use this scepter, which symbolizes absolute Wang Quan. 293080701020 Philo 1120122210. "Wake me up," Diana yelled, holding the lightning scepter with both hands, and touching Superman's chest hard. In an instant, golden lightning pierced the sky and hit Superman accurately. For a moment, Superman's whole body was shrouded in intense and dazzling electric light, and Karla was surprised to find that Superman really returned to life. "That's okay too?" Karla is dumbfounded. So is he dead or not? He is obviously dead, and he has been dead for 15 minutes. Can he be revived by electric shock? When Superman opened his eyes again, Diana hugged him weeping with joy, seeing that Superman didn't look too different, as if their relationship in this world was really good. "Where is Ryu?" The newly awakened Superman immediately became concerned. They still have a powerful enemy to deal with. "It's dead," Karla said. "I killed him. We Kryptonians must deal with him, and we must give everyone an explanation." Superman looked deeply at Karla. He seemed to remember that he was caught by this big sister in the way of a princess before. "It's a shame. By the way, this is your daughter." Superman noticed the little one on Karla's shoulder. The spirit of existence raised its head arrogantly. Although the lamp beasts are so cute in front of Karla, they are actually very proud, and even Superman doesn't like to talk to them. So far, everything has been resolved smoothly. All of Rio's temples have been blasted by Karla, disassociated from all the followers he may have spent countless years accumulating. Even Ryu himself was killed by Karla. Even though Ryu claimed to be the god of Krypton, Karla showed no mercy. In fact, Ryu has a deep connection with the Al family, and Ryu may even be the ancestor of the Al family. But so what? So many years have passed, the blood of the current Al family has nothing to do with Ryu. Most importantly, Ryo shouldn't have killed Karla's brother. "How is it? Are you okay?" Karla stretched out her hand and pulled Superman up from the ground, and said jokingly, "When you lost your breath and seemed to die, that pretty girl was so anxious that she was about to cry." That pretty girl meant Diana, of course. Diana blushed when she heard this, turned her back quickly, and wiped her cheeks. In fact, she had really cried. Superman glanced at Diana's back, and said affectionately, "Diana, I heard your voice, it was your voice that supported me to come back, thank you." Diana froze, even more embarrassed to turn to face Superman. Karla looked at these two people with a strange face, couldn't help pulling Bruce and Barry aside, and asked in a low voice, "What's the relationship between these two people? What about Louise?" "Louise Lois." Bruce and Barry looked at each other. Only they know best that the Karla in front of them is not the Karla of this world. Even Karla doesn't know where the Karla of this world is, and she doesn't seem to have found the Karla of this world. Miss Louise, in fact, she was involved in an incident a few years ago. Although Bruce and Barry didn't continue talking, Karla had guessed that something happened to Louise in this world, including Karla. The Karla in this world is not actually on the Earth, nor in any corner of the universe, but ran to the future of the 30th century. It is said that it is because of Brainiac V. Those are the descendants of Brainiac, who are said to come from the 30 centuries in the future. Then because of a series of things happened, Karla and Brainiac 5 fell in love, and for Brainiac 5, Karla stayed in the future. I'm so fucking Karla almost cracked. How do I like such an ugly thing in this world? Am I blind? Besides, Brainiac was crushed by my old lady, okay? Don't talk about blood feuds. Why can't I like that kind of green skin? Little the blue man is also much prettier than him. Are you crazy? Karla tugged at her hair and asked others. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Well, it seems that you can only ask about your own aesthetics, not others, right? At least it's resolved satisfactorily, Bruce said with a long breath. The enemies he encountered this time were too powerful, so powerful that they needed the power of the entire Justice League, and they were even difficult to deal with. Even Superman almost died. In fact, Superman did die once. It was Diana who brought Superman back with the power of Zeus, the king of God of Greece, plus her own divine power, and even her obsession with Superman. Superman and Diana stand together, and the relationship between the two is obviously extraordinary. Karla doesn't find it strange either. In fact, there are many stories about Superman and Wonder Woman. Even if there is a parallel world where they will be together, and even have their children, Karla can accept it. After all, she in this world has gone to the future 30th century to fall in love with a green-skinned alien, so what is unacceptable? Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee hee. I'm going to the 30th century, Karla gritted her teeth, clenching her fists and going to the future to have a good talk with herself. Definitely, whether to talk with words or with fists in the end depends on whether the two of them can coexist peacefully. But there is a high probability that there will be a fight, as you can tell from Karla's angry look. Even Superman didn't know what to do. He wanted to say that it was Karla's own choice, but the person in front of him was also Karla. Just then, an unexpected situation dispelled Karla's thoughts. Cyborg was the first to sound the alarm. There are situations. Barry also noticed something. Someone is affecting the timeline. Damn who? He's going to mess up the world line. It seems that only you are the least qualified to talk about others, right? Standing here, Karla, who didn't belong to this world, squinted at Barry. Who is she standing here for? Whether it's friend or foe, we should let him know that Earth is under our protection, Bruce suggested. Everyone glanced at their companions, nodded to each other, got together and flew into the sky together. Among them, Bruce and Barry can't fly, but it doesn't matter. Karla and Cyborg can take them respectively. Superman obviously hasn't recovered his strength yet, and now Diana is holding him, and when there is enough sunlight, Superman will recover. In the end, there was only one person left on the ground. Aquaman looked confused. Hey, guys, what should I do? Turns out Aquaman Arthur was forgotten. In fact, Arthur's title is not Aquaman, but Aquaman, or Aquaman. At least in this world, his title is not Aquaman. Diana turned her head and said to Arthur, don't forget that what you are holding in your hand is no longer an ordinary harpoon. It is Poseidon's trident. When Diana returned, Arthur was with her, so in addition to Diana's current costume, Arthur also changed his weapon and got the real Poseidon's trident. That is an artifact comparable to Zeus's scepter in Greek mythology, and it can naturally endow Arthur flight with the ability. In this way, Arthur was finally able to fly by his own strength, caught up with his partners, and everyone in the Justice League faced the sky together. At the moment, the strangeness that Cyborg and Barry felt before became more and more obvious. Even Bruce could feel it. There were huge amounts of fluctuations near the high-altitude atmosphere, as if something was tearing through time and space. Karla's expression changed. She had obviously seen what happened, and she couldn't help exclaiming, "Then yo how it's Krypton. Someone moved the ancient Krypton here. Damn it, it's Rui Ou. There is a Rui Ou hid in the past. He never died, but brought the ancient Krypton to the present." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. How could this happen? As if confirming Karla's words, the next moment, a huge amounts of planet appeared in front of the Earth out of thin air. It was exactly 250,000 years ago, land seen from the ancient times. And after putting Krypton and the Earth together, people found that Krypton is more than a circle larger than the Earth, and the huge gravity of Krypton is several times that of the Earth, which makes Krypton firmly hold the Earth adsorbent together. The atmospheres of the two planets began to integrate. If this continues, the two planets are bound to collide. At this moment, from Krypton, two people flew over. Karla was wrong. There is not one Rio, but two Rios. One Rui Ou is the Rui Ou from 250,000 years ago, and the other is the Rui Ou in the future. It's Rui Ou, although Karla killed a Rui Ou, but there is another Rui Ou who existed in an unknown era and returned to 250,000 years ago, and brought the ancient Krypton 250,000 years ago to the present Earth before. At this time, a green light flew from the atmosphere. It was the Green Lantern Hal left by Barry in ancient times. The reason why Barry encountered Karla was because he left Hal on Krypton in ancient times, but he accidentally crossed the universe and went to the new Krypton on Karla's side. Hal came to the partners of the Justice League, and quickly said, "There is a guy named Rui Ou. He wants to conquer the Earth." "We already know," Bruce interrupted, "and we know from this situation that they are definitely not here as guests." Bruce is not showing his cold humor, but complaining black-bellied. Damn Rio, Karla cursed angrily, handed the Bruce in her hand to the returning Hal, and flew straight to Krypton. The others hurried to follow, worried that Karla might make a mistake. In a blink of an eye, Karla came to Krypton and found the location in the ancient Kandor City. The reason why Kandor City can become the capital of Krypton, 947, is that Kandor City has a long history, even existed 250,000 years ago, and it is still called Kandor City. There is a huge amount of square here, surrounded by countless people standing densely. All of them are fighters from Fosan. It's just that the weapons held by the ancient Kryptonian warriors are naturally unique ancient cold weapons. They hold shields and spears and stand there in countless phalanxes, looking wildly at the high platform standing in the middle. On it, there is a circle of stone pillars exuding mysterious power around it, and there are two Ruyo among them. One Rui-Ou is the real Rui-Ou from 250,000 years ago, and the other is the future Rui-Ou. Karla flew over, stopped there in the air, glared at Rui-Ou below, and shouted angrily, "How far must your ambition reach before you are willing to give up? You dare to bring the ancient planet Krypton to the battlefield. Aren't you afraid? If the history of Krypton is erased, aren't you afraid that Kryptonians will become extinct because of this? If the ancient Kryptonian 250,000 years ago was lost, if all the ancient Kryptonians died, then history would be rewritten. How could the Kryptonians exist today?" To Karla, what Rio has done is simply, inexcusable. But future Rui-Ou didn't care about it at all. Instead he said brazenly, "I have indeed brought peace, happiness, health, and prosperity to many people, and this is something you who are so-called superheroes will never be able to do. I heal the sick, eliminate famine, stop people from fighting and strife, let everyone be happy, and everything becomes better because of my blessing. And what people pay is only a few days, actually years." He deliberately avoided the importance of life as the price. Now you want to take it all from them, and let war, fear, misfortune, and death come again on everyone. You are the villains. Never expected that in the future, Rui-Ou would call someone else a villain. But he does have his fallacies. But he can't seduce Karla. You deprive others of their will, enslave their souls, and forcibly transform their genes to become your slaves, and even plunder their lives. You call this a blessing? Karla sneered. Especially after seeing the ancient Kryptonian warriors, she became even more angry. You even don't hesitate to transform all Kryptonians, making them walking dead without soul, self, and will. And you are also worthy of being called the god of Krypton? You not even the fake Shendo, you are a traitor from Krypton. You are a traitor. Even if the two Rui-Ou in front of her are really the Rui-Ou gods in the legend of Krypton, Karla has no scruples now, because Rui-Ou's actions are absolutely intolerable to her. But in the future Rui-Ou faced Karla's accusation, but opened his hands indifferently. It's useless to say what you say, traitor. You know better than anyone how powerful the Kryptonian will be under the Golden Sun, and the stronger they are, the more unmatched the power I get. And I have 250,000 Superman-level fighters. You and this planet are simply unstoppable. At the end, future Ruyo shouted loudly without looking back, "My apostles, all my warriors of love, for thousands of years, I have spread my blessings to countless planets, bringing them peace and ending pain. But only this small world in front of me rejected and expelled my church, and this small group of people kept the people in darkness. Their resistance will not be tolerated, and they will fail. And you, every warrior, will receive my blessing and love, and I swear to bring this love to everyone. Now, you are bathed in Rui-Ou's love and a new light. Do you feel the new power I give you? My wrath burns in your eyes, heat vision ray, your skin blocks all attacks, man of steel, you are my great avengers. You will turn the world and those who stand in my way into flying ash. This world will be tamed. Let's rise up, in my name, Rui-Ou, Krypton will rise up." When future Rui-Ou uttered the most shocking words of Xianqi in his bewitching tone, the entire army of 250,000 Kryptonians suddenly rose into the sky under the shining golden sunlight. That picture was so shocking that even the superheroes of the Justice League were shocked speechless. A total of 250,000 Superman, who can fight against such a terrifying army? False god, only Karla, only she wasn't overwhelmed, and only she remained impotently angry. Because of the terrible anger and murderous intent, even the blood-slaughtered cow and the Black Death Emperor reappeared, and turned into monstrous blood-red flames and boundless black hell, accompanying Karla from one side to the other. The spirit of existence has silently returned to Karla's ring. She represents life, but now she feels it. There will only be fear and death next. You are disregarding the interests of the entire race with your own selfishness. You are destroying Krypton. You are destroying everything, Karla accused Rui-Ou. But future Rui-Ou didn't care anymore, raised his hand to Karla and the Justice League, and shouted, "Kill them!" Seeing the Kryptonian fighters densely covering the sky, they are about to charge the Justice League. Everyone in the Justice League is also busy preparing for the battle. But Karla made a sudden move. She raised her hand and swiped in midair. Just above the Earth and ancient Krypton, a planet full of vitality appeared. That's New Krypton. Karla broke the barrier between the two universes with her own strength and the power of the quantum field, and dragged the New Krypton here abruptly. "Since you are crazy, let's all go away." Karla opened her hands and shouted loudly, "I am the new Kryptonian Queen Karla Zo-Al, all Kryptonian warriors, assembled." Karla didn't want to do this, but the future Rui-Ou has gone crazy. He actually dragged the ancient Krypton and all Kryptonians into this dangerous situation. If it is not handled properly, the history of Krypton will cease to exist. The world of Krypton may have been destroyed from 250,000 years ago. At that time, Kryptonians will no longer exist in this world. Everything that exists will be changed, and Superman and Karla in this world will also disappear. Everything related to Krypton, including the 250,000 years, will be wiped out. This is absolutely intolerable to Karla. So, Karla dragged the new Krypton. She opened her hands and shouted, "My soldiers, assemble." Under the Queen's order, hundreds of thousands of new Fa-Sun fighters flew into the sky immediately. There are more than 5 million survivors in the new Kryptonian Kandor City, and even though most of them are people from all walks of life, not all of them are fighters. But the number of fighters is no less than the 250,000 people on the opposite side. On the contrary, it is even more. All of a sudden, the whole Earth was shocked, and the Justice League also looked at all this in a daze. "It's impossible," future Rui-OU exclaimed. "There is another Kryptonian? And why aren't they my fighters? Why aren't they my followers? Why? What did you do?" They are definitely not followers of Rui-OU, because they are only loyal to their queen. All the Kryptonian fighters came behind Karla. Although they have recognized that the opposite planet is Krypton in ancient times, the 250,000 Kryptonian fighters on the opposite side are their ancestors, even Rui-OU. But everyone stood behind Karla with firm expressions and without a trace of wavering. Their fanatical eyes only focus on the back of their queen, even if the queen wants them to be hostile to their ancestors, even if their queen wants them to attack their gods. None of their previous beliefs had a hint of hesitation. Even more and more Kryptonians in temporary armor appeared from the sky above New Krypton. Even if they are not warriors, the people of New Kryptonian are responding to the Queen's call one after another, and the 500 Kryptonian people can rush forward at any time. Karla turned to look at the Justice League crowd. "Leave it to us here, you just need to protect the Earth well," Karla said to them. "Now it has become a war between the New Krypton and the Old Krypton, and now it has become a battle between the New Queen and the Old Gods. If I can't defeat even a fake Shendo, how can I continue to be the Queen?" A scepter suddenly appeared in Karla's hand. It was a symbol of power that she received in her hand when she ascended the throne, and it is also the only supreme existence of New Krypton. Her thoughts are the entire will of New Krypton, and New Krypton will execute her thoughts and any orders without hesitation. And at the moment, Karla pointed the scepter in her hand at the ancient Fa-Sun. "Cruise. Drink." The new Kryptonian warriors shouted in unison, and resolutely launched a charge to the ancestors of ancient Kryptonian. Moreover, there is the biggest difference between the two teams of Kryptonian fighters. The new Kryptonian fighters not only have been exposed to the sun for a longer time before this, the ancient Kryptonian has just come here, and has just come into contact with the golden sun's rays. They even have more advanced and powerful weapon. Those are advanced weapons that can even hurt Superman, and when they attacked, they took the lead in launching a salvo of heat vision rays. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red, and the temperature on the 3 planets was raised by more than 10 degrees. Nearly a million thermal vision rays shot toward the opposite side. The 250,000 ancient Kryptonian warriors have not yet adapted to today's super strength, so they can only use shields to resist when they are caught off guard. But that was Superman's heat vision ray, and the ordinary shield couldn't resist it at all, and was melted in an instant. And because of the newcomer, the strength has obviously not been raised to the maximum, and it is far from the opponent of the new Kryptonian fighters. Many ancient Kryptonian warriors were pierced by heat vision rays in the first round. Suddenly, the sky above ancient Kryptonian began. It rained. It's just that the rain is not water, but the corpses of ancient Kryptonian warriors and endless blood. Especially when the new Kryptonian warriors launched super-civilized weapons, the amount of damage caused was even greater. Although the 250,000 fighters were shocking to the senses at first, the opponents they encountered were also super fighters with more advanced and powerful weapons. This battle was not fair, and it was even a unilateral crush from the very beginning. There was no need for Karla to take action at all. She also picked up the Blood Slaughter Cow and the Black Death Emperor and threw them into the ring one by one to worry that they would be accidentally involved in the battle. This grand war came quickly, but it went even faster. Zero looking for flowers. In less than a few minutes, the war was over. The new Krypton was completely victorious. Without losing even one person, the 250,000 fighters of the old Krypton had been completely wiped out. At this time, Jor-El and Al-Ura came to Karla's side. Even they didn't bother to ask questions now, but asked respectfully, "What should we do with the rest?" The false god Rui-OU has been controlled. Rui-OU has been completely branded as a false god, and was also captured by the soldiers of New Krypton. Neither of the two Rui-OU could escape. Jor-El and Laura looked at the Superman in this world from a distance, and looked at each other, thinking about the past, but also knew that now was not the time. Although they are Karla's elders, it's different now. Karla as queen is above everything else. In the end, the two Rios were brought before Karla. The ancient Rui-OU just lowered his head and said nothing. The future Rui-OU stared at Karla unwillingly. "Why is this happening? All Kryptonians should be my believers, and all Kryptonians should give me their power unconditionally. Why? What kind of transformation happened to you people? That definitely is for the sake of the Codex of Life." But Karla wouldn't explain that much. "Bold, how dare you be rude to His Majesty? The Kryptonian warriors around him, regardless of whether he was Rui-ou, immediately glared at each other, wishing to break his leg. Or Karla waved her hand to show that she didn't care, and looked at the future Rui-ou. Karla judged with a cold expression. The false god Rui-ou, your behavior has seriously threatened the future and existence of Krypton. I will never allow you to put all Krypton. You are not allowed to continue to enslave the Kryptonians' future and freedom, and even deprive them of their lives. Your existence is against the law of heaven. I will judge you in the name of the new Kryptonian queen and behead you for public display. No, you can't do this to me. I am your god. I will save Krypton. I am your ancestor. Karla, I am your ancestor. I am Jor-El. I am the ancestor of the Al family. Facing the deadly threat of death, Rui-ou was also afraid. But no matter what he said, the soldiers still unswervingly took the future Rui-ou away, brought it to the front of ancient Krypton, and chopped Guang down with a special kryptonite axe. When Karla created the new kryptonite, she used the fragments after the explosion of the original kryptonite, but she deliberately removed all the kryptonite components. Later, Karla didn't completely abandon those kryptonites, but kept them for emergencies, which happened to be used now. At least for now, only Karla can ignore the threat of kryptonite, and even eat it as a snack. Perhaps it was because of her patronage, or because of the 10-lamp ring, or even the power of the quantum realm. In short, even Rio couldn't ignore the deadly threat of kryptonite. So, he was beheaded. No one expected this massive war to end so simply and neatly. The reason is that both parties are from Krypton, and the sun of the new Krypton is as young as the sun of the Earth, and the time of the sun of March 17th on the new Krypton is obviously longer and longer, so the power is stronger. Since the two sides are the same, and the new Kryptonian fighters also hold more advanced weapons and have experienced better training, they even have a greater advantage in terms of numbers. There's no reason why you can't beat an opponent who is inferior to you in all aspects, right? This is equivalent to two easies in LOL. One is the Dolan sword and the other is the power of the three phases: Mozong, magic cut, blood-drinking sword, endless power, cooling shoes, and an armor-piercing bow. Light language. How to lose. Both sides have the same heroes with the same skills, one is at the first level and the other is at the full level. If they can still fight inextricably, then the new Kryptonian fighters should also go head-on to death on frozen tofu. In the end, Karla looked at the ancient Rui-ou. He was the earliest and the first Riou, and the two later Riou are the future. Karla, you can't kill him. The members of the Justice League had time to get close to Karla. Everything just happened too fast and too turbulent, and Karla was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of new Kryptonian fighters for protection, so they couldn't get close. Karla came to the battlefield in person, and there is definitely a bodyguard guarding her firmly. Wouldn't it be the greatest dereliction of duty if the enemy sneaked up and hurt their queen? Karla's personal guard team is a 100-member women's team, each of whom is a beautiful girl under the age of 30, and they are all heroic. Facing the approach of the Justice League, the girls immediately put on a posture of vigilance, but they would not make it difficult for them, and they did not let Karla kneel down. Don't forget that the great gift of kneeling was banned by Karla himself. Everyone in the Justice League breathed a sigh of relief. If Karla's fighters suddenly attacked them, facing so many terrifying enemies whose strength is not inferior to Superman, even they would be wiped out. They had witnessed the power of New Krypton with their own eyes. You can't kill him, Karla, Superman said again, coming up to Karla, exactly what he had just said. Karla turned her head and glanced at Superman, and said coldly, "Sister, my lord." Superman's shoulders tilted and he almost fell off. He no longer knew whether Karla was joking or serious. At this time, Jor-El and his wife had the opportunity to approach and look at Superman. He is our child, and he is also our child. Laura was very excited, and could feel the family affection that blood is thicker than water. Although this is the Superman of this world, in terms of genes, she is still their child. Superman is also a little excited, this is his parents from another world. But Jor-El immediately said, "Karl, this is your sister, and the Queen of Krypton. You really have to show respect." Superman was speechless, and asked Karla, "Are you sure you really want to do this?" Karla looked at him with arms folded. "Since I came to this world, I haven't heard you call me sister. Karl in my universe is very obedient. Speaking of which, even in this world, did you change your diaper too?" Enough is enough. Superman could only throw up his hands in surrender, saying that when the age gap between siblings is too large, it is simply crushing. "Okay," Superman compromised very weakly, as if pinching his nose, and said in a muffled voice, "My lord, you can't kill Rui-ou, at least you can't kill Rui-ou from 250,000 years ago, didn't you just now? You also said that the future Rui-ou will erase the history of Krypton, and the civilization of Krypton will also disappear? And what you are doing now is exactly what you said before. It means that if Rio is the one who guides everything, then Karla is the one who ends it all. If Krypton is really destroyed, both Rio and Karla will be responsible. Zero. I know." Karla nodded indifferently. She definitely knew that she was the one who ordered the killing of the 250,000 Kryptonian soldiers. How could she not know how huge amounts of influence and changes this would bring to history? So Karla already had an idea for a solution. "You must give up the so-called title of God, and you must also give up the idea of enslaving Kryptonians. Otherwise I don't mind killing you here and now." Karla looked at the last and initial Ryu. She still has the option to kill him. Without giving Superman another chance to speak, Karla raised her right hand, and the little finger suddenly glowed with white light, and a delicate white ring appeared. Karla's light rings all turned into thin lines, and even Hal didn't notice that there was a green light ring on Karla's left index finger, and it was an original light ring. I can resurrect all the people who died just now, and I can also send ancient Krypton back to its original place, but that is only a temporary solution, and it is he who needs to make changes, otherwise nothing will change, Karla said. Regardless of her, the practice has already changed history. Because only Rui-Ou turned bad, all this will happen now. And once Rui-Ou gets better, will all this still happen now? Karla didn't care, she just stared at Rui-Ou in front of her. Rui-Ou was also looking into Karla's eyes, and suddenly he smiled. The Queen of Krypton? Karla, my child, you deserve it. I never thought of enslaving our people and our compatriots at 0.5, but you have to know that Krypton in ancient times was also full of wars. Originally, I wanted everyone to coexist peacefully and develop Krypton together. But now it seems that my idea is wrong. Although there are many wars now, as long as people learn from them and see the death and misfortune brought about by wars, people will choose to yearn for hope and peace. This belief should be people's own feelings, not the result of forced transformation by me. So I was wrong, and the future me will be even more wrong. Our existence should not be the so-called gods who dominate everything. It's a symbol of hope for people. And the Al family, I'll make him the hope of Krypton. Perhaps Karla accidentally made the S and Al families the hope of Krypton. Karla has a white lantern ring, which holds the vitality of the emotional spectrum. Even the spirit of the White Lantern Beast is her daughter. It is not difficult to revive all the Kryptonian warriors who have just died. And she did. If all the ancient Kryptonian warriors from 250,000 years ago died here, it would deal a huge blow to the history of Krypton, and maybe the next Krypton will cease to exist. As for what kind of changes Rui-Ou will bring, she doesn't care. When the dead Kryptonian warriors came back to life, everyone was at a loss. Why are they here? What happened? Like those Earthlings before, they were all genetically transformed by the future Rui-Ou, so they were confused and didn't know what happened in this process. After Karla warned Rui-Ou again, she sent them all back. In fact, Karla also noticed the stones in the square. In the future, Rui-Ou will use them to travel through time, and also use those stones to transform other people's genes to become his own believers, and take 20% of their lives. Karla didn't know what those stones were. They looked somewhat similar to the Rock of Eternity. She deliberately ignored them, always thinking that it would be troublesome to get involved, so forget it. So far, with the ancient Krypton being forcibly sent back by Karla, the war and crisis have been resolved. The power of the Justice League was not used, but the crisis brought about by the ancient Krypton was resolved with the power of Karla and New Krypton. For Karla, who is the new Queen of Krypton, this is an inescapable responsibility. Then Karla, supported by countless Kryptonian warriors, turned and walked towards her new Kryptonian. The events of this world are over here, and it is time for her to go back. The members of the Justice League behind watched Karla and the others leave. During the period, Superman obviously wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to give up. And Bruce. They have all lost their most important people, the Louise of this world, and Bruce's parents. And Karla holds the power to resurrect others, and may be able to help them. But Karla didn't give them a chance. After returning to the atmosphere of New Krypton, Karla turned around, smiled and waved to the people of this world, then say goodbye here, and I will have you brave people in the future, partner. Everyone in the Justice League looked at each other, a little embarrassed. One is the relationship praised by Karla, and the other is that they played a little role in the first half, and the final ultimate battle was all relying on Karla to turn the tide on her own. If Karla hadn't dragged New Krypton here, 250,000 ancient Kryptonian warriors would have conquered Earth, and even the Justice League couldn't stop it. That is an army of 250,000 Superman, and the longer they are exposed to the sun, the stronger their strength will be. It is impossible to stop it. Especially Hal, he was the most embarrassing. He had been paddling in front of him, and in the final battle he became an OB audience. Karl, be happy, and have a baby. Karla winked at Superman and Wonder Woman, smiling and leading her new Kryptonian into the quantum realm, returning to their own world. Looking at Superman and Wonder Woman again, the two looked at each other subconsciously, and then separated as quickly as an electric shock. Others were also watching the two secretly, finding it amusing. After Karla suddenly experienced such an incident, she returned to her original peaceful life, but she never thought that the world would still be greatly affected. After all, the war between New Krypton and Old Krypton was taking place over the Earth, and countless people saw it. With such terrible power and threat, the whole world fell into panic for a day. Although Superman has already explained that one is the ancient Krypton, which has returned to 250,000 years ago, and the other is the new Krypton from another world, which has also returned. But people are still afraid, because since they can come once, they can come twice, who knows what will happen next time. So people started to distrust superheroes, including Justice League. In addition to the existence of Superman who still maintains a detached position, even Wonder Woman has begun to be resisted by people. Ordinary people began to resist those Superman classes, and whether they were superheroes or supercriminals, they resisted the existence of all Superman classes. Then there was an incident that caused even Superman to lose heart in one fell swoop. One day a super criminal appeared and killed many people. Superman chose to send the super criminals to prison, but one person insisted that the super criminals be sentenced to death, and even killed them by lynching. Superman took the man to trial, but everyone was blaming Superman, not the man. In the end, the man was acquitted in court, which was a big blow to Superman. In the end, Superman chose to retire. And when the superheroes of the Justice League all chose to retire except Batman, who was still struggling, the new generation of Superman became active. However, due to the irresolvable friction between the Superman class and ordinary people, the Superman class also began to not care about the feelings of ordinary people. They only enjoy their own abilities and wanton battles. Today this and that are still enemies, tomorrow they form a team to fight another group, and even the day after tomorrow they will use a city lineup to fight another city's Superman class. All of a sudden, the whole world 237 was in chaos. It wasn't until the old superheroes returned that the world changed, but even the old superheroes began to experience some unexpected changes. When there is a huge difference between the Superman class and ordinary people, people will find that the original Superman class is no less than a godlike existence to them. And the seemingly never-ending war between Superman classes is also known as the Battle of the Gods in the world. When Superman returns, it is like the return of the gods, and the team he leads seems to have established a heaven. Therefore, this world is doomed to have the kingdom of heaven coming. Another thing Karla expected, Superman and Wonder Woman did have a child, Bruce Kent. Batman Bruce is the godfather of this child. But that's for the future. This kid has Superman's Kryptonian bloodline and Diana's godly bloodline. He will be the most terrifying and powerful second-generation superhero ever. It's just that it's not his era yet, it's still the era of his father's generation. In this world, what stories will happen next? When the kingdom of heaven comes, will it bring the gospel or the final judgment? When the dispute between ordinary people and the Superman class really cannot be resolved, will Karla turn the tide again? After a sudden experience, Karla returned to her own world with New Krypton. This encounter and the battle with the ancient ancestors did not cause much impact. After returning, the people of New Krypton will continue to do what they should do. After such a long time, Kandor City has stabilized, but except for Kandor City, the entire New Krypton is still in a primitive posture. After all, this is indeed a newborn planet. Next, the Kryptonians began to develop and transform the New Krypton, but the process was slow. Although Kandor City retains almost all high-tech products and civilizations, many important raw materials need to be adjusted and developed before they can be used. Especially the development of various metals and mineral veins needs to be done bit by bit. Fortunately, all Kryptonians are now Superman. Even the most ordinary workers in the past can now fly in midair and use supervision to explore mineral veins. It's just that sometimes you will encounter lead, which will prevent the Kryptonians from seeing through, and you still have to use technological means to explore. However, New Krypton is indeed moving towards a better future, and just 5 years later, in addition to Kandor City, the Kryptonians have rebuilt 2 new cities. 2 million people were transferred to new cities, each with a population of 1 million. Karla also personally went to preside over the establishment of the new city, and with her ability, she can help the new city transform the environment and even everything it needs. Another 5 years have passed, including Karla's defeat of Brainiac to rescue the city of Kandor, her creation of New Krypton, and the subsequent development and reconstruction. In fact, a total of 6 years have passed. Now Karla's actual age is 41 years old. But judging by her appearance, she still maintains a young state, the same as when she was 18. Today, the total population of New Krypton has reached 6 million, and in 6 years, the total number of newborns has reached an astonishing 1 million. And the newborn is no longer born by the code of life, but a child born naturally. So the future of newborns is full of infinite possibilities. Definitely, this also caused part of the trouble, that is, the Kryptonians don't know how to educate such newborns, and they have no experience. Karla had no choice but to set up a school according to the education method of the Earth, and then recruit some people from all walks of life as teachers, so that newborns can decide what they want to learn according to their own preferences, and what to do in the future. This method can be said to be the most fair and free. Definitely, even if there is a child who wants to become the king to replace Karla, it is impossible to succeed. I'm afraid I'm going to be beaten to death by my parents. Although New Krypton no longer has the code of life's control over genes, but considering Karla's status on New Krypton and in the hearts of the people, it is conceivable that the first education a newborn receives is to be absolutely loyal to the queen. So even if Karla doesn't have to transform Kryptonian genes, she will become a more beloved queen than Ryu. In the past few years, Inla will return to Earth from time to time. After all, she possesses the ability to teleport. Even at the speed of flight, she can fly from one end of the universe to the other in a second. If so, why don't she go home often to have a look? I am afraid that I will be sanctioned by the parents of the Earth. Later, she also found time to pick up Jonathan and Martha to live in Krypton for a period of time, and used the ultra-high technology reserved by New Krypton to scan and check the whole body of the adoptive parents to see if they had any hidden physical crises. As a result, I really noticed some minor problems, and then all of them were solved in advance. With the technology of Krypton, it can even create biochemical weapons made of corpses like Doomsday, which is equivalent to mastering the technology of anti-life law, which can resurrect dead people. The general serious illness and minor affection are naturally even more trivial. Karla also found time to bring Louise, the child, and Clark back. This is the home planet of the Kryptonians. Clark always came back to know the way home. Especially little Jonathan, who was almost unhappy when he came back for the first time. 6 years had passed, and little Jonathan was nearly 10 years old. Little Jonathan is only 1 year older than Jennifer and Bruce's child, Damien. Because of their birthdays, they are actually 1.5 years old. Damien is also 11 years old, and Karla will often visit her godson, but it is a pity that she can't bring her godson back to New Krypton. After all, Karla's identity is still a secret. Also because Karla started going back to visit Damien often, their relationship became much closer. Among them, Clark has changed the most. He has finished traveling around the world and completed his experience. Now he has returned to the metropolis. Not only did he get a job at the Daily Planet, but he also married Louise. Definitely their marriage is still a secret, so they have been acting as ordinary colleagues in the company. At the same time, Clark finally started to act as Superman slowly, and when he returned to Krypton for the first time, he also completed the trial of the Al family, and took over the battle marked with the family crest from his parents' suit. Karla was deeply relieved. In short, everything is developing in a good direction, and Donnie's side is also doing well. According to her, their department is expanding, because Superman has begun to emerge, and DEO, Super Investigation Department, is also establishing a trend. This doesn't seem like a good thing, does it? The Super Investigation Department was established specifically for Superman. At first, General Lois targeted Superman with the Super Investigation Department. Just like General Ross in the Marvel Universe next door hunts down his son-in-law, the Green Titan, DC also has such a grudge between General Lois and Clark. In addition, Dani announced that she had broken up with her boyfriend. It was time for them to talk about marriage, but in the end Dani chose to break up. It turns out that Dani has been running around the world for many years and has been active in all kinds of weird incidents, Chien Hazeo, and her boyfriend really can't stand it. Later, Dani also found out that the brat actually cheated on her behind her back, and almost turned into a tigress and tore him apart. It is said that once after Dani went to Africa to explore an ancient temple, she had a nightmare when she returned home. In the dream, she encountered a beautiful woman with a beautiful woman in the upper body, but a big spider in the lower body. She called herself the god of spiders. Then, inspired, she went back to her hometown in the small town and found a necklace. According to her father, it was a family heirloom of their family, but Meow didn't know what it was for. However, after Dani tried it herself, she found that when she put on the necklace, she would have the ability to talk to animals, gain, or transform into various animals. She can also gather the power of several animals at the same time, the explosive power of a cheetah, the power of a lion and tiger, or the power of a bear. On this day, Karla made a special trip back to Earth for Dani's sake. In Dani's home, it is an ordinary apartment building in the metropolis. Dani needs to run around the world all year round, so she hasn't bought her own house yet. Karla also invited Dani to come and live in an apartment building with her, preferably 2 people sharing. At first, the 3 of them wanted to rent together, but then didn't Jennifer go to Gotham City? Later Karla also left, so I gave up. What necklace is that? Karla couldn't wait to ask after arriving at Dani's house. When Karla returned to Earth, she changed into jeans and a small shirt. She looked like an ordinary girl. The only unusual thing was that she was too young. 45-year-old Karla looks like an 18-year-old girl. But Dani is not old, she already looks a little older. After all, she is 41 years old. But now it seems that Dani is too young. Dani came over with 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator and 3 bags of records. Sitting on the sofa, 2 people crossed their legs, and one of them is carrying a bottle of beer, no different from ordinary middle-aged women drinking a glass of 957 after get off work all day. In fact, if you look at it by age, they are really middle-aged women. It's just that Karla is a middle-aged girl. It's a mouthful. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Dani pulled a necklace from the neckline and gave it to Karla. It was a fine necklace, made of solid gold. But the most valuable thing on the necklace is not the value of pure gold. Karla noticed that there seems to be a magical power flowing inside, which is the power of magic. Don't forget that Karla is also a magician, and her teacher is still a god, a thunder god from Australia. Karla reached out to touch it in amazement. Dani didn't evade, and took the initiative to take the necklace and hand it to Karla. But when Karla's fingers touched the necklace, there was a crackling spark. It's so cute, Karla smiled, and the little spark couldn't be too cute. Dani rolled her eyes. My dad was almost stunned by the electric shock. An adult middle-aged man was almost stunned, and this amount of electricity can already be used as an anti-wolf electric shock device. But in Karla's hands it was unscathed. Karla put the necklace in her hand and looked at it carefully, and finally she shook her head. After all, I am not a real magician, I just feel that there is some kind of special magical power in it, but it is not very clear what it is. Let me see your strength. Dani put the necklace back around her neck, and she was a little embarrassed at first. Oh, it must be mediocre compared to you. So let's drink. Karla rolled her eyes. Why did she come here? She is a queen, she worked so hard to come here, how could she be fooled? In the end, Dani still couldn't resist Karla's request, so she had to stand up, with an unconcealable excitement on her face, and reminded Karla, don't be scared. Karla shrugged, absolutely not. Then, seeing Dani standing there with her arms outstretched, Karla always felt a very familiar sense of déjà vu. By the way, isn't that the posture of Hal when he showed off his green lantern? Just listen to Dani shouting softly, the eyes of an eagle, the ears of a wolf, the strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard. Karla nearly fell over. What the power of bears? Speaking of it, many people should have heard of this stock, right? But many people may not understand the source of this. In fact, in the 1980s, there was a cartoon called Sheriff Bullet in Rice Tower, in which the protagonist had such abilities. He had the acute eyes of the eagle, the acute ears of the wolf, the explosive power of the bear and leopard's lightning speed. It's just that this film was released in 1987, so only the post-80s generation knew about it, and not many people even saw it. That's also a story about heroes. But Karla, Cody, never expected that today she would hear it from her close friend Dani. What happened? Looking at Dani again, there are some changes in her body. First, Dani's eyes become sharper, like a real hawkeye, looking for prey at any time. And Dani's ears trembled from time to time, as if she was paying attention to the surrounding sounds at any time. Mainly Dani's limbs, her hands, and legs clearly showed strong muscles. To put it bluntly, it was like becoming a King Kong Barbie. The eagle's eyes allow me to see a picture thousands of meters away. Even a mosquito can be clearly distinguished. The wolf's ears allow me to hear any trace of wind and grass around me. The bear's strength makes my strength far away. Beyond the scope of ordinary people, I can even lift a car, and with the speed of a leopard, I can now cover 100 meters in 5 seconds. Dani crossed her arms and raised her chin at Karla, showing a proud expression. Karla thought that there is nothing to be proud of. When she was 10 years old, she could hear any wind and grass within a few hundred meters, and she could see ants up to 10 kilometers away. As for the strength of the bear and the speed of the leopard, I'm sorry, she was far more than Dani when she was 10 years old. Definitely, Karla wouldn't say it to hurt Dani's confidence. And Dani's necklace is obviously not that simple. In addition to the 4 powers she just demonstrated, Dani can also communicate with animals through the necklace, and even control all animals. She can also get more animal abilities, such as the echolocation of bats, the climbing of spiders. Spiders are not insects, they are reptiles, and even the flying of eagles. Yes, Dani can fly now too, though she doesn't spread her wings to fly. Hearing this, Karla also asked Dani to try insects. As a result, she could also get the jumping power of crickets, the shooting speed of praying mantises, the tenacious vitality of cockroaches and so on. Definitely these are not the main ones. In addition, Dani can also have the ability of underwater creatures, such as the swimming of dolphins, the agility of cheetahs, the impact of swordfish, and so on. This also makes Dani almost almighty in water, land, and air. Sudden changes made Dani's life more colorful. But she is also troubled by one thing, because she herself is a member of the official handling of Superman-like things, and maybe even the Super Investigation Department is about to be established. But she herself became a member of the Superman class, which made Dani not know what to do for a while. Karla's suggestion is to tell her not to tell anyone for the time being, and make a decision when she is ready to accept her own power. But I still need to give you a nickname first, otherwise, when I need to use this power, I can't call your real name. Karla said while thinking. Finally, a suggestion is given. What if it's hard to catch? Vixen. Back this time, Karla obviously couldn't go back immediately, and was dragged by Dani to her house. The two good sisters drank until midnight and chatted about many interesting things. Later they called Jennifer and wanted to bring her to have a gathering together. Anyway, Karla has already exposed some super abilities, so it doesn't take much trouble for her to pick up Jennifer. The result was the moment the phone was connected. Karla, just come and help me, Jennifer suddenly asked Karla for help. Karla wondered, what happened? You come first, I can't tell you clearly on the phone. Damn, they started again, I'm going to hang up first. Jennifer sounded obviously busy with something, and had to cut off the call. Karla and Dani looked at each other, quickly put down the beer in their hands, and got up to help. Karla took off her jeans and shirt. It turned out that she had been wearing a battle suit underneath. Wait for me, Dani asked Karla to wait for her, and ran to the inner room to change clothes. When she came out, Karla knew that Dani had already designed a battle suit for herself. Karla felt amused. Dani just said that she didn't know how to accept her current identity and ability, and it turned out she was ready for the battle suit. Dani's battle suit is different from the tights of Vixen in the comics, but a leather jacket similar to the biker style, and it is black. What about the mask? Karla pointed to Dani's face. If she showed her face, wouldn't she be recognized? Dani was obviously prepared for it long ago. She took out a half-section mask similar to a masquerade ball and put it on her face. It was covered from the nose up, and only her eyes were exposed. Karla nodded approvingly. This is the feature of the superhero series. As long as the eyes are covered, it can play the role of a mask. Not bad. It seems that she still understands it very well. In fact, Dani's mask is still very tight, only her mouth is exposed. It is still difficult to see her true identity, unless it is a close sister relationship like Karla and Jennifer and they are as familiar with each other as they are. For example, Karla's super hint and hypnotic ability don't work for them. Let's go, Karla greeted the replaced Dani, and walked to the window. You don't plan to jump out of here, do you? Dani was a little surprised. Karla felt amused. Is this your first time to fly? Don't worry, we can fly. But Dani shook her head and expressed her real concern. I mean, what if it rains tonight if we don't come back today? This is a problem, and Karla has encountered it before, such as the few times when she went to help in Gotham City. The house was made a mess, and then she had to ask Dani to help close the windows. Okay, let's go out first. Karla could only compromise. In this way, the two women were in high spirits at first, but when it came to the question of how to go out, they always felt that they were not so chic and not so heroic. In the end they had to close the door in the usual way, and then called the elevator to the first floor. When they were in the elevator, they also met a few brats. They kept staring at Karla and Dani, and laughed at one of them as Cos Superman. The reputation of Superman has spread. This is Metropolis, a Cos Batman. Karla doesn't care, but Dani is not happy. She is not in Cos Batman. My mother is Vixen, you bastards. How dare you go out and fool around at this late hour? Go home and sleep for me. Dani roared and jumped on everyone's heads. It's not like she drank too much. After the two girls walked out of the elevator, the boys behind them all covered their heads and clamored to fight them. As a result, they couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw the two girls soaring into the sky when they came outside the apartment building. Karla turned around amusedly, and taught a lesson. Aren't you going home honestly? As a result, a brat pointed at Karla and shouted, "Dem safety pants, it's so uninteresting." Karla was angry and raised her fists. If she hadn't rushed to Jennifer's side, she would have beaten them up. Under the night sky, Karla and Dani flew straight to Gotham City. Dani at the moment has the flight ability of a falcon, and the speed is not slow. In addition, the distance between the two cities is not far, especially if you are traveling by flight. It will pass in less than half an hour. Definitely, if Karla's speed is used, it will arrive in less than a second. After all, Dani's ability still belongs to the human category. They had contacted Jennifer on the way, so they knew her whereabouts. In a dark and remote alley, there was a dilapidated villa at the end, and the walls outside the villa were covered with various graffiti. 0 seeking flowers. 0. There is a circle of iron fence around the wall, and there are many dark green thorns with sharp thorns clinging to it. Karla and Dani fell from the sky, in the shadows of the alley. At this moment, a silver-gray figure stepped out. It was Karla's battlesuit when he acted as Oracle Man in the early days, and it was the color of the second-generation battlesuit. However, compared with the style of Karla's era, this battlesuit has made a lot of adjustments in style. Although there is still no way to change the color number to too conspicuous white, the silver-gray tone is still brighter, like a speck of silver in the night. There are also battlesuit defenses, weapon configurations, etc., all of which have been upgraded a lot. Even Karla doesn't know much about this battlesuit now. 0. Jennifer, Karla, and Dani both knew that this battlesuit was their good sister Jennifer. It turned out that in these years, Jennifer slowly took over Karla's position and became the second-generation Oracle Man. She originally admired Batman and Oracle Man, and later learned the true identities of Batman and Oracle Man, and became Bruce's wife. With Bruce's enemies getting more and more dangerous, she finally stepped forward. Out. In a crisis where Bruce and Robin are almost beyond redemption, Jennifer puts on the battlesuit that Afu prepared for her, and Oracle comes out again to save her husband and adopted son. This first-generation Robin was the orphan of the orphanage funded by Bruce's Wayne Group, so Bruce later adopted the first-generation Robin as his adopted son. In this way, Jennifer joined the ranks of the Bat family and began her life as the Chief Justice of Gotham City during the day, and followed her husband and adopted son to fight criminals at night. I just don't know why, but she is the only one here in at the moment, while Bruce and Robin are not. Why are you alone? Karla asked. Jennifer first looked Dani up and down, and gave a thumbs up. It suits you very well. It seems that she has heard about Dani. Dani smiled and went up to hug Jennifer. Karla rolled her eyes. Hey girls, what the hell is going on? Jen? Explain. This is the lair of Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. I want you to help me get rid of them. Harley Quinn, as mentioned before, she used to be a psychiatrist in charge of Joker, but fell in love with the crazy Joker in the process, and became a lunatic herself. It's a sad story indeed. And then Harley Quinn also caused a lot of trouble to Batman, and even that time she almost helped Joker kill Batman and Robin. If Jennifer hadn't stepped forward as the second-generation Oracle at the last minute, at least Robin would have died. The Justice League hinted that Robin died in the first generation, and the crime of Harley Quinn of X Task Force also helped Joker kill Robin. But the main thing to introduce here is Poison Ivy. Poison Ivy was originally just an ordinary female college student who loves plants but is introverted and shy. Later, due to some special reasons, she was infected or deliberately used as the subject of the Kikasin experiment, and she became what she is now. Not only was she originally injected with plant toxins, but she survived the catastrophe and almost all of her blood became chlorophyll, and she gained the ability to control plants and secrete hormones to control others. The most important thing is that Poison Ivy's thoughts and behaviors are also changed because of this, just like how Ryu changed everyone's genes before. Poison Ivy began to pay more attention to plant life and became an extreme plant and environmental protector. But in this way, she will inevitably threaten the lives of many people, because human beings are the last plants. So Poison Ivy has also become a supervillain, and she is also very troublesome. She has super abilities that Joker and Harley Quinn don't have. Probably this is the case. They are now forming a team and using this place as their base. I heard that Harley Quinn and Joker broke up, but they are back together. Jennifer recounted the details of the two female villains. Karla and Danny looked at each other. Since the other party is indeed a villain, let's make a big fuss. What about Batman? Or your husband? Danny asked again. With their relationship, Danny still knows the true identity of Batman after all, so she actually hopes to have a meeting with Batman under such circumstances. As a result, Jennifer seemed very reluctant to mention Bruce. Maybe where did he die? Karla gave a tisk. It's a big sour smell. Danny, do you smell it? Danny immediately cooperated and said, Karla, did you bring dumplings? Otherwise, why is there such a strong smell of vinegar? Anxious, Jennifer stepped forward to the courtyard wall of the villa, and took out a set of tools to unlock the door. Like Bruce, they all like this kind of art flow. Karla shook her head. She was speechless to the couple. Jane, if you go in through the gate, I'm afraid you will be blown up. Karla can see clearly with her clairvoyant eyes. There is a bomb hidden under the first brick at the entrance. The two women living in it are too crazy? They even arranged this thing at the entrance of their own house? Don't they plan to go out? No, the way they go out is not here. Karla looked away speechlessly. There was a dog hole not far away. Don't doubt it, it was the main entrance for Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy to enter and exit. In fact, the gate was not prepared for themselves, but for the enemy. With the previous madness of Joker and Harley Quinn, they almost offended the underworld in Gotham City, and even Joker used to rob gangs of money. It's likely that Gotham's gang wants to kill these two lunatics more than they want to kill Batman. So Harley Quinn actually has many enemies, but she is not afraid at all. There are all kinds of deadly weapons hidden in the whole house, and I am really worried that they will blow themselves up to the sky. Let's fly in with us, Danny said, hugging Jennifer's waist and flying her up. Jennifer muttered enviously, even Danny can fly now. Danny shrugged proudly. Karla also flew in afterward. In fact, it was more like gently provoking and then falling lightly. Follow me, it's not dangerous, but it's very troublesome, Karla greeted. She had already scanned the entire yard. The two crazy women were really ruthless. From the yard to the front of the villa, God knows how many landmines. It can be said that it is already a minefield. Karla didn't want to embarrass herself too much, so she took the lead and walked all the way to the gate of the villa safe and sound. Danny and Jennifer followed closely behind. Karla glanced back, shrugged, raised her hand and rang the doorbell 0. As a result, the doorbell didn't ring, but a trap suddenly opened on the door. A huge amounts of meteor hammer full of spikes fell down. When the meteor hammer hit Karla's head accurately, with such strength and weight, there is no doubt that an ordinary person would have died. Ahahaha, Isley, did you hear that? Someone fell into the trap. What a fool. A manic jeer came from the room. Pamela Lillian Isley, that was Poison Ivy's original name. Karla continued to stand there, without waiting for Danny and Jennifer to worry. She continued to ring the doorbell, muttering, is the bell broken? For Karla, even if the universe explodes, she will be unscathed. Such an iron lump is as heavy as the earth, right? You can't talk about it. She just stood there like no one else, as if nothing happened, but she looked at Danny and Jennifer dumbfounded. You took it down, it looks shocking, okay? Karla rang the doorbell a few times. It was really a crime, and finally took down the meteor hammer above her head, and then smashed the door in front of her. The meteor hammer in her hand became her weapon. After smashing the door, it was not counted. Was directly thrown in by Karla. Boom. When the three women filed into the door, Danny and Jennifer saw that Karla used the meteor hammer not only to break open the door, but also smashed down the opposite 0.0 wall inside. You really deserve to be a strong girl. Danny slapped her head. Even if she added the strength of a bear, or even the strength of an elephant, it's a question of whether she can reach Karla's level. And Karla is very relaxed. Karla glared at her. No one had called that nickname for so many years. She didn't want to be mentioned again. Jennifer needs to pay more attention to what's going on inside. I saw that in the living room. Regardless of the graffiti and mess outside, the room and decoration inside are unexpectedly warm and lovely. On the sofa, Harley Quinn was sitting on the neck of a beautiful woman covered in green. On her lap, Harley Quinn was mocking Karla just now for being hit by his own trap, but now she stared dumbfounded at the three women who came in. Why are you all right? Karla asked back. Then we still have to die. This is Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy's den and lair, maybe even their love nest. Don't look at how crazy they are outside. Even the yard is full of landmines, but the interior is very cozy. I always feel that Karla and the others are the villains when they come uninvited. The three girls broke in just like that. Opposite was a group of 2 girls, and this side was a group of 3 girls. Both sides were girlfriends. But with Karla here, whether in terms of numbers or strength, this side has an advantage. Wait a minute, Oracle Man, I haven't even gone out of the gate recently. I'm very honest. You can't come in and arrest me. You're breaking into a house. Harley Quinn jumped up from Poison Ivy, a little dangerous unconscious. He jumped up and down in front of Jenny and shouted. And when she was at home, she wore very conservative, yet cute pajamas, the kind of pajamas that can be said to be children's clothes, or rabbit pajamas. Unlike Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy just stood up quietly, but she was the most dangerous. Karla shook her index finger at Poison Ivy. No, don't make me think you are in danger. Poison Ivy put her hands away. She was about to release a kind of paralyzing toxin just now. 20 can instantly knock down all the people in the room. Eily, I said don't do that until I give you the signal, you'll pass out me too, Harley Quinn yelled at Poison Ivy, turning her head. Even Danny complained, what does her mind think? Even if Harley Quinn fainted, Poison Ivy was on her side, so naturally she wouldn't hurt her. So why is she complaining? But Poison Ivy said without hesitation, sorry, I will pay attention next time. Be careful from this time. Harley Quinn was still complaining, and even wanted to walk over. But Jennifer reached out and grabbed Harley Quinn by the back collar. Quinn, don't make me crazy, look at me, do you know why I'm here? Harley Quinn slapped Jennifer's hand off angrily. It's not the back of her fate. You don't think that this will let her be caught without a fight, do you? Isn't it just that I got out of prison early? As for you coming to celebrate me so grandly. Harley Quinn obviously knew that she escaped from prison early. They escaped. Only after escaping this time, Joker said that Harley Quinn was his burden, so the two broke up. Harley Quinn was deeply affected by this, and even began to stay at home and did not go out. As she said, she was very honest this time and hadn't gone out for several months. Even Harley Quinn is no longer that crazy dress at home, but a good girl. If it weren't for her speech, she would still be so crazy would make people think she has recovered. From this point of view, Harley Quinn's plain makeup is also a big beauty. I'm going to take you back, Jennifer said, continuing to catch Harley. In the end, Harley dodged it, and said with a smile, are you spreading your grievances on me? He, I heard that a little thief came to Gotham recently, and she is very beautiful, and younger than you. Speaking of which, why didn't you see that old bat? Did he go after that little wild cat? Karla raised her eyebrows, and Danny also showed a thoughtful expression. The two sisters finally understood why Jennifer was so jealous before. It appears Harley was right. Stop talking nonsense, you crazy woman, haven't you been dumped yourself? Huh? You Batgirl, don't take your anger out on others when you can't see yourself. Karla rested her forehead with her hand, and couldn't bear to look directly at it. Jane, what the hell are we here for? If it is said that Batman and Joker are in love and kill each other, but they are entangled and will always be cut and messed up, maybe Harley Quinn and Oracle Man have a bit of an affair too? Otherwise, can we have a drink? For some reason, Harley suddenly changed the topic to this, and she even ran to the kitchen quickly, and took out a beer. Karla just felt very tired. She said that she really has no idea about this kind of neurosis, because you can't keep up with the madman's thoughts at all. When the madman suddenly turns around after singing a song, what do you think the madman is doing? The madman thinks that singing after side A, I'm going to sing side B. So why did it turn into drinking? Are they here from the enemy? I drink. Never expected. Jennifer gritted her teeth, and actually accepted Harley Quinn's invitation. Danny looked at Karla and spread her hands, meaning, what's going on now? Karla shrugged, she didn't know either. In this way, the plot took an unexpected turn. Karla and Danny rushed to help after receiving Jennifer's request, but now they have to share a table with their opponents for a few drinks. Guess Batman and Joker would be fucked by their wives if they were here? What a mess. But in fact, this is Harley Quinn. Although she is also a lunatic, she is both evil and good. The bad things Harley Quinn does are all because she wants to please the Joker, and once she does not need to please the Joker, or even breaks up with the Joker, she is even crazy. It's a little cute. This girl unexpectedly had many glorious moments as a superhero, can you believe it? What makes Karla feel that it is a black history is that in Harley Quinn's personal magazine, she also teamed up with Wonder Girl. There is no doubt about 193, Power Girl is another version. After all, the Birds of Prey had many female superheroes. It would be better to say that the Birds of Prey had nothing to do with Harley Quinn in the beginning. It was a dedicated female superhero team. Anyway, let's not talk about it. Karla didn't want to mention any dark history, so an incredible thing happened. Jennifer, who was supposed to arrest Harley Quinn, was sitting there with Harley Quinn at the moment, drinking wine and yelling at Joker and Batman, saying they were heartbreakers or something. Karla and Danny and Poison Ivy don't bother to participate in their whining time. Hey, your ability seems to be very powerful, Danny said, because she had just obtained a super ability, and it might be her first action, so she was a little excited, and asked Poison Ivy in front of her. Poison Ivy smiled reservedly, then looked at Karla with wary eyes, and said in a low voice, your friend is the most powerful, just looking at her eyes seems to be able to burn me. She is it's scary, like the sun that is burning all over my body, just getting close to her will make me feel hot, but I also have an instinct to want to get close to her, because photosynthesis is indispensable for plants. Poison Ivy may have turned into a plant life form, so he can feel the pressure brought by Karla more intuitively. Jennifer and Harley Quinn suddenly reached a consensus, and they formed the Grudge Alliance, cursing Batman and Joker like two grudges. Definitely Jennifer will definitely not reveal her identity. With Joker, however, Batman's identity probably isn't so hard to guess. Although what Joker really cares about is never Batman's identity, but Batman always wants to know who Joker's real body is. It's a pity that even the Mobius chair didn't answer, but instead told the terrifying truth that there are 3 Jokers. Faced with the huge resentment between Jennifer and Harley, Karla finally couldn't stand it anymore, so she had to call Bruce and ask him what was going on. As a result, Bruce told the truth. It turns out that the reason why Jennifer has such a big resentment today is that Bruce is indeed hunting down Catwoman, and the other is that Bruce has not let Jennifer act together recently. Jennifer thought she was rejected, but in fact she was. Karla, don't let her drink anymore. Damn, she's pregnant, Bruce yelled anxiously. Startled, Karla turned her head to scan Jennifer's stomach, and then Guo went over and put the young woman to sleep. It turned out that this was all a misunderstanding. In fact, Bruce and her were very affectionate, and even had a second child. It's just that Bruce didn't rush to tell Jennifer, wanting to surprise her. And because Jennifer's pregnancy is not suitable for such high-intensity activities, she was allowed to stay at home. Instead, Jennifer ran out alone and called Karla and Danny to find Harley Quinn. What Harley said was right. Jennifer came to vent her anger on her, but they never expected that they hit it off again and drank together. What is this all about? Karla couldn't laugh or cry, and explained to the puzzled Jennifer, "You are pregnant, silly woman, you don't even know you are pregnant." She is also convinced. Generally speaking, it is the woman who knows first, and then wants to surprise the man. How come they are the other way around? Jennifer didn't even know she was pregnant, but Bruce wanted to surprise her. What are you guys talking about? The other way around? Hey. Jennifer clutched her belly. Even though she was wearing a mask that covered half of her face, she could clearly see her joy and excitement. Danny was also completely confused about the situation, and asked Karla, "What the hell is going on?" Karla said dumbfoundedly, "Who knows what's going on with these two? Anyway, let's send her back first, and find out what's going on when they come back at night." Harley Quinn seemed to have had too much to drink, and asked Jennifer, "Aren't you drinking anymore? This is a fart." Karla and Danny couldn't help but drive Jennifer to leave. As for Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, they don't care about them anymore, and they don't seem to be a threat. Then Harley Quinn asked Poison Ivy, "What the hell are they doing here?" Poison Ivy glanced at the hole in the wall, heaved a long sigh, and had nothing to say. All in all, it was a farce tonight. In the alley outside, Karla and Danny also found the means of transportation driven by Jennifer. She came by plane, and the Batfighter has been developed. It was the first time for Danny to see such an exaggerated technology, and she fiddled with it excitedly. Karla is going to be much calmer. One is that it is completely incomparable with Krypton's technology, and the other is that she has seen the prototype a few years ago. If she hadn't given up, she would have her own Batfighter now. Only now Oracle Man is Jennifer. Driving the silver-gray fighter plane that belonged to Jennifer, the three women flew towards the Batcave. Because Jennifer drank, Karla had to take charge of the posture. At this time, Jennifer was completely awake, holding Donnie's hand tightly, pointing to Karla's back and shouting, "Donnie, quickly drag that woman down, I don't want to die." Danny hadn't figured it out yet. Jennifer continued, "You don't know, a few years ago, she destroyed the billion-dollar Batmobile in the downstairs of my house within a few seconds after starting it. I only found out later that the operating system of the Batmobile is just a few seconds away. At first I thought she was being attacked, but in fact she pressed the self-destruct button." Karla gritted her teeth with black lines. This girl insisted on mentioning her dark history. Danny patted the back of Jennifer's hand amusedly. "It's okay, isn't it driving very steadily?" Jennifer was about to cry, but this plane also has a self-destruct system, and she has already pressed it. Karla glanced at the console next to her, and asked, "You mean the one that blinks?" Jennifer nodded. Well, no wonder she was about to cry. It turned out that Karla had accidentally pressed it. "It's all right." Karla opened the long river of time with a face of indifference, and then blocked her own hand, changing this insignificant little history. "By the way, why do you have to design the self-destruct button as if it were a start button?" Karla couldn't help complaining. The reason why she destroyed that expensive tank was not because she thought it was start up button. Jennifer shouted angrily, "Where is the start button? Didn't you notice that it started automatically when we entered the plane? Even a chariot can start automatically just by putting the key in it. It can't be like an old-fashioned car. Do you still have to turn the key? And this design can also prevent people who enter by mistake from stealing the car. Isn't it your fault after all?" Karla shirked responsibility. It was definitely not because of her own relationship that she caused the chariot to self-destruct. That's right. In this way, they quarreled all the way back to the Batcave, and could feel that Jennifer's state had returned to normal. It's not like the old sauerkraut at the beginning. When Karla stopped the Batfighter, Bruce, who had come back one step ahead, hadn't even had time to change his clothes, so, Good Zhao, came up to him with a nervous face. Bruce glared at Karla and Danny when he smelled Jennifer's booze. "You still dare to stare at me? My wife can't stand it. And how old are you? Are you still playing surprises?" "I don't know." It almost turned into a shock. Karla broke out. "People, do you think you are a young man in your 20s or 30s? Even Afu, who came in a hurry, complained together, 'Young master, it's true, young master is already 11 years old, you still look like a child who can't grow up.'" Karla gave Afu a thumbs up and praised the audience. Afu took Jennifer from Bruce's hand, took her to the side and made her sit down, and had prepared clean water. Because Jennifer is now a pregnant woman again, so she is obviously not allowed to drink sober medicine. Jennifer was actually not drunk, but she definitely didn't dare to face Bruce now, so she pretended to be served by the old man busy. Going back to the living room in front of the villa, Jennifer has long since lost the aura of cursing their men together with Harley Quinn. She lowered her head and sat there obediently. How dare she put a wine glass in front of her? Hot milk can be dealt with. What the hell is going on here? Karla sighed with a headache, and said to herself, "Are you children who can't grow up? It should be the first time for Danny to come to Jennifer's house, which is the Wayne Manor. She looks here and there with curiosity, and sometimes asks Afu if there are some weapons hidden behind some expensive paintings. Category. Afu is also very honest. He knows the relationship between Karla and Danny and Jennifer, and even knows Bruce's identity, so he no longer hides it. He also took the initiative to open a few secret compartments for her, so that Danny satisfied her curiosity. Heart. Just like that, she has no interest in this magnificent castle, but is interested in the little secrets that exist in the castle. Danny would be more interested if Afu made up a few short stories, such as what the medieval city lord did here, but in fact he definitely didn't. She joined Amanda because she was full of curiosity about these adventures, and she was responsible for Superman-like things. Currently, there is no large-scale news and activities of Superman or 773 aliens on the Earth, but it doesn't matter, they can still find some. For example, it was found in some ancient ruins archaeology, and even in a certain mysterious altar. It's just that Danny's situation now makes Karla's headache even more. Danny, don't you grow up too? Karla called her back angrily. Danny shrugged, took the initiative to sit down beside Jennifer, and casually took a sip of Jennifer's hot milk. Karla used to be the same, they can share what they eat, wear, drink, and use, but only their boyfriends can't share. At the moment Karla is like the biggest parent in the room, facing her scrutiny, even Bruce is a little apprehensive. The reason is that Karla has been the queen for several years, and she leads 5 or 6 million people. Once she gets serious, her unflappable aura is still very bluffing. Bruce sighed, and finally began to explain. In fact, it was all caused by the little thieving cat who suddenly became famous in Gotham City recently. Her nickname is Catwoman. She is a young, graceful, and beautiful cat girl. Catwoman is not a crazy and dangerous criminal like Joker. She was just a thief in the earliest days, including stealing things until now. Catwoman actually appeared a long time ago, but Bruce and the others are really not interested in a thief. But as Catwoman's stolen things became more and more valuable, and the targets she aimed at became more and more exaggerated, she was finally targeted by Bruce. Originally this was nothing. Jennifer also hoped to arrest Catwoman, because she was getting too much, and even went to Jennifer's office once to steal someone's criminal information. So it seems that Catwoman is also serving the gang. Here comes the key point. For some reason, Bruce was able to catch Catwoman several times, including one time when Jennifer had already caught her, but Bruce let her go in the end. Why? If you don't want to catch her, why do you keep chasing her? Now that you have already caught her, why do you want to let her go? No wonder Jennifer was thinking wildly, even Karla was surprised. Do you really want an old cow to eat young grass? Bruce had a black line. What are you thinking? I have explained it to Jane, but she doesn't believe it. The little thief cat stole my fingerprints. She didn't know I was Batman, but I want to know that she stole Bruce. What is the purpose of Wayne's fingerprints? It's a pity that she didn't explain after chasing her several times. I'm worried that someone behind her is targeting the Wayne group. Although I attach great importance to Batman's work, I can't inherit it to my son in the future. The family fortune was lost. Besides, now I have another daughter. Daughter? Is it my daughter this time? Jennifer's eyes lit up. I hope so. I even thought of a name, Helena. Helena. Wayne, Bruce actually didn't know whether the child was a boy or a girl, so he wanted the second child to be a daughter, so even the child's name has been thought of. Karla leans over the table. Helena? In some world, that's Bruce and Catwoman's daughter. It just so happened that Catwoman appeared, or her reputation became louder at this time, and then Jennifer and Bruce had their second child at this time. If this is really a daughter, Karla will be surprised. Isn't it just right? Having said that, did I say you didn't consider paying tribute to my name? Karla was a little upset. I'm the godmother of that child. Danny raised her hand and interrupted Karla. Hey, it's me this time. And you seem to be distracted by the two of them. Actually, I'm more curious about the little burglar. Don't you want to continue? Snapped. Karla slapped her forehead. She made a mistake, a big mistake. The first mistake, if I knew Jennifer already had a second child, I shouldn't have brought Danny. Indeed, the first child, Rice, is Karla's godson. With the relationship between the three of them, it should be Donnie's turn for the second child. The second blunder is that Karla was indeed led astray by the topic of the second child. So did you ask? What exactly does Catwoman want to do? Jennifer also began to worry, and said fiercely, don't let me know who is behind my son's property. Bruce said, meow meow meow, who do you say is your son? Now the Wayne group still belongs to him, right? Bruce shook his head. It would be great if it was that easy. Although he could catch Catwoman, it was almost impossible to find out who was behind her, or at least who was behind her fingerprinting. Catwoman is also very smart. She knows that as long as she continues to keep that secret, Batman will not really send her to jail. She is like a cat playing games with prey or hunters, whether she knows Batman's or not true identity. She's all about playing cat and mouse with Batman. Except she's a mouse now. Need help. As a competent friend, Karla naturally has the responsibility since she met her. Donnie's eyes lit up immediately when she heard this. She pointed to Jennifer beside her and said, she must be out of action now, and I can help, even if I wear Oracle's battlesuit as a cover-up. But everyone knows that Danny just thought about her addiction to superhero. Faced with Karla and Donnie's kindness, Bruce said he would speak up if needed. In fact, these words have already shown that Karla and Donnie do not need help for the time being. He didn't mean to say that we would be slow, did he? Danny is not an idiot, otherwise she wouldn't be Amanda's right-hand man. That's Amanda Waller, and anyone who knows her will understand that woman how difficult it is. No matter which world's Amanda Waller it is, whether it's a good guy or a bad guy, this woman is dangerous, and even almost threatened the Justice League at one point. Being able to be her assistant has already proved Donnie's professionalism. Facing Donnie's inquiry, Karla said, "It should not refer to me, you must know that I am the original Oracle man." She and Bruce are already old teammates, even earlier than Jennifer, although she gave up later, and then Jennifer was the second-generation Oracle man for several years. Danny looked at Bruce suspiciously. Bruce coughed dryly, "It's getting late, Jane, you should rest. You must know that your behavior today is not good for children." Jennifer apologized to the two good sisters, drank the remaining milk, then stood up obediently, and was led by Bruce to their bedroom. Seeing that they are still holding hands after so many years, Karla and Danny are also happy and blessed for them, and hope that their love will continue forever. But what should they do? Shall we go back to? Danny asked. Afu said at this time, "There are enough rooms here, and it's not getting too early. And Miss Karla, if the young master can see you when he gets up, he will be very happy." Just because of this sentence, Karla chose to stay, but Danny chose to go home. She had to go to work tomorrow, and now she had to go home and change her clothes. "Karla, you won't suddenly disappear this time, right? By the way, what have you been up to lately?" Before leaving, Danny finally became curious about Karla's mysteries in recent years. Karla has actually been on New Krypton these past few years, but even her closest good sisters don't know about it, and she has never revealed her identity as a Kryptonian. Because it's not yet the time, she doesn't want to cause trouble to them. She is an alien, different from the people on Earth. She knows that Danny and Jennifer won't mind even if they know, but she still doesn't want to tell them now. So Karla just responded with a smile, "It's similar to your work, and you are also exploring some secrets." Danny knew she didn't want to talk, so she didn't ask any more questions, and flew away after saying hello. Donnie's current ability is very convenient. She can activate the ability of all animals, which allows her to fly, run on land, and swim in water. Simply not too convenient. Although it is only slightly weaker in terms of strength, it is still the limit of human beings. Humans and elephants are incomparable in strength. After seeing off Danny, Karla was not polite at Wayne's house, and in Damien's room took a look at her godson. The little guy is already 11 years old. He was born to Bruce and Jennifer when they were 30 years old. Karla was also 30 years old at the time. She said more than once that this was the best gift for her when she was 30 years old. As a result, Bruce has said more than once that he always feels that his wife Jennifer is also Karla's wife. They definitely don't have that kind of relationship, but the relationship between the three sisters is so good that even Bruce would be jealous. After all, they have known each other since high school until they are 40 years old now, and they are still as close as ever for many years. Just one phone call from Jennifer, without even needing to tell the reason, Karla and Danny will rush over from the metropolis immediately, and they are duty-bound even in the face of dangerous actions. And apart from Karla's concealment of her identity, there are few secrets between them. To be so good, even Bruce was envious. Karla didn't wake Damien up, just kissed him lightly on the forehead, and then went to sleep in her room. In Wayne Manor, 2 rooms have been left all year round, one is Karla's and the other is Donnie's. Although Danny almost never came to live, because she was always busy, since Jennifer moved to Gotham City, she came only a handful of times, and all of them passed by and then left in a hurry. Only Karla will come to live from time to time. Nothing to say the next night. The next morning, Karla was woken up by a loud knock on the door. She smiled and shouted, "Is it my rice? The door is open." The door opened, and it was Damien who rushed in from the outside. "Mother Karla, when did you come?" "Yesterday. Why didn't you wake me up?" While asking several questions in one breath, he ran to Karla's bed, lay down on the side and kissed Karla's cheek, then hugged Karla's arm and lay there. 0 for flowers. Karla held Damien's small shoulder with the other hand, enjoying the family happiness with a warm face. Seems like she's not that old yet? The little guy is very close to his godmother, and once Karla missed Damien's childhood, or a full 5 years. But during these 6 years, Karla will often visit him, and will bring him some small Kryptonian toys that will not affect the technology of the Earth and the surroundings, which can be bought by Damien. In fact, Damien is a very difficult kid to get along with. He has some of Bruce's arrogance, and he also has the intelligence and wisdom of his parents. There is no need to doubt Jennifer's IQ. Is there any doubt that Jennifer can not only be admitted to a famous university in the metropolis, but also climb to such a high position by her own strength? 0. Her family can't help Jennifer anything. The girl who walked out of the small town has now become the Chief Justice of Gotham City, and has been trusted by the people of Gotham City for so many years. This is not easy. Even Damien has been training with Bruce in fighting technique since he was a child, as well as Kung Fu, which makes Damien's psychology more precocious than other children of the same age. It also makes it almost difficult for Damien to make friends. This kid is sometimes very lonely. If he says he doesn't like you, it's because Shendo doesn't even bother to give alms. Once Rachel and Harvey came back to visit the Bruce family, but they ran into a stall where Damien was in a bad mood. The little guy didn't give any face, not to mention the hospitality, even when it was time to eat. He directly let Afu send him the things back to the room, but Rachel didn't even see anyone else. The scene was very embarrassing. But Karla is very appreciative. The mother and the child lingered for a while, until Jennifer couldn't see it, leaned against the door, and complained, "I'm the real mother, Damien, why don't you come to say good morning to me?" It turned out that Damien heard that Karla was coming, and the first thing he did was to run to her. Karla smiled and patted Damien's little butt. "Go brush your teeth, kiss me without brushing your teeth, it stinks." Damien ran off again, hugged Jennifer as he passed by, and immediately cheered his own mother up. In the future, he will definitely be a bad girl. Both Karla and Jennifer felt this way, and Damien would definitely provoke many girls in the future, and he even did not hesitate to use the words of beauty and disaster to make 1,000 comments. Karla has gotten used to Wayne's house, took off Jennifer's pajamas to wash up, then changed into Jennifer's daily clothes and came to the restaurant. Everyone else was already at the table, and she was the only one waiting. Karla came to Damien's side on her own, and Afu had already prepared the tableware and breakfast for her. Although the Bruce family has long regarded Afu as a family member, even the role of an old father, Afu still insists on his identity as a housekeeper, and he never sits down with them, including when eating. Unless there are special occasions, such as someone in the family's birthday, and you have to ask him to sit down and eat cake together, Afu will still make an exception. Bruce has said many times, wish he could be more natural. However, Afu said that this is what he usually should do. Bruce had no choice but to give up. "What 007 are you reading?" Karla noticed that Bruce was holding a morning newspaper in his hand, and his expression was a little serious, so he couldn't help asking. Bruce flips over and shows Karla the news he was watching. Karla pulled off the glasses she had just put on. They were used as a cover-up. Her eyesight was the best without them. "I saw that the most conspicuous picture on the news page was a picture of a plane crash, and it crashed in a mountainous area. It was not a passenger plane, it was obviously used by officials to carry out secret missions, so no one heard the news. If the passenger plane had an accident, the news might be reported live, so that Karla and Clark might still have a chance to be saved. But this kind of covert action is impossible. A doctor died," Bruce said, referring to the news reports, Dr. Leonid Pavel. He was a nuclear physicist. "So?" Karla glances at Bruce. He frowned, with an indescribable feeling. "I always feel as if something is going to happen." "Bruce, stop saying this in front of the kids," Jennifer interrupted Bruce. But Damien didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead he complained to Jennifer, "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. You're only 11 years old, wait until you're 16 years old to talk to me like that." Jennifer rolled her eyes angrily. Karla felt amused, and suddenly remembered that they were taught by their parents in the same way when they were students. They also came as rebellious girls back then. Many people may have thought when they were children that when they grow up, they will have their own children, and they will never become the parents they hated before. However, the reality is that after many people become parents, they often become like the parents they hated at the beginning. Jennifer seems to be doing the same now, making Damien helpless. No matter how lonely and arrogant Damien is, no matter how rebellious he will definitely not dare to compete with his own mother. This child is still very filial. Then they really didn't discuss the news in the morning. In fact, it didn't happen in the morning, or even recently. It could be reported by the news. God knows when it happened. Maybe yesterday, or maybe a day ago. Karla didn't care about it, but asked Jennifer more concerned, "Have you contacted the doctor?" Jennifer agreed. "Well, after dinner, you can accompany me to have a test. Don't forget that Jane is pregnant again, and she must go to the hospital for a checkup." After Damien heard about this, he was stunned. Is he going to be a big brother? This child will not feel that a younger brother or sister will compete with him for the family property, but happily looks forward to it, hoping that his mother will give him a younger sister. Unexpectedly, the whole family wanted the child to be a girl. Even Jennifer herself wants the second child to be a daughter. Hope their expectations can come true. In this way, Karla couldn't return to New Krypton for a while, so she had to accompany Jennifer to the hospital after eating. Damien originally wanted to be with him, but he still had to attend class, so Afu drove him away. Bruce also has things to do recently, such as who took his fingerprints that Catwoman stole, and what to do. He must investigate clearly recently. So Karla has been a real help here. After going to the hospital for a test, Jennifer was confirmed that she was indeed pregnant, which is beyond doubt. Jennifer was mainly worried that last night's misbehavior would affect the fetus, and now she is told by the doctor that there is no serious problem, but she is warned that she must pay attention to her daily routine and diet during this period 0. Especially alcohol and tobacco must be quit for a period of time. Jennifer is very embarrassed. She was not a smoker or alcohol addict, but yesterday, because of Bruce's resentment broke out, she indulged once. She didn't dare to drink too much. After all, her drinking buddy at the time was Harley Quinn. How could she be so heartless? If she was headshot by Harley Quinn when she drank too much, and she used it to give credit to Joker, it would not be killed by Harley Quinn, but by herself. Now Jennifer can rest assured. Karla also deliberately teased Jennifer's stomach and said, "It's really hard work for you, having such a worrying mother." Jennifer quickly covered her stomach. "What are you talking about to my daughter? Hurry up and drive. By the way, how is Donnie doing? Have you gone to work yet?" Does her necklace have any bad effects? Karla now has to take on the responsibility of being a driver for Jennifer. There is no doubt that Jennifer's current car configuration is definitely not low, but she is not driving a super sports car, but a large SUV. This is for safety reasons. Supercars are too fragile after all. Considering that Jennifer's work may offend all the gangsters in Gotham City, Bruce specially remodeled this car for her. It's not just bulletproof, even RPG rockets can't even pierce it. There is also the most sophisticated anti-theft system. This is because Jennifer once had the experience of being planted a bomb in the car by Joker, so Bruce must firmly protect his wife. 5.5 with the defensive performance of this car, as long as someone does not hide a bomb in the car, even if TNT or C4 is placed under the car, there is no harm at all. Before Karla started the car, she called Danny at Jennifer's suggestion. It's a good habit not to use the phone while driving. For example, a doctor got into a car accident because of distraction, although he later became a sorcerer supreme or something. But what makes people strange is that Donnie's phone didn't get through. It's not that no one answered, and it's not that I couldn't get through from the beginning, but that I got through first, but was hung up in an instant after getting through. Karla and Jennifer exchanged glances, feeling bad. Karla tried to make another call, but this time she couldn't get through at all. They all knew something might have happened to Danny. This time Danny didn't even have a chance to call for help, and Karla and Jennifer suddenly became worried. The phone was disconnected, and Karla decisively tore off the clothes on her body, revealing the battle suit hidden inside. Jennifer didn't care about her clothes either, and asked, "Can I help?" She is no longer an ordinary weak woman. She debuted as the second-generation Oracle hero and has been active for several years. How can she be ordinary? Moreover, Jennifer has already started practicing self-defense. In the past few years, she may have practiced many martial arts and kung fu with Bruce, at least among ordinary people. But Karla shook her head. "It's in the way." Well, Jennifer said helplessly. She was only in the category of ordinary people, and the enemies she faced were all ordinary people, but Karla was different. "I'm leaving first," Karla said, opened the car door and jumped into the sky. Now I don't know what unexpected situation happened to Donnie. Karla is very worried about her safety, so she doesn't care anymore. Karla quickly flies to the metropolis, and at the 20th, she turns on super hearing and supervision to search for Donnie's whereabouts. As a result, when she came to the sky above the metropolis, she realized that Danny was not in the metropolis at all. Instead, Clark was affected and noticed Karla, so he flew into the sky and asked, "Sister, when did you come back? What happened?" Karla dealt with it casually, while continuing to search for Donnie's whereabouts all over the world. Finally, she found Donnie's whereabouts in the direction of Africa. How did she get there? "Karl, I'm leaving first, I'll talk about it when I get home tonight," Karla said, and immediately flew away towards Africa. Clark watched Karla disappear into the distance, scratched his head, and Karla didn't say what happened. "It seems that we can only wait until the evening to ask." On the other side, on the African prairie, in a certain valley, there is a hard-to-find altar hidden here. It seems that there should have been a tribe here before, and even a god of a certain faith once prevailed. But this place has been deserted, and even the traces of the tribe have almost disappeared, leaving only a dilapidated altar. At the moment, in the altar, Danny was sitting there, and her whole body was tightly bound by a heavy iron chain. There were a few other people around, and one of the leaders looked a bit like Danny, and he was still saying something to Danny. "Mary Kiwi McBee, this is your real name. Your father stole what was supposed to be mine, the necklace, dem thief." Danny retorted, "My dad's not a thief, you bloody bastard. Who the hell are you? What do you want?" "I am your uncle, Mustafa McBee, your father's brother, and I am the one who inherits this necklace. I want you to return it to me." "Is that person Donnie's uncle?" And according to what he said, Donnie's family was originally from a country in Africa, but Donnie's father escaped for unknown reasons, and finally gave birth to Danny in a small town in the metropolis. Even Donnie's family seems to be hiding a big secret, and the secret is related to that necklace. "Our family was originally the priest of Anseli, the spider god. We believed in Anseli, the spider god, and spread his gospel to the world, destroying evil enemies. But your father abandoned his country, and even forgot about the spider god. Faith of the god Ansari, you do not deserve it, hand it over," Moose yelled. It was obviously the first time for Danny to hear such a story, but she looked at the uncle in front of her again and said, "But why do I think you are the bad guy?" "No matter how you look at it, Moose is no different from a bad guy. He is already a robber just by taking other people's things by force, even though he thinks it should belong to him." Moose froze, as if he had been hit by a sore spot, but he had already broken the jar, and said to the people around him, "Kill her, since the necklace has chosen her, then only by killing her can the necklace choose me again." Moose is not alone, there are his men around him, and all of them are armed with dangerous weapons. As Moose gave the order, those people raised their weapons and aimed at Danny. Just when Danny was about to die, Karla finally arrived. No one saw her movements clearly until she suddenly appeared in front of everyone. If she didn't know that there was no one there before, she would have thought she was standing there in the first place. "Karla, I knew you would come to rescue me. I was relieved when the phone rang before." Danny was not surprised by Karla's arrival. Karla was surprised. "How did you get caught by them? What about the fucking bear strength? How about the agility of the cheetah? When Karla said this, Danny showed an angry expression. They are damned poachers, Karla. They used enough anesthesia to anesthetize an elephant to assassinate me. That bastard leader seems to be my uncle. He said it sounds good. In fact, he is the boss of these poachers, and he is also the person who protects these poachers. Taking advantage of his status, countless animals have been killed by them. I have been hearing the mournful cries of animals along the way. After holding the necklace, Danny can already communicate with animals, and even control animals to act according to her own wishes. But these people are poachers, and even if Danny could call a lion pride nearby, they wouldn't be scared, but happy, right? That's why Danny didn't let any animals come to her rescue. He wants to take my necklace, so he can control all the animals and make it easier for them to poach. Damn, I really want to punish them myself, Danny broke out. She had been stalling for time. She knew Karla has realized that she has an accident and will definitely come to find herself, so she pretends not to know who these people are. Until now, she couldn't hold back anymore. Even if Moose was her uncle, she unceremoniously spurned. Do you know why the spider god didn't choose you? It's because you are a despicable villain. You don't even not worthy of this necklace. I would love to see you killed by the animals you hurt. Moose and his men, initially stunned by Karla, were awakened by Danny's curses. Stop talking nonsense with them. It's just an extra woman. Kill them. Moose gave an order with a big wave of his hand. His men are all poachers, who have long been used to bloodshed, and even fight with animal protectors. Just like Moose said, it's just that there is one more woman that needs to be solved. Although she looks like a fairy descending from the earth. As it turns out, being good looking isn't enough to make a living, because for these poachers, ivory might be more appreciated. So under Moose's order, everyone aimed their guns at Karla and Danny, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da. A hail of bullets slanted towards Karla in an instant. Karla was also unambiguous, opened her hands and opened the cloak, and guarded Danny behind her. Even if Danny is no longer an ordinary person, she can gain the strength of an elephant, the durability of a bear, the sharp teeth of a lion, the bite force of a tiger, and the speed of a leopard through a magic necklace, even cattle defense and so on. But she was facing poachers who specialized in hunting these animals. The reason why Danny was attacked was because they had prepared a paralytic drug that was enough to paralyze an elephant in advance. So their attack was fatal enough to threaten Danny's life. Karla could have used psychokinesis to stop the bullets in her face, but she didn't because she was too lazy to do so. Karla just stood there, letting the hail of bullets hit her body without pain or itch. It wasn't until those people stopped attacking that Karla put her hands on her hips and asked, "That's it." Everyone was stunned. Finally, a person pointed at Karla and shouted, "I see, I remembered. A man of steel appeared in the metropolis. You can see her appearance. She is exactly the same as that person. Damn, she is not afraid of our weapons. We can't break her skin because her skin is too thick." Snapped. The man flew out suddenly. Karla stood in that person's position and scolded angrily, "Who are you calling thick-skinned?" The people on the left and right were taken aback, and looked at Karla stupidly, with a look of bewilderment. Karla snorted softly. She has too many ways to kill them. The power of the quantum field can break them down into the most primitive molecules and atoms, and psychokinesis can crush them like an ant. And much more. But Karla didn't do that. Instead, he snapped his fingers, causing lightning and thunder from the sky. Karla's magic book does not have lightning, only the 4 elements and psychokinesis. Even if her teacher is the Australian god of lightning, Karla has never learned it after all. However, after Karla witnessed Diana use Zeus's scepter in another world to save Superman in another world with lightning, when she woke up one morning, she naturally awakened the control of thunder and lightning. That's right, she has gained a new super ability, controlling thunder and lightning. Karla is surprised. Clark is not like her. Sometimes a new ability will suddenly appear when awakening comes. Sooner or later, she might even be able to master the speed force inexplicably, right? It's even more unlikely that the Flash will be faster than her by then. The only explanation may be only one. Karla once thought about it, that is, she may be in the Silver Age, because Superman in the Silver Age is like this. Maybe there will be various super abilities when she wakes up every day, and some even Superman I don't even know what it's useful for. Silver Girl Superman? It's a bit of a stretch. Back to the present. Karla stunned everyone with lightning, and then returned to Danny, and cut off the chains on her body with just a light pinch. Danny muttered, "I gathered all my strength and couldn't break free. I really don't know how strong you are. You really deserve to be a strong girl. Huh." Karla stared over. She kindly came to save people, but was complained about. What a wide-eyed wolf. What should they do? Danny, who was freed, jumped up from the ground, looked at those people. Even if one of them was her uncle, she said without any sympathy, "Let them fend for themselves here." That's too simple. Karla sneered. Didn't you say that they are poachers? If that's the case, they can escape easily, and even threaten nearby animals. Didn't you just say that you want to let the animals getting revenge? Then let the hyenas come. Bring on a pack of hyenas. Danny couldn't help shivering at Karla's words. Is it a hyena? Unlike other predators, hyenas do not have sufficient bite force and their teeth and claws are not sharp enough to kill their prey. But hyenas are still Africa's second brother, because they have their own unique hunting methods. Even a single male lion has to firmly guard his buttocks if he cannot escape from a group of hyenas. Don't care about the dignity of the king of beasts. Even buffalo, they can hunt. Moreover, in order to gain enough time to eat the food they need in places like Africa where there is almost no escape from other threats, hyenas don't care about the life and death of their prey. This is survival. Karla said that nature is the cruelest place in the world. Many people say that human beings are cruel, but they have never really experienced face-to-face with animals. If you come across a baboon or a bear, pray they will be kind and the first thing they will do is kill you, otherwise. But in the end, Danny did it anyway. A group of hyenas came here following Donnie's call, and when they found those people, they immediately swarmed up. Karla took Danny away, and they didn't need to watch the tragic scene that followed, but until they flew far away, they could still hear the tragic screams from the other end of the prairie. Danny showed a look of reluctance at first, but immediately she became ruthless, because on the way back, they found a herd of elephants, which was a tribe composed of 6 elephants and 3 baby elephants. But now they are all dead. Because of their ivory, they have attracted the greed and peeping of poachers, even when the group of people passed by just now. They deserve to die, Danny cursed, fists clenched, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Now that she can communicate with animals, she can feel more empathy and feel sorry for what happened to the animals. Zhao Hazeo. Even Karla said, life follows the laws of nature. If it is for eating, if it is for living, for the continuation of life, no matter what is killed under special circumstances, it is worthy of recognition. Even in the face of the whole world, the last elephant, if there is an elephant, there is no choice, no matter who will choose to eat it. But killing an elephant just for its ivory is shameful and punishable by God. Karla was also very angry. If you want to eat, then it's acceptable, because life is like this. You can't let lions and tigers eat grass, right song? But wantonly killing other lives for this benefit, this is blasphemy, this is blasphemy of life. Karla sighed softly, and released a cloud of white light, causing those elephants who should have died not long ago to reopen their eyes one by one. Danny was completely stunned. Karla, are you God? After reviving the horribly dead elephants, Karla and Danny left and headed straight back to Metropolis. Because Danny still has work to do, Karla and her also separated on the way. Karla doesn't need to worry about Danny, because that magic necklace is too mysterious and special, no one should know about it except her uncle, and no one will attack her again. Karla did not forget to remind Danny not to reveal her secrets in front of Amanda. Although Danny already knew that she had another name, she finally chose to continue to be called Danny. After all, she had been using this name since she was a child. Then Karla called Jennifer first, telling her that the matter on Donnie's side had been resolved, and told her not to worry anymore. Karla went home with nowhere to go. Her sudden return home was naturally a surprise, and the old couple was told that the Clark family would also be back tonight. Since Clark had already met Karla before, and made an appointment to meet at home at night, he would definitely come over. Sure enough, before evening, Clark drove back with Louise and Jonathan Jr. The 1,000 members of the Kent family were finally reunited. Martha, who had been prepared for a long time, prepared an oven in the yard, and there was going to be a barbecue meeting in the evening. Because of his birthday, little Jonathan is fatter than Damien. Little Jonathan is now 10 years old. Because Karla has often come back in recent years, little Jonathan has a very good relationship with this aunt, and he even gave Karla a warm hug when they met. The little guy is very cute, and is currently the only next generation of the Al family, so Karla naturally loves him very much. Speaking of which, Karla wanted to get to know Jonathan and Damien several times, and mentioned each other to the 2 children respectively. It's just that she has no time here, and every time she comes back for a short stay, she has to go back in a hurry. Karla is now an integral leader on the rebuilt New Kryptonian. In fact, she herself didn't think so. Obviously, the 4 elders of the family took care of everything in an orderly manner, and she just showed up from time to time. Speaking of which, although Karla is Damien's godmother, she is not Jonathan's godmother, because when Louise gave birth to the child, almost no one knew the father of the child, and even Clark found out from Karla later that he was actually a godmother, already the father of a child. So the kid's godfather is none other than Jimmy. Jimmy Olsen, known to be a good friend of Superman's, is also a reporter for the Daily Planet. Even he and Clark were good friends in college, but Jimmy was a class later than Clark, and he and Louise's sister Lucy Lois were classmates. This also allows Jimmy and Lucy to have a relationship experience, but they are not as stable as Clark and Louise, always on and off. Back then, Karla was on the Suns, and she didn't return for several years after leaving. Even Lex Luthor didn't know much about the current situation. As one of Superman's main opponents, I don't know what Luthor is doing now, and whether he will continue to fight against Clark. In the evening, when they talked about those poor animals, they couldn't help but feel sorry for the tragic experience of the animals, and angrily condemned the poachers. Now that the agriculture and livestock industry is so developed, people can choose to use farmed meat as food, and they don't have to hurt the few wild animals that are already there, let alone pursuing that little selfish interest. Is it not delicious to eat farm-raised chicken, beef, or pork? There are also strict inspections, so there is no need to worry about food safety. I really don't know why there are so many people chasing ivory. Okay, it's rare for the children to come back, so let's talk about the happy things. Karla, can you stay a few more days when you come back this time? Martha said frantically to Karla. This is no longer implied. Karla felt dumbfounded. Okay, I will stay with you for a few days. Satisfied, Martha picked up a piece of chicken wing and gave it to Karla. Their family is not a vegetarian, although they just attacked those poachers, but this does not affect them to eat their own chickens. Didn't I say that poachers harm the lives of elephants just for the sake of ivory? This kind of selfish behavior is not advisable, it is a blasphemy of life. Karla is not a person who is not allowed to eat meat, she is the biggest meat lover herself. Karla also said that under special circumstances, when you have to do that, even if you face the last elephant in the world, if you don't eat it, you will starve to death, and you will definitely have to eat it. The behavior of poachers is different from ordinary meat-eating behavior, just as humanitarian slaughter and senseless torture and killing have different meanings. Louise showed a thoughtful expression. Karla and Clark looked at each other, showing tacit smiles. The three of them can be regarded as colleagues in the same company. The difference is that Karla specializes in columns, and although Louise can also write articles, she pays more attention to the work of reporters. Not to mention Clark, who is now a reporter running errands. Want to write about the topic you just talked about? Karla came to Louise's side, handed her one of the pair of chicken wings on the plate, and then handed the second chicken wing to little Jonathan. Martha had already given little Jonathan a chicken leg, and now she got a chicken wing, one in each hand, and her mouth was full of oil. Martha smiles and takes care of her eldest grandson, which is the joy of a family relationship. Louise came back to her senses, nodded with a smile, and said to Karla, "Perry, White mentioned you a few days ago, I hope you can go back and write some more columns." As soon as she heard Perry's name, Karla showed a nostalgic expression. It was more than 10 years ago, when Karla first joined the Daily Planet. So many years have passed now, how fleeting it is. As for Perry's request, Karla smiled and shook her head, "Let's forget it. What time is this? Even if I write the original column now, no one will read it. It's outdated." Now Karla is 41 years old, and the time background has come to 2011. The internet age has developed at a high speed, and smartphones have also entered a stage of rapid development, with almost one model and one new breakthrough every year. It will only be more advanced in another 2 years. Even webcasting is on the verge of taking shape. So Perry's worry a few years ago was really not groundless, and publications in the paper age were indeed going out of date. But Perry is not ignorant, he has started to change a few years ago, and now the Planet Daily has its own exclusive website. "I'll find time to write some essays or stories," Karla casually promised for Perry's sake. As for whether it can really be done, let's talk about it. Karla then talked a lot about the Daily Planet with Louise and Clark. After all, she only knew so many people. Apart from a few best friends, the only people she knew were these colleagues. Then Karla got the news that Kate had left the Daily Planet, saying that she went to National City to establish her own company. Although National City does not have the twin relationship between Metropolis and Gotham City, the distance is not too far. Karla knows that Kate is very ambitious, or self-motivated, which is a good thing, which can make her pursue more and have higher goals. So when Karla returned after 5 years for the first time, she didn't say she would get back her original column, and it was Kate who insisted on it later the result. But Karla noticed that when Kate was mentioned, Louise's expression was very gloomy. Karla later quietly asked Clark to know the reason. It turned out that after Clark joined the Daily Planet, somehow he caught Kate's attention. And because Clark and Lois' relationship wasn't made public, not even Perry knew they were married. This is because before Clark came to the Daily Planet, Louise had already become an excellent reporter. That's right, now Louise has become the golden sign of the Daily Planet. After all, you can't wait for Karla all the time, and Liam's loyal readers are almost forgetting about Karla because of her straight arm. Therefore, Kate didn't know the relationship between Clark and Louise, and then she was always clinging to Clark. It can be said that Kate is like Clark's crazy admirer. If Clark wants to, he can be with Kate casually and easily. But Kate is destined to be a tragedy, because Clark belongs to Louise. Even Karla is dissatisfied with Kate, because she is too much, and wants to eat the tender grass of her brother. In fact, Clark is no longer a child, he looked at his sister helplessly. "Sister, I'm already 31 years old, okay." Karla was about to say that she had changed his diapers too. Clark already knew what she was going to say, so he turned around and left. Not far away, Louise looked at the helpless expression on Clark's face, and asked with a smile, "Karla is talking about diapers again." Clark smiled wryly, "You know, once she mentions this, I can't do anything about her." Karla snorted softly, "It's too early for you to have hard wings." That night, the Clark family naturally stayed. Karla can no longer give up the room, nor can she sleep with Jonathan who has grown up. The last choice is to let Karla and Martha sleep in Karla's room, and then let Jonathan sleep with his grandfather. Clark was naturally the young couple in his room. Before the break, little Jonathan was still in Karla's room, unwilling to leave. I don't know why. Karla may have a physique that is popular with children, and the children are willing to get close to her, even those new generation bombers are still sleeping in her ring. They'd rather be in Karla's ring than go to the light reservoir of the emotional spectrum. By the way, when Clark was your age, I already took him to find a secret base that belongs to us. Karla's eyes suddenly lit up, and she expressed a very high temper. He even raised his hand to pat the wall next to him, and asked, "Brother, didn't you start?" Clark said helplessly, "How is it possible? What are you thinking?" Even Louise complained, "Don't say that in front of the children, really. How could they start? Start what? Don't teach bad kids. Then go out for a walk." Karla said her purpose, we haven't been to that secret base for a long time, right? Just go for a walk. Where are you going again? The door opened, and Martha came in with a worried face. Karla couldn't laugh or cry, she promised to stay for a few days, don't think she disappeared in a blink of an eye. It seems that Martha already has a psychological shadow. After Karla's explanation, Martha felt relieved, and muttered, I have to go out and run around after staying awake in the middle of the night. Karla didn't take it seriously, and after a while, after Clark and Louise finished changing, Karla took the hand of her little nephew and flew up lightly. Junior Jonathan has also started awakening his super abilities over the years, initially flight, then super hearing and supervision, and heat vision rays, not to mention Kryptonian's standard man of steel. Fortunately, with Clark's company, the little guy did not arouse Louise's panic. If Louise is allowed to take care of the child, especially if her father, General Lois, knows the magic of the child, Karla is worried that little Jonathan will be killed. Take it to the lab. 0 for flowers. Karla took little Jonathan, Clark hugged Louise, and only the four of them flew the night sky to the mysterious uninhabited bird that was Karla and Clark's secret base. Martha and Jonathan had known about their sibling game for a long time, but never took part in it, and the only request was that they not reveal their identities. That is, it cannot be discovered by outsiders. Now that Clark has finally grown up and traveled all over the world, seeing all kinds of people and things, Jonathan no longer controls him even in this regard. Clark had really grown up. A family of 4 did not sleep in the middle of the night. I came to 10 small islands in the sea. The time zone here is obviously faster than that of the metropolis, which means that it is already dark in the metropolis, and it will be darker here. Similarly, the dawn will usher in the metropolis earlier than the metropolis. Except for Louise, who is an ordinary person, and Karla, they can all see in the dark, so there is no obstacle. Karla led little Jonathan to an open space here, and looked around with nostalgia. She hadn't been here for many years, and she didn't expect that many things were still preserved. Do you have to come here just to take a walk? Louise was puzzled, because in her opinion, this island is just an ordinary uninhabited island. What is the purpose of coming here? Is it just for a walk? Can't you take a walk on your own farm? Karla shrugged, first let little Jonathan go aside to avoid it, and then hooked her foot, and a large stone weighing several thousand caddies was easily lifted into her hand. Clark has also signaled for Louise to step aside. As I said earlier, this is a game for their siblings. Since it is a game, it definitely won't be as simple as just taking a walk. Clark, aren't your muscles and bones rusty? Karla asked provocatively, holding the stone with one hand with ease. Clark laughed, but her lady queen is not unfamiliar with her skills, is she? Oh, how dare you provoke me? Let me show you. In front of Louise, Karla took the lead in showing the game content of their siblings. With a wave of Karla's hand, a huge boulder weighing several thousand kilograms was thrown towards Clark's face like a gust of wind. Louise just thinks they are crazy. Is this a game? Is this how your game is played? No wonder Louise had a hard time accepting it, because anyone would be scared if they were in the right mind. Because Karla and Clark's so-called game refers to 2 people throwing a huge boulder of several thousand caddies around, and they can kick it around without restrictions on their hands and feet. They threw stones at each other's faces like mortal enemies, and the speed became faster and faster. Slowly they began not to be confined to the ground, but flew into the air, and even moved around the entire island. It seems that their rule also has that if they can't catch the stones thrown by the opponent, they will lose. Louise covered her head, it's crazy. She is just an ordinary person, sorry, that stone is fatal to her, it can kill her. But little Jonathan looked interesting, flew to the sky to catch up with them, and later joined in. Karla's eyes lit up, seeing that the little nephew was eager to try, deliberately slowed down 350 and reduced his strength, and lightly sent the stone in front of him. Try it, give it your all, it's fun, Karla urged. In the past, their siblings needed to do their best to conceal their strength in their normal lives, and they always felt depressed. So they also need to vent their usual pressure in this way. It's still somewhat useful, that's the truth. Little Jonathan tried to catch the boulder. It was rare for him to have this level of strength at his age, but when he wanted to throw it with all his strength, it was difficult to reach the speed and level of his father and aunt. It's definitely, he's too small. There is no way, little Jonathan can only continue to watch the game of the family elders from the sidelines. In the end, it turned out that Karla was slightly better. As she gradually increased her strength, when Clark took the final blow, he was knocked into the sea outside the island by huge amounts of strength. 1-0, Karla said, smiling happily. It turns out that it is not allowed to leave the scope of the island, Louise saw. Their rules are as simple as that, and there are 3 rules in total. One is that you can't be hit by the opponent and you can't follow, the other is that you can't dodge, you have to catch the stone thrown by the opponent and throw it back, and the third is that if you are forced out of the range of the island, you will lose. It's simple and easy to understand. Clark shrugged. Karla had always been stronger and faster than him, and he had never won a game like this. When they returned to the ground, Louise wondered, how can this stone be able to bear such a terrible force like you? She also curiously reached out to touch the surface of the stone, and found that it was just an ordinary stone, so she couldn't help being even more curious. Clark explained for her, it's actually because we have a biological stance, Louise, just like when I took your flight, if you don't use my biological stance to protect you, your body will be destroyed by huge amounts of torn apart by force. If the body of an ordinary person is directly exposed to the force of supersonic speed, it will definitely be shredded. Even if you don't, you can't breathe at that speed. Louise seemed to come to her senses. Yes, as long as I'm by your side, I don't seem to feel it no matter whether it's in a hot environment or in a cold weather. Clark nodded. That's it. Their biological stance can protect people or things around them according to their wishes. Otherwise, Louise, with my body of steel, I wouldn't dare to catch you when you fall from a height. Otherwise I would just cut your body into 3 sections, Clark also deliberately described. Louise was taken aback, and saw the smirk on the corner of Clark's mouth. Knowing that he did it on purpose, can't help biting her lips and pretending to be angry. It seems that someone wants to sleep on the sofa. Clark hastily apologized. At this moment, Karla swung his fist. Each punch caused a loud noise in the air, interrupting the conversation between the two of them. What's she doing? Louise knew they were supposed to be doing something else, but she couldn't read what Karla was preparing. Clark's face darkened immediately. He glanced at Louise, and sighed. Someone is going to be beaten. Who? Louise was taken aback, thinking something had happened. But Clark pointed at himself with an ugly expression. Your husband, me. Whoosh. Karla finally couldn't hold back anymore. Before Louise could even realize what Clark said, Clark was no longer in sight. On the beach in the distance, Karla grabbed Clark by the collar and pushed him to the ground. Suddenly, a deep pit exploded on the beach, as if a bomb had been detonated here. That's not over yet. Karla clenched her other hand into a fist and smacked Clark's handsome face. Louise covered her mouth, terrified by the scene in front of her. Why did they fight? Even little Jonathan exclaimed, Auntie, don't hit my daddy. It's okay, little Joe, Karla's first nickname. We were discussing each other, and Clark hurriedly comforted his wife and son. Louise and Jonathan Jr. looked at each other, and it was not very believable for Clark, who had been beaten violently, to say such words, because Karla's beating was very similar. In fact, this is indeed a traditional program for Karla and Clark. Karla has been training Clark's fighting skills since a long time ago, teaching Clark not to fight with Superman's brute force, which is too stupid, but to master the art of fighting. It's been a long time since I taught you a lesson, Clark, although it hurts your body and my sister's heart, but this feeling is really great, Karla shouted happily. Clark was speechless. Since you are reluctant to fight, please don't be so elated. You are so excited, and it is too false to say that it hurts your body and hurts my sister's heart. But Clark also knew that his sister hadn't done anything serious, otherwise she could have completely surpassed him with her strength. Now that he knew that Karla had reservations, Clark wouldn't be passively beaten all the time. Look at me, a carp jerked up, and Clark took advantage of the momentum to butt his head on Karla's forehead. The heads of the two steel bodies collided together, making a noise of huge amounts of 5.5. Louise put her hand on her forehead as if she couldn't bear to look directly. Karla clutched her forehead. This brat actually came up with such a trick. Do you want to hurt both? Karla scolded with a smile. Could it be that Clark wanted to knock them both unconscious? Then he thought too much. Even if they were all made of steel, her steel body was still above Clark's. Up. Sure enough, Karla just rubbed her head twice and she was fine. On the other hand, Clark spun around twice after standing up, obviously knocking himself hard. This silly boy is too real, right? Keep going, Karla greeted Clark with increased enthusiasm. To have fun. Not to be outdone, Clark chose to take the initiative to attack when he regained his clarity. The siblings displayed fighting techniques and kung fu from almost every school in the world, and they fought fiercely for a while. Boom, 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 boom. When two supermen go to war, it's devastating. Although Karla and Clark didn't really start a fight, they still created huge amounts of terror when they combined their almost full-strength fists and kicks. Louise even had to be taken into the air by little Jonathan, because the whole island was trembling, as if it would be smashed by their punches at any moment. And continuing to be alone on the ground, even with the Karla and Clark fights not far from her at times, would give Louise a feeling that she would be overwhelmed by the impact they inflicted at any moment. Maybe she'll be the first to be torn apart by them? But in fact, it was just an illusion of Louise. Neither Karla nor Clark would harm them. If Louise could notice, she could even find out that none of the plants on the island were actually destroyed by them, unless they left. I was accidentally bumped into by someone when I got too close. Are they crazy? Louise yelled, and she had to let out a yell because Karla and Clark were still fighting, and they were still punching and kicking, causing a huge 20-pound, like thunder. But little Jonathan looked at his father and aunt with bright eyes. He yearned for such power. But he knew that the gap between himself and them was too great. He couldn't even stand beside them now. Just the power brought by their punches was enough to blow him away. On the island, Karla and Clark had a great time playing, which they haven't done in a long time. Especially with Karla's status in New Krypton, even if she wants to find someone to practice against herself, it is impossible. Who dares to compete with the queen? No one dared to obey even Karla's order. Unless Karla finds her mother, because Zo-El is reluctant to hurt her, not to mention Zo-El is a scientist. But when looking for Allura, Karla can't let go of her mother. How dare she shake her fist at her own mother? Punch after punch like this in Clark's face? That's crazy. So only Clark can compete with her so heartily. In the end, Karla and Clark both released thermal vision rays at the same time. Karla's heat vision rays are blue, unlike Clark's, which is red. I don't know where the problem is. Karla has also seen the heat vision rays of the new Kryptonians, and everyone, including her mother Alura, is red. Only Karla's heat vision rays are blue. Maybe it's because her genes are related to the Queen's genes? Krypton has not been a monarchy since 100,000 years ago, so maybe there is something special about the King's genes? When the two finally vented their anger with heat vision rays, they finally enjoyed themselves. Karla fell to the ground on her back, and she didn't care if the clothes would be dirty. Anyway, she could ask her adoptive mother to help wash them when she got home. Clark collapsed from exhaustion. Although both of them fell down, the meanings were different. Karla finally felt relieved, and lay down on her own initiative, not even breathing, and her complexion was normal. It could be seen that she was very relaxed. On the other hand, Clark was out of breath. He was so tired that he collapsed, and he had no strength left. At this time, little Jonathan flew down with Louise. "This is your game." Louise still couldn't let go. "It's too scary, right? Don't call me next time." She will no longer participate in their sibling games. Absolutely. Clark lazily reached for Louise. Louise was a little surprised, because Clark's hands were shaking slightly, and there was almost no strength left. This was the first time she felt such a weak Clark after she knew Clark's real life and background. He used to be a man of steel, his strength seemed endless, and his body was like an unbreakable rock. Shake. But now, Clark had to rely on Louise's strength to pull him up. Although Superman's power is indestructible, it's not unlimited. Karla also sat up, looked at Clark and Louise with a worried face, and said, "Although it feels good to be full of power all the time, I hope I can also adapt to the powerlessness of ordinary people." Clark, always remember that you are not a god, you are a human being. Even if you are a Kryptonian, and you are different from people on Earth, you are still just a human being. Louise was moved by it, but she never expected Karla to have such intentions. Clark nodded. "I know, I have traveled all over the world and seen all kinds of life. Isn't it exactly what my sister hoped? Let me firmly stick to my humanity and my heart. I won't get lost." Karla has been worried about Clark since she was a child. She worried that as Clark gained more and more power, he would lose himself. In the end, it even completely lost its humanity, and since then it has become not a human being. With Superman's great strength, once he loses his moral self-restraint, it will be terrible. It's impossible for Karla to do anything to him. Rather, with such a doting brother and crazy sister, Clark will only be more terrifying and unscrupulous. At that time, it was a world-class disaster. But Karla doesn't know how to guide Clark correctly. She can only hope that her adoptive father and life experience can help Clark find the right path. Good thing he didn't disappoint, because he's Superman after all, isn't he? Some people may be surprised, since Karla expects so much from Clark and demands so much, but she doesn't see that she has self-restraint. 640. In fact, Karla's self-discipline is to never kill innocent people indiscriminately, but she will not completely refrain from killing. The biggest difference between her and Bruce and even Clark is that she will never let a damned person go. If necessary, for example, if there is a hidden danger or when you feel that you need to cut the grass and root out the trouble forever, you will kill it decisively. Okay, that's the end of the lecture session. Little Chiao, come and practice with your aunt too? I'll teach you kung fu. Karla stood up and greeted little Jonathan. Louise quickly grabbed her son. He's still young. Karla has black hair. Does Louise think she will use the power she used to deal with Clark to deal with little Jonathan? How is it possible? She still has a spectrum. Just when Karla was about to explain, suddenly, she turned her head to look in the direction of the sea. Under the dark night, one after another appeared on the surface of the sea at unknown times, densely packed almost evenly covered with black shadows on the surface of the sea. Those black shadows have human-like bodies, and they are walking towards the shore one by one. If ordinary people encounter this situation, they will definitely be shocked. For example, Louise was shocked. What are they? Karla and Clark exchanged glances, not surprised since they had met once before. They are Trench people. Trench tribe. Once again, because Karla and Clark's sparring made too much noise, it attracted the Trench tribe. This wasn't the first time Karla and Clark had bumped into them. What kind of monsters are these? Do you call them people? This was the first time for Louise to see the Trench race. When they started to climb ashore, Louise finally saw some vague images under the moonlight. Then Louise was frightened by the appearance of the Trench tribe. That can no longer be called a human, because the Trench clan did not know what happened, and they all degenerated into a monster image between a human and a fish. Louise even wondered if this was a monster or a devil crawling out of hell, right? Karla glanced at Louise. Wait until you have a chance to see a person who degenerates into a crab, or a mermaid, and then be shocked. Louise opened her mouth wide. Are there people like that? What Karla said was true, and Clark could prove it. They have been to the deep sea, and have seen some underwater cities of Atlantis from a long distance. One of the people in the city degenerated into a crab-like image. Karla had been hesitation for a long time, but he still didn't dare to try it. Because they are theoretically degenerate. You guys go first. Karla turned her head and winked at little Jonathan. Your father is very weak now, you have to protect them well. Little Jonathan immediately raised his head as if feeling honored. Leave it to me. Louise wanted to say something more, but little Jonathan had already taken her and the weak Clark into flight. This child, is he more willing to listen to his aunt than I say? Louise was speechless, and always felt that this child was raised for nothing because he was closer to Karla. Little Jonathan was distressed, but Auntie wants me to protect you. Seeing that there are more and more trench people below, and a large number of trench people have climbed ashore, Louise found that Karla still had no intention of leaving, so she couldn't help asking, Clark, what does Karla want to do? Clark sighed, these trench people have lost their minds, and even no longer have wisdom. They have completely turned into monsters. They can neither communicate nor coexist peacefully. For them, human beings are food and factories. So, Louise continued to ask, but she actually had a bad premonition in her heart. Clark averted his gaze, unable to bear to watch what happened next. Fight. He was already using the least bloody words possible to describe it. Louise was startled and saw that when those trench monsters approached Karla, she finally made a move. The power of the trench race is far greater than that of the Superman class. In fact, there are three most distinct human race groups on Earth. One is the Atlanteans and the other is the Amazons. Even among the Atlanteans, the Trench clan is the most powerful. When they realized Karla's existence, they immediately ran wildly and went straight to Karla's place. Looking for death, Karla sneered. Facing such monsters that couldn't even communicate, she definitely would not have any scruples. They were the ones who came to attack her in the first place, and she was just defending and counter-attacking. Karla's eyes slowly turned red, and then slammed the heat vision rays again. Like a hot knife cutting butter, Karla's thermal vision rays are like the most terrifying laser sword, or laser cutting machine. When she turned her head and moved her sight in front of her as if cutting across the past, countless trench people who had landed and those who hadn't landed were suddenly cut off. It was cut off in half. The scene immediately cleared up. Oh my god, Louise covered her mouth, looked at what Karla had caused with disbelief, and then asked Clark, why don't you stop her? Since these monsters are called human beings, how can you bear to watch her kill so many people? Clark shrugged, you know I might be weaker than you right now, and even in normal times, I'm no match for my old lady. He's the one who's been bullied all the time. Louise gritted her teeth and let little Jonathan put herself down. This is wrong, I want to argue with her. Karla on the ground was going to see how many trench people were attracted in the sea, but she noticed that little Jonathan did not leave with his parents, but came down. Karla felt strange, and heard Louise ask eagerly before landing, Karla, just now you made Clark firmly remember that he is a human being, and asked him to pay attention to his humanity, but why did you do this? Killing so many people so easily. Karla blinked, thought for a while, and reached out to pull Louise in front of her with psychokinesis. That's it, then go and talk about it, Karla said, sending Louise to a monster that was still breathing even though it was only half of its body. Louise was startled by the monster's appearance first, and before she had time to feel pity and sympathy, she saw that the monster somehow showed huge amounts of power, opened its teeth and claws, and opened its terrifying blood basin with a big mouth. He came straight to himself. Louise was taken aback. Karla kicked the monster away in time, and sighed, I want to communicate, but this kind of monster won't communicate with you, so what should I do? Didn't you have the ability to fly away? Louise calmed down, while continuing to raise her doubts. You don't have to fight them at all, let alone kill so many people. You can avoid fighting. Karla, your strength is much stronger than Clark. You are worried that Clark will endanger the world if he is not restrained, but you are the key. As long as you are here, Clark will never become a threat. But if your thoughts get out of control, it will be a world-class disaster. Louise didn't suddenly burst into the heart of Mary. What she was really worried about was Karla's state, and it was the first time to see Karla's decisive side, but it made her feel scared and worried. Superman without self-discipline would be terrible, but if Karla had no self-discipline, it would be 100 times more terrifying than Superman. Now these monsters, but next time? Who will be next time? Sometimes, it is not necessarily because of language barriers that people cannot communicate, but even if everyone speaks the same language, they cannot communicate. It must be stated that Louise is by no means a mother whore. She is worried about Karla, because they are family. Does Xiao? Don't worry Louise, Karla smiled and reassured Louise, I promise, everyone I kill is a damned person. Louise was speechless, and that was all she worried about him. Karla, Louise looked at Karla, not knowing what to do. But only this point Karla will not compromise. Louis, don't just focus on the life in front of you. For example, these trench people, if you investigate, you may find some information. They will attack humans, and they don't know how many people have been killed. The bad guys are the same. The damned people I'm talking about refer to people who have hurt other people's lives. If you only care about the lives of prisoners, who will appeal for the dead? Is the life of the bad guy's life, and the good guys who died, can you not care about it? Even if this is the DC world, I don't want to always have to discuss these things with others. I will act in my own way, and I will exercise self-discipline. Other than that, let's not talk about it. Karla and the others were a little unhappy because of the Trench tribe's sudden disturbance. When they went back, Karla was flying ahead alone, obviously still a little angry. Is she mad at me? Louise asked Clark. Clark shook his head. Probably not. He can't admit it, can he? Clark, I am very worried about Karla. Although Karla is your sister, I think she is far less stable than you. What should I do in the future? When you officially appear in front of the world, there will always be people who will be hostile to you. Not everyone will become your believers, Louise expressed her concern. As she said, even Superman is not accepted and believed by everyone. Superman also has black fans. If Karla continues to go her own way, she will only deepen the conflict and confrontation with people, and even be completely rejected and isolated by the Earth. Isn't it too pitiful to be feared and rejected by people despite being a superhero? What's more, the more intensified each other the antagonism and hostility of Karla on the Earth will be more difficult to maintain, and I think she will give up the Earth in the end, right? Clark, we have to convince her, at least, that she can no longer kill people in front of people. The reason why your father didn't dare to expose you when you were young is because you know that Earth people are not ready to accept aliens. In fact, Louise has a long-term vision, and she is already worried that if Karla continues like this, she may be isolated from the Earth in the future. If Karla continues like this, it is understandable that people will panic. And once the Earth starts to reject Karla, it's no wonder that she will try to please others with her personality. She will probably leave the Earth forever. Anyway, she is the queen of the new Krypton now. Wouldn't it be nice to be loved by everyone on her own planet? The Earth needs her, and it needs you, and the Earth needs you, Louise said. Clark put his arms around his wife's shoulders and comforted him. Don't worry, Louise, the Earth is my sister's and I's second home, and we have our Earth parents here, so we won't give up here. And it's time for you to change your address. Didn't you admire her articles before? Try calling out sister. Louise was a little uncomfortable. She always called Karla by her first name. But she and Clark are married after all, and Karla is Clark's older sister, also 10 years older than her, so it's time to change the way of addressing her. Even Karla, who was flying in front, turned around. Come on, try shouting. Maybe I will accept your opinion as soon as I am happy. It turns out that she, Kakje, listens, too, with her super hearing. She can hear any disturbance in every corner of the universe, let alone such a short distance. Louise was a little embarrassed because she was very embarrassed. But even little Jonathan, who didn't interrupt when the grown UPS were talking, looked at her. Okay, Louise sighed, if I can really convince you, sister, you should pay more attention to your own image and respect for life. To tell the cruel truth, what ordinary people can do, even you are the only ones who can do things that bad guys can do, one because you are aliens, and another 10 because you are heroes. Karla had to admit that what Louise said made sense. Sometimes, people are a little too harsh on superheroes, even they are aliens. Those bad guys and super criminals can kill, even Joker can kill a lot of people. But if you try to get Batman to kill Joker in public, it will immediately make all his supporters change sides. If Karla is still so decisive after she starts appearing in front of people under the name of female Superman, it will immediately attract voices of doubt. People will question what power does she have to decide whether people live or die? What power does she have to judge? What power does she have to execute? Karla asked Louise before, why only pay attention to the lives of bad guys, but ignore the lives of innocent people who have been hurt? Louise now explains that because people don't care about that, the reality is cruel. People only care about what power you have to do that. Sometimes, reality is even more magical than fiction. For example, some things that are happening in a certain country definitely cannot be written here. What's more, Karla is still an alien, she will only be subjected to stricter requirements. Karla couldn't help scolding, people always demand others with the standards of saints, and then demand themselves with the standards of sluts. Crack, Louise clapped her hands excitedly, that's it, so do you understand my worry? I know, Karla said that she is not a child, she knows that Louise has good intentions, they are a family, and she is definitely worried about Karla's future. If it's a big deal, I won't make my debut. Anyway, there is Superman protecting people. Even without me, it's not a big deal. Karla said that she cannot make her debut, so that no one can demand her. Louise looked at Karla and let out a hee-hee. The reason why she cared so much about this matter was because she knew too well that their siblings are the same kind of people. If they really encountered a need, she would definitely stand up and out. You are destined to be heroes, Louise commented on the two siblings, but she was worried, but human nature is complicated and selfish. Things happen out of nothing, some people will even attack you, and even good people will think you are troublesome. So you will never have an easy time in the future. Okay, Louise, from the moment I put on the battle suit, I already understood how many responsibilities I have to bear. Don't worry, Clark kissed his wife's forehead, knowing that she was worried about what happened to him and Karla in the future encounter. But they are not so easily defeated. But Clark didn't notice that Karla looked at him strangely. It seems that Karla has fallen behind in the exchange of ideas between Louise and Karla, but even Louise knows that she is completely unable to persuade Karla, so she keeps talking about it along the way. Karla has mature ideas and deep-rooted beliefs, and she will not waver even in the face of any challenge. But Clark, he thinks some things are too good and too simple. Can he really stand the torture in the future? Karla was skeptical, and she'd been worried about Clark too. After all, Karla can also decide whether to leave the Earth according to her mood, and the big deal is to walk away. But Clark has regarded this place as his hometown, and he will devote himself to living here and helping people. But what if his kindness is exchanged for all kinds of unreasonable attacks? When people start to attribute the attacks of the bad guys to Superman, thinking that he didn't work hard, or that he caused it, how will he bear it at that time? After that, the four of them stopped talking and went back home quietly. Although they had lowered their voices, they still caught the attention of Martha and Jonathan. Especially when Karla went back to her room, Martha was leaning against the head of the bed and reading a book, waiting for her to come back. Mom, you don't have to wait for me to come back, Karla laughed. Martha put down the book and said, I haven't slept with you for many years, let me hug my daughter. Karla is helpless, she is already 41 years old. But it seems that Karla is no different from an 18-year-old girl. Little Jonathan went to his grandparents' room and slept with his grandpa. I didn't talk all night, and I woke up early the next morning. After breakfast, the Clark family left first. They have work to do, and little Jonathan has to go to school, so he can't stay here forever. On the contrary, Karla has nothing to do now. Since she promised to stay at home for a few more days, she simply accompanied her father to the farm for 2 days and then accompanied her mother to the small town. As a result, within 3 days, Perry's call came after him. Karla, come to work for me now that you're back, Perry growled on the phone. It turned out that he still gave Karla her job, and even her office was reserved. Brother Perry, you don't have to do this, Karla felt dumbfounded. In the first 5 years, in the next 6 years, she has been a dove for 11 years. It is impossible for any company to be so magnanimous. It doesn't matter, anyway, your salary has not been paid, and the company will not lose money, Perry told the truth. Although Karla has been working all these years, but the only salary is not a penny, and the benefits brought by her articles are enough for the company to keep her position and office. Karla complained, profiteer. Perry says you can say whatever you want. So, are you really not planning to come back? Perry actually wanted to ask Karla about her plans. If she really didn't plan to come back, he would have to deal with it. Karla thought for a while, I really don't have time now, if I have time in the future, maybe I will go for a walk. Although she also likes the days when she works at Planet Daily, but now she really doesn't have that kind of leisure time. Even the Earth doesn't always come back and spends more time in zinking. That is to say, everything on New Krypton has started to be on the right track recently. Various issues such as the development of the planet, the reconstruction of Kryptonian civilization, newborns, social construction, etc. have stabilized, and Karla is no longer needed. She has been staying on New Krypton to stabilize her heart, so she can spend more time on the Earth. But Karla still has to go back. So Karla sighs, I'm going to miss you guys. Perry also regretted, well, I will let Clark take your information back. He is your younger brother, is it okay? Karla agreed casually, and then tuned in for a while after hanging up the phone. She also started to miss the old days. Is it because of the old relationship? He is 40 years old after all. Then Karla continued to live at home with her parents in peace of mind for a few days, and then she was ready to leave. Faced with Martha's reluctance, Karla promised to come back next month. She can now come back to Earth once a month, and at the longest time, she can live on Earth for a week, and then go back to the new planet Chlorine. Anyway, it's not troublesome, and it's okay to run around. Just when everything is developing peacefully, Karla is used to this kind of daily life. At most, she gathers with Mago and the others every now and then, and sometimes helps Mago patrol, or is called by Tomare to help arrest some galaxies. As a super criminal, the small days were spent in this way. Suddenly one day, Clark's help signal came from the Earth. Something happened in Gotham City. Karla hurried back to Earth, found Clark, and asked what happened. It turned out that not long ago, a huge robbery that horrified the whole world took place in Gotham City. A group of thieves broke into the stock exchange so boldly, they were not going to rob the bank for cash, but to rob stocks. Later, after verification, not only did many companies suffer huge losses, especially the Wayne Group was directly replaced by the CEO and the largest equity holder. In other words, the entire Wayne Group has been snatched away. Bruce is too stupid, isn't he? Karla was surprised, no matter how Bruce is not a man to be slaughtered. 0 for flowers. The robbers have his fingerprint information in their hands, although they don't know how they got it, so it's like being authenticated by Bruce Wayne. And even if they know that this is a hijacking and want to thoroughly investigate and authenticate, the process will take a week. Clark, as a reporter, knows these things like the back of his hand. So you didn't ask me to come back to help you fight criminals, did you? Karla glanced at Clark, and wondered why he asked him for help, if it was just a few robbers. It's actually not that simple. The hijacking happened a week ago. Clark took out a newspaper and handed it to Karla. Karla looked down. This is a news report from Gotham City. The front page news on it said one thing. A major crisis is happening in Gotham City right now. 0. The reason why the group of robbers targeted the Wayne Group was because the Wayne Group had a device under development. As for what the device was originally used for, it is no longer important. What is important is that it has now been transformed into a nuclear bomb could go off at any moment. That's okay. Karla showed a surprised expression. Bruce is messing up? He actually hid a nuclear bomb in his company? In fact, it is not a nuclear bomb, at least it was not used to make a nuclear bomb, but was transformed, remember the doctor mentioned before. Nuclear physicist, Dr. Leonid Paver. The news reported earlier said that he was dead, but in fact he was not, but was robbed. He was the one who turned the Wayne Group device into a nuclear bomb. Although this nuclear bomb is not a nuclear warhead, nor can it be carried on any weapon, but with its original power, it is enough to blow up half of Gotham City to the sky. God knows how many people will die in one blow. Now, the robbers have hijacked the entire Gotham City, and no one dares to act rashly. And the Gotham City Night Batman has also disappeared. It is said that no one knows his whereabouts after the previous operation now. Clark said all the information he knew, and the reason why he asked Karla for help was because the robber held the nuclear bomb in his hand, so he didn't dare to act casually. It seems that we are going to Gotham City to take a look at the real situation. The night fell over Gotham City again, and the citizens of Gotham City who had been troubled by disasters are now all staying in their homes, because of the threat of robbers, and because of those lunatics released all the prisoners, Clark explained to Karla as he flew in the sky, looking down at Gotham City below. The threat of that group of robbers had already happened during the day, and the leader was a guy named Bane, who announced the hijacking and control of Gotham City in front of the whole world. Although the bomb is called a neutron bomb, it is actually a tactical nuclear weapon, and it is indeed a nuclear weapon. Now it has become a chip in his hands. The range of the bomb can reach at least a 6-mile radius. Millions of people will be threatened, and no one dares to touch them easily. Clark gritted his teeth, even he was a little bit cautious now. With Clark's strength, he definitely wouldn't take that 143 Bane seriously. He was just an ordinary person. There is no kryptonite on the Earth today, so naturally there is no weapon capable of threatening Clark. He is invincible. But if Clark dares to make a move, Bane or his men can activate the bomb, and more than half of Gotham City will be wiped out. Never underestimate the power of nuclear weapons. Karla looked away and found that Gotham City's passages to the outside world have been controlled by the military. The robbers issued a threat that if anyone dared to leave, they would also detonate the bomb, and for the safety of millions of people, they had to control the exiting bridge. Clark continued to explain. Karla nodded, understanding. If the bridge is not blocked, some people will definitely leave without permission, and people's selfishness should never be overestimated. But in this way, once the robbers are really crazy, millions of lives will be lost, and no one wants to see this result. The sister and brother of at the moment have put on their battle suits. Under the cover of night, no one can find them. The entire Gotham City was shrouded in darkness, as if there was no one in the city. That's because huge amounts of crisis are threatening the entire Gotham City, and those freed prisoners are reveling in the streets and alleys. But Karla felt strange that Joker was the only one missing among these crazy crowd. For some reason, Joker seems to be absent from the feast. There are also Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Rather, many prisoners are eagerly rushing towards them, and they have become the targets of some prisoners. The reason is that when Harley Quinn followed Joker, they almost offended the entire underworld, so they were also targeted. However, Harley Quinn is not so easy to kill, and she now has Poison Ivy teaming up. As a result, many unlucky people were either killed by landmines in the yard, played by Harley Quinn's mechanism, or strangled by plants controlled by Poison Ivy. Karla shook her head, ignoring the two crazy women. Come with me, Karla greeted, leading Clark to turn around and rush down, heading straight for Wayne Manor. Wayne Manor still maintains the tranquility of the past, not because the high walls here are difficult to attack, but because it is located on the outskirts of Gotham City, and has even been selected from the city. In addition, the prisoners were only released in the afternoon, so they haven't attacked here yet. Karla and Clark fell directly into the yard, and Karla pushed open the door with her hand out. It's not that the door doesn't have a lock, but that there is Karla's fingerprint information in the defense system, so Wayne Manor is almost defenseless in front of her. It can be seen what position and status Karla occupies in Wayne's family. The siblings broke in and went straight to the second-floor hall of the castle, where they met Wayne and Lucius. This Lucius' full name is Lucius Fox. He is not only the former CEO of Wayne Group, but also the main personnel who replaced Bruce in the management company. He is also Batman's technical consultant. There is participation. For example, the most classic Batmobile, and even the current Batmobile, as well as Batman battlesuit and so on. So his status is naturally very important, and now at such a critical juncture, he has also been invited. Everyone in the room stood up when Karla brought Clark in. Karla, thank goodness you're here. Jennifer was relieved to see Karla. Karla stepped forward and hugged Jennifer. Clark's call for help was already late. God knows what Gotham City has been through before that. Even Jennifer was a little confused. This is definitely right, because the enemy this time is terrible. They even used nuclear weapons, such terrible deadly weapons. God knows what they are going to do. Hey, Clark, long time no see. Jennifer greeted Clark again. Clark nodded. Hello. Jennifer and Donnie are Karla's few close friends from school days to the present. In the past, Jennifer and Donnie would also go to their family's farm to play, and they are naturally familiar with Clark. Jennifer introduced Clark and Bruce to each other again. Karla noticed that Bruce's right arm was a little awkward when shaking hands with Clark, and asked, "Have you ever fought that Bane?" Bruce nodded. Still lost. Bruce nodded again. That Bane is not simple. In fact, he is also a member of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, at least he used to be. Later, for some unknown reason, he was expelled by Lars. But his strength is even higher than mine. The League of Shadow Warriors again. Karla frowned. It was because of them that she made her debut more than 10 years ago. She didn't expect this organization to be so lingering. But Bruce is not too embarrassed, although he admits that he lost the fight with Bane this time. It is because he did not expect that Bane was originally from the Shadow Warrior Alliance. The two are still brothers of the same school, and Bruce is also a junior. By the way, Clark, Mr. Bruce Wayne 5.3 is Batman, and Jennifer is now Oracle Man. Karla suddenly revealed Bruce's true identity. In the end, Clark was not surprised at all and said, I guessed it a long time ago. When you suddenly came to Gotham City to become Oracle Man, I knew that the person you met in Gotham City was this Mr. Bruce, so who Batman can still be deduced. It turned out that he had already guessed that Bruce might be Batman. Bruce looked at Clark curiously, what's your title? He could see that Clark was also acting as a superhero. Superman, Karla said first. Clark scratched his hair a little shyly. Unexpectedly, the historical moment when Superman and Batman met for the first time happened under such circumstances that while Clark and Bruce and Superman and Batman had a successful history meeting. But this doesn't help much with the problem I'm facing now. Mama Karla. Damian heard the voice downstairs and ran out, throwing himself into Karla's arms. Why isn't this kid asleep yet? Jennifer reached out and pulled Damian's ear, a little jealous that her son was closer to Karla. Karla hugged Damian and hid to the side, looked at the boy who was as big as a kid, and asked, Are you scared? Damian turned to look at everyone in the room. At the moment, all the people who can solve this matter are gathered here, except Afa and Lucius, who will do logistics. Not to mention Karla, Clark, Jennifer, and Bruce. The original Robin was actually in the room all the time, but he didn't speak much, so his sense of presence was very low. Bruce also asked him jokingly, Usually you are so active, why don't you tell your bad jokes now? Bruce once complained that this young assistant, who has been adopted by him, would always say some bad jokes in action. Very cold and cold Bruce is helpless. Robin said solemnly, Now is not the time to tell bad jokes, Mr. Bruce. Bruce is angry. Although Damian is only 11 years old, he is not afraid of the current situation at all, but bravely said, No bad guy can harm Gotham City, because there are Batman and Oracle Man here, they will defeat all enemies and bad guy. This kid. Bruce and Jennifer were relieved. But Oracle can't be out anymore. Karla glanced at Jennifer's belly, which was already showing signs of pregnancy. But Jennifer caught up with this time and became pregnant again. Perhaps it was because of this that Bruce, who was acting alone, capsized in the gutter. Although Bane is definitely not a gutter. Damian was very sensible. He didn't disturb the adults' conversation, but just stayed aside and watched obediently. The conversation returned to Bane and the current crisis. Originally, I planned to use the reactor to produce renewable energy to replace oil and other crude oil and natural gas, to replace those resources that would damage the environment. If I succeed, I can even develop unlimited energy. Bruce first explained to Karla and Clark the meaning of the nuclear weapon, source and original purpose. In the final analysis, it is the development of nuclear energy. No energy can catch up with nuclear energy, provided that it is indeed controllable. The power of nuclear weapons can be felt. If nuclear energy is used to replace crude oil and gas, and even electricity generation, human beings will no longer need to mine and consume the Earth's resources. At least the pressure on the Earth can be greatly reduced, and the environment will no longer be damaged. As a result, the reactor developed by the Wayne Group was taken away. It was also used to make a neutron bomb, which is a small nuclear bomb. The neutron bomb belongs to the category of nuclear weapons, and its discipline belongs to nuclear weapons. It's just that the power of neutron bombs and the infection of nuclear radiation are far lower than those of conventional nuclear weapons. The problem now is that although there are 4 of you superheroes gathered here, Batman, Robin, Superman, and female Superman, not counting Jennifer's Oracle Man, and Bane is only one person, but you have nothing to do with him, because he or his subordinates can detonate the bomb at any time. Afu expressed concern about the ensuing battle. Even Lucius told a terrible truth. Besides the remote control, the most important thing is that once the bomb is activated, it will automatically enter the countdown. That is to say, even if no one detonates it by then, it will be a few hours later. Then it explodes on its own. How much time do we have? Karla asked. She will decide how much to expose on a case-by-case basis. Don't forget that Karla still has a lot of secrets. She didn't reveal her life experience. Bruce and Jennifer always thought that she was a human with super abilities, but they didn't know that she was actually an alien. So Karla still had some reservations, and didn't propose that she could throw the bomb into the sun in an instant. A flare activity on the sun is equivalent to the explosion of tens of billions of nuclear bombs, and a mere neutron bomb is far inferior to the power of the solar wind. But Karla didn't do that. At least for now she wants to keep her alien identity. It won't exceed 72 hours at most. Lucius gave a conservative estimate. Everyone's expressions became more solemn. Bane himself is not scary, and his Shadow Warrior Alliance is not a threat, because they have been exposed, and once they are concentrated by the military, they will be wiped out in an instant. After all, they are just the flesh and blood of ordinary people. The real threat cannot be separated from the neutron bomb. Hey, I think you may need help. Suddenly, a green figure appeared outside the window. Karla was a little surprised. It was Green Lantern Hal. She knew he was Hal. The question is, how did he find here? Karla, so you're here too. Hal flew in through an open window, and was a little surprised when he saw Karla. Karla thought it wasn't because she attracted him, so she couldn't help asking, why are you here? Hal shrugged. Please, what's happening here in Gotham City is being broadcast live in front of the whole world. I definitely have to come over and help. Then how did you find this place? Karla was even more surprised. Since he was surprised that he was here, it meant that he didn't know that he was here, so why did he come here? Hal raised his right hand and showed the green light 997 ring worn on his middle finger. I asked the light ring to help me analyze it, and it believed that Batman was Bruce Wayne, and found out that Batman was dispatched from the back of this castle every time, and when I return, I will come back here, so I am here. It turned out that Bruce himself exposed it. Indeed, the green light ring has a function close to that of a smart computer, and can even automatically translate the languages of the entire universe. When Karla was in another world before, Green Lantern Hal there said that he only knew that he had gone to Krypton 250,000 years ago after the analysis of the Green Lantern ring. Even this kind of thing can be analyzed, just analyze the identity of Batman, it should not be difficult. The most important thing is that Bruce has indeed been dispatched from the Batcave behind the manor. The Batcave is just behind the manor, and it can be analyzed based on this clue. Only then did Karla feel relieved, and turned around to introduce everyone. His name is Hal Jordan, a friend from Seaside City, known as Green Lantern. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It seemed that their team had grown stronger again. Speaking of Karla, Hal suddenly scratched his cheek, and hesitantly said with some hesitation, "When I came here, I seemed to have brought someone along by accident." "What? Why didn't you say this earlier?" Hal flew all the way here. Logically speaking, although his green body is very conspicuous, no one should be able to spot it, or in other words, no one should be able to keep up with him at his speed. Then there is only one answer: those who can discover and keep up with Hal are destined not to be ordinary people. Wow. The window suddenly shattered, and a figure rushed in from outside the house. When everyone looked carefully, it was a handsome figure with beautiful long flowing hair and exquisite facial features. He was wearing a battle suit similar to a battle armor. He held a shield in his left hand and a sharp knife in his right. There was a long sword, and a string of ropes exuding golden radiance hung on one side of his waist. Wonder Woman? Just looking at this classic dress is enough to recognize her identity. But besides Karla, almost no one knew who she was. "It's her," Hal introduced to everyone. "She was following me all the way just now, and her speed cannot be what a human being should have." Wonder Woman glanced sideways at Hal. "I don't think ordinary human beings should be able to fly, and you still have a green glow all over your body. Who are you? An alien?" Karla and Clark looked at each other, and their hearts skipped a beat. "Is it exposed?" "Actually no," Wonder Woman just complained. "Who are you?" Karla asked. In fact, she knew that the beautiful girl in front of her was Wonder Woman. Don't forget that she had also seen a Wonder Woman from another world. The relationship between Wonder Woman and Superman in that world, the relationship is still very unusual. If I have to say it, Wonder Woman actually came to Earth earlier than Karla and Clark, even though she was originally from Earth. Wonder Woman was born on Paradise Island, where the Amazon family is located, but during the World War, which should have been World War I at the earliest, she had already come to the outside world. It's just that Wonder Woman's active time was too early. Even if the new movie was released, the time background was still in 1984. In 1984, Karla was only 14 years old and had only been on Earth for 4 years. Clark was 4 years old at the time. Later Wonder Woman lived in seclusion in the human world and was no longer active. So there is no chance of any intersection between them. Until this time, when the whole world noticed the huge crisis in Gotham City, millions of people might be turned into ashes in an instant. Not only Karla and Clark came, but Hal also came, and even Wonder Woman came out again. It can be said that one party is in trouble and all parties support it. "You can call me Wonder Woman." Wonder Woman said her title. But Karla thinks, "It's not fair, sister, we've all introduced our real identities, and it's okay for you to keep it a secret." Wonder Woman glanced at Karla. "Well, my name is Diana. I saw what happened in Gotham City, and I wanted to have the opportunity to meet the city's superhero Batman. I didn't expect to meet this bright, that's why I followed the guy who flies around in the sky. By the way, I can compensate for the glass." "Forget about the glass, let me introduce you briefly." Bruce definitely didn't care about a glass, and introduced himself to Diana. "He is Batman." Diana was a little surprised. "You look like just an ordinary person." Bruce shrugged. "Who said ordinary people can't be superheroes anymore? This is." Then, everyone got to know each other again. At the moment in this room, although it is not yet a Justice League, but the superheroes have come to meet for the first time, this is really a historic moment. Karla couldn't help but took out her camera and took a photo with everyone. "Definitely now is not the time to do this. It seems that you have been discussing countermeasures. Have you got any good ideas?" Diana asked. She was the last to arrive, and she didn't know if they had already discussed a countermeasure. Bruce rephrased the previous argument briefly. "In general, the enemy Bane is not terrible. The only worry is that once we attack him, he can detonate the bomb in the first place. So, our top priority now is to control the bomb in our hands, and maybe throw it into the sea." Karla asked Bruce, "Do you know the approximate whereabouts of the bomb?" This time it was Jennifer who spoke out about the information they had gathered. "So far we have learned that Bane is using 3 trucks to confuse the public, and one of them must be carrying the real bomb. The 3 trucks will be in Gotham City. In the 3 directions, the distance is the farthest. Originally, we could not confirm which of the 3 trucks contained the bomb at the same time, but now with your help, it should not be a big problem." Unexpectedly, Bane was still very clever. He used one of the 3 trucks to hold the real bomb, and the other 2 were to confuse the public. In this way, once one of the trucks is attacked, he will know that someone is going to attack the bomb, and he can detonate the bomb immediately, or let someone throw a mouse. But it's different now. Bane never knew that there are so many people gathered in Gotham City. It can be said to be half of the Justice League. Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Superman, and Batman, and now there are also female Superman and Robin. Unfortunately, Oracle Man cannot be dispatched. Generally speaking, the Justice League is best known as the Big Seven, and there are indeed 7 superheroes gathered here, and their fighting power is by no means inferior to that of the Justice League. In other words, there are now 2 Superman, stronger than the regular Justice League. While everyone was discussing intensely, Afu secretly wiped away tears. Lucius and him were considered old friends, and asked quickly, "Why are you crying?" "Now we are full of hope." Afu explained, "I see that the young master has made so many friends and so many people come to help him, so I feel relieved and happy." Bruce said with black lines, "Don't talk like I don't even have a friend." Karla squinted at Bruce, "Then how many friends do you still have?" Bruce had nothing to say. Diana looked at the others. Her intrusion was accidental, and she also wanted to make friends with Batman. Everyone chatted a few words while discussing the next action plan, and finally finalized the countermeasures. They do not intend to act immediately, but deliberately wait until tomorrow day. Bane's, Jianyo's, actions have brought huge amounts of influence and hidden dangers to the world. Everyone is afraid that a terrorist can do such terrible things. Shit. So I think, Karla said, looking at everyone around her, we must not only attack decisively, but also let the world see the existence of superheroes, and let those villains who are ready to act consider the consequences. With our presence, we will protect everyone's donkeys. Tomorrow during the day, I, Clark and Hal, the 3 of us will be in charge of the 3 trucks, and take the bomb away safely at the first time, and send it to the sea. Bruce, Robin, and Diana, you lead all the police forces in Gotham City, not only to arrest Bane and his men, but also to arrest all fugitives who took the opportunity to be released. This time, we are going to fight a beautiful big victory, and we have to deter all the bad guys so that they don't dare to act rashly again. Superhero, it's time to stand up. Bane's influence is not limited to Gotham City, and even threatens the whole world. Once Bane's plan is successful, who can guarantee that no one will follow suit? Wouldn't the world be in chaos then? So Karla's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. They not only want to destroy Bane's plan, they also want to defeat Bane. They also want to defeat him in front of the whole world, and let more people know that superheroes exist. Not just Batman, there are other superheroes in this world. No matter how rampant criminals are, they cannot escape their blows. And they really need to plan well how to control the 3 trucks at the same time, and then transfer the bomb away in the shortest time. That bomb was Bane's deadly weapon and his shield, and the thing that made people worry was that the bomb would endanger the lives of millions of people, not how powerful Bane was. Bane would never have imagined that 6 superheroes are now gathering behind the scenes, and even the embryonic form of the Justice League has begun to take shape. It's too much of a fuss to only use it against him alone, right? But with the threat Bane poses now, even among all the villains, 240 is a very harmful one. In particular, he brought huge amounts of chaos to Gotham City. He released all the prisoners and confuses people, saying that he wants to return Gotham City to the people, so that everyone can ignore the law and ignore the law. What do you want to do? It will be all right. This also inevitably brought about class antagonisms. After all, a certain country is capitalist, and the polarization is very serious. Later, even many of the original poor people joined Bane's side. If we continue to let things go like this, God knows how far it will go in the end. So Karla and the others decided that tomorrow morning, when almost everyone has gone to work, at least in this urban area, when the TV station can broadcast live, they will wipe out Bane and his team in one fell swoop. After discussing tomorrow's battle meeting together, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Because there are so many superheroes gathered here now, the threat from Bane is nothing. Afu also prepared a sumptuous supper, and opened 2 bottles of good wine, so that everyone can chat and connect with each other besides business. Not to mention, in fact, almost everyone is meeting for the first time, and they are all curious about their respective experiences. The reason is also very simple. Before this, everyone was only active in their own small circles. Batman is Gotham City, and Green Lantern is Seaside City, not to mention that the Superman of this world has just debuted. And Diana lived in seclusion for too long. When she was very active, everyone present was still a child. This also made Jennifer very curious and secretly asked how old Diana was. Regarding this question, Diana did not give a formal answer, but only said that she had participated in the First World War, and that was when she came to the human world from a never before. In fact, she must have existed earlier. Because Diana is the daughter of Zeus, she has the blood of a demigod, and even became the god of war once after defeating Ares, the god of war. So her age is almost immortal. Like Karla, age or something doesn't mean anything anymore. For example, Karla can easily live for more than 10 billion years now, so if you ask her if she is 30, 50, or 100, does it make any sense? Taking time out, Karla also explained to Hal, I want him to remember that he and Clark are not allowed to reveal their alien identities. The people present, even including Diana, are all Earthlings. Only the 2 of them are aliens, and I always feel that it is not good to say it. Karla just finished explaining to Hal, and Diana and the others immediately became curious about Karla and Clark's super abilities. Now they still think that the power of Superman and female Superman comes from super ability, that they are Superman or Superman type. Only Hal knows that they are Kryptonians because they are Green Lantern. Karla was also unambiguous, and showed, Kachi, the control of the 4 elements, and Clark also showed psychokinesis and heat vision rays, and everyone was amazed. But the most shocking thing is the power of Hal's Green Lantern. He can turn imagination into reality. It can be said that his upper limit of power depends entirely on how big his imagination is. Simply what you want. Diana also showed off her equipment. For example, the most famous lasso of Mantra. First of all, the lasso of Mantra is unbreakable, and those who are bound can only tell the truth. And the sword in her hand was made by Hephaestus, the god of fire. It is a sharp sword that can cut from the subatomic level. As well as the divine power shield, it is made of the mysterious metal of Paradise Island. The edge of the shield is extremely sharp, and it is often used by Diana to chop. Especially the pair of Guardian silver bracelets. Although all the Amazons wear silver bracelets, only Diana's silver bracelets have supernatural powers, and the others are just to remember their ancestors who were enslaved by Hercules. Shame. Diana's Guardian silver bracelet is still made by Hephaestus, the skilled craftsman of the gods. The raw material is the fragments of Aegis, the king of gods' shield of Zeus, which can protect the wearer from being approached by bow and arrow bullets. When the silver bracelets on the 2 wrists collide, they can also release the power of the patron saint. Originally, Diana should have a pair of winged shoes, that is, a pair of shoes that can let her fly, but I don't know why they don't have them anymore. But she also has a set of champion helmets. The whole set of helmets includes a set of standard Greek armor, a War Eagle helmet with see-through effect, gold wings that can strengthen her flight ability and can be used as shields, which is the upcoming 1984 trailer The Golden Armor in the film. Definitely she is not wearing it now, and the equipment on her body is just standard Greek armor. It can be felt that everyone is actually very excited, because it may be the first time to meet the same kind, and most of them acted alone before, but it is rare to meet like-minded companions at the moment, and they have a lot to say. At the same time, they didn't forget that they still had important business to do tomorrow, so they were very restrained. They waited until late at night and slept in some rooms under Afu's arrangement. Tomorrow there is still a decisive battle to be fought, not only to win, but also to win beautifully. They need to recharge their batteries. After everyone got up the next day, everyone simply ate something, and then began to get fully armed. The atmosphere slowly became serious, and a big battle was about to start. Just be careful, Jennifer said, as he organized Bruce's battlesuit and every weapon he needed. She was worried about Bruce and Robin because, of all people, only Bruce and Robin were normal people. Actually, it's me you should be worried about. Karla reminded Jennifer that the next person on her side is the one who needs to deal with the bomb. Anyway, be careful in everything, and, Wu Yun is prosperous. At the moment, almost the whole world's attention is focused on Gotham City, because Bane suddenly caused a big drama. Not only did he threaten the lives of millions of people in Gotham City, he even broadcast a global live broadcast, announcing the hijacking of Gotham City in front of everyone. Even Bane released all the prisoners captured in Gotham City for so many years, and intensified the confrontation between the two ends of the class. There are poor people everywhere in the world, and it is well known that wealth is concentrated in the hands of a few, and Bane deliberately, under the circumstances of the current government's fear of rats, announced that Gotham City will be returned to the so-called people. Is that really the case? Everyone knows that he is just breaking the existing laws and rules. He wants to mess up Gotham City. He has only one purpose, that is to plunge Gotham City into an abyss. Once even the most basic laws and morals are gone, who will guarantee people's lives and personal property? Don't you really think that rich people's money is robbed? Since it wasn't snatched, why did you snatch it away? And most of them are ordinary people, office workers, and they are also being threatened now. They are unwilling to join those lunatic mobs, but they are powerless to resist. The key point is that they have also become the attacked party now, but in fact they are not the richest people. This is the current Gotham City, chaos, no rules, and even full-scale riots. This is what Bane wants. It has been learned that Bane is a member of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. What he is doing now is the same as Lars's goal back then. What he really wants is for Gotham City to fall into the abyss, and then give Gotham City brings destruction and doom. However, there is such a group of people who are destined not to compromise, and when it is most needed, they stand up. When people started to go to work in the morning, suddenly a message was received all over the world. To be precise, it was a live broadcast signal. On the deserted street, Batman was walking in the middle, followed by Wonder Woman and Robin on the left and right sides respectively. They finally dispatched, and there also appeared an unfamiliar superhero, Wonder Woman. With unwavering steps, they walked towards the town hall that Bane now occupies. People were shocked, not only surprised that the Dark Knight is now walking in the sun, but also surprised by the identity of Wonder Woman, and even more shocked. Aren't they worried that Bane will detonate the bomb? In the end, even the police station was dispatched. The current police chief Gordon personally led the team and stopped Bruce and the others. Batman, I can't let you pass. Gordon was helpless and helpless. Even the city hall is now occupied by bandits, and he knows that there are hundreds of bandits gathered inside, including Bane and his mercenaries, as well as the prisoners they released. But Gordon could only lead a few hundred police officers to surround the area, but he still dared not take any action. Now instead, he has to stop Batman, because he can't let Batman offend Bane, fearing that Bane will detonate the bomb in a fit of anger. Although Batman understood Gordon, he explained, "Don't worry, I have friends who have gone to deal with the bomb." At the same time, on the other side, above the city, Karla, Clark, and Hal have also started to move. The three divided into three directions, and under the guidance of the backup Lucius, Afu, and Jennifer, they have found 3 trucks respectively. Only one of the 3 trucks had an actual bomb hidden in its compartment. Jennifer can't participate in the operation together now, so she can only communicate with Lucius, Afu, and Karla in real time, and point them to the whereabouts of the truck. Jennifer was in charge of contacting Karla, and at the moment asked, "Karla, how is it with you?" Karla glanced at the truck below and cursed, "Damn, why do they know to use lead?" Karla found that, for some reason, lead was used as a material in the compartment, and lead could just block the Kryptonian's perspective. This also led to bad news from Clark. "I'm not sure if it's a real bomb or not. It was Hal who sent good news. I have scanned with my light ring to make sure that the carriage on my side is empty." "Why? Oh." Karla's eyes lit up. She also has a light ring. At the moment, through Hal's reminder, she turned a green light ring on her left index finger and let it scan the truck below. Then Karla gets feedback from the light ring that yes, the bomb is in the truck underneath her. "Damn, I'm so lucky, right?" Karla cursed again. She really didn't know that she would be chosen. If she knew it, she would have gone to buy the bat lottery this morning. Zero looking for flowers. Now that the whereabouts of the bombs have been found, Karla no longer hesitates, and the truck that was heading straight down immediately flew down. Boom. The truck that was moving was shaken, and the driver didn't know what happened. He just felt that his eyes were dark and he had no idea. It turned out that the entire front of the car was blown up by Karla, leaving only one compartment there. Karla flew to the back door of the carriage, gently grabbed the door and opened it, randomly tore a large hole. The thick steel door was like a piece of paper. Looking inside, Karla saw the shadow of the bomb. But just to be on the safe side, Karla asked Hal and Clark to make sure, and only after they confirmed that there were no bombs on their side, did she easily hold the car and fly up. "I'll take a step first," Karla greeted everyone on the radio, and then lifted the car and flew straight to the sea outside Gotham City. During the process, she passed by the city hall. At that time, she deliberately stopped. In front of the live broadcast of the world and everyone below, she raised the carriage with one hand and pointed to the carriage above her head to Batman and Gordon, and said, "The bomb is here. Go." After saying hello, she continued to fly towards the sea, and reached the distance almost instantly. After she had flown far away, a series of sonic booms sounded behind her. Although Karla did not activate FTL, she has clearly reached supersonic speed and has already broken through the speed of the sound barrier. Just when Karla flew to the distant sea with the bomb in the carriage, there was a loud bang, accompanied by a cloud of mushrooms rising into the sky. Bane detonated the bomb, but the bomb no longer threatened his brother. Tan City is gone. But people didn't cheer. Everyone just followed the camera and looked in the direction of the mushroom cloud. Where's that superhero? Where's that beautiful girl? How's she doing? The next moment, an out-of-control passenger plane rammed over from a distance. Karla was flying to the sea with the carriage before, and now she is back with an out-of-control plane. "I'm sorry, the plane fell down because of the nuclear bomb explosion. Where can I put it?" Karla held the plane and flew in midair and lowered her head to the population below. This is by no means Karla's intention, but the various nuclear radiation reactions caused by the neutron bomb. After all, the neutron bomb is also a member of the nuclear weapon family, although it is the younger brother. Should it be said that the detonation time node chosen by Bane was too accurate? There happened to be a plane nearby that was going to the metropolis from the sky above that piece of sea. Passed over there. Unexpectedly, it was still a disaster. At a critical moment, Karla had to rescue. She cut off the faulty engine, but according to the captain's description, the engine abandoned by Karla was actually intact, but temporarily malfunctioned. She seemed to have destroyed dozens of engines. $1 million. Then Karla spreads to the entire fuselage with her own biological standpoint, which allows her to support the plane with both hands without letting the plane be pierced by chopsticks and pierced by her 613. In this way, Karla showed a famous scene of Superman in front of the world. She carried a huge amounts of passenger plane to the sky of the city hall, bowed her head and asked, "Where can I put it?" Everyone looked up at her dumbfounded, and the world finally witnessed the birth of Superman more intuitively, even though it was a female Superman. "You can send her to the football field, there should be enough space there." Gordon had an impromptu bad idea, saying, "Shouldn't she be sent to the airport in Gotham City?" As a result, Karla really believed his evil, and really took the plane to the football stadium. Some people have already begun to worry about throwing such a large plane at the football stadium. Leaving aside the issue of the passengers in the plane, I would like to ask you, who will deal with this plane in the end? How can such a large plane be taken out? Some news media reporters who heard the news rushed over, regardless of what would happen next at the city hall, but came to report Karla's feat. But when the reporters arrived, they found that Karla had already left. Karla wasn't going to ignore business after all, so she left after dropping off the plane at the football field. Don't worry about the passengers in the plane itself has emergency slides to allow passengers to leave. Although it is said that the emergency slide is worth more than $100,000 and it will be destroyed once it is opened, it is said that it cannot be recycled. In fact, it costs a lot of money to refold the slide. When Karla flew back to the city hall, Clark and Hal had already arrived. The three fell from the sky and came to Batman's side, and the two groups joined together. Have you guys not started yet? Karla spread her hands and said, I've already dealt with the bomb, and it seems that a few fish were killed, so it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Karla should be glad that Aquaman has not returned to the underwater world, otherwise he may have a big fight with Aquaman. Even without Aquaman looking for trouble, this bomb will bring some hidden dangers, but that's for later. Facing Karla's complaints, Diana rolled her eyes and signaled to Gordon in front of her, it was this just police officer who didn't let us go. Batman also spoke, and said to Gordon, the threat of the bomb has been resolved, and then it's time to deal with the people inside. Do you want to continue to stop us? Stay with us. Gordon took a deep look at Karla, honestly he was just startled. Turning around, Gordon faced his police officers and shouted, since the bomb has been resolved, what else is there to say? These bastards let us make Gotham City lose face. Fuck me. Roar. The police force of Gotham City has already been covered outside, just in case, although they dare not conflict with the gangsters inside, they have always been prepared. At the moment, following the director's order, all of them erupted, rushing straight to the gate of the city hall. Not only the police officers, but also the superheroes couldn't bear it anymore. Wonder Woman rushed out first. After the first step, she kicked the ground hard on the second step and leaped high, heading straight for the city hall, smashing through the window on the second floor and rushing in. Did she always act like this? No wonder she entered Wayne Manor like that last night. The others followed closely behind. Karla and Clark flew side by side, and Hal surrounded them with a green glow. Karla scolded angrily, don't dye us such a bad color. Who likes green, really? After a while it was just Bruce and Robin. However, when Gordon thought so, he turned around and found that even Bruce and Robin had disappeared. 0108070102 Fila 1120622510. Unexpected and reasonable, Gordon shrugged, saying that he was familiar with the plot. Very familiar. Bruce and Robin definitely cannot disappear out of thin air. In fact, they have already mixed into the police team and rushed into the gate of the city hall surrounded by police officers. A chaotic battle broke out immediately. In front of people all over the world, Gotham City showed their determination, especially the active appearance of superheroes, which made people all over the world cheer for them involuntarily. Especially in the battle between Bruce and Bane, both of them are from the Shadow Warrior Alliance, and they even studied under Lars, so they can be regarded as brothers in the same school. And this is Gotham City, Batman's home field here, and Bane is their boss. The decisive battle between the two seems to be an unintentional battle. The result of the final battle is definitely beyond doubt, with the help of Wonder Woman, Superman, and the female Superman, and Green Lantern. If this is not a win, then all of them will be smashed to death with a piece of tofu. Casualties in normal chaotic battles were almost zero, and the gangsters and criminals were quickly captured, disarmed, and handcuffed by the police. But people didn't bother the decisive battle between Batman and Bane, including the superheroes, who just watched from the railing on the second floor as the two punched each other in the hall on the first floor. But people don't seem to notice that Karla was away for a short time. Few people know that Bane is not the real boss of 5.1, their boss is a woman, that is the daughter of Lars, in some worlds, Damian's mother. Talia al Ghul spent several years reintegrating the power of the Shadow Warrior Alliance after Lars' death and became the leader of the new Shadow Warrior Alliance. She came for revenge and to fulfill her father's last wish. However, she didn't even have the chance to appear on the stage. As the big boss behind the scenes, she was always hidden behind the scenes. How did Karla know her? In fact, Karla has used supervision to scan the city hall from the very beginning. This is the psychological shadow left by Joker back then, and it has become her habit. So Karla knew her existence, and solved her secretly. Only Batman is left to deal with Bane. Karla knows that the Shadow Warrior Alliance will be a scourge sooner or later, but she also knows that she can't kill people in front of the whole world, so she made a compromise this time. So Louise's suggestion still worked. She solved more and bigger hidden dangers behind people's backs. Is Bane a big threat? At least not as good as Talia al Ghul. She is the real boss of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Only by getting rid of her, the Shadow Warrior Alliance will be completely disbanded. As for Bane, Karla looked down at the battle between the two people in the lobby on the first floor, and couldn't help urging out of boredom, Batman, if you don't deal with him, I will. Bruce felt helpless in his heart. Bane was from the same school as him, Bane would, and even Bane might be stronger. Fortunately, Batman here has not retired for 8 years and has no physical condition, but it is undeniable that because of his beautiful and loving wife, obedient and sensible children, and housekeepers like his old father, Afu, and Lucius with his care, he is much happier than Bane. The 20 also makes Bruce, in some respects, less ferocious than Bane. But Karla reminded Bruce softly on the radio, don't forget that you are stronger than him. You have traveled all over the world and learned almost all fighting techniques and kung fu can't beat shittily. Faced with Karla's reminder, Bruce seems to have finally remembered that he doesn't have to compete with Bane with what he has learned from the Shadow Warrior Alliance. It was also he who decisively changed his fighting style. First he used Wing Chun mixed with Hong Quan to attack Bane quickly, then he used Sanda and Tai Chi to remove the joints of Bane's hands, and finally locked Bane's neck, finally subdued him. Among all of Bruce's enemies so far, except for the monster killer Crocodile, Bane can be said to be Bruce's strongest and most evenly matched opponent. But he finally defeated this enemy. So far, the scene incident has been satisfactorily resolved. It seems that this incident is not dangerous, but it is actually because of too many heroes involved. This force could already form another Justice League. Bane didn't complain about the loss. Batman would definitely feel hopeless if there weren't so many superheroes to help, just Batman himself. In fact, Bane in the movie is weakened, not referring to his strength, but his intelligence. Bane has great strength even in the comics, enough that he can lift a truck. But Bane's real strength is that he has a brain that can compete with Bruce, and he prefers to fight with his mind. So Bane used his own reasoning to deduce Batman's true identity, and even released Batman to capture Joker, Double-Faced Man, and other Batman's enemies in Arkham, and asked Batman to capture them again, while Bane hid and observed Batman's fighting style. Later, he specially waited until Batman caught a cold, and waited in ambush until Batman returned to the Batcave, and then he took the right chance to make a shot. It was almost foolproof and broke Batman's spine. The Bane in the movie is more like a brave and foolhardy fighter, seemingly wily and resourceful, but it has always been Thalia who has always been the leader. But the truth is, Bane alone can bring despair to Batman, because this enemy is very insidious. Bruce's status as a master tactician is beyond doubt. He is positioned as the brain of the Justice League and the person who arranges the action plan. It can be seen that Bane is terrible. But now there's no point in saying anything, with Bane defeated and his crazy plans completely destroyed. The next thing can be left to the police, who arrested Bane's gang and the escaped prisoners. It is also inevitable that a large number of prisoners have escaped, and those people can only be arrested later. In the end, all the police officers spontaneously formed a circle and applauded the superheroes. I express my feelings, and all the people around the world watching the live broadcast are also cheering for these superheroes who came forward and acted bravely. On the street outside, the citizens of Gotham City, who had just survived a catastrophe, also took to the streets one after another, cheering and applauding. As for the thugs who were bewitched by Bane, they are all sleeping and hiding now. But many people remember what they have done, so none of them can escape. After all, they will pay the price for what they did before, equals also pay for their actions. The battle was over. Karla and the others didn't stay to accept people's love and affection, but left quickly and handed over the next processing to Gordon and his people. When they returned to Wayne Manor, Jennifer and the others had been waiting. Before Bruce took off the mask, Jennifer jumped on him, and she was worried to death at home. I didn't feel anything when we acted together before, but now I can only watch him fight on TV, and he was taught a lesson by that Bane, and my heart is about to break. Afu and Lucius also greeted them excitedly, and said to the superheroes, "Good job. Stop talking nonsense, is the celebration banquet ready?" Karla was more concerned about whether there would be a celebration banquet after a big victory. That definitely was ready long ago. I know you guys must be tired and hungry after a big fight. Come in, Jennifer has become a qualified wife and mother. As the mistress of the Wayne family, she has prepared everything in an orderly manner. Thanks to Afu for his help. When everyone came to the restaurant, they saw a table of sumptuous delicacies. After a big battle, they really need to be rewarded, and today is a big victory, and it is the first time for them to form a team like this. So everyone drank happily. Even Karla took the opportunity to propose, "Why don't we just form a team?" Everyone was taken aback, looking at Karla in disbelief, stunned by her incredible ideas. But everyone thought about it again. Today they tried to form a team, and the effect was very successful. "I think I can try it." Even Diana expressed her approval. "I once had a small team on the battlefield of the First World War, and we could help each other to deal with stronger enemies. For example, her half-brother Ares, the god of war." But Karla and Jennifer looked at each other and exclaimed in unison, "You participated in the First World War? So how old are you? Why are you focusing on this?" Diana felt dumbfounded, but there was still a lot of talk between them, because there were only 3 girls present. In fact, Karla also hesitated to call Danny and ask her to get involved, but later felt that Danny still had a job, so she gave up. But Danny complained to her afterward. As we all know, the so-called team formation idea or suggestion mentioned by Karla can be regarded as the embryonic form of the Justice League concept. However, how to do it specifically requires an opportunity. To be honest, at Bane's level, it is not enough to promote the establishment of the Justice League. That's why Karla just said this, to prevent everyone, and when the Justice League is really established one day, it will be a matter of course. Then we exchanged contact information. They even confessed their real identities to each other frankly, not missing a phone number. Then it was awkward, everyone had their own jobs, and only Karla was the only one who was jobless. Alfred and Lucius, needless to say, Bruce has his own company, Jennifer is the Chief Justice of Gotham City, Hal is the ace flight officer of Ferris Airline, and his girlfriend Carol is still in that company CEO, even Clark is a reporter, and Robin is a police detective. Originally, Karla also had a job, but now she is indeed unemployed. Even Damian needs to go to school. It's embarrassing. In short, the crisis in Gotham City was resolved without any risk, and people also witnessed the birth of superheroes. In fact, superheroes have existed for a long time, but due to various reasons, they have never appeared in front of people all over the world. The legend of Jor-El is only in Seaside City, and the rumors of Batman and Oracle Man are only in Gotham City, not to mention that Wonder Woman has been living in seclusion in recent years, and Superman has just started to debut, and the title of female Superman is considered just debuted. This is also what they expected and did on purpose. They need the name of superhero to dispel the bad influence that Bane may have brought to the world. Again, if everyone wanted to be like Bane, wouldn't the world be in chaos? When the lively celebration banquet was over, everyone also bid farewell and left. They came and walked fast, and Diana probably hasn't mastered the flight ability yet, so she ran back at supersonic speed. Hal, Clark, and Karla naturally flew away. Robin changed back to the ordinary police detective outfit at Bruce's house, and drove away. After leaving Wayne Manor, Robin showed a thoughtful expression. He obviously doesn't want to be just Batman's assistant for the rest of his life. Damian's unintentional remark before reminded him that people in Gotham City only know Batman and Oracle Man, and their sense of Robin is very general. Maybe it's time for him to find a chance to do it alone. Maybe he should even change his title, like Yi. On the other side, Karla and Clark bid farewell to Hal over the Metropolis. Metropolis was right on the edge of Gotham City, and at their pace they were back in less than 5 minutes. But Seaside City is still far away. It seems that Hal will continue on the road alone. Then Karla turned to look at Clark. "Aren't you going to see Little Joe?" Clark saw that Karla was going back to New Krypton. Karla said with a smile, "Say sorry to him for me, next time I will bring him some delicious food." Clark could only agree, and asked again, "That kid named Damian is your godson? Is he also a friend you want to introduce to Xiaoqiao?" Karla nodded. She believed that Damian and little Jonathan would definitely get along well and become good friends. Clark also praised, "He is a brave boy. I believe he will become a good boy who will not lose to his father." He already knew that Bruce was Batman, so he naturally wouldn't believe the outside rumors about Bruce, and even fought together. At least the Superman and Batman of this world have a deep friendship. Karla kept smiling at Clark. "What's wrong?" Clark wondered, is there something on him? Karla just shook her head, and suddenly felt a little emotional. "Okay, you go home too. Louise will definitely worry about you. I also." Suddenly, Karla stopped in the middle of her words, and she turned her head to look incredulously. Maybe Clark couldn't find it, but she could clearly see the timeline or the cosmic barrier trembling. Karla's eyes widened, and she saw a red lightning that was breaking the cosmic barrier, and she even saw a picture of another universe, a bustling city, National City. At the moment a girl is falling over one of the buildings. "Clark, I have something to do. Let's go first." Karla rushed in without any explanation, forcibly breaking into a certain time field opened by lightning. But in Clark's eyes, she just disappeared into a ray of light. The red lightning didn't find Karla at all. He successfully opened the barrier of the universe and traveled to that universe. Karla also followed closely behind, and even came late, and flew to the girl who fell from the building first, reached out to hug her, turned and flew out of the city. The red lightning bolt was supposed to save the girl, but at the moment immediately followed Karla to the outside of the city. In a wasteland, 3 people stood facing each other. Originally they should be strangers, but now they all showed strange expressions. Especially the girl who was rescued by Karla. I saw her tearing up her clothes because they were on fire, and then she revealed another set of clothes hidden inside. The red cloak, blue tight top, red skirt, and boots, and a big S logo on the chest are almost exactly the same as Karla. Yes, she is the Supergirl of this world, and she is also Karla, and Al. Karla turned to look at the red lightning next to him. He had stopped now, standing in front of the 2 Karla. The Flashberry. He is the Flashberry. "Damn, are you messing with me? Why are you messing with timelines and other universes? I remember I warned you not to do that. Wait, which universe are you from?" Karla lectured. It took half time to realize that the berry in front of him was looking at him blankly. He might not be the berry he knew. "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" At this time, Karla Al reacted, and she looked at the 2 people in front of her more blankly. "Who are you? And you, why are you exactly the same as me? Are you that damned Maywe's made another clone?" "Huh? A clone? What the hell is that?" "I'm you, but I'm Karla from another world." Karla rolled her eyes angrily, being suspected by herself of being a clone or something. She wouldn't admit it. Suddenly, Barry pointed at the 2 and laughed. "It's so funny to fight with yourself." "Shut up X2. The 2 Karlas look at him together. "Who is it because of?" "This is Kate International Media Enterprises, and this is where I work," said Karla of this world, bringing Karla and Barry back to her company. Definitely they had a replacement on the way. They went together to Karla's house in this world and changed into their usual clothes. After all, they can't all run around in battle suits. In order to distinguish the 2 Karla, the Karla in this world is called Karla Danvers. This is her name on the earth. The Karla in this world was adopted by the Danvers family, and the protagonist of this book is naturally Karla, and Al. Because Karla Danvers had to go to work, so she brought them all to the company. Karla also had to change into her own clothes from this world, a hooded one that covered her hair. "Chest is tight," Karla muttered deliberately. Karla Danvers rolled her eyes angrily. "If you don't wear it, you can take it off." As a result, Karla actually wanted to reach out and take off her clothes. Anyway, she was wearing her own battlesuit inside. Karla Danvers hurried to block. Just as the two Karla were tugging, the door of this storage room was opened. It used to be a storage room, but now it has some computer equipment. 663. Is it the office of someone who is not welcome? In came two men, a tall black man and a slightly shorter white man. Forgive Karla for describing someone she met for the first time. Oh, what are you doing? Are we bothering you? The two thought they had encountered some inappropriate scene, and they were about to turn around and go out. But no, there is another man in the room. They turned back again. Karla Danvers had to let go of the other Karla. Karla looked around curiously, and asked herself, so, you are working for Kate now? Karla Danvers marvels, you know Ms. Grant? I'm her assistant secretary. Karla smacked her lips and shook her head, it's more than just acquaintance, that kitten was my little follower before. Really? Karla Danvers was stunned by her own words. Such Kate Grant turned out to be his own follower in another world? You know, the Kate in this world is very difficult to get along with, and it can even be said to be very strong and domineering, which made Karla Danvers suffer, a lot. Definitely this can be regarded as a kind of training. Wait a minute, what's going on here? The two people who came in just now finally saw Karla's appearance clearly, and they were surprised to find that there were two Karla in the room. Why are there two Karlas? Is it Max again? Just when they questioned, Karla Danvers interrupted, that's not the case. When, James, you will never believe what I have encountered. By the way, let me introduce you. Of these two people, the white man is called Winshot, and the black man is called James Olsen. What's the relationship between Jimmy Olsen and you? Karla asked. The black man named James Olsen blinked. Actually, I am Jimmy, but I changed my name after I changed to this company. It turned out that he was Jimmy. Then Karla knew it. But why black actors? Well, let's not break the four-dimensional wall. Karla nodded knowingly. Next, it's Karla Danvers' turn to introduce the current situation. James, you will never believe it. Why? Karla, you've said it. Just tell us what happened. Jimmy, James interrupted, amused. Let's say it for me, Karla said, feeling speechless about herself in this world. As for being so excited, a child? How old are you? Karla couldn't help asking after all. Then Karla learned that the Karla Danvers of this world was hit by a meteorite on the way to the Earth, and her spaceship deviated from the orbit and entered the phantom zone. That phantom space has no concept of time, and Karla Danvers stayed there for a full 24 years. That is to say, she has a blank period of 24 years, and now she has been on the Earth for 12 years. In other words, if Karla Danvers was 10 years old when she left Krypton, she was only 22. Karla put her hands on her forehead and sighed, she is 41 years old. Well, let me explain. In fact, the Mr. Barry you see and I are from other universes. Although I am also Karla, yes, I am not the Karla of your world, I am from another world. In my world, although my spaceship was also hit by a meteorite, I still arrived on Earth with Superman. By the way, there is Superman in this world, right? Karla got a confirmed answer and continued, so I'm a little older, I'm 41 now. Impossible. Everyone in the room looked at Karla in disbelief. 4 years old? It looks like you are younger than Karla, Wen pointed to Karla, and then to Karla Danvers. Karla Danvers rolled her eyes, but she had to admit that the other self looked younger than herself. But didn't she think she was 41 years old? Karla shrugged, didn't explain why, just said thank you, and then continued, actually, I could have ignored it. This Mr. Barry crossed the barrier of the universe for some reason. I just saw this world. I fell from a tall building at the time, that's why I came here. It's just that I didn't expect you in this world to wear this battlesuit. Since you are also a female Superman, why did you fall? Karla Danvers was embarrassed, but she explained, I lost consciousness temporarily because of a voice. It's the Silver Banshee. The enemy Karla Danvers encountered was a female villain named Silver Banshee. She is also one of the main enemies of Superman and the Justice League. It is said that even Wonder Woman and Superman can't bear her sound waves attack. The Silver Banshee uses voice and screams as weapons, and even crying can kill dead man, as long as anyone within a certain range knows her real name is the next decedent. No wonder even Supergirl Karla Danvers couldn't resist. By the way, the title of Karla Danvers in this world is Supergirl, and the spelling of the female Superman is still a bit different. For example, a female Superman could be spelled Superwoman, while a Supergirl could be spelled Supergirl. One is a woman and the other is a girl. The difference is huge. Karla also asked Barry again why he wanted to travel across the universe. It turns out that Barry was testing his post-training speed before accidentally getting involved. It was told, "Where's your pit sister?" Karla wasted a lot of saliva in order to explain to the two people what was going on. Mainly parallel universe or multiverse theory is really hard to say clearly. To put it simply, Mr. Barry and I do not belong to this world, and even we are not from the same world. I have my world, I have my brother Superman, I have my family and parents, and a little James, my Jimmy over there is a white actor, Karla concluded. James crossed his arms, a bit confused. What does it mean for a white actor? Karla thought to herself that because Jimmy is white, she wondered why the world is black. Maybe it's political correctness. Barry also said, Karla is right. If my world is Earth 1, I just came back from World 2, or am planning to go there, and this world may be Earth 3. Karla blinked. Why is your Earth number 1? Mr. Barry, your origin is already very late. How do you think my world is number 1? No, according to our speculation, our Earth is indeed number 1, that's right, Barry argued. Karla Danvers can't stand it anymore, maybe we are -1 here. Seeing that the three of them almost quarreled over a serial number, Wen couldn't stand it any longer, and asked, what's the point of arguing about this thing like children? Maybe it was really funny to him. As a result, both Barry and Karla Danvers looked away, and they didn't seem to understand what it meant. Karla shook her head with her hands on her forehead, and sighed, I really am. She was melancholy and had a headache, so you don't know what it means? Then what are you arguing about? Well, let me explain it. Karla could only explain the reason. Earth 1 can be considered as the main world. This was the setting before New 52, and Karla has seen the outside of the Wall of Origin before. It is true, not yet the New 52, because the New 52 has only 52 Earths. Turning her head, Karla saw a whiteboard nearby, on which she could write and draw. So she walked over immediately, picked up an oil-based pen and drew a circle on it. For example, this is the first Earth, and then because of some historical deviations, or some different choices on the timeline, etc., then the second Earth of the parallel universe was born, followed by the third Earth, and the fourth Earth, Karla said as she drew several circles under Earth 1 to represent the other Earths. In short, Earth number 1 is the main world, and all other parallel universes or infinite multi-universes are theoretically differentiated from Earth number 1. Earth number 1 is the beginning and source of everything, so one Earth is the main world, and he is the most important. Understand what I mean? Karla asked while talking. Only then did everyone understand why Karla cared so much about whether her world was Earth number 1. Everyone including Barry looked thoughtful. The reason why I'm sure you're not Earth 1, Mr. Barry, is because yours is too weak. Karla looked at Barry, and said bluntly, there may not even be a Superman story in your universe? He probably hasn't grown up yet. What does this have to do with Superman? Wen asked strangely. Karla sighed, although I don't want to admit it, you have to know that the center of the universe is on the Earth, and the rest is Superman. Karla also has to admit that Superman has an extraordinary Earth. As the first superhero in the history of American comics, as well as a hero with perfect humanity and moral standards, like a saint, he deserves it. Even Superman has various version stories and various origins, even several blackened versions. But Superman still inspires credence and trust. He is the center of the DC universe. Karla doesn't know or has forgotten that she is the center of her universe. So, if you want to become Earth 1, you must at least have the support of Superman, including Earth 2. You must also have Superman. Your universe doesn't even have a Superman story, so don't argue about it. Karla waved her hand with a look on her face, arbitrarily leaving out Barry's universe. What Karla didn't even say is that the Superman on Earth 1 should be the Golden Age, and the Superman on Earth 2 is Silver Superman. Just look at the current Karla and you'll know how buggy Silver Superman is. Ask for flowers, eat kryptonite as a snack, and after a few years in the sun, you will become a Jin Chao, or even a fifth-dimensional person. A super sneeze can blow the solar system out of the Milky Way, and drag dozens of planets around. Even Biancheo can awakening new abilities every day. His abilities are unlimited. Except for Karla's 10-lamp ring and the power of the quantum field, Karla is actually the Silver Age, and she is the silver female Superman. The reason why Karla is so sure that her world is Earth number 1 is because Clark is far, far weaker than her, and shouldn't be that much weaker. Perhaps there is only one answer. Her younger brother is the Golden Superman. I think it's better not to dwell on this issue, Wen interrupted Karla's confident speech, always feeling that it would be difficult to get a result even if this topic was discussed. 0. James cooperated with Wen's change of subject and asked Karla Danvers, speaking of which, are you okay? We saw you were shot down by Cyaban before and we were still thinking about how you would get out. After all, Karla Danvers can't always reveal her identity as a supergirl in front of everyone. I saved me, Karla Danvers said very convolutedly, but judging from the current picture, Wen James immediately understood what she meant. That is to say, it was Karla from another world who saved Karla from this world, so it was I who saved me. What are you going to do next? James and Wen continued to worry about how Karla Danvers would deal with Cyaban. Cyaban is the Silver Banshee. Karla Danvers spread her hands. She didn't have any good ideas yet. Maybe you should think about how to deal with that kitty first, and introduce us, Karla suddenly reminded Karla Danvers, pointing to the door. As if confirming Karla's worries, a piercing voice could be heard through the door. Kayla, Kayla, Kayla. Karla looked at Karla Danvers inexplicably. The latter shrugged. Assistants are not qualified to let the boss remember the name. Oh, it's so miserable. Karla muttered, if I had known this, I should have messed with that kitten. Karla Danvers suddenly brought two strangers to the company, must have been seen along the way, and finally she had to take them to the boss's office. Then when Kate in this world saw Karla in another world, she couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. I never heard you say you have a twin sister. Actually, I'm the older sister, Karla declared. She was older, and if she had to say it, she should be the older sister too. Karla Danvers smiled reluctantly, and introduced Barry. He is our cousin. Barry smiled, I'm not your cousin. As a result, two Karla eyes rolled their eyes. Be smart, okay? This is dealing with the current situation. Barry shut up immediately. Kate is not stupid, in fact she is very smart and powerful, otherwise she would not be able to build her own business empire. 443. She saw that it must not be that simple, but she also knew that she couldn't tell the truth. Even if she asked, all she got was lies. So she didn't bother to ask any more questions, and waved her hand to let them go down to play by themselves. Actually, this cat is pretty good, Karla muttered, because she has a good relationship with Kate in her own world, so her senses for Kate in this world are also good. Karla Danvers said in her heart that you didn't see her when she was in a bad mood. It is said that the last assistant just fired because he didn't prepare the coffee hot, and then Kate took a sip and fired immediately. This makes Karla Danvers a little scared every day. She has to prepare hot coffee from Starbucks in the morning, and she is also responsible for lunch. Kate likes to eat Japanese ingredients, but she doesn't like too much seasoning, and definitely not too light. In short, very troublesome. It is difficult for people who have never worked as an assistant to imagine the difficulties and troubles involved. And when they left, they didn't notice that Kate's eyes were full of confusion and curiosity. And on the computer screen at Kate's side, a picture is displayed, which is the picture of Karla catching Karla Danvers, and at the same time, Barry becomes the background picture, just running around in vain and turning back. Kate folded her hands under her chin and murmured, "A second Karla out of nowhere, and a new superhero? Karla, what the hell are you doing? A second Supergirl." Kate clearly knew something. Next, Karla Danvers' first thought was to take Karla and Barry back to her home. "Although I really want to introduce you to my colleagues in the DEO, Super Investigation Department, there is a little situation in the DEO now. It can be said that it is all because of my relationship. I messed up some things anyway. Let's go to my house for a meeting first." Karla Danvers' situation is not right. It can be seen that she blames herself more and more. It should be what happened before that. And she admits that she messed up something. Karla didn't ask any more questions, and Barry was smart once in a while, and the two obediently followed Karla Danvers out of the company. The gentle James, who was left behind, looked at each other silently. "How?" Wen asked suddenly. James was puzzled. "What?" Wen shrugged. "Don't pretend to be stupid. It must be uncomfortable to be left out suddenly, right?" After speaking, Wen left. Only James was left with a dumbfounding expression, but he also understood that what Wen was talking about was between him and Karla Danvers. By the way, is there anything between them? Doesn't Karla know that the self in this world seems to have a phone call with Jimmy? But aren't Jimmy and Lucy a couple? The answer is definitely that they broke up again. Fortunately, Karla didn't know this when she first came here, otherwise she might be crazy, dating her brother's friends or something. It's a shame, okay? In fact, Karla Danvers in this world has a blank period of 24 years, so it should be that Superman is older than Karla Danvers. On the other side, Karla and Barry followed Karla Danvers to her house again. "I have been here once before. The purpose is to change into ordinary clothes, otherwise they can only run around in battle suits, which are too conspicuous. This time they came here, they also bought a lot of food on the way, just bought a total of 10 boxes of various flavors of pizza, donuts, bread, and so on. It's all high-calorie food. However, in front of the three superheroes, these foods were actually not enough, so I bought some beef and Karla planned to make a pot of beef soup by herself." According to what Barry said, he also consumes a lot of energy when performing high-speed movements, which means that he needs to replenish energy at any time, otherwise he will easily starve. As for the two Karla, needless to say, with Superman's appetite and digestion, they will not get fat no matter how much they eat, so it is easy to become a big eater. Back at Karla Danvers' home, the three enjoyed delicious food, turned on the TV, and chatted about their respective universes. They are comparing the gaps between their respective universes, such as which individual celebrities are in their respective universes, and which common celebrities are there. Even the president is different. Karla Danvers, the president of this world, seems to be a woman. In fact, until now, there has never been a female president in the history of a certain country, but I didn't expect it to happen in this world. Karla didn't want to discuss this topic with them at first. She always felt a bit naive, so she just leaned against the door of the kitchen, looking after the beef soup that was almost ready from time to time, and drank it with a glass of wine in her hand. Unexpectedly, there are still a few good bottles of wine in Karla Danvers' house. Although the price is not expensive, the taste is very good. It is said that she often drank it at parties with her adoptive parents' sister in this world, Alex Danvers. But when mentioning this sister, Karla Danvers once again showed a sad expression, obviously not wanting to say more. Karla shrugged, didn't ask any more questions, and came over to take a piece of pizza from Karla Danvers and ate a few bites. Just as they were chatting vigorously, a harsh phone rang suddenly. Karla Danvers hesitated 4.7 before answering the phone. On the other side was a call from Deo, telling Karla Danvers the bad news. Dianan, who was caught just before her, was rescued. And according to those who experienced the scene, the person who helped the Electric Girl escape from prison should be the Silver Banshee. Did they even know how to work together? The Electric Girl and the Silver Banshee in this world have some grievances with Karla Danvers. It is conceivable that once these two people join forces, it will definitely be a great disadvantage to Karla Danvers. "It seems that our party can only continue after we come back," Karla said while tearing up her clothes, revealing the battle suit inside. Karla Danvers reached out to make a blocking motion, but it was too late, and she couldn't help complaining, "That's my favorite dress. See, Karla's used to doing this, it's completely automatic." Deo is a secret operation department, and ordinary people don't even know that there is such a department dedicated to Superman, or should I say, aliens. So Deo's headquarters is built in a mysterious, cave-like place, outside the city. But for the three superheroes, it is still very easy to come here. With Karla Danvers leading the way, they went straight in. It's just that after entering, they were immediately pointed at by a circle of Deo's special operations team. Wait a minute, they're my friends, Karla Danvers said hastily. Miss Danvers, this is the Superman department, not a place for you to entertain friends. Wait a minute, what's the situation? A beautiful girl walked over, and was dumbfounded when she saw two female Superman. Karla spread her hands and looked around. Since you know the power of Supergirls, you should also know that these are useless to me. Karla Danvers whispered to her, they have kryptonite. Whoa, are you sure you're really a member of the 20 here? Karla looked at herself in this world suspiciously. Are you crazy? To expose yourself to a group of people with kryptonite as a weapon? Although kryptonite has no effect on Karla, she still hasn't caused unnecessary trouble. And that pretty girl has already asked his men to put away their guns. She is Lucy Lois, Louise's younger sister, you should know her. Karla Danvers introduced the situation of that girl. She is not only the favorite youngest daughter of General Lois, but also currently sent by the military to host the boss of the Deo. The reason is that Hank Henshaw, the original Deo boss, exposed his identity as a Martian because of the relationship with Karla Danvers. He is the Martian Manhunter and Roninjun of this world. For some special reason, he reorganized the Deo as Hank Henshaw and brought in Alex Danvers and Karla Danvers. It's just that after he revealed his identity, there was no way to stay here anymore. Well, the boss of the official department dedicated to dealing with aliens turned out to be an alien, so one can imagine how much of a commotion it caused. Ron and Ronza was even going to be taken away and dealt with secretly. But he has been rescued by Alex Danvers. That's why Karla Danvers is so unnatural and depressed when she mentions this sister. It was all because of her previous faults. Her temperament changed drastically due to the influence of red kryptonite, and she even made a big fuss, and National City is currently discussing whether she is a superhero or a huge amounts of threat. That said, the Karla Danvers of this world has lost the hearts of the people in her own city. This is very shocking. Lucy Lois, Karla definitely knows her. After all, in Karla's world, Clark and Lois are married. At least it's not a secret among family and friends. Karla also met the Lucy Lois of that world. What's the situation now? Do you know the whereabouts of Leslie after she escaped? Karla Danvers obviously didn't want to talk about her previous mistakes and was more concerned about the whereabouts of the Electric Girl. Electric Girl's real name is Leslie Willis, and her nickname is Live Wire, but Electric Girl is obviously more fluent. Lucy asked people to call up the map, and marked one of the places and said, there is an abandoned warehouse there, and the signals we can track are gone here. It seems that the bad guys in your world also like to use the abandoned warehouse as their base, Barry said humorously, but everyone didn't care about his cold joke, which made Barry feel very embarrassed. We must dispatch immediately, before they escape, otherwise if they lose their whereabouts, they may cause more harm to people. Karla Danvers was anxious to set off immediately. Wait a minute, shouldn't we make a battle plan first? Barry yelled. But he only saw Karla shrugged at him. She's gone? It turned out that Karla Danvers had already set off impulsively. Helpless, Barry had no choice but to give up, and followed Karla out of the gate of Deo, catching up with Karla Danvers who had already taken the first step, and the three went straight to the abandoned warehouse. The location of the warehouse is also in the outskirts of the city. Because it has been abandoned, there are no people nearby. Karla Danvers rushed in first. It seemed that she had already scanned in advance with supervision and knew that the Electric Girl Leslie was here. Karla and Barry followed closely behind, and the three of them came to one of the rooms, and as expected, they saw the escaped Electric Girl. You came in time. You caught up with me as soon as I came out. Do you miss me so much? Supergirl, Electric Girl is not afraid of Supergirl, but you chose the wrong person. She is your opponent Supergirl. I am the female Superman. Karla pointed sideways to Karla Danvers next to her. It turned out that the Electric Girl's target was chosen on her. The Electric Girl looked at the two identical Karla inexplicably, and even her tone was a little confused. I thought I was dazzled, but I didn't expect there were really two Supergirls. And you still have a little white face, because you are worried can't beat me. Barry is hurt, and is taunted by nowhere. But that's where Electric Girl and Leslie's tongue-in-cheek 697 comes in. Leslie, come back with me. I don't want to fight with you here, Karla Danvers shouted. In the end, the Electric Girl didn't take her seriously at all, but said with a smile, do you think you are the only ones who have helpers? I also have a good friend. Dang dang dang, the Silver Banshee appeared. Prior to this, the Silver Banshee in this world hadn't used this title. Maybe this was her debut battle. Under the serious guidance of the Electric Girl, Karla and the others looked in another direction, and sure enough, there was another person coming out of the shadows. She is the Silver Banshee Sayabin, but she is different from the Sayabin Karla Danvers knew before. Now she dresses herself up like a ghost. Not only her face is covered with thick black and white heavy makeup, and clothes made to look non-mainstream. The appearance of the Silver Banshee is not as gentle as the Electric Girl. She is not good at venomous tongue and sarcasm, but she directly opened her mouth to Karla and let out a piercing scream. As I said before, the Silver Banshee uses her screams as a weapon. Her maximum decibel can not only break glass, but even kill others. Even Superman can't bear her sonic interference at its most powerful. And now she was attacking the Karla trio with a scream wave of maximum frequency. The sonic attack of the Silver Banshee is terrifying, not only causing damage to the eardrums. It is said that people who die under her will generally only have a dry shell left. Karla Danvers and Barry, who were suddenly attacked, were both sent flying by the sound waves. Only Karla stood there alone. She turned her head to look at them both with an incredulous expression, and spread her hands. That's it. Karla felt unbelievable. Although the sound waves of the Silver Banshee are terrifying and powerful, the speed of the flash is faster than the speed of light. The gap between the speed of light and the speed of sound is huge. Okay, so you were knocked down so easily? I have to say that the gap between TV dramas and movies is really big. Can't you be a little bit smarter? Karla shook her head, as to why she wasn't affected. Why aren't you affected? Even Karla Danvers wondered. Not to mention that the Silver Banshee was also looking at Karla with puzzled eyes. Karla said casually, we all know that sound is actually transmitted through air. At least sound is transmitted through a medium, so sound can also be transmitted in water. However, I can create a vacuum around me, and her sound waves can't affect me. That's okay too. It is well known that sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum space, so Karla created a vacuum space defense around herself, so that the sound waves of the Silver Banshee could not affect her. Okay, it's my turn. Karla sneered slightly, her eyes began to turn red, and she was about to send out super thermal vision rays in the next moment. Whoosh! Karla Danvers suddenly stopped in front of Karla and said, you can't do that, it will kill them. Karla said in her heart that at this time you acted quickly. Karla felt speechless, because Karla Danvers couldn't even avoid the speed of sound waves, but now it is enough to block her speed of light. Isn't this a joke? She even wondered if Karla Danvers was the ghost. At this moment, a dazzling electric light suddenly burst out in front of her. The electric girl took the opportunity to make a move, raising her hands and releasing a large piece of terrifying electric light, possibly exceeding 100,000 volts. Karla Danvers, who had her back to them, bore the brunt of the huge amounts of electric shocks that struck her in the back. Barry was fairly safe. He was relatively far away, but he was dizzy from the attack of the Silver Banshee just now, and he hadn't calmed down yet. The electric girl knew that she couldn't kill the Supergirl with her current power, so she didn't love to fight, but greeted the Silver Banshee. We have to withdraw. Karla could have chased after her, but she glanced at herself in this world who had fainted in her arms, and couldn't help but sigh. Is that too weak? That's it. In this way, the pursuit of the electric girl and the Silver Banshee ended in vain. When Karla took Karla Danvers back, she woke up halfway and asked Karla, why haven't you been affected? Karla said, because I also have the super ability of Thunderbolt. Do you want to see it? Karla Danvers, who had just been electrotherapy, shivered, and definitely didn't want to try that feeling again. Karla wondered, why are you so weak? Karla Danvers also wondered, why are you so strong? The two Karla looked at each other speechlessly. I have to say that the power of Karla in this world is indeed too weak. First, let's talk about the comparison of strength. With the strength of Karla in this world, only half of a building with about 30 floors collapsed, and she was barely able to hold it up. As for Karla, she can even drag the entire universe around, although she can't do that. And speed. Although Karla Danvers' speed can be compared with Barry's, it will not be inferior, but in terms of specific performance, whether it is Barry or Karla Danvers, they always feel that they have not reached a particularly high speed of light. As for Karla, her reaction speed is Planck time, and her speed can complete the shuttle of the entire universe in 1 second. That is not only a question of superluminal speed, but a question of how many light years beyond. Not to mention Karla's various super abilities. That's why she felt that she was so weak in this world. Maybe I shouldn't ask, who is stronger, you or Karl in this world? Karla was already a little worried. It's definitely me. After all, we are sisters, aren't we? Karla Danvers said without hesitation. As a result, Karla sighed, are you guys from the Iron Age? The power of Superman is divided into eras. The strongest era is undoubtedly the Silver Age, and the weakest era has 2 stages. One is the origin of Superman in the Golden Age, that is, when Superman first appeared. His power at that time, it can only lift the front of a train, and it can't fly, it can only jump over a building. But the Gold Superman eventually evolved into the Silver Superman, whose powerful strength can be said to be invincible, although it was later weakened. And the Superman in the weakest period is the so-called Black Iron Age. Karla is silently worried about the world, wondering how they will survive with the power of such Superman and Supergirl if they encounter huge amounts of crisis in the future. I hope the power of the villains in this world is also average. After all, she has already seen the Electric Girl and the Silver Banshee, that's all. If she hadn't been stopped by Karla Danvers, she would have killed them just now. This one? Karla thought that if she wanted to, wouldn't it be easy to crush the world? Next they returned to the Deo headquarters. Lucy didn't say much because of their failure in action, but just comforted them. Failure is normal. I hope you can learn a lesson and don't let them run away next time. Karla Danvers was a little embarrassed, and then as if thinking of something, he took Karla's hand and asked, how did you create the vacuum field before? Since you are me, if I am you too, maybe I can do it too. Karla thought for a while, it's actually very simple. I studied with an old necromancer and learned the magic book from him. I can control the 4 elements. You know the 4 elements, right? Karla Danvers stared at Karla dumbfounded. You mean magic? Karla said, sister, even we have aliens, don't you still doubt the existence of magic? Let me tell you, I have even seen God. Not to mention that I have seen it before. Yujia Khan, the king of the new Protoss, was beaten up by her bullyingly. Karla Danvers only feels that her brain is not enough. Magic, God, does it really exist? In fact, her thinking has solidified. If magical power and super ability are regarded as similar powers, and the new Protoss are regarded as aliens, it will be easy to understand. Although Karla would love to teach herself something in this world, Karla Danvers is Karla after all. But after all, magic books are not created in a pinch, and it doesn't mean that Karla Danvers can learn it all at once if she wants to teach it. Therefore, for the time being, this method will not work. Just let me kill them all, defeat them, Karla said. No, you said kill, didn't you? Karla Danvers' hearing is also very good, plus he has personally blocked Karla before, so he is even more afraid to hand over the Silver Banshee and Electric Girl to another self dealt with. She had to tell Karla, because I did something stupid some time ago, people in this city don't trust me anymore. So you can't do that anymore. The most important thing is that the Silver Banshee and the Electric Girl are human beings. They are only human beings with super abilities, so you can't kill them. Lucy obviously heard Karla's unfinished sentence. Karla heard her digression. I don't mind if it's an alien. The DAO is clearly not a moderate department, including Karla Danvers, and they have the authority to kill alien prisoners if necessary. 577. But this made Karla a little dissatisfied. They are also bad people. It seems that only aliens have no human rights, and don't forget that Karla is an alien. Karla Danvers always felt weird when she called her name, but she still reminded herself in another world. Almost all the aliens we are responsible for today are because I came to the Earth back then. And the ones following here are the prisoners who escaped from Roseburg. The experience of Karla Danvers in this world is different from that of Karla. As mentioned earlier, Karla Danvers stayed in the Phantom Zone for 24 years. Later, when she came to the Earth, Rodsburg found an opportunity to follow her orbit to the Earth. It was also the first time that aliens invaded the Earth on a large scale. Don't forget that Roseburg was designed by Alura herself, and it was originally a spaceship. Originally, Roseburg could not leave the Phantom Zone, and it was set to detain the super criminals of the galaxy. But because Karla Danvers' spaceship opened the Phantom Zone, the people in Roseburg found a chance. So we are obliged and must arrest them all. Karla Danvers looked at Karla. You know what I mean. Karla definitely understands. After all, Fort Rods was made by our mother, and the prisoners in it were all judged by my mother herself, and some were even sent in by her. That's right. Because of this, the super criminals who escaped from Rodsburg will target Karla Danvers. The reason is that Krypton has been destroyed. The destruction of Krypton cannot be escaped, and Krypton in all worlds may be destroyed, and Alura is naturally dead. Since they can't take revenge on Alura, they can only take Alura's daughter. But Karla showed a pensive look. The city of Kandor in her world was finally saved by Brainiac. Maybe this world will be different? But Karla didn't speak her mind. Because the topic of mother was mentioned, the two Karla stopped arguing, but happily began to communicate about their childhood life. It turned out that they found that their experiences on Krypton were almost identical except for the difference in the way they escaped from Krypton. They all have a friend named Taylai. Alura trains them very strictly, and Aunt Astra loves them and so on. But when talking about General Astra, Karla Danvers' expression became visibly sad. Karla had a bad premonition. What's wrong with Auntie? She's dead. Karla Danvers suddenly confided the news that General Astra of this world had escaped from Roseburg to Earth, Kaka, and her confidants, as well as her husband, Captain Norn. Karla Danvers has met her aunt, but the ideas of the two sides have become opposing, and finally had to fight with her aunt. Then, in a certain battle, Alex Danvers killed Astra as a last resort. Damn it, Karla cursed angrily. This is your Deo's code of conduct? No matter how many human villains kill, they can be forgiven, but aliens can be killed as long as they don't surrender immediately? I really believe Yusia is willing to help you. Karla turned and left angrily. Karla Danvers quickly chased after her, and wanted to persuade Karla. Don't be like this, Karla, although I don't want this to happen, but you have to know, what conspiracy are they planning, and they even plan to conquer and occupy the Earth. Karla looked at the other self who was catching up, and said without any hesitation, I don't believe in Norn and other Kryptonians, but I believe in my aunt. Karla, blood is thicker than water, that is the belief of my mother's family. If it is for you, Auntie can even give up her plan. If our origin stories are exactly the same, you have experienced it too? Mom used us to call Auntie back, and her plan was completely lost. This is not proven. Karla Danvers froze. Karla glanced at herself in this world, and was even more disappointed in her. Not only was her strength so poor, but her thinking was so childish. You are blinded by those people, but you don't want to have even a little bit of trust in your relatives? Have you tried to beg her? Karla, your aunt is an elder, you can't expect her to beg you, can you? You didn't begging her to take you to do all kinds of capricious things? Even if you grow up, what if you will be self-willed again? I don't believe she will refuse you, just as I firmly believe that she will never refuse my request, Karla said. Turn around and fly away from the gate of Deo headquarters. Where are you going? Karla Danvers asked hurriedly. Karla said without looking back, I'm going to find Norn, I want to get my aunt's body back, I want to revive her. This time Karla never forgot that she owns the white light ring, which can revive the dead with the power of the emotional spectrum representing life. Moreover, the resurrection of the white lamp is completely different from that of the black lamp. The resurrection of the white lamp has no side effects at all. In fact, there were originally, and the life that was resurrected in vain still had to be controlled by the spirit of existence, and it could not be completely resurrected unless the task of the spirit of existence was completed. However, Karla's white light ring is not only the original light ring, even the spirit of existence has become her daughter, so naturally there is no side effect. Karla Danvers watched Karla go away quickly with a worried face, not knowing what to do. When Karla Danvers returns to Deo, Lucy, and the others inevitably ask about the whereabouts of another Karla. She left, and I don't know her whereabouts. Maybe she will go to Norn and the others, but she doesn't know that they have sent Astra's body to space. Karla Danvers is not sure Karla where to go next. And the remains of General Astra. Karla didn't know that she was no longer in the Norn's hands. What now? Barry was the most confused of them all, and he couldn't intervene when the two Karlas had an argument earlier. Because he is human, or Superman type, his position prevents him from speaking. But Barry didn't forget the enemy he was facing now and the current situation. The most important thing is, if you want me to stay and help you, it is best to help me think about where to stay tonight. Unknowingly, the sky has gradually darkened. He was always looking for a place to live. You can stay at the Deo, here, with Lucy making suggestions. Barry said without hesitation, I don't want to live in the cell where you hold prisoners. He did not forget that when he first contacted Deo, the two sides were not friendly at first, and they were surrounded by Deo's agents. Lucy shrugged, then you go with her. Lucy simply stopped serving. In the end it was Karla Danvers who took Barry away. The two returned to Karla Danvers' home, and when they noticed that the beef soup that Karla had prepared before was still warm, they tasted it silently. It's delicious. That is definitely. Karla is a super chef who has mastered almost all styles of cooking, and has her own food column. I hope she won't make a wrong choice, Barry said worriedly. After all, she is much stronger than you. Karla Danvers, thank you for the blow. In fact, she was also worried, because Karla obviously showed some hostility towards Deo. And this world's General Astra is the aunt of this world's Karla Danvers, who definitely knows better how it feels to lose a family member. However, General Astra died at the hands of Deo. Meanwhile on the other side, after Karla bid farewell to herself in this world, she came to a certain canyon outside National City, where Roseburg stopped. Karla's arrival caught the attention of the people in Roseburg, and immediately a dozen Kryptonian warriors wearing Kryptonian battlesuits flew out and stood in front of Karla. The crowd also automatically separated from the two sides, allowing a person who was clearly the leader to fly over. Norn. Karla finds that she knows each other because the Norn of this world are exactly like the Norn of Karla's world. What are you doing here? Do you really think that I won't kill you? Norn said with a cold face, holding back a tone full of hostility and killing intent, and asked about Karla's intention. Karla didn't take Norn's threat at all seriously, but she still said what she wanted. Give me back my aunt's body, Norn, or I'll kill you. Although Norn is Karla's uncle, Karla doesn't have the slightest affection for him, and Norn has no feeling for the Al family either. Norn's family can be regarded as a middle-level family, otherwise he would not be qualified to marry Astra, and he might have some grievances with the Al family. So Karla and Norn have had a bad relationship since they were young, and Norn doesn't have a good impression of Astra's beloved little niece. So Karla was unceremonious and directly threatened. Norn sneered, only by you. Karla also sneered, you try. She is not the weak Karla in this world. Norn can't afford to provoke this Karla, but he still doesn't know the hidden truth. But Norn has true love for Astra. Looking deeply at Karla, he asked, why do you suddenly want Astra's body? Karla originally wanted to respond casually with I want to collect it, but it was her aunt after all, and Karla told the truth. I have a way to revive her, she shouldn't have died like this. Norn showed an expression of disbelief, and then he let out a wanton laugh. Are you crazy? Even Krypton's technology can't bring the dead back to life, just you? Karla frowned, stop talking nonsense, either die or return the body to me, make a choice. Norn pointed to the direction above her head. I have organized a funeral for her, do you want to get it back? Then you can only go to outer space to find it. 0 for flowers. Then why are you talking nonsense with me all the time? Do you think I have any affection for you? Karla scolded angrily, Dem Norn, since it's not in your hands, why waste her time? Karla was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him, so she flew straight overhead, broke through the Earth's atmosphere in an instant, and went straight to the vast universe, looking for the whereabouts of her aunt's body. Norn watched Karla's leaving figure, and couldn't help being deeply shocked when he saw that Karla had indeed flown into outer space. It must be known in the consciousness of ordinary people that human beings and life cannot survive in outer space without air. Including Kryptonians could not survive in outer space at first. But Karla was unscathed. She turned on supervision, and searched for the whereabouts of General Astra's body in the widest range. But because I don't know how long ago it was the farewell funeral for Astra, and I don't know where the Earth's trajectory was at that time, and I don't know which direction Astra's body will leave, so Karla has a hard time. Find the target. However, when she tried her best to search for it, she still found the spaceship carrying the body of General Astra near the not far of the orbit where the Earth stayed nearly a month ago. Because of the protection of the spacecraft, Astra's body was well preserved, and the outer space is a vacuum space, so her body did not rot at all. Karla hurried back to Earth with her body, and the time of at the moment has passed all night. Karla returned to National City with Astra's body, and landed in a forest outside the city. Looking at Astra's body, Karla excitedly activated the white light ring, injecting the purest power of life into Astra's body. Astra's fatal injury was pierced through her heart by a weapon made of kryptonite in her chest, and under the healing of the white light of life, not only her body was restored, but her stopped heartbeat and breathing also slowly recovered. Until the end, Astra opened her eyes, then felt her body sinking, subconsciously raised Anissa's head from her arms. Karla, am I dead? General Astra did die once, but is now resurrected by Karla. When she heard Karla's explanation, she couldn't help but stared at her niece in amazement. Then General Astra said thoughtfully, "What have you eaten these days? This place seems to have grown bigger." Karla rolled her eyes amusedly and angrily. Like Alura, this ant loves and cares for Karla very much. Even the difference between the two Karla's busts can be seen. Karla reached out and pulled Astra out of the spaceship, then hugged her again. "Aunt Astra, I miss you very much." Astra was a bit weird, because she had dealt with Karla of this world several times before, but that stinky girl never thought of giving herself a hug. And they have already met. How can she act as if her two are meeting for the first time? I have to say that Astra's concern for her niece is indeed sincere, and she has already noticed several weird things. In fact, for Karla, this was indeed the first reunion with the aunt. Astra wanted to put on a show at first, but in Karla's embrace, her whole body softened, and she reached out to pat her on the back helplessly, and her tone couldn't be firm anymore. "You are already this old, don't you? It's suitable to act like a baby to me again." Karla just shook her head. When she was still on Krypton, Alura was the supreme judge and also assisted Tomare in assisting the Green Lantern Corps to arrest and try super criminals in the galaxy, so it can be said that she didn't have much time to accompany Karla. Many times, Karla would have to stay up late to see her mother back home. Most of the time, because her father Jor-El is also very busy, Astra can only let Astra take care of her. Astra will take Karla to drive a spaceship to Krypton's atmosphere to observe the stars, and will tell her many interesting stories. Even the story of Astra's war with the enemy in order to protect Krypton will also be told to Karla. No wonder Karla was so excited when she heard the news that Astra had died. Okay. Astra still lifted Karla's head from her arms, and noticed that Karla's excited eyes were red, and couldn't help but be a little bit dumbfounded. This niece had fought with her before, and she didn't care about it at all. Polite. "Why are you so close to me today?" Astra didn't know that Karla remembered that this aunt was her own in this world, and her aunt, in her world, didn't know where she went. If the faith of the Al family is hope, and it is also the hope of Krypton, then what the family of sisters Alura and Astra believe in is the family relationship that blood is thicker than water. They believe that as long as their relatives can work together, they can defeat all enemies and any disasters. So Karla Danvers may have never noticed that General Astra could have been desperate, but she has always hoped to get the support and approval of Karla in this world. General Astra in this world actually had some scruples about all his actions before that. Otherwise, with her power, it would not be easy to destroy Deo and Karla Danvers. After all, General Astra has more than a dozen or even 30 Kryptonian fighters under his command, so if he fights more or less, he can't beat a Karla Danvers? Do not make jokes. Why are you suddenly willing to make peace with me? General Astra couldn't show his tough side anymore, and at the same time felt strange about Karla's attitude in front of him. Karla had no choice but to tell the truth, because I am not the Karla of this world, Auntie, I am Karla from another universe. General Astra was confused, and even the technological level of Krypton could not confirm the existence of the multiverse. Still, from Karla's mouth, General Astra finally knew that she was his niece from another universe. That is to say, I still have a niece, or my real niece is still in that city. Astra pointed to the city of National City not far away. Karla nodded, then shook her head again. Although it is true that there are two worlds, but genetically speaking, she and I are indeed the same person. Except for the huge deviation in experience, the genes of the two Karla are exactly the same. It is not a duplication of who is who, nor is it who is in the same position. They are the same person. It's just that the results are different because of the different experiences. There were huge amounts of deviations on the way to escape from Krypton. The Karla Danvers of this world has been stuck in the Phantom Zone for over 20 years because of a meteorite impact. As for Karla, because of the impact of the meteorite, her soul integrated with another world, and she has an extra memory that does not belong to this world, but she followed Karl's spaceship to the Earth smoothly. 0. It's too troublesome to explain. In short, you just need to know that I am indeed your niece. Yes, I still remember the memory of you secretly taking me to your army and patrolling with you. As soon as Karla said this, Astra's eyes softened. Astra said with a smile, as a result, you and I were scolded by Alura after we came back. Both of them laughed. The two Karla really have a common memory. By the way, Astra suddenly asked, as if remembering something, has Norn started the big cleansing yet? Karla shook her head. I don't know, probably not. At least in Karla's view, the Norn he met before doesn't look like he has started any action. Astra breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's okay. Karla asked strangely, what do you mean by the purge? I remember that when you were arrested by my mother before, it seemed that it was for this purge. By the way, did you in this world also cooperate with General Zed? Zed. Astra shook her head, showing some confusion about the name. Maybe the two worlds are somewhat different. Astra in this world is because of her purge plan, while Astra in another world is because of her cooperation with General Zed 4.4 to conspire against. What does the cleansing mean? Auntie, what did you want to do before? Karla began to care about the cleansing. Astra looked deeply at Karla. Karla, although you are not the Karla of this world, but you have to believe me, I was here to save Krypton and to protect you, just as I want to protect the Earth and you now. Even Karla was going to be stunned, because there are two Karla in this world now, but she still understood what Astra meant. It's just that she wants to know, what do you want to do? Astra hesitated for a while, and finally decided to tell the whole story. I want to control everyone on the Earth with the cleansing plan, and then control the consumption and development of energy, so as to prevent human beings from further destroying this planet. Karla, OMG. When Karla listened to Astra's explanation of the purge, she really wanted to ask her aunt if she could die again. Auntie, do you want to enslave everyone? Karla was disappointed. No wonder I in this world want to be your enemy. 17. She finally understood why the supergirls in this world had to become enemies with their favorite aunt. Karla, if you continue like this, you know, the Earth will end up like Krypton sooner or later, and I can't just watch you encounter such danger again, said Astra, who was obviously not optimistic about the Earth. Because Krypton was finally destroyed because of the unrestrained exploitation of resources by the Kryptonians. And now the Earth is going through the same encounter and process as Krypton. Continuing on like this, the Earth will enter the final stage of self-destruction. Karla, you will eventually lose her, and you will lose your second home again, only by using the control of the Great Cleansing to make human beings no longer obsessed with the development of energy, and because the war triggered by the scramble for energy can save mankind and the Earth. Aster 20 wanted to convince Karla. But Karla asked back, but you have deprived everyone of their freedom, and even their self-awareness. You are already murdering everyone's life. And, what do you think is the most important thing in a complete life? It is self-awareness and self-awareness. Free will. Even if human beings are really going to perish, it should be decided by human beings themselves, rather than you saving them in a way that is close to murder. Is it okay to destroy everyone's ego in order to prevent human beings from self-destruction? In order to prevent human beings from self-destruction and killing them, I think it is better to continue like this. At least if it continues, human beings may find opportunities to develop infinite energy. Once human beings come out of a future that is different from Krypton, human beings and the Earth will be reborn. Karla and Astra have different opinions and ideas, and she is full of hope for human beings and the Earth. Your thinking is too naive. Astra is very disappointed. Karla doesn't think so. I think this is full of hope, and don't forget that I am the daughter of the Al family, and what the Al family believes in is hope. And this sun is the new hope, and the sun of our galaxy has already it's different when you're approaching old age. The sun here is in its prime, full of infinite future and hope. In fact, solar energy has been developed a long time ago, which can convert the redundant unused sun's rays into energy and collect them. This is just the present era. What if it develops further later? Human energy development or power generation. Or even recycle excess oxygen and carbon dioxide to replace natural gas. Not to mention nuclear radiation and nuclear energy. One day the Earth will develop level universe civilization and technology, and it may not be impossible to further utilize the energy of the sun. Just one solar flare activity can be equivalent to the power of tens of billions of nuclear bombs, and the energy brought by this power is enough to drive the electricity required by the entire Earth for a year. Auntie, you are too extreme. Karla reached out and grabbed Astra's arm. Stop being obsessed, or I will stop you like my mother, and this time you have to face to me. Astra froze, looking deeply at Karla. You want to kill me again? Do you regret resurrecting me? Astra's eyes flashed with sadness and sadness. Karla quickly shook her head. How could it be? After all, blood is thicker than water. You are the aunt who loves me the most and my favorite. Even if our thoughts and ideas conflict, it will not affect our family relationship. At most, I will stop at you, and take you away. Astra didn't understand. Karla took her away to take her to see the new Krypton, and let her return to the new Krypton, continue to lead the soldiers of Krypton as a general. To put it more realistically, Karla definitely believes in letting Astra lead her soldiers, which is a terrifying army composed of hundreds of thousands of Superman. I'll think about it. Astra felt relieved because of Karla's words, but she didn't immediately agree to Karla's persuasion, but said that she would think about it. And now, I might go to meet Norn. You won't let me go? Astra asked tentatively again. Karla sighed, stretched out his hand to hug Astra again, and then completely let go. I'm just very excited to meet you again, and I won't restrict your freedom. Really, what happened? There was such a strange and embarrassing temptation between them. Astra also couldn't help sighing, and then she bid farewell to Karla, and flew away into the sky. On the way, Astra was also thinking about it. Yes, what made her and her most beloved niece become so estranged? Because of Allura? No, even though Astra was sent to the Phantom Zone and Roseburg by Allura, she would definitely not resent Allura because of this, and it was Norn who hated Allura. After all, the relationship between Allura and Astra is there. Astra's only regret is that she still has no destiny to save Krypton. Perhaps the only reason is her ambition. She has failed once, but she still hasn't let go of that idea and obsession, so she continues to want to realize her previous idea on the Earth. Am I really wrong? Astra suddenly had a flash of self-doubt. Immediately afterwards, she shook her head, and the shadow of Roseburg could already be seen in front of her eyes. She no longer thought about it, but flew forward quickly. However, what awaited Astra was not the warm welcome from her husband and his soldiers, but the suspicion that Karla had made a fool of herself, and she did not believe that she would really be resurrected. As a result, Astra was imprisoned by her subordinates and her husband 877 as if she had thrown herself into a trap. Later, Astra learned by chance whether Nyon could actually recognize whether she was a fake, or if she really came back from the resurrection. However, Norn deliberately led everyone to think that it was Karla who made a ghost, and his purpose was to take advantage of the opportunity to launch the big cleaning system, so that he could conquer the Earth without any effort. The Great Cleansing Plan is actually used to control everyone. He wants to occupy and rule the Earth. Go back to the present time first. Karla watched Astra leave without stopping. It wasn't until Astra disappeared completely that she turned around and flew towards National City. After returning to National City, Karla became hesitation again. She remembered that she had a big fight with herself in this world. Given the current situation, she was really embarrassed to go back to face herself in this world. Speaking of which, the fact that you originally quarreled with yourself is embarrassing enough, right? For a while, Karla herself felt weird, even she experienced this kind of situation for the first time. Just then, on the street below where Karla flew, someone called out, "It's Supergirl." Karla also responded with a smile, "Hello, Supergirl, Ms. Kate was caught by the electric girl and the silver banshee and went to the park. Aren't you going to save her?" Someone suddenly shouted. Karla frowned, and immediately flew away quickly. When Karla is busy saving her aunt in this world, don't forget that there are still two cuties, Silver Banshee and Electric Girl. Both of them are former employees of Kate's company in this world, and they were fired for various reasons, so there is a great grievance between them and Kate. Karla also learned the reason for their dismissal, but it was not wrong. The electric girl Leslie used to be the female anchor of Kate's TV station, not the female anchor of the live broadcast, but a radio anchor, often broadcasting late at night, and it is a personal show with a high degree of freedom. But Leslie's style is very negative, even reclusive. It should never have happened when Kate decided to make Supergirl the superhero of National City and the main reporting star of her own company, just like the Metropolis and the Daily Planet have Superman. She put the poisonous tongue on the Supergirl, and all kinds of poisonous tongues are like the venom of the king cobra. It can be said to be ugly. So Kate tuned her to the Weather News channel. But Leslie didn't think about it. Instead, he only wanted to take revenge on Kate after gaining the super ability. There is also the Silver Banshee Siobhan, who was Kate's new second assistant. Because of her ambition, taking advantage of Karla Danvers' ride over red kryptonite not long ago, she wanted to discredit this Supergirl. This definitely touched Kate's bottom line too. Kate used to be the #1 fan of Supergirl. Although she almost heard her when Karla Danvers went berserk, she still believed in Karla Danvers. Karla Danvers never knew that she had been exposed, and even if she had asked Martian Manhunter to cover her before, she had not deceived Kate. As a result, Siobhan did not calm down, but secretly contacted the Planet Daily, intending to defect to the other party. This is an unforgivable betrayal for Kate, even though Kate is also from Planet Daily, but now the two parties are already in a competitive relationship. Regardless of the personal relationship between Kate and Perry, what you do is tantamount to an act of commercial espionage, and if it is serious, it can already be sent to prison. Kate has done her best, but fired Siobhan. But Siobhan didn't know how to repent, and didn't think he had done anything wrong, but blamed Karla Danvers for telling him about his affairs, and at the same time resented Kate. These two people are simply speechless. And because of similar experiences, Siobhan took the initiative to rescue Leslie, and the two joined forces to kidnap Kate early this morning. Kate is now the queen of news in National City, and they kidnapped Kate almost in front of the whole city. And the two declared war on the Supergirl with great fanfare, and they were waiting for the Supergirl in the park in National City. When Karla arrived, she found that the battle had already begun. Karla Danvers and Barry rushed over immediately after getting the news, and the two sides formed a 1-on-2 pattern. And I don't know what preparations Karla Danvers and the others have made. When they face the screaming sound of the Silver Banshee again, they will be completely unaffected. Karla took a look and found that there were 2 extra earplugs in Karla Danvers and Barry's ears respectively, and they were not ordinary earplugs, but the kind of electronic machinery that could change or block special frequencies. So it's true, Karla nodded. Since the enemy uses sound waves as the means of attack, then this method is obviously the most temporary solution. But how are you going to defeat them next? Instead of rushing down to help, Karla hid in the sky, watching the battle in the park below. Then Karla saw that Barry turned into a red lightning first, rushed away from the joint formation of the Silver Banshee and the Electric Girl with super fast speed, and took the opportunity to attract their attention. And Karla Danvers took this opportunity to rush to rescue Kate, who was handcuffed to a chair by 2 of her former staff. But just when Karla Danvers rescued Kate, the Silver Banshee took the opportunity to lift her over her shoulder and punched her flying. Seeing that Kate was threatened by the silver banshee again, Karla finally made a move. She quickly came to Kate on the ground, tilted her head and glanced at the silver banshee. Just be fair, if you dare to hurt the people around you for no reason, I will crush you to death. After threatening the silver banshee, Karla naturally put her arms around Kate's waist and flew her up. The silver banshee didn't know whether she was frightened by Karla's threat, or she didn't have time to react, so she could only watch Karla rescue Kate away in the end. People around all raised their heads in surprise. Why did two supergirls appear? Kate looked at Karla with meaningful eyes. Karla sighed, don't say anything. Kate smiled, are you finally willing to confess to me? Karla shook her head, it has nothing to do with me, the one below is the supergirl you are familiar with. I am a female Superman. Although I am also Karla, that's right. Kate was almost confused by her, but she could understand what she meant. It meant that the Karla Danvers below was the little assistant she was familiar with, and the supergirl. Don't worry, since she doesn't want to reveal her identity, I will continue to help her hide it. But who are you? Kate obviously became more interested in Karla next to her. Karla shrugged, I'm Karla from the future. She was talking nonsense because it was too much trouble to explain. Although Kate was very dissatisfied with her handling, she could only look down at the battlefield below. The two found that Barry, wearing a bright red battlesuit at the moment, had collapsed on the roof of a nearby building and passed out. It's really useless, the two said in unison with a tacit understanding. Looking at the other side, the electric girl rushed back to the silver banshee after defeating Barry, but found that Kate was missing. The silver banshee told Karla about rescuing Kate and the threats she made to herself, but it caused the electric girl to run away. Then the electric girl suddenly discovered that because of the situation here, a news plane was approaching here to report the situation here. The electric girl sneered, it's Zhao, did that bitch say you shouldn't threaten others? Then I'm going to do it. She suddenly raised her hands to release the terrible electric current, and went straight to the helicopter in the sky. There are still many people in the park below, trembling because of the battle between the Superman classes and not daring to run around. If that plane was shot down by Electric Girl, not only the people inside would die, but many people below would also die. Kate hurriedly said to Karla, go and help. But Karla shook her head and didn't make a move. At the critical moment, Karla Danvers soared into the sky and blocked the plane with her body with her hands outstretched. As a result, she herself was hit by the Electric Girl's terrible electric current. With her strength, she obviously couldn't withstand such an attack, and finally fell down weakly. When people saw this scene, they were all moved by Karla Danvers' behavior. One after another, a group of people stood in front of Karla Danvers spontaneously without fear of life or death. To be honest, Karla is really speechless about her own strength in this world. She is too weak. But this Karla Danvers seems to be better than the Superman in this world. Isn't it even more speechless? However, Karla Danvers still has awareness. When people are threatened, she steps forward and blocks the Electric Girl's attack with her body and even her life. Although not long ago, Karla Danvers just went violently because of the influence of red kryptonite, and almost destroyed the glorious image he had worked so hard to build in one go. But at this moment, in front of the live broadcast of the news plane, she regained people's trust in her. So those people who were protected by Karla Danvers spontaneously stood in front of her. This time it was everyone's turn to protect the powerless Supergirl, their superhero. Huh? What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of death? The Electric Girl was stimulated by this scene. She originally had a very negative character. According to Kate's words and comments, she would only bring negative effects to people, unlike the positive aspects of Supergirl. Images in contrast. So she disliked Supergirl even more. You still wanted to hang her before, but now you want to protect her. The Electric Girl obviously didn't understand people's psychology, so she frantically activated more electric energy, and even made her fly for a while. Watching the 770 Electric Girl arouse such a terrifying power, once it explodes towards the crowd, the consequences will be disastrous. Karla Danvers is very anxious, but she has no strength now, and she can't even get up. At this moment, without Kate's urging, Karla finally made a move. She flew Kate in front of the crowd, continued to fly Kate in the air with her left hand, and snapped her fingers with her right hand, suddenly creating a water curtain out of thin air. A large-scale river came from nowhere, controlled by Karla, and went straight to the Electric Girl. The Electric Girl was caught off guard by the sudden appearance, and was wrapped in the current before she could escape. Water can conduct electricity, but it can also decompose electricity. If the water exceeds a certain level, the electric current can disappear completely. The Electric Girl only felt that her power was suddenly exhausted, as if she had opened a gate to release a flood. Moreover, Karla also used the effect of water to conduct electricity, and connected the electricity of the Electric Girl with the Silver Banshee on the side. The poor Silver Banshee suffered an indiscriminate disaster, and was shocked by the power of her teammates, trembling all over, and finally fainted and fell down. In this way, from the shot to the end, Karla took Karla Danvers' hard-handed opponent in just a few seconds. Kabite, time. Karla looked at Karla Danvers condescendingly, shook her head, it's too weak, myself. After she finished speaking, she turned around and flew away with Kate. People looked at the back of the second Supergirl leaving, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Finally, someone reached out to help Karla Danvers up, and all surrounded her, concerned about her physical condition. Regardless of the final outcome, at least Karla Danvers' previous actions won the hearts of National City people back for her. What's more, the second Supergirl is also Karla. They look exactly the same. It is impossible for everyone to ignore the first Supergirl because of the credit of the second Supergirl, right? On the other hand, Karla just took Kate back to her company directly. Anyway, Kate already knew Karla's identity, so she didn't bother to hide it, and even changed into Kate's clothes in the company. Definitely it was all done quietly and everyone was surprised when Karla and Kate suddenly showed up. You don't hurry up and work. What news are you waiting for? Don't you think I will be killed by them? Once Kate raised her posture, it was terrifying. Karla finally witnessed it with her own eyes. James and Wen kept winking at Karla, and Kate said hello, and walked towards them. They came to the secret room, which was actually a small stronghold transformed from an empty storage room. How is Karla? The two asked hurriedly. Especially Wen, hesitation asked, is Sayabin okay? It seems gentle Sayabin is still more than a friend than a lover. Karla shrugged, that was definitely resolved smoothly, with me in charge, no problem. James and Wen looked at each other and sensed something was wrong. You're another Karla? James asked. Karla rolled her eyes, nonsense, don't tell me you didn't recognize me, I am younger and more beautiful, although my actual age is older, it looks like I am younger. James and Wen looked at each other and smiled wryly. They really didn't see it, because the two Karla look exactly the same, unless they stand next to each other, it is difficult to tell them apart. And I always feel weird when I say that I am younger and more beautiful than myself. So you came back to help. I heard that you disappeared before, and we were worried about you, Wen said with a sigh of relief. If there are two Supergirls, it will be more reassuring. Karla glanced at Wen. Thank you. Karla's eyes had a little meaning, but she could tell that James and Wen had extraordinary feelings for Karla Danvers in this world. Actually, they all like Karla Danvers, right? Including the look Karla Danvers gave James. Karla sighed secretly. Why do people in other worlds like to fall in love so much? Karla from the previous world, the world that played Ryu, which has now evolved into the Kingdom of Heaven, even went to the 30th century, and fell in love with the 5th generation Brainiac. The world is even more emotionally chaotic. Do you have to date your brother's friend Jimmy? Or Louise's sister's ex-boyfriend or something? As for the results of the Silver Banshee and Electric Girl, I don't know. Karla knew that they wanted to hear the final results, but Karla shrugged. I brought Kate back directly, so I don't know the results. Speaking of which, you brought her back just like that? Aren't you afraid of exposing the identity of Karla in our world? James became worried again. Karla raised her finger and pointed at her eyes angrily. Look clearly, I don't wear glasses, do you know what this means? James showed a dazed look, but Wen was puzzled. I'm also very surprised to say that. Obviously you Supergirls and Superman don't wear masks, but why can't everyone recognize them on weekdays? Karla explained. The reason is that we can use psychological hints to make others not recognize us after wearing glasses, so when I don't wear glasses, even if I change clothes, everyone will know that I am a female Superman. So don't worry about me. It will expose who I am in this world. Simply put, she is still a Supergirl in people's eyes, unless she wears glasses in front of everyone. It will reveal that she and Karla are the same person soon. Karla Danvers is back too. When she noticed that Karla had put on her glasses at the company and was still working for her, she was worried for a while. Later, Karla told Karla Danvers that she has super hypnotic ability such as psychological suggestion, so no one will feel strange, let alone guess her identity. Karla didn't tell Karla Danvers, although Kate already knew who she was. Thank you. Karla Danvers thanked herself in another world, thanking her for rushing back to help. Without your help, many people at the scene would have been threatened with their lives. The news is out, people in National City are starting to believe in their superhero again, and word has gone out about the two Supergirls. There is also the battle scene of capturing the Electric Girl and the Silver Banshee before. Karla summoned a stream of water at the last moment, cleverly connected the two people together, and used the conductive method to first empty the electricity of the Electric Girl, and then stun the nearby Silver Banshee. This kind of battle plan is absolutely perfect. Simple and straightforward. People also wondered why the previous Supergirls didn't think of it or couldn't do it. Later, when they thought about it, both of them were Supergirls, so they didn't bother with each other. Speaking of which, how did you do those things? Karla Danvers was curious and surprised by herself in another world. You are magic and you have all kinds of super abilities, why haven't I heard of it? Karla looked helplessly at herself in this world, so she couldn't say, because you are too weak. It's hard to say that. She could tell that this world was the Iron Age, and with Karla's strength, if she met the Yukon of this world, she would really be able to beat him to death with one punch. So I hope that the little expert who is dead will not die again. Where did Barry go? Why didn't you come back with you? At this moment, when James noticed that only the Flash was gone. Could it be that he has gone back? Karla Danvers told Barry's whereabouts. He helped to adjust the prison in National City. After all, Superman can't be sent to Deo's prison, where aliens are held. The Flash Barry, in addition to being a superhero, seems to be an expert in investigating crimes in his own world, mainly managing the data of those super criminals. So he also has some experience on how to detain these super criminals and how to detain them. He can help the National City Prison to give advice and better detain the Silver Banshee and Electric Girl. Otherwise, with their super abilities, they could easily escape. Kayla suddenly, Kate's voice sounded, and began to call Karla again, and deliberately did not call her name correctly. In fact, Kate knew that Karla was not called Karla, and Karla asked her why she did that. In Kate's words, Karla Danvers is far from mature either as an assistant or as a superhero, so she needs to continue to hone her. In fact, Karla Danvers has not noticed that Kate is very accommodating to her sometimes. For example, yesterday morning, Kate happily bought a box of cupcakes. It can be said that of all people, only Karla Danvers dared to stretch out the evil little claws, although she still failed to take one. If it were someone else, the coffee wasn't hot enough to get fired. Karla Danvers has never noticed that she is different, and sometimes Kate is even willing to serve as her emotional consultant and life mentor. This is where Kate takes special care of her. In the afternoon, Barry finally came. It is said that he has helped install new prison equipment for the Silver Banshee and Electric Girl, which can disable their super abilities. In addition, Barry also came to say goodbye. It's time for me to go back. Guys, although we have been together for a short time, I will remember you. Go back? Have you found a way? As a technician, Wen once found an opportunity to discuss with Barry about the feasibility of multi-universe wheels and traveling through the universe. Then they agreed that Barry's behavior of traveling through the parallel universe this time was very accidental, and generally speaking, he should only be able to travel through time in his own universe. But he finally managed to cross the universe. And with Barry's current speed, maybe he can't open the passage to the parallel universe again, that is to say, he can't go home with his own strength. After fighting side by side this time, I actually thought of a possibility. If the two Supergirls can throw me out as quickly as possible, with the help of my companions, I should be able to go back. Barry proposed this possibility. Zero seeking flowers. Karla held the shoulder of her right hand with her left hand, and her right hand clenched into a fist and began to move. Tell me, how do you want to fly? What posture do you want to fly in? I will satisfy you. Barry quickly stopped her. Oh, wait a minute, I mean you are going to throw me out with a balanced force, and I have to keep the fastest speed at the speed of the three of us. Open the door to travel through time and space. I don't want to be thrown into outer space by you. Karla is actually joking with him. In fact, Karla can help him open the door to cross the parallel universe. But just when she was about to speak, the door of the small storage room was suddenly opened, and Karla Danvers shook her head at several people in the room with a distressed expression. Ms. Grant, Kate, has something to say. Everyone better come and listen. Several people looked at each other in blank dismay, so they had to suppress the topic of going home for the time being, and came to Kate's office together. In front of Kate, a picture of the Flash assisting Supergirl in fighting Silver Banshee and Electric Girl appeared on a computer screen. I think it's time to give this new superhero a name, Kate said as soon as she opened her mouth. What do you think of Phantom Man? Or Red Lantern Man, Shadow Man, or something like that? What is the level of naming? Barry obviously had to go back, but he still couldn't bear it when he heard this, and he had to correct it. I think it's better to call it the Flash. The Flash. Kate gave Barry an amused look. With such an anxious look, it can be seen that he has a relationship with him. Okay, then do you think he should be regarded as Supergirl's follower or assistant? Kate continued to say deliberately. Karla has turned her back. Kate, when did you become so mean? Barry got into the trap again, protesting impatiently. I think it should be a partner with equal status, like a partner who acts together. He is not someone's assistant or follower. Kate almost burst out laughing. This innocent and lovely kid. Okay, so how do you report the second Supergirl? She deliberately looked at Karla this time. Karla couldn't be fooled. She shrugged her shoulders and said without looking back, whatever, she could be the sister of Supergirl, or she could be anyone. I remember there were two Supergirls before. In order to help Barry go home smoothly, the two Karla had to send him off personally. Originally, Karla wanted to go back together, but in the end she chose to stay. So Wen and James were a little surprised when they returned to Kate International Media Enterprise together. In fact, she revived my aunt, Karla Danvers said with a complicated expression, both happy and happy. Although it seemed to her that her aunt was against her, she was her relative after all. After Krypton has been destroyed, she is also her only relative besides Superman in this world. At least for now. But Karla Danvers also felt dignified, because she knew how powerful her aunt was. On the sidelines, Karla was heartlessly eating the donuts she bought on the way back. They were still paid for by Karla Danvers, and they were very sweet. $5.97. That's my aunt too, Karla said. I can't just watch you kill my aunt, Karla Danvers. I didn't kill it, and that was my aunt in my world, Karla Danvers argued grimly. It wasn't she who killed Astra, it was the older sister of her foster parents. Karla shrugged it off. Wen and James glanced at each other, only finding it interesting, seeing them arguing happily with themselves. Actually not happy at all. You don't know, Karla, our aunt is very dangerous. She plans to use some kind of big cleaning plan to threaten the whole Earth. Karla Danvers thought that Karla didn't know Astra's ambition yet. But on the contrary, Karla squinted at the other self. You don't know what the purge is, do you? I've talked to her, Karla said. What if she doesn't listen to you? After all, I have persuaded her. Karla Danvers said that she has also made efforts. Karla licked off the sweetness of the donuts on her fingers, and looked at each other with folded arms. Tell me how you worked hard? How did you persuade? Karla Danvers looked at Karla with disgust. The latter said it was Kate's clothes, and it didn't matter if she got food, because Kate obviously wouldn't want any more. She would never take back the clothes she gave to others. Karla Danvers didn't even think about it, and said, "I'm definitely the one who understands the truth with emotion." Karla felt amused. "Didn't you say what it was for you?" Karla Danvers was puzzled. Karla spread her hands. "Don't look at me being 40 years old, but I know how to act like a baby. It doesn't matter whether it's the adoptive parents or the biological parents, although it's only the mother who is easy to hit the wall. As long as I act like a baby a little, there is no wish that cannot be fulfilled. Especially our aunt. As soon as I said that you can think about it for us, then she said that she would go to talk to Norn." Karla definitely didn't explain the whole process, but it was similar. Unlike Karla Danvers, who chose to confront and fight against ideas with a blunt stand, Karla chose to solve the problem in a family way. "Karla, blood is thicker than water. We are family. If you treat her as an enemy, how can she be honest with you? How can she tell you everything?" Karla looked at her with a thoughtful expression. "Danvers, don't forget, the reason why she was caught by her mother before the incident was all due to whom? It was because of us." Karla sighed. If the origin stories of the two Karlas are the same, then the Aster of the two worlds, no matter what the reasons are, in short, the result of their failure is because Alura used her daughter Karla to lure her out, and then arrested her in one fell swoop. Isn't that enough proof of how much Astra loves her niece? At such an important moment, as long as Karla asks, she will come back desperately. Astra has no children of her own, and almost regards Karla as her own. As long as it is Karla's request, she will try her best to agree and fulfill it, provided that Karla also treats her as a family member. "You mean, Auntie will cancel the purge because of your words?" Karla Danvers asked. "It's for you, Karla," Karla reminded her other self, "not for anything else but for them, Astra's most beloved niece. It would be great if everyone could be happy like this," Wen said from the sidelines. Karla squinted at him, always feeling that this guy set a great flag. But forget it, shouldn't be a problem. As a result, Karla set up a flag herself. 0. In short, when the Silver Banshee and the Electric Girl were defeated and locked up again, it was a brand new prison that Barry helped repair, which could hold super criminals. For now, it appears that National City is at peace again. Karla Danvers is also busy again, as Kate's assistant. Karla will be much more relaxed, almost just hiding in this room, eating snacks, or playing games on Wen's supercomputer. Wen's computer is used to monitor the entire National City. The purpose is to help Karla Danvers notice what is happening in the city at any time before Karla Danvers joins the Deo, so that she can attack immediately. As a result, it seems to be deserted now, because his personal power is not as good as Deo's comprehensive monitoring. With Deo, he can notify Supergirl at any time, and his place seems to be deserted. So it's okay to let Karla play games. And she is Karla. James and Wen will definitely do their best to take care of her. In the end, even Karla Danvers is jealous, and she always feels that another self is more popular than herself. Karla actually took action during the period. For example, a little girl crossed the road nearby. Because she was the only one who was unsafe, Karla specially put on a battlesuit to take care of her, helped her lead the puppy, and guarded her until it was safe. Chen Malu. And with Karla's speed, no one knows that she is actually hiding here. 3.9. No one can find out once she enters and exits. Only Karla Danvers himself sometimes sees Karla roaming around outside the window at will, and is quite envious. Seeing that the day passed slowly like this, everything was normal, and nothing happened again. Everyone went to work as usual, and when they were off work, Karla Danvers also invited James to go on a date or something. "Wow," Karla said with a weird expression on her face, "it's always weird to see myself dating someone or something. So Wen wants to buy me a toast? I don't think it's right for me to go home tonight." "That's not your home, is it? Also, why did it say so? I'll buy you a drink." Wen had a lot of complaints in his heart, but in the end he chose to compromise. "Okay, if you don't mind." The Karla Danvers of this world went on a date with James after all, and it was at her house. As a result, Karla was not to be outdone, and forced Wen to buy herself a drink. Otherwise, wouldn't she have nowhere to stay? Karla is not a scumbag. One chose James herself, and the other chose Wen or something. That's not the case at all, because she knew that Wen had dated the Silver Banshee before, and they were considered boyfriends and girlfriends. Now that the Silver Banshee has been arrested, she must comfort her. So in a bar, the two started drinking. Karla used to like to come to the bar to hang out with Jennifer and Danny when they had nothing to do, so she was very comfortable with the environment here. It's just weird that when the lively atmosphere of the bar was halfway through, people suddenly dispersed. Obviously the atmosphere was hot, but everyone started to leave the bar spontaneously, including Wenya, who ignored Karla without saying a word, and chose to return to the company to work overtime temporarily. Straight man. Karla took to the street angrily, but found something unusual. "I saw that the street was suddenly full of people, and all of them walked onto the street and spontaneously gathered in a certain direction. It's okay if it's just one person or more than 20 people, but now, almost everyone seems to have lost their souls." Karla finally knew that something had happened. Great purge. Karla immediately knew what happened. This is the rhythm of the execution of the purge plan. People's minds are controlled by the purge device, just like being transformed by Rui Oyu's gene. So now everyone is controlled. After Karla figured out the current situation, she immediately flew to Karla Danvers' home. When she came out the window, she saw that James had also been restrained and left Karla Danvers' house without a word. Karla Danvers is feeling incredible and at a loss for what is happening in front of her eyes. It's the purge, it started, Karla said to herself, pushing open the window. Karla Danvers couldn't help asking, didn't you say that you have persuaded your aunt? But look now. It's Norn, Karla said without any hesitation. You shouldn't doubt your aunt, it's Norn. That bastard, I have never liked him since childhood, he is ambitious, and has always disliked our Al family. There is no chance, it seems that now he does not want to let go of this opportunity, and wants to completely occupy and rule the earth. Karla Danvers believed in Karla's words. It seems that although Norn is their uncle, the two nieces don't have the slightest affection for this uncle. I should have insisted that I persuaded my aunt to divorce him when I was a child, Karla muttered. Karla Danvers also nodded feelingly, it's a pity that we were too young when we were on Krypton. Their origin stories are the same, so it's always interesting to talk about life on Krypton. It seemed that they were even kiddos who tried to destroy their aunt's marriage, but definitely failed. They were 10 years old when they escaped from Krypton, and they'd be damned if they made it. They weren't Astra's daughters after all. What now? Everyone is under control. Damn Norn, what the hell is he going to do? Karla Danvers was already panicking because she didn't know what to do now. Current predicament. I think we should go to Deo first. If everyone in National City is under control, they should be no exception. But don't forget that there are many dangerous people detained in Deo, Karla reminded. The two looked at each other, knowing that now was not the time to delay, and hurriedly flew to the headquarters of Deo together. Their guess was right. When they came to the Deo headquarters, they happened to meet that Lucy Lois was under control and was about to open the prison door. Karla Danvers also wanted to use words to wake up Lucy, or Karla directly controlled Lucy with psychokinesis, and counteracted the control of the Great Cleansing with super hypnotic ability, allowing Lucy to regain her sobriety. What's wrong with me? Lucy covered her head and shouted, damn it, I seemed to be controlled by someone just now. I knew what I was doing and I could hear your voices calling me, but I couldn't do it. Respond and even want to hurt you. Deo has kryptonite. If Lucy sneaks in, it may really pose a threat to Karla Danvers. Definitely Karla, forget it, she can now eat kryptonite as a snack. Karla then performed super hypnotic ability on all Deo's agents to counteract the control over them by the Great Cleansing. Maybe you can offset the purge this way, Karla Danvers said smugly. Karla was speechless. Big sister, how many people do you think this city has? Millions, Karla Danvers said until her own voice died out. You also know that there are millions of people. Even if the size of National City is not as good as Metropolis and Gotham City, its population is still relatively large, and millions of people will be threatened by the Great Cleansing. Even for Karla, using super hypnotic ability to fight against the Great Cleansing one by one, it would be too exhausting. Might as well let her get everyone under control with psychokinesis. The control here refers to the control of the body, and only the super hypnotic ability can counteract the control of the mind and brain by the Great Cleansing. Psychokinesis can indeed produce psychokinesis hood to 480 to counteract the attack and control of the mind, but it is too late, unless it is done at the beginning. What now? Karla Danvers asked Karla, even she was out of ideas. Karla thought for a while, and explained to Lucy, who has recovered, first of all, we must take care of those space prisoners, and even use all means when necessary, even killing them. At this moment, Karla stopped arguing about the so-called human rights from the standpoint of aliens. Those aliens all have Superman-like powers, and any one of them escapes may bring disasters. It's time for another twist. Karla knows that now is an extraordinary moment, and she must deal with it with extraordinary measures, otherwise irreparable losses will be caused. In addition, Lucy, ask your father, General Lois, to cooperate and block all passages to National City. At least the scope of the current cleansing is only in National City, and no more people will be allowed to enter the city. Get in. The most important thing is, Lucy, tell your father to hold on to those bastards above, and don't let someone send a nuclear bomb over, otherwise I will kick the nuclear bomb back. The city of National City has not yet reached the point of destruction. In fact, what Karla is most worried about is that once the situation in National City gets out of control, in order to prevent the situation in National City from spreading to the whole world, someone may propose to use nuclear bombs to destroy this place peacefully. Under the auspices of Karla, at least Deo has stabilized. And Lucy's father, General Lois, also applied for permission immediately, and began to block National City in all aspects. At the same time, the situation in National City was also known to the outside world immediately. High-level officials began to urgently discuss how to deal with the situation here, as well as the threat from Karla. It is obvious that it is not feasible to use the nuclear leveling method. I'm going to the Fortress of Solitude, Karla Danvers suddenly mentioned. She is going to the Fortress of Solitude to find a solution to the purge. Fortress of Solitude, which was built by Superman in the North Pole, belongs to the secret stronghold of the Superman family. It was originally a stronghold that only belonged to Superman, so it was called Fortress of Solitude, but later as the Superman family began to grow, it naturally became the shared property of the Superman family. It's also because of Superman's selflessness. Karla was curious, so she also acted with Karla Danvers. They don't have to worry about Deo. If they are prepared, Deo can use weapons made of kryptonite to defend against the attacks of Norn and his party, unless Norn intends to let ordinary humans attack Deo headquarters. However, Deo has activated the highest defense and sealed the entrance directly. Ordinary people can't get in at all. In this way, the two Karla came to the North Pole together. With their strong physical fitness, they don't have to care about the cold of the Arctic at all. Before coming to the gate of the Fortress of Solitude, Karla Danvers also picked up a key from under a patch of snow in front of the gate. Karla was speechless. Hide the key under the rug in front of the door. Who taught him? Karla Danvers shrugged. Don't underestimate this key. It is made of the quality of a black dwarf and weighs several million tons. Karla reached out and tried it, and it was indeed of such quality. From this point of view, even if it was thrown casually on the street, few people would be able to pick it up. Karla Danvers opened the door with a key, and the two walked in one after the other. This time Karla became a curious baby, because it was her first time entering the Fortress of Solitude, and her brother in that world was not very strong. Karla Danvers doesn't have time to make fun of her alter ego, and generally speaking doesn't she? Quickly came to the Fortress of Solitude, and an AI intelligent robot greeted him. Welcome back, Karla Zo-Al. And Karla Zo-Al, wait a minute, why are there two Karla Zo-Al? Warning, warning, doubt one of Karla Zo-Al is an illegal clone. According to Kryptonian law, it is recommended to eradicate the threat to Karla Zo-Al. But ask the two Karla Zo-Al, who is real and who is fake. We're all really alright, the two Karla said in unison. Because two Karla appeared at the same time, the AI robot mistook one of them as a cloned copy. But because the two Karla are real Karla, there really are no clones, which makes the robot confused again, and I don't know what to do. Just as doomsday is strictly forbidden in Kryptonian law, cloning is definitely taboo, especially for high-level families like the Al family. Once the genes and clones of the Al family are copied, it can even threaten the elders and the council. So it must be strictly prohibited. Although the two Karlas have been explained, they are both real and do not exist in a clone relationship. But the robot has been clamoring desperately to destroy the clones, but it has been unable to do so, because the two Karla are indeed real. In short, the situation fell into a deadlock for a while. Karla was so angry that her teeth were itching. If she didn't want to ask it about the solution to the big cleaning, Karla would have ruined it. Sure enough, the Kryptonian technology in her world is more reliable. In fact, this is because Karla didn't let her smart housekeeper see that there are two Karlas on the scene, otherwise she would still be itchy with anger. Then you stay here and continue to ask about the solution. I'll go back first. Karla had no choice but to leave first, letting Karla Danvers stay and continue to ask about the purge. Now I believe that AI robots will no longer be difficult for humans, right? Sure enough, with the departure of one of Karla, the AI robot immediately returned to the previous system state, as if warmly welcoming the return of the members of the Al family. And then when Karla Danvers asked about the cleaning, there was no hesitation said, insufficient authority, unable to answer. Depend on. Karla Danvers was about to curse, and questioned the AI robot. Since you said you want to serve the Al family, the current situation is that someone is going to use a big purge to threaten the Al family. If the last of our Al people are dead, who else do you serve? If the purge has already started, then I have only one suggestion, leave this planet as soon as possible. The purge cannot be stopped, the AI robot said and left. Karla Danvers was unwilling to give up even a little hope, so she went back to Deo headquarters, where she had the spaceship that came to Earth when she was a child. Before that, Barry wanted to take a group photo, but was ruthlessly stopped by Lucy. Children, this is not a scenic spot. In addition, Deo also discovered a certain device specially for Karla. As long as Karla Danvers' information and fingerprints are input, an intelligence system will be activated, which not only uses Alura's image as an image, but also stores with almost all Kryptonian civilizations. It was for Karla Danvers to learn from. Do you still remember that when Karla and Karl arrived on the Earth one after another, there was also a starting device? That is the device of Karla and Karl. They can also learn the culture of Kryptonian civilization with the assistance of the intelligence system, and there are many materials stored in it, including a big clans. It's a pity that even Alura's intelligence system gave the same, good Zhao Wang, answer. Once the big cleansing starts, it will never be undone. Karla Danvers felt deeply disappointed, and came to the company after sensing Karla's whereabouts. Karla, who left first, was at the company at the moment. Looking around her, Kate's employees seemed to be unaffected, working there as usual. But Karla Danvers soon discovered that something was wrong. They didn't have a clear consciousness, they just sat there with a demented expression and were busy typing some programming codes into the computer, and even those codes were Kryptonian characters. Karla sat at the original position of Karla Danvers, took a sip with a cup of coffee in her hand, as if nothing happened. Aren't you in a hurry? Karla Danvers asked anxiously. She was going to die. Karla shrugged. I have to discuss it with you no matter how anxious I am. Before you come back, it doesn't make sense for me to be crazy, right? Under the influence of the big cleansing, almost everyone in National City was controlled, which also made the two Karla almost lost all help, and Barry had already returned home, and now they can only fight side by side. So now is not the time to argue. You can also take Gentle James out of control first, Karla Danvers pointed out Karla's inaction. Since she can let some people get rid of the control of the Great Cleansing, she can naturally relieve Gentle James. Karla didn't argue with her anymore. She got up decisively and came to James and Wen, using her super hypnotic ability to counteract the control of the purge. In fact, the AI robot in the Fortress of Solitude and the intelligent system of Karla Danvers' Allura image are still wrong. The purge is not unstoppable. At least Karla has a way to offset the control of others by the purge. It's just because the current scale is too big, even she can't make everyone regain their senses all at once. What happened? Wen exclaimed after regaining consciousness. I still remember what happened before, but I can't control my actions. James is more concerned about another thing. You kissed me. What? Karla spread her hands. You have the wrong person. Okay, have James and Karla Danvers reached this level 1 level yet? It's a pity that the follow-up of 967 was interrupted by the big purge yesterday. Karla has come for the Karla Danvers book space of this world. Ding. At this moment, a built-in exclusive elevator opened, and Kate, who was dressed in fashion, walked in. While walking, she lowered her head and fiddled with the smartphone in her hand, and subconsciously said without raising her head, Kayla, if you have time to argue with yourself, why not make me a cup of coffee? I don't think it's too difficult. Karla coughed softly. Kate raised her head and noticed the situation in front of her. She pretended to be surprised and said, Oh, two female Superman? Nice to meet you. Are you here to accept my exclusive interview? She may have to forget that she has not been a reporter for many years, and she is now the queen of the press in National City. Now only others come to interview Kate, and she no longer needs to interview others. This is to cover up something. Luckily Karla Danvers didn't find anything. Ms. Grant, how are you okay? Karla Danvers was more concerned about this matter. Kate was baffled. Do I need something to cooperate with you? I'm not Louise. This is a joke. Usually something happens to Louise and Superman comes right away. She's no Supergirl Louis. Karla Danvers pointed around. Look around. Don't you notice that everyone is different today? It was only then that Kate noticed the difference. She definitely cared more. Why are you alright with me? Suddenly, an unexpected person appeared in front of them. It is definitely because of my credit. Max. In fact, the corresponding role of Max should be Maxwell Lauder IV, but just like James changed from Jimmy to this, here, his abbreviation is Max. Or Moz. As a well-known wealthy businessman and one of the most outstanding scientists in National City, Max had caused a lot of trouble for Supergirl before that. For example, the red kryptonite that made Karla Danvers run away was a product of his laboratory, and it was also because his laboratory caught fire Karla Danvers had to dispose of it. The result almost destroyed the heroic image that Karla Danvers had built so hard. In addition, Max is also the culprit who single-handedly created Supergirl. He used a girl with a special sex as an experimental subject, and then injected part of Karla Danvers' genetic tissue, and finally created a Supergirl who had almost the same ability as Karla Danvers, but was completely opposite. For example, Karla can spray frozen super breath, while Supergirl's is flame super breath. Karla's heat vision ray is definitely scorching hot, while Supergirl's is icy cold. Even the weakness against kryptonite is the opposite. Karla is afraid of kryptonite, but kryptonite can increase the strength, Cabe, of different Supergirls and so on. In short, when Karla Danvers saw Max, she didn't have any good face at all, and asked, What are you doing here? Max was amused. This is not your home, Supergirl. Karla Danvers was angry, but she knew that Max already knew his identity, and he should know why he asked such a question. At this time, Karla stepped forward to hold back herself in this world. It would make her feel ashamed to be provoked so easily. What? He's your enemy. Karla tilted her head and looked at Max, always feeling that the other party's threat was greater than the current purge. Max raised his hands as a sign of surrender. I didn't come to provoke you, and now there are two Supergirls. Have you started cloning technology? Looking for death? Karla clenched her fists and was about to go up to Theory. But this time it was Karla Danvers' turn to hold Karla back. Wait a minute, why can he and Ms. Grant be out of control? Even if she didn't lose her mind, logically speaking, everyone in National City should be controlled by the purge. But apart from the person Karla released, there are only two people who are different. One is Kate, and the other is Max. Moreover, when Max appeared on the stage just now, he also said that the reason why Kate was out of control was due to him. In fact, Max had been prepared for a long time, wearing a device similar to a wireless headset on his ear, which can emit a small electromagnetic field, so that he can avoid being controlled. And Kate, the pair of earrings she is wearing today was given by Max last night. Regardless of whether they had a date last night, there must be materials or devices with similar effects in those earrings. So he was already prepared? Can Max still predict the enemy's opportunity? In fact, it is not, because Norn led the Kryptonians to attack Max's laboratory before and took away a special device. That's why Max could guess in advance that the Kryptonians might have such a day. Since you knew it in advance, why didn't you notify the warning or give this device to the Deo? Do you know how many people were controlled because of this? Karla Danvers asked Max. But Max said, don't get me wrong, I originally wanted to give it, but with your former Deo minister and his most trusted assistant being forced to leave, I no longer trust the Deo. Karla Danvers was speechless for a moment. The former minister Hank Henshaw was revoked because of her outcry that exposed the identity of the Martians as aliens. And the assistant is Alex Danvers, the sister of Karla Danvers. In order to rescue Martian manhunter Ron and Jones who might be sliced for research, he had to save Ron and Jones on the way, and the two are now on the way to escape. Well, it seems that you are not the enemy anymore. Karla lowered her fist and turned back to Max. Any suggestions? Maybe you can kill them, Kryptonians. Max is by no means a companion of Supergirl, and even a lot of times he is one of the people who make trouble for Supergirl. But in the current situation, he seems to be one of the few people who can be trusted. But Max makes a dire proposal, that is to kill all the Kryptonians who carry out the purge. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a little dignified. Supergirl, you don't have to do that. The excited Wen almost shouted out Karla's name. At least so far, they thought Kate didn't know the identity of Supergirl. Karla reminded Wen, my title is Female Superman. Just like Wonder Girl, although that is also Karla, but the title is not the same, including the origin story is definitely not the same. Just as there are many versions of Superman, there are many versions of Karla, the female Superman, Wonder Girl, and the well-known Supergirl. This is not the time to pursue this. James was speechless, and he looked at Karla Danvers worriedly, because he could see that she was already wavering. When necessary, I will make this choice, Karla said again preemptively. You can't do that. Even Kate finally spoke up, warning worriedly, if you do that, there will be no turning back. Those Fluorians are your compatriots. Karla shrugged with a wry smile. I have lived on the Earth for more than 20 years. This is also my hometown, and human beings are also my compatriots. Now my Kryptonian compatriots may threaten the 7 billion compatriots on Earth. Do you think I should how to choose, Kate? Max commented appreciatively on Karla's words. It seems that this female Superman is much more mature. I have a plan, and I have actually prepared it a long time ago. I can use a bomb full of kryptonite radiation come and kill those Kryptonians. It seems that he really came prepared. Karla said, I will not ask you how the kryptonite came from, and who your kryptonite was originally intended to be used against. I only have one question, will this bomb endanger human beings? Maxton nodded. Karla understood, and understood in seconds. Tell me, how many people will be sacrificed? 8% of National City's population. My God. Facing Max's answer, everyone was stunned. Max, there are 4 million people in National City, and 8% is almost 300,000 lives, Catway said. Max retorted, what is the sacrifice of 300,000 people compared to 7 billion people becoming the walking dead of the Norn? If we don't do this, the Earth will perish. Female Superman from another world, will you support me? Unexpectedly, he can even guess that Karla is from another world. Perhaps for others, this kind of topic is too hard to believe. But for a smart person like Max, it is not difficult to guess. Under such a situation, he has no scruples. Every minute and every second we waste now is betting on the 7 billion people in the world. Although those damn Kryptonians can only control within National City limits, but once they spread out, it's all over. With that said, Max also pointed to other people in the room who continued to be controlled and typed codes. What do you think they are doing? They will not kindly find opportunities for you and discuss slowly. They are spreading equipment. Now they still need my satellites to broadcast, but right now, they don't need to. So how much time do you think we have? 1 day? 2 days? Or an hour? Or 5 minutes? Max said more and more excited. Don't think I'm the executioner. I definitely don't want to sacrifice so many people. But other than that, I have no other way to protect the Earth. There is no other way. 1. From this point of view, maybe Max is also a good person, at least he is to protect the Earth and save people all over the world. It's just that his methods are too extreme. It happened to me once, Karla said suddenly, that almost like now, someone chose to sacrifice millions of people to save billions of people around the world. She's apparently talking about events that happened in the Watchmen universe. But there is actually an easier way. Karla spread out her hands, so I said, I will kill all of them at the critical moment, so there is no need to bother. Return the bomb? I'm sorry, Karla didn't make a move, otherwise she wouldn't even need to do it herself, and with the power of the quantum realm, she would be able to kill people from a distance. And the reason why Karla hasn't done so is only one reason. I remember that Mr. Max mentioned the matter of the former Deo minister and his assistant. Karla suddenly suggested, if he wants to regain trust, this will be a good opportunity. He was dismissed for his own reasons. Hunting down, but he still chooses to do his part when mankind encounters such a major crisis, and this awareness is enough to give him a chance to return. Ask for flowers. Besides, I want to figure out one more thing. What is Astra Ant thinking? What is she thinking now? And then I will make the final decision, Karla said. In fact, no one knows how terrifying her true power is. If she is willing, this so-called huge crisis is simply not too simple. But there is a reason why Karla is not in a hurry to make a move. Karla wants to see Astra's choice and current thinking again, which is necessary. Don't forget that there is also an ant in Karla's world, and they will reunite one day sooner or later. How Karla will face her ant is still a problem. So she wants to be prepared for prevention in the ant of this world. You're killing everyone with your selfishness, Max disappointed, thinking Karla would choose him. Karla felt amused. Do you think I don't have the strength to solve all this with one hand? She's not bragging, she's just a few Kryptonians from the Iron Age, nothing at all, she can do anything in this world by herself. At this moment, Karla Danvers' cell phone rang suddenly. It's Superman. Karla Danvers looked at Karla. In fact, they are very troublesome now. They can't enjoy themselves when they talk, and they have to pretend to be in front of Kate. Originally, they didn't have to be so troublesome. Karla Danvers turned on the phone, and it was Superman who sent her a message. He also knew the situation that National City is facing now, and he was rushing to help with all his strength. When everyone heard the news, they came to the balcony one after another, looked up to the sky, and sure enough, they saw a figure flying rapidly from a distance. But just when Superman was about to come in front of everyone, he suddenly fell straight down, never expecting that Superman was also under the control of the Purge. Karla put her hand on her forehead, and raised her hand to bring Superman to the front with psychokinesis, and finally she released the control for Superman. This is the Superman of this world? Just this guy, facing the so-called big cleansing, which is enough to make people desperate. It is nothing to Karla. The Kryptonians, and the whole Purge facility, could be dealt with any time she wanted, if she wanted to. But in this premise, Karla obviously also has her own ideas. Karla has learned something about herself in this world, and Karla Danvers' runaway caused Hank Henshaw, that is, Ron Injans, the Martian manhunter of this world, had to become a fugitive self-blame. And Karla Danvers' out of this world older sister Alex Danvers. Maybe we can make a change, Karla said to herself. In this world, the more desperate the moment, the more hopeful it is. If Hank is really what he said, he is protecting human beings, then let everyone has seen his actions. It's 327's chance to help Hank regain his trust, and to help Karla Danvers make amends for her mistakes. As for this big cleaning, I will solve it myself, and with my aunt's attitude, it's time for her to choose to give up Norn, Karla said, still bitter about Norn, and this time is a good opportunity. Wait a minute, why are there two Supergirls? At this time, Superman hadn't figured out the situation yet, and looked at the two Karla inexplicably. It's too troublesome to explain, you just need to know that we are all your sisters, Karla said and flew away irresponsibly. The Superman in this world is not strong, not even as good as Karla Danvers. So even he was affected by the Purge. And Max also speculated that because Superman grew up on the Earth, the big cleaning device for the people on the Earth would have an effect on him. At least in terms of way of thinking, Superman has already synchronized with the people on Earth. What did she do? Superman asked the Karla of this world. Karla Danvers speculates, she might go find our aunt and talk to her again. General Astra. Unexpectedly, Superman also knew Astra, but he expressed concern. I'm afraid she will be besieged by the Kryptonians there. Don't worry, she is stronger than you and me combined. So what do we do now? Wait for her to come back. For a while, Karla took the initiative. She fully controls the decision-making power of the action, and everyone can only wait quietly before she decides what to do next. Max is also very helpless. His method may be the best choice to minimize the sacrifice, but everyone will not choose that way. Maybe there's a way to stop the Purge without sacrificing anyone. Max kept saying on the surface that he didn't believe it would be that simple, but he didn't say anything more, and he didn't prepare the bomb in advance. Maybe it was already ready. Everyone spontaneously stayed in Kate's company, waiting for the latest news. Taking advantage of it the moment, Kate suddenly said emotionally, since James and Gwen both said that they still retain their original memories after regaining consciousness, it means that although people are controlled, they can still accept external news. How about we use all means under our control to send a message of hope to people throughout the city? After all, she is the queen of news, and only she can think of this idea. This way of being controlled by the spirit may be broken with hope, Karla Danvers said brightly. Even Superman thinks it's good, maybe we can give people hope. So Kate's proposal was immediately approved by all members. It is said to be all members, but there are only 6 people. When Superman and Supergirl, as well as James and Gwen all raised their hands to support, even Max had no choice but to join. In fact, Max is very disapproving of their naive ideas, but now he can only pin his hopes on Superhero and this incredible hope. So when Karla went to Rodsburg, Kate and the others did not sit idle, but several people took action, and used the satellite that Max Group had not yet controlled to start the live broadcast of the whole city and the world. They not only used TV and the internet, but also turned on radio channels throughout the city, and let Supergirl and Superman give speeches to encourage people. Hope they do well. Looking at the other side, Karla has come to Roseburg. She has already been here once last time, and she is even more familiar with this time. Again, the Norn led his men in Karla's way. How dare you come alone? Aren't you afraid of death? Norn asked Karla with a sneer. Karla has only one word, go away. What did you say? Nguyen's heart immediately ignited raging anger, and he was about to give an order and lead his men to attack her zero. However, Karla just glanced contemptuously, and everyone dared not move. Kneel down. Karla folded her arms. She didn't need to be superior at all. She just said indifferently, I am Karla Zo-Al, the queen of the new planet Krypton. Norn's eyes widened, looking at Karla in disbelief. However, his body involuntarily knelt down slowly, and his subordinates didn't even have a trace of resistance. They all knelt down in front of Karla. How is it possible? Norn roared unwillingly. Krypton is not a monarchy. How dare you offend the ancestral system? Karla curled her lips in disdain. The Qing dynasty has forgotten. What is the ancestral system? And my sister rebuilt the new Krypton. Don't you understand? My sister is the queen of the new Krypton. How dare you offend? This is from the crushing of genes, no matter whether this world also has the code of life, but Karla's genes contain queen genes that ordinary Kryptonians can never resist. So when she gave an order, everyone knelt down. How to fight this? Max is still thinking of sacrificing more than 300,000 lives to launch the bomb? Still think that sacrifice is insignificant in the face of saving more than 7 billion people in the world? Don't be kidding. If he saw the picture in front of him, his jaw would drop in shock. This is not a one-dimensional battle at all, let alone Karla's strength. As long as she stands here, an ordinary Kryptonian 3.9 will have to kneel. Karla snorted softly, and walked towards Roseburg. Nguyen and the others outside could only continue to kneel there obediently before they got the order to get up. Norn was in a cold sweat, gritted his teeth and fought silently. But he found that his body seemed out of control, and he couldn't even lift it up. They Kryptonians were Superman on Earth, but now they can't even do such a trivial thing as standing up. Why is that? Lord Norn, suddenly, a Kryptonian warrior showed fanaticism in his eyes. She is our queen, and even more so, our god. She is the reincarnation of God Rui Ou. How dare we be hostile to her? This is treason what? Regardless of whether Karla is willing to admit it or not, she is not just a queen on New Krypton now, she is more like a god on New Krypton. Move to stand behind Karla. Even Karla is equivalent to being personally recognized by the original god Ryu from 250,000 years ago. So when Karla faces ordinary Kryptonians, it is equivalent to a dimensionality reduction blow, and almost no Kryptonians can compete with her. So she easily let Nguyen and his subordinates all kneel outside, unable to resist. Karla then stormed into Rodsburg, and made her way to a hibernation pod where Astra was slipping into a peaceful hibernation. This is a technological equipment that is available on all spaceships with interstellar travel. It allows the people on board to not worry about the passage of time when the spaceship travels in units of light years. Although Rodsburg actually possesses the space-jumping technology, and there is no need to activate the hibernation chamber, it seems that Astra's current state is very bad, including her position on the spaceship. Karla opens the hibernation pod and wakes Astra up. Astra slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Karla, she suddenly shed a tear. None betrayed me. I know at 20, so I'm here to save you. Karla reached out to help Astra stand up from the hibernation pod. What did you do to him? Unexpectedly, Astra immediately became worried again. Karla felt helpless. I haven't done anything to him yet, just let him kneel outside, but what will happen next is not certain. And, he launched a big cleansing, and the 4 million people in this city were all wiped out. He is in control. Astra lowered her head, not knowing how to face Karla. When they separated before, she said that she had to think about it. In fact, Astra had already planned to give up the cleaning plan at that time. But when she came back, Nguyen was pleasantly surprised at first, but when she heard that she was going to cancel the cleaning, he suddenly changed his face, saying that she was a fake, and asked to put her into the dormant cabin forcibly. In fact, Norn knew that she was real, so she was put into the hibernation chamber instead of being locked up or even killed. Norn's approach is to seize power. Don't forget that Astra is the general, and Norn is just a captain. Only after denying Astra's identity can Norn call the shots. Then Nguyen immediately carried out the purge plan. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have let you come back alone, Karla asked worriedly. Are you not injured? Astra's heart warmed, and she felt that she was not in vain. Unlike the niece of a white-eyed wolf, this Karla cared about her aunt very much. Especially compared to Karla, Norn disappointed Astra even more. Have you stopped him? Astra asked. If not, I can tell you how to undo it. Karla closed her eyes and listened for a while, then suddenly she smiled. You shouldn't have to do anything about it. Karla heard Kate's efforts, and they have begun to send messages and signals of hope to people in the city, and they are Supergirls and Superman on the same stage. The controlled people began to slowly rekindle the fighting spirit of hope, and they were overcoming the control of the Great Cleansing. As long as this continues, the grip of the Great Purge will surely be lifted. The AI robot in the Fortress of Solitude and the intelligence system of Karla Danvers keep saying that the purge cannot be reversed and stopped. Is it funny? However, if it is resolved in this way, although the result is good, what should we do? That is, Hank is already on his way to National City with Alex Danvers. If it is so simple to solve, it seems that Ron and Wrongs will fall into the trap of himself. No way, I have to use Norn. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, and she already had a plan in her mind. Auntie, Norn, and the others must pay the price for their actions. And you have always been considered an enemy. I hope you can stay here with a positive image. What do you want to do? Astra had vaguely guessed something. Karla expressed her own thoughts. Even if the control of the Big Cleansing is lifted, the equipment of the Big Cleansing can not only control people's thinking and behavior, but also continue to affect the brain. Once the frequency reaches a certain level, all within the range those who are affected will die with their brains exploding. They need to pay the price for their actions. I will let them continue to strengthen the signal frequency. At that time, you can form a hero team with other people and become the savior of the world together. You can also become the superhero of this city. Karla's plan is very simple, just let Norn continue to do what he didn't finish. Once Kate's efforts can indeed lift the control of the Great Purge, will the crisis end like this? No. Karla wants to make the most of this incident with Norn and the others. Martian Manhunter needs this opportunity to regain trust, so why doesn't Astra need a chance to clean up? I have to say that even Karla didn't think of Kate's whim. In fact, this method is the best way to solve and fight against the purge. Awakening the hope in people's hearts, allowing the controlled people to use their own ideas and beliefs to break the control of the Great Cleansing is nothing short of perfect. And this almost messed up Karla's original plan. Fortunately, Karla can take a break from the plan, and wait for Ronronza to return to National City before launching the final battle. After making such a decision in 490, Karla did not kill Norn and the others outside, but specially left them all alive. They're damned, but there's still a final use value, and Karla is likely to write, direct, and act in a play of her own. When Karla forcibly took Astra, who was still reluctant to part with him, to leave, Norn showed remorse and unwillingness, but he still couldn't resist Karla's will. Just like before that, people controlled by the purge couldn't same as decontrol. Norn had no one to help him. Karla is not afraid that Norn and the others will resist his will after he leaves. In fact, he has already used his super hypnotic ability to control their will. They have already entered the state and got the script given to them by Karla. Speaking of which, Karla also found an unexpected person, who she called herself Indigo. But in fact, Karla knew that she was Brainiac, not the first generation of Brainiac that Karla had met, but the 8th generation of Brainiac, the 8th generation of Brainiac. This Brainiac is a woman, and has a combination of robot and alien technology. Brainiac 8 has both a naive side and a sinister side at the same time. At least here she is evil. Then Karla wiped her out. That's Brainiac. Karla was ashamed not to thank you when she saw it. The Great Cleansing of National City was actually disturbed by the speeches of Kate and others, and all the controlled people were awakened. Karla felt speechless on the way back. This is the big purge that keeps Krypton secretive, and any mention of it will cause warnings? That's it. Astra was left speechless by the ridicule, but she had to explain one thing. The most serious part of the Great Cleansing is the control of a planet and a civilization. If it is controlled by people with ulterior motives, it will even bring harm to the entire universe, great catastrophe, and even total destruction. Regardless of whether the two Karla were not affected, there is actually a reason for this. Over the years, Astra has adjusted the objects affected by the cleansing to specifically target the people on Earth. As a result, even the Superman who grew up on the Earth was controlled by the purge because of the same way of thinking as the people on the Earth. In this way, if Astra launched the purge against Krypton, even the two Karla pigs would have to be controlled. This thing is indeed terrifying, and the scariest thing about it is how defenseless and irresistible it is when it is launched. So Karla's ridicule is really unnecessary. It just seems to be nothing to her, but it is fatal to others. After being rescued by Karla and completely giving up on Norn, Astra finally realized the horror of the Great Cleansing. Even she realized it, and took the initiative to say that the horror of the Great Cleansing is the control of a civilization and a race. She began to admit and face up to her previous mistakes. Until they returned to Kate's group. This time, Kate was able to successfully resolve the crisis of the purge. She actually relied on such a whimsical method to let Superman and Supergirl go live together in front of people all over the world to spread the signal of hope. The result really brought back sobriety to the person being controlled. When Karla appeared in front of everyone with Astra, even Max couldn't help asking Astra, "This is the weapon that you Kryptonians keep secret and are most proud of." He was about to wonder what was going on with his enemy. Astra just glanced at him indifferently, and didn't bother to argue that if she didn't have her good niece, how could the Earth resist? Astra looked at Karla Danvers, with expectant eyes in her eyes. She already knew that Karla was her niece. But because Karla Danvers has changed back to her usual clothes, she didn't go over to recognize each other. Karla Danvers glanced at Astra, and was actually very excited. No matter what, after all, blood is thicker than water, and they are related by blood. Okay, it's time for me to take my aunt to the Deo, Karla said and was about to leave. There is always a process. The script has been prepared and arranged, but it will not explode all at once, and Karla doesn't really want to kill millions of people. When the damage to the brain nerves caused by the big cleansing is further revealed, she will find an opportunity to persuade the Deo to release Astra, and then take the opportunity to cleanse her. For now, just wait for the next step to take its time. Superman hadn't left yet, and wanted to come over and have a word with another strange cousin several times, but Karla avoided them all the time. The main reason is that she doesn't know what to say. She knows that the Superman in this world is interested in her own world, and even the Superman in her own world. But it's too much trouble to say. What's more, Karla is already a headache and unhappy that the Flash always makes such troubles, let alone cause too much trouble personally. So let's just do this first. If it's not necessary, it's actually not advisable to do too many things like let people from the two worlds know each other. If it weren't for Barry, Karla wouldn't be involved in other world stories one after another. So Karla left immediately. At Deo headquarters, she also happened to run into Ron Juns and Alex Danvers' self-trap. After all, they came anyway, and after getting the news from National City, they rushed over as soon as possible. It's just that when they came here, they didn't expect the control of the Great Cleansing to be lifted so easily, and now everyone who knows the inside story feels speechless. What about that scary and tricky weapon? I have to say that the impressions of Superman and Supergirl are too deep in people's hearts. As long as they say something, people are willing to believe it, and it can ignite hope. And hope is the most precious thing in people's beliefs. Even the control of the Great Cleansing has been defeated by the idea of hope. So everyone in National City recovered. She was the one who did the cleaning. It seems we need to arrest her. Supergirl, do you have any objections? Although Lucy thanked Karla for everything she had done, she had to do business. La is the instigator of the cleaning equipment, and she must be punished. Karla spread her hands. Don't you see how we cooperate? Please also be gentle for the sake of our cooperation. Also, I'm a female Superman, not a Supergirl, okay? How many times do I need her to explain? Lucy was speechless. You two look exactly the same, except that you are a little taller and your bust is a little different. How can I tell the difference? Well, we know some differences between the two Karla again. For example, the Karla in this world is actually only a little over 1.7 meters tall. After all, it is known that this is the TV series universe, and the relationship is influenced by the actors. And Karla is 1.9 meters tall, too tall. It is not easy to distinguish them if they are flying, and it is only obvious when they stand together. In this way, Astra was taken away by Lucy, and Karla gave her a reassuring look, and Astra naturally believed her. On the other side, Karla came to the prison where Ron Ronze and Alex were imprisoned. This is an alien prison, which can simulate a variety of environments, Li Xiaoxiao, so that many aliens with Superman power on the Earth will lose their extraordinary, because many aliens in their own planet they are all ordinary people, and the most classic among them is the Kryptonians. For example, the room where Astra is held will emit an environment that simulates red sun rays, which will cause Astra to lose all super abilities. When Karla appeared in front of the two, Alex recognized it immediately. Are you Karla from another world? After all, she has been sisters with the Karla of this world for more than 20 years. If she still can't recognize the difference between the two, it will be in vain. Karla nodded. Nice meeting. Hello. Ron Ronze is still the image of the Black Hank, and here he can't even change back to his original self. Thank you for helping us protect National City, as well as the Earth. Ron Enrons nodded to Karla. It seems that he still takes protecting the Earth as his duty. Not long after, Karla Danvers also rushed over. She must be worried about the situation of Astra and Alex, as well as Ron Junzi. When the two Karla appeared in front of Alex, Alex said excitedly, "You look like twins, maybe I can have another sister." No, she's 41 Alex, Karla Danvers introduced. Karla spread her hands. Thank you for your explanation. Alex felt incredible, because the other Karla looked obviously younger. What's the situation now? Karla Danvers asked Karla in front of Ron Junz and Alex. Only Karla has been to Roseburg, and she brought Astra out, and only she knows what is going on in Roseburg. Karla started to make nonsense, some of which were true and some were false. She definitely wouldn't say that she had controlled Norn and his group before, but Astra was indeed controlled by Norn. Norn didn't mean to hurt Astra, but he was dissatisfied with her hesitation because of the Al family's daughter and the feelings of his subordinates, and planned to release her after everything was resolved. In addition to the bad relationship with the Al family, Norn is really sincere to Astra. It's a pity that his attitude has determined that he and Astra's 163 nieces cannot have a chance to coexist peacefully. Moreover, Astra's affection for her niece must be far greater than that for him. Even on Krypton, twins like Astra and Allura are rare, because twins have a lot of genetic overlap. This is almost impossible for the Kryptonian civilization that pays attention to newborns. This will inevitably encounter some problems. For example, some of Karla's and Astra's genes must be closely connected. For example, theoretically identical twins have the same DNA and genotype. If one half of Karla's genes are the genetic genes provided by Allura, then there will be half of the similarities with Astra. The one-half gene equivalent to one half of Karla matches the genetics of Astra. This is why Astra loves her niece so much. She would rather be deceived by her sister Allura and take the opportunity to arrest her than respond to her niece's call. Actually, Karla hasn't noticed yet. Even her aunt, Karla's world, is crazier. Don't forget how her queen gene, Cab, came from. Zor-El didn't even dare to reveal the slightest word to Karla's own mother, and Astra personally helped Zor-El cover. She will know when she reunites with her aunt in the future. I suspect that although we have lifted the Purge's control over everyone, the Purge is still taking effect. Karla pretended, showing a pensive expression, and said her speculation. What does Astra say? Karla Danvers asked. Karla squinted at her. That's your aunt, Karla, who is your only relative besides Karl now. Why do you think she is willing to be sent in? Rather, before this, if she was willing to hurt you, you thought you can live. Karla Danvers was in the room, speechless by Karla's questioning. Although you and Karl are extremely powerful, the stronger you are, the stronger your aunt will be, because they are professionals, Karla said. Astra is a general, and his subordinates are all soldiers and fighters, so he is naturally more professional than Karla, Danvers, and Karl. There are more than 30 of them, and they are older than you, and they have been basking in the sun for so many years. If your aunt really wants to make an enemy of you, what are your chances of winning? Karla asked the world to himself. Don't be so stupid. What blinded your eyes, and even the affection of your family has been ignored by you. To be honest, as a general, Astra is definitely not that merciless. Even to protect Krypton, she has defeated countless alien enemies. If it weren't for Karla Danvers, why would Astra have been so passive? As long as all his men were sent out, it would be enough to conquer the city and even the Earth. Don't tell me you have kryptonite. Karla stopped Karla Danvers from retorting, at Superman's speed, unless the kryptonite is fired with a super large range and scale as a weapon, the guns of ordinary people will definitely not be able to hurt the Kryptonians, and can even kill people from a distance. I really don't understand, can't you even dodge bullets? Karla was very strange, and finally couldn't help but ask, is she really that weak in this world? Can't even dodge bullets? Karla Danvers was a little embarrassed, because we are Man of Steel, so. Karla understood, because the Man of Steel is not afraid of ordinary bullets, so it's not that he can't dodge it, but he's too lazy to dodge it. Karla sighed, fortunately, there doesn't seem to be that bastard bat in Gotham City here, otherwise if he wanted to kill you and Karl, it would be effortless. He dared to be so careless. Well, if the Superbat battle happened here, the Master might not want a double kill. These two idiot Kryptonians. Karla doesn't know what to say anymore. Don't worry so much, only Deo has kryptonite in his hands, so our enemies can't hurt us, Karla Danvers said innocently. There are many differences between this world and other worlds, such as the discovery of kryptonite. This world was discovered by the Deo led by John Jonesy, and it is claimed that it is only in their hands. Karla doesn't ask why kryptonite seems to be mined from the Earth. Isn't it brought by Cyanostar? Logically speaking, it should be limited, right? Karla felt ridiculous. How dare you believe such naive words? Karla, dogs don't believe those politicians' nonsense. How dare you believe it? Remember Max's suggestion before? Tell me where his kryptonite came from? Dropped? Believe it or not, as long as there are enough benefits, someone inside Deo will sell kryptonite, even to your enemies. Deo seems to be a special independent action department, but after all, Deo is a department under the official department, not someone's boss. On the contrary, the people above can ask people to come over to investigate the Deo and even change personnel at any time. For example, General Lois can restrain the Deo. In this way, does kryptonite still dare to say that it is exclusive to Deo? Even this Mr. Minister is locked here. Tell me how you can ensure that the Deo will not target you with a weapon made of kryptonite in the next second? Do you think you are something strange? By the way, it's really a rare thing. I guess there must be countless people in the world who want to cut you up so that they can figure out how to transform Earthlings into new Kryptonians. This topic became more and more serious, and because of Karla Danvers' innocence and childishness, Karla was even more worried and even a little angry. The reason is that Karla Danvers trusts others too much instead of her own relatives. This Karla, you seem to be full of doubts about Deo and human beings. Ranjan Rongza couldn't stand it anymore, because Karla's suspicion seemed to be aimed at him. Karla smiled, I think you got something wrong. I don't have any hostility towards humans and the Earth, and I will even try my best to protect her when needed, because the Earth is my second home, and I have a lovely couple Earth parents. 90% of humanity is cute, at least in my opinion. But it is undeniable that there are still 10% of human beings who are not cute and hateful. They are bad people and are full of hostility towards us. It would be better to say that even you are locked here and almost sent to be sliced. How do you feel? Alex became a fugitive together just to save Ranjan Rongza, and before that, he was sent to be sliced. Karla was really right. The main thing is, it won't be too long, Martian Manhunter, you will soon see your so-called Krypton, which is only in your hands, being used by the enemy to deal with Supergirl. Karla firmly believed that Karla Danvers' enemy would definitely get the title only the Deo has kryptonite. As I said, the last thing I believe in is politicians. For their purposes, even super criminals who were finally caught by superheroes can be released. Like a task force or something. Karla smiled and shook her head, especially the politicians of a certain country. Well, let's stop here. I'm not going to run for office, and I don't have to convince you to support me. Karla wisely ended the topic because it was heavy and conflicting. She didn't want to have a big fight with them. Then, what do you mean when you say that the purge is still going on? Ron Injuns also cleverly changed the subject and asked Karla. She just said that the purge is still going on. What does it mean? Karla definitely knew what was going on, and took the opportunity to say, we all know that the big cleansing is to control and influence the brain nerves, but what if it is not for control? What if the frequency has been increasing, after reaching a certain level? What do you mean? Karla Danvers obviously hadn't turned around yet, and the topic changed so quickly that she hadn't adjusted yet. Even Alex showed a thoughtful expression. Ranjan Rongza took a deep breath, when the human brain can't bear it. Karla opened her hands and voiced herself, everyone's heads will explode. At this moment, Lucy broke in from the outside, guys, we are in trouble. The two Karla glanced at each other, bid farewell to Alex and Ron Rongza temporarily, and followed Lucy to the Deo war room outside. It is said to be a war room, but it is more like the Deo's monitoring and control room for the entire national city. There is a screen in front of it, showing the real-time status of every corner of Nehino City. At the moment in front of the computer screen, Max came here at some point and was fiddling with something in front of the console. What's wrong? Karla Danvers already had a bad feeling. Max raised his head solemnly, and said the information Karla revealed just now, the purge is not over yet. Then, Max talked about what Karla and the others had just said, the cleansing is still in effect, and the frequency is increasing rapidly. There are already many headache patients in the city. If it continues, everyone's brains will explode. Because they found they couldn't control us, so they planned to kill us. And the most important thing is that once the Kryptonians no longer want to control us, they will always maintain this frequency, at a frequency that can make human beings blow up as soon as they touch their heads. To put it more vividly, they are like shooting mosquitoes with a submachine gun. All the people on Earth will become mosquitoes. Even Max's tone was full of despair. Because Norn and his group can now bring large cleaning equipment to threaten the 7 billion people in the world, and it is a terrible crisis that everyone will perish. How much time do we have? Karla asked opportunely. No more than 4 hours, Max gave his most conservative estimate. After 4 hours, the real purge will begin. I'll ask my father to call in the army immediately, Lucy said immediately, and now it's not enough to rely on Deo alone, and even the army is needed. 0 for flowers. But Max shook his head. It's useless. We humans can't get close to the big cleaning device, because the closer we get, the higher the frequency, and it doesn't make sense to have more people now, because once we get close, we will automatically explode. Lucy was dumbfounded. So two Supergirls, now only you and your cousin Superman can save the Earth, but you also know that what you will face is an army of Superman composed of at least 30 Kryptonians, and they will never be stronger than you poor. And you have no backup. This is almost a fatal situation. Max's words made everyone in the Deo war room fall silent. Maybe we still have 2 helpers, Karla thought, and it was about time, our aunt, and Ron Juns. If you add the strength of the 2 of them, the chances of winning will be even better. 0. Are you sure your aunt will become our strength? Lucy didn't mention Ron and Ron's, but she maintained a skeptical attitude towards Astra. Karla definitely believes, otherwise, why do you think she was locked up so cooperatively? And now is the time to prove her. I hope that after she helps us protect the Earth, you can treat her with kindness. This is Karla's ultimate goal. She could have solved Rodsberg and Norn's group by herself, but she didn't do that. Instead, she took this as an opportunity to help Astra clean up, and Ronjan Rongza can also take this opportunity to prove that he protects the Earth and its people. Only in this way can he return to Deo and will not continue to be hunted down. In the face of such a major event, Lucy did not dare to take it seriously, and even contacted her father, General Lois. When General Lois got the big news, he was in disbelief at first. But soon, in less than an hour, the headache patients in National City became more and more, and finally even the army that General Lois used to block National City began to be affected. Especially the troops close to the direction of Fort Rose, almost the entire army lost its combat effectiveness. He finally didn't dare to procrastinate any longer, but ordered decisively, temporarily cancelled the pursuit of Rong Injunzi, and the detention of Astra the Kryptonian. Superman, Supergirl, and female Superman, now we can only rely on you. In fact, Karla's plan is a conspiracy. It is a very simple question. Now the 7 billion people in the world are under fatal threat, and there is no interference from aliens. Only aliens can escape. In this way, Ron Ronzi, Astra, and even Superman, Supergirl and female Superman, they only need to do nothing, and they can watch all the people on Earth die. But it is impossible for Karla and the others to do nothing, but to start action immediately. Superman thought it was over, so he went back to the metropolis, and was called by Karla Danvers again. I was supposed to protect you, Karl, but now. Karla Danvers seemed a little apologetic, because she always thought she was Superman's sister, and she was sent to protect Karl, because Karl was still just a baby 333. But now, in order to stop Norn's madness, Superman has to come to help, which is likely to put him in danger. Naturally, Superman didn't take it seriously, and comforted with a smile, we are family members, aren't we? Family members should help each other. And this is closely related to me, I am Superman. He couldn't just sit back and watch. Ron Ronzi and Astra were also released. As I said before, if they are the enemies of human beings, they don't need to do anything at all, just watch human beings being killed. So General Lois also readily agreed to release them, and then see their performance. The current situation is that we will face 30 Kryptonians as enemies. In order to save the whole world, this battle may be very tragic. Karla vaccinated everyone in advance. Astra lowered her head in silence, and what she will face next is her husband and former subordinates. Astra knows that Karla has reservations about it, but Karla is not the mastermind behind the scenes. At most she can only blame her for not doing her best. She could have solved everything. But Karla didn't. Instead, she took advantage of Norn's ambition and plan. Even if Karla's actions are exposed, she doesn't have to worry, as long as the result is good enough. At worst, she would shirk responsibility and say that she forgot, or she didn't have the strength to do that at the time. At the moment they formed a team of 4 Kryptonian super soldiers, and a Martian. But everyone's expressions were very serious, because they faced 30 Kryptonians. Even if they were divided equally, each of them would have to face at least 6 people at the same time. Unfortunately, I can't help you. Alex was also released, and her charges were related to Ron Jonze. Since even John Jonze was released, she is definitely fine. As the veteran agent of Deo, Alex didn't panic at all even if he was fighting aliens. And Alex knows that Kryptonians are afraid of weapons made of kryptonite. If she can lead a team, it will still be of great help. But not now. Once humans get close to the large cleaning device, it will be even more dangerous. She could only worry and pray for everyone. What worries Karla the most is Astra's attitude and choice. Auntie, let people know your kindness. I know you have no hostility to the Earth. And you created this big cleaning device. We have the responsibility to destroy it, and you know the Norn is mad. Forget about him and start over with your new life. Apart from letting Norn cooperate with the follow-up actions, Karla didn't do anything to Donan, so his madness was indeed his own choice. Astra nodded, but no one knew what she was thinking, only hoped that she had realized something. In this way, everyone began to prepare to go. 5 people stood in a row, with Superman in the middle and 2 sisters Karla on the left and right. The 3 of them wore almost identical battlesuits of the same style. Then there are Ranj and Rongzi and Astra on the farthest 2 sides. Ron and Ronzi also has his own Mars-style battlesuit, a jet black armor with a bright red logo on the chest, paired with green skin. It looks pretty good too. Astra is wearing a black tights. It is definitely a Kryptonian-style battlesuit, and there is a special logo on the chest, similar to the S of the Al family, which is the logo of Astra and the Al-Ura family. With Astra's status, marrying Norn is obviously a marriage. To put it bluntly, Norn stepped in backwards, so they inherited the family crest of the Astra family 0. The 5 people walked out of the gate of Deo headquarters side by side, looked at each other, and flew up together in unison, heading straight for Roseburg. Originally, it took a lot of effort to investigate, but now with the help of Astra, it is natural to know the whereabouts and location of the cleaning device. So they chose to dispatch directly, and the 5 of them flew side by side to the location of Roseburg. At the moment, whether it is Deo or General Lois, they have to admit that they have nothing to do and can only pin their hopes on the 5 superheroes. It must be successful. Superman, Supergirl, and female Superman. Lois couldn't help praying secretly. The outcome of this battle will affect the lives of more than 7 billion people on the entire planet. Max warned them on the radio, it may be inappropriate, but I must remind you that we are running out of time. I did say before that we have 4 hours, but that is for the world. Now more than an hour has passed, and if another hour passes, first of all, the 4 million people in National City will not be able to bear it, and will start to die in large numbers. Then it will spread to other cities. The 4 hours I mentioned earlier refers to the last moment when the entire Earth fell and perished. And it is less than 4 hours now. Be prepared. Do you want to save the lives of innocent Earthlings, or would you rather indulge your fellow Kryptonian 3.2 people? By the end, Max was still worried about Supergirl that they would be naive. But he ignored one person. Don't worry, Karla responded first. She knew that the other side was directly connected to Deo and General Lois, and maybe even the female president was paying attention. But she said indifferently, I only give Norn and the others a chance. If they don't surrender, then all of them will be dealt with. Everything will be destroyed, including the cleaning device and Roseburg. Karla has already made up her mind that there are many technologies beyond the Earth in Roseburg, and she knows that this will be a great improvement for the Earth. However, she is more worried that this thing will become a disaster if it falls into the hands of a certain country, and she does not believe in a certain country. So Karla would rather destroy it, lest they kill themselves and then make something. Outside Roseburg, when Karla and his party came here, Norn and others had already opened up their battle outside. You are still here. I knew you would come, but you have been unable to stop us. Norn said the standard villain lines. A flash of struggle flashed in his eyes, but immediately turned into a determined look. Now I have used Rosefort as the energy source to start the cleaning device. Unless you can break Rosefort, you can only watch the people on Earth being cleaned up. You can't do anything anymore. Norn yelled frantically. However, his words did make the expressions of everyone who knew Roseburg dignified. Rodsburg was specially built for the Phantom Zone, so its original defense is unquestionable. If you want to break Roseburg, and there is still a time limit, this cannot be done at all. Everyone's face changed. Before that, let's defeat them first, and then try to find a solution. Only Karla is the calmest, isn't she the one who led the current situation, so she definitely has a solution. But before that, as expected, Norn and the others had to be dealt with first. Astra turned her head and took a deep look at Karla, then said to Nyon in front of her, Nguyen, stop here. If you are willing to surrender, you may still have a chance. But Norn shouted, Astra, I have already said that you are too cowardly. If you want to save the Earth, how can you not solve the cancerous human beings? Karla's voice rang in Astra's ear in time. Don't doubt me, I just let him speak out the most true thoughts in his heart, and I didn't control him to say so. Karla's mouth didn't move or make a sound, but used an ability similar to teleportation. All the people present were Supermans, and each of the 5 senses was stronger than the other. Even she couldn't bypass Karla Danvers and Superman's super hearing to whisper to Astra. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Catch them. I want them to live to see the moment when everyone is destroyed. Norn waved his hand, unwilling to waste any more time. And they planned to capture Karla and the others alive. Nguyen's subordinates were originally Astra's subordinate fighters, but they were all rebelled by Nguyen later. Originally Karla could turn them all around again, but Karla didn't do that. She needed the scale of this scene to be as large as possible. What's more, those people are not innocent. They are also accomplices who helped Norn complete the purge. How could they be innocent? That's what I mean too. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, but I'm not here to catch you. I'm here to kill you. Karla's eyes started to turn red, and then as she widened her eyes again, 2 bright blue lasers burst out, which were heat vision rays. Almost all Kryptonians were present, with the exception of Ron Jonesy. As Karla took out this classic ability, the surroundings immediately lit up one after another red heat vision rays. Heat vision rays are inherently red, only Karla's heat vision rays are blue. Because of the guidance caused by Karla's first shot, all the surrounding Kryptonian fighters also released heat vision rays, trying to suppress Karla. We are also together. Superman, Karla Danvers, and Astra next to him naturally couldn't help but watch, and the three of them also hurriedly joined in. However, the three of them can only play a supporting role, and Karla is the real main force. She is fighting against more than 30 Kryptonians with her own heat vision rays, and she is not even defeated. Especially after Superman and the others joined in, they began to quickly press towards the opposite side. That's all. Karla isn't serious yet. The power and strength of this world are too weak. In Karla's view, perhaps this world belongs to the Bronze Age or even the Iron Age. For example, a golden Superman can easily hold up a building and run around from a biological standpoint, possibly as fast as the Flash. And silver Superman can even blow the entire solar system out of the Milky Way with one sneeze. If it were the Superman here, it might be a few million tons of power, which is still measured by the key of the Fortress of Solitude. Otherwise, Karla Danvers failed to control a cargo ship full of crude oil before, and as a result, tens of thousands of tons of crude oil dumped into the sea, causing huge damage. Sometimes the setting of this world is very confusing. It can hold the key to the Fortress of Solitude with millions of tons, but it turns out that it can't even figure out the cargo ship with tens of tons. And at the moment, Karla easily suppressed those Kryptonian miscellaneous soldiers who didn't even deserve their names. With Karla's power, it's easy to do this kind of thing, and even in the end Karla turned her head violently after completely suppressing the heat vision rays on the opposite side. The terrifying heat vision rays were like the sharpest laser swords, instantly cutting the three Kryptonians in half who hadn't had time to escape. If the enemy on the opposite side is regarded as 30 people, then there are only 17 people left. Separate, you don't have to fight her in this way, surround them. Norn was once Astra's most powerful assistant and adjutant, and has experienced many file-size battles. He is still very reliable at critical moments, but this reliability is for himself. The Kryptonian warriors immediately scattered around. What now? Karla Danvers asked. We can only fight on our own for the time being. Nguyen is Astra's adjutant and assistant after all. Facing his response, Astra immediately found a way to deal with him. However, her method is very passive. After all, the gap in the number of people is not small, and it can only rely on personal strength. Don't force it, Karla shouted, and rushed out first, taking the initiative to rush directly to a 5-person encirclement. She eliminated 3 people first, and now she has shared the enemies of 5 people, which means that one person bears the pressure of 8 people. There were 30 people in total, and now there are only 22 people left. Astra chooses to come in front of Norn, and the two couples have changed from the closest person to the enemy. You chose the wrong side, Astra. Nguyen has lost his usual mask now, and Karla did something wrong after all, revealing all of Nguyen's well-hidden nature and ambition. Although Nguyen loves Astra, but at the same time he also feels unwilling because of the dignity of a man. Although it is right to love his wife, he does not want to be inferior to her all the time. He wants Astra to follow him as the leader. So Norn waved his hand and shouted, "Catch her." Astra gave up on Norn completely. Do you think you can defeat me? Don't forget that I am your general. At the same time, Superman, Karla Danvers, and Ron Juns were also surrounded by several people. A great war broke out inevitably. Right where Rodsberg crashed to Earth, a major alien war breaks out, and except for the fact that Ron Juns is a Martian, it's entirely a Kryptonian civil war. Fortunately, this place is a barren mountain, and there is no human habitation within 100 miles. Otherwise, when these Supermans start a fierce battle, it may cause much harm and affect the world. For example, Karla Danvers was surrounded by 5 Kryptonian warriors at the moment, and she had to fly to escape the siege. However, several Kryptonian fighters pursued closely, and chased Karla Danvers with heat vision rays. Norn's warning was to Karla, not to fight Karla with the heat vision rays, and it turned out that they really couldn't fight. But Karla Danvers is different. There is not much difference in strength between her and other Kryptonian fighters, and those fighters are professional. So she can only be chased and run around. But other Kryptonians can also fly, which is really a no-go. Superman was also surrounded by 5 people. Superman did not choose to back down, but launched a fierce battle with his opponent. Their battles were fist to flesh. Superman has gone through a lot of experience, and he will not be suppressed in a short time. Instead, he can knock a Kryptonian warrior away with every punch. But when those Kryptonian fighters got used to it, his battles started to get tough. And Astra and Ron Juns. Among them, Astra is surrounded by 3 people, while Ranjan Rongze has only 2 enemies. Now there are 22 people in Norn's group, except for Norn who is not in a hurry to make a move now. Astra and Ron Jonze are facing 5 enemies, plus the enemies of Superman and Karla Danvers. There are 15 in total, and only Karla has the most enemies with 6. It seems that Norn still knows who is the most difficult enemy. And we can also see Norn's resentment towards the Al family represented by Superman, as well as his care for his wife. It's just that this made Astra feel dissatisfied. Non, are you underestimating me? Don't forget who is your general. Astra felt that she was underestimated, and suddenly burst out with terrifying power. When the 3 Kryptonian warriors were going to capture her, Astra decisively grabbed a man's arm, turned around and threw him out with a back throw. Then came the second one. Astra didn't rush to start a stance, but kicked it away with a crisp method. Her choice to do so was to escape the dilemma of being surrounded by enemies, so that she could face the first Kryptonian warrior alone. Astra snorted coldly, bumped into the soldier head-on, then decisively avoided the opponent's arrest, came behind him, raised his hands to grab his head and neck, and twisted violently. Crack. The terrifying sound of bone breaking spread. Astra became angry, and used her ultimate move to kill a target neatly. As Astra said, she is their general, and don't forget that Karla used the Examiner's intelligence system in the image of Astra when she was assessed by soldiers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that all her fighters were cultivated by her alone. Nguyen, don't you want to come and have an understanding with me in person? Astra turned her eyes to Nguyen at the back. At the moment, she no longer has the gentleness that Nguyen saw in the past. Now it was the iron-blooded general. Norn misunderstood one thing, and he has always misunderstood one thing. As Astra's husband, he has always seen Astra as his wife's identity and image, especially when talking about his niece and when her sister, Alura, was in her family. She also seemed a little cowardly. In fact, it's not like that. Astra only shows a gentleness that is difficult for outsiders to see in her family. Only the enemy will know how terrible she is. Tamare also once said that Astra was the one he had the best relationship with and asked for the most times. So when Astra was judged by Alura, Jin Mare rarely went to Krypton. Even Tamare, who is Green Lantern, wants to find a helper for the supercriminal in the universe. One can imagine how terrifying it is. But Astra is completely fearless, and protects Krypton from being peeped and hurt by outsiders. Who dares to underestimate it? Norn actually understood that he had to face Astra in person. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to get rid of Astra's shadow, but he would even be unable to get this unit. He wanted to replace Astra, and the best way now was to defeat Astra himself. It's just that once Norn and Astra face each other one-on-one, there will inevitably be two Kryptonian warriors left, and they subconsciously turn to Rong and Rong's direction. Rong and Rongza complained in his heart, these are all Kryptonians. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are all Superman, and the power of Superman is naturally beyond doubt. Although Martians will also have the power of Superman on Earth, they are still incomparable with the real Superman. So when he is facing two opponents, he is already very reluctant. If there are two more, can he beg for mercy? Just when Ranjan Rongza was already feeling desperate, suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed over quickly, and met the two Kryptonian warriors for Ranjan Rongza. It's Karla, not Karla Danvers, but female Superman Karla. It turned out that she had already dealt with her opponent. Female Superman, be careful. Ron Jonesy already knew what to call the second Karla, and reminded her to be careful. Karla had a puzzled look on her face. I have solved even 6, and there are only 2 here, why be careful? Ranjan Rongza was speechless, and then he saw that Karla made a shot. Karla didn't use any super abilities or magic, but simply rushed forward. When she collided with 2 Kryptonian warriors face to face, the 2 sides immediately fought. Karla is faster and more powerful, even. Wang lies, reaction time is playing time, and other people's speed is no different from time standing still in her eyes. This allows Karla to deal with it more calmly. I saw that even though she faced 2 enemies at the same time, she did not lose the wind, and while dodging the enemy's attack, she made a counterattack. Seeing that her left hand is using Yongchun and Kunjin, it will explode 3 times in a row against the enemy's heart on the left. First, she will hit her palm with her fingertips, then she will instantly bend her fingers and use her knuckles to make a second blow, and finally she will clenched into a heavy fist. Hit the opponent's heart. The Kryptonian warrior opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Unlike martial arts novels, this was not just a simple internal injury, but his heart was blown out by Karla. The one on the right also failed to escape, and Karla's right hand was even more straightforward, directly piercing through the opponent's heart with the shape of an eagle's clawpist. Die. Karla let out a soft drink with a cold expression, and instantly killed 2 Kryptonian fighters with 1 shot. Karla's strength is unquestionable. Her faster speed allows her to easily deal with multiple opponents, and her stronger strength makes it impossible to defend against her attacks. Then I saw that Karla killed 2 Kryptonian warriors with 1 hand and 1 second. Looking back at Ron Ronze, Karla turned her head and rushed to the sky. In the sky, Karla Danvers is surrounded by 5 Kryptonian fighters and is fighting and retreating. She has good strength, but her real combat skills and actual combat experience are poor. Karla Danvers is already exercising with Alex Danvers, but there is no quick fix in a short time. In the end, Karla directly surpassed the sound barrier and reached superluminal speed, and a beam of light crossed in an instant. Karla Danvers saw Karla disappearing into the distance with 2 rich star fighters in 10 hands, 1 in each hand. In an instant, only 3 of the 5 Kryptonian warriors remained. Even the 3 of them couldn't help showing a blank expression. The next moment, Karla reappeared, and this time she flew away holding 2 Kryptonian warriors by the necks one by one, and went straight to another battlefield. Karla came to Superman's battlefield. Before landing, she held the heads of 2 Kryptonian warriors with both hands and slammed them together. The same mass was instantly mixed with white and red under the terrifying force, like 2 a glass bottle burst open one by one. Karla shook her hands, turning the stained objects into blue quantum particles, and the corpses of those ammonia stars were also decomposed by her into the most primitive molecules and atoms. Karla certainly wouldn't leave these Kryptonian corpses for others to study. Karla's presence surprised Superman. Except for Astra, who was the first to kill an enemy neatly, the others obviously couldn't end the battle as soon as possible. Only Karla, she is more ruthless and powerful than Astra. How many opponents that others find difficult have died in her hands? The first 8, the 6 that besieged her later, the 2 that helped Ron Jones to share the pressure, and the 4 that helped Karla Danvers. She killed 20 Kryptonian warriors by herself? However, the 5 Kryptonian fighters did not have any hesitation, and continued to besiege Karla and Noisy. In fact, this has already shown some abnormalities. Anyone who encounters a terrifying enemy like Karla will have more or less other performances or reactions. But they didn't show any performance, just like robots without emotional changes. But this is abnormal. Only Astra knows the real reason, and that is because Karla has controlled all Kryptonian fighters, making them have to complete this scene. Many people may not understand that these Kryptonian warriors are absolutely willing to serve Karla if she wants to. She didn't need to kill them at all. But Karla naturally has her own ideas, first of all definitely to help Astra clean up, and Ron-Jun's charges. Secondly, these Kryptonian warriors are also Norn's accomplices, and they need to pay the price, which is a terrible conspiracy to obtain the population of the 20 leaders of the Earth. In the end, their original strength is not very good, and they are not compatriots in Karla's world. The most important thing is that keeping them alive is always a hidden danger. It's over. So it's better to be an extra, and kill all the scenes after this scene is used up, so as to avoid future troubles. It was also because Karla had such thoughts and plans from the very beginning, so she acted mercilessly. When 5 Kryptonian warriors surrounded her and Superman, Karla sneered slightly. The arc definitely wasn't as good as the Dragon King. Open your hands, press pull and drink lightly, destroy it for me. A force like blue lightning hit the 5 people instantly, and once again, an inexplicable terrifying force began to decompose the 5 Kryptonian warriors into the most primitive atoms and molecules. Also like the cover of Doomsday Bell, the picture of Superman's right leg being disassembled. This is too shocking. These Kryptonians are no different from Superman and Supergirl. Since Karla can decompose them, he can decompose Superman and Supergirl. Superman looked at Koph in a dumbfounded way. This sister from another world is too scary and too powerful, right? In a blink of an eye, there were only 4 Kryptonian fighters left, the Norn who fought against Astra, the one Karla left for Karla Danvers and the 2 opponents that Ron-Juns faced. Superman, if you don't mind, can you come and help me? Rong and Rongza had to ask for help. Superman looked a little reluctant, and he and Martian Manhunter seemed to have some contradictions in this world. After all, kryptonite was discovered by Ron-Juns and kept at Deo. Before Karla Danvers came on the scene, it was already obvious who John Jonesa was going to use against. Another one, he doesn't know what weakness Ron and Ronza has, but the other party is holding his own deadly weapon. This feeling must be very uncomfortable. But at this critical moment, Superman still ignored the past and went to help him share the pressure. Now, except for Karla, everyone needs to face their opponents, and they are all one-on-one. Karla didn't help anyone anymore. In her words, a single order must be a fair order. Although no one understands what she means. Karla raised her eyes to Rodsburg not far away. This bureau was arranged by her, and she naturally knew the dangers of the large cleaning device to people. It can't be delayed any longer, Karla said. I have a solution to the crisis on Earth. I want to send Fort Rods to outer space. Wait a minute, even with our physique, we can't survive in outer space, Karla Danvers shouted hastily upon hearing this. With the power level of this world, it is really difficult to survive. Karla also had hesitation for a long time at the beginning, but she didn't dare to enter outer space until that opportunity. But now she can ignore it completely. It's just that Karla deliberately didn't explain that she can live freely in outer space, but deliberately said it very tragically. Don't care about me, if it is to save the world and the lives of so many people, this sacrifice is nothing. And there is no time left, yes. Also, don't forget that I'm from another world. I can break through the universe and go back at the last moment, so it's no problem. Saying that, Karla quickly flew to Roseburg. While the others continued to fight the Kryptonian fighters, they watched Karla with worried eyes at all times. Until she easily lifted Fort Rose, which weighed more than 1,000,000 tons, from the ground. Although we have been together for a short time, I will remember you and miss you, family and friends in this world. Karla couldn't help being moved, showing an affectionate tone when saying goodbye. Then she supported Roseburg with her own strength, and flew straight into the sky. When Karla left the Earth's atmosphere with Roseburg, the influence of the cleaning device finally completely disappeared. After taking Roseburg to outer space, Karla definitely didn't feel uncomfortable at all. In order to prevent Roseburg from causing any trouble, Karla simply dismantled Roseburg completely. She also specially waited until the battle on the Earth was over, and then decomposed all the Kryptonians into molecules and atoms, leaving no place for a certain country in this world to experiment. The reason is that a certain country in this world has long started secret research on aliens. She wouldn't want to see a country create an army of Superman. Then Karla didn't go back to the Earth. This world is not her own home after all. It's time to go back, Karla muttered, not as hard as Barry, but easily opened a channel with the quantum realm and returned to her own universe. The experience in that universe these few days made Karla feel quite interesting. At the same time, this is the first time she meets herself in other worlds. How should I put it? Apart from being a bit weird at first, it's pretty good overall. Definitely mostly she probably caused quite a bit of trouble for the Karla Danvers of that world. I don't know how Karla Danvers will explain her sudden disappearance afterwards, and how two supergirls have become one again. Anyway, these have nothing to do with Karla. After returning to her own universe, Karla stayed on the Earth for a short time, and then went back to New Krypton. A few days ago, she just met other superheroes on Earth, and for the first time, she defeated a group of criminals headed by Bane, and prevented a huge crisis that could threaten the lives of millions of people in Gotham City. It's time to go back to New Krypton, and Karla really wanted to share this experience with her mother. It was a reunion with her aunt. I believe she will be very envious. If these twin sisters are not arrogant, they can definitely become the most tacit sisters. But just as the Al brothers always quarreled, the relationship between the sisters was not peaceful. Karla complained more than once, but fortunately she and Karl will not be like the elders of the family. Maybe it's because they are not real siblings, but just siblings? In fact, in Karla's other origin stories, there is also a story about her fighting Superman when she first came to Earth. Karla even had the experience of joining the Red Lantern Corps, and was even fooled by Darkseid into his nemesis squad. This is really bad. Perhaps the brothers and sisters of Kryptonians like to communicate in this way. Fog. After that, the world finally ushered in a period of peace. Originally, Bane's riot may have caused many unexpected situations. For example, people began to learn from Bane's behavior and hijacked a city in that dangerous way. Horror event. But when the whole world witnessed the debut of superheroes, the crime rate continued to drop. In fact, superheroes have always existed, and that was not a debut battle. It's just that it was the most obvious one in front of the whole world. Even Batman the Dark Knight took to the streets during the day, not to mention Superman and Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern. The most conspicuous one is definitely the female Superman. She not only sent the bomb to the depths of the sea in time, but also caught an out-of-control plane, especially afterward the airline had a hard time trying to get the plane out. And after testing, the airline almost screwed up its nose. All the main engines of the plane were abandoned and forcibly cut off by the female Superman. The loss in this area alone was hundreds of thousands of dollars, or even more expensive. I really don't know whether to thank the female Superman or find her to lose money. The main reason is that the female Superman disappeared immediately, and only one Superman is still active in Metropolis. In desperation, the airline had to ask Superman to help send the plane out of the football field. So why should it be sent to the stadium? This kind of stadium seems to have a lot of space, and it can indeed accommodate an airplane, but the passage on the ground cannot go out, and there is no way to carry it out with an airplane, right? Anyway, it's always worrying. During this time, due to the activity of superheroes, topics about superheroes began to increase, and various news agencies also began to focus on the length and title of superheroes. Definitely there are both admiration and criticism. Some people say that superhero is people's hope, but some people say that superhero is above the law. Who gave them the power of law to catch criminals? In short, each said his own words. In particular, there has been more talk about the Superman class. For example, a short video was circulated in Central City. In the blurry surveillance video, a robber was about to carry out a robbery, but was knocked down by a flash of light similar to lightning and thunder. Ask for flowers. However, due to some special reasons, this video does not have too detailed pictures, nor does it have complete information, and it is not even clear what is going on. So some people said it was just a prank. If Karla had seen it, she would have been able to tell that was a manifestation of the Flash's speed force. In addition, in a coastal town called Amnesty Bay, there is one of the most famous lighthouses, the one that claims to be able to pick up the Queen of Atlantis. At the moment, at the seaside port below the lighthouse, a brawny man with a bare upper body showing muscular muscles was leaning against the guardrail, holding a bottle of spirits in one hand and a newspaper in the other. He showed disdain for the heroic deeds that saved the lives of millions of Gotham City people. 0. You only care about you people on the ground, but you throw bombs into our sea. Such a superhero, shout, I don't recognize it. The strong man looked up and drank a bottle of spirits, and then rolled up the newspaper in his hand. Tuan threw it aside and continued, I remember being bullied by you when I was a child. If there is a chance, let's settle the old and new grudges together. After finishing speaking, he jumped forward suddenly, jumped over the guardrail and plunged into the sea. This is the sea near the lighthouse, and the water is very deep. Moreover, as the man fell into the water, he only saw a wave quickly go away. Under the water, he could even reach a terrifying speed of 3 kilometers per second. Yes, he is the future Aquaman. As for the grievances between him and Karla, it has been a long time since Karla met him when he was traveling around the world, when he was still a teenager, and he was still practicing with Vico. And then, Karla beat him up. Also, Karla discovered that this kid has some special abilities, which can make sea creatures obey his orders, and Aquaman also treats those talkative sea creatures as friends. As a result, Karla asked Aquaman to fool some delicious sea creatures, and she caught them all. Aquaman cried that night and was very sad, but Karla's cooking skills are nothing to say, it's delicious. Now that Karla threw another neutron bomb into the sea, Aquaman expressed his old and new hatred and settled accounts together. Not to mention other people or other Superman classes. More than a year has passed quickly. Karla is 43 years old, Clark is 33 years old, Damian is naturally 13 years old, and little Jonathan will not be 12 years old until his birthday is over this year. On this day, Karla rarely returned to the Earth again, and came directly to Wayne Manor. Because today is Helena Wayne's second birthday, Karla came here specially. That's right, Jennifer has given birth to their second child, who is now 2 years old. To celebrate the second birthday of Princess Wayne, Dani, the godmother, definitely came, as well as other friends of Bruce and Jennifer, such as the 3 members of the Clark family, Dick who had already started to transform from Robin to Nightwing, and Diana, dressed as an OL elite female white collar, and Hal, who came in a suit, and Hal's girlfriend Carol. Carol is just like Louise. Although 627 and Hal are not married yet, they can be regarded as half-insiders. What's more, everyone didn't show up as a superhero today, just looking for an opportunity to get together. Except Karla. There's no way, she came back from New Krypton after all, and she didn't even bother to open the spaceship along the way in order to get to Earth as soon as possible. Given that New Krypton is at the other end of the Milky Way, and the Earth is at this distance from the Milky Way, no matter how fast the spacecraft is, it may take a day, and this requires the use of space jump technology. Otherwise, the distance of countless light years is not so easy to cross. Compared with the speed of the spaceship, Karla's speed is definitely the fastest. In order to facilitate operations in outer space, Karla simply came wearing a battlesuit, and she knew there would be no outsiders anyway. And Lucius was also invited. His help to the Batman family is huge amounts of, so naturally he will not be absent. When Karla arrived, everyone was almost down. Where did you come back from? Could it be that you went to an alien planet? Jennifer complained because of Karla's late arrival. Karla thought that you are really right. Until now, she still concealed her identity as an alien, so Jennifer didn't know what she meant. Hug. Jennifer handed the baby in her arms to Karla. Little Helena was only 2 years old, still a little child. But strangely, she stared at Karla with a pair of beautiful big eyes, not shy at all. Dani came over and felt envious and jealous when she saw this scene. I am the godmother of this child, but why does she not let me hug her, but is so close to you instead? After all, this child was accepted by Dani as a goddaughter. Karla couldn't compete with her, and Jennifer couldn't favor one over another. But it turns out that the 3 children in the current circle are only close to Karla. For example, Damian and Jonathan Jr. were chatting about some boys' topics just now, such as the latest games or sneakers. But after noticing Karla, he ran over immediately. Mommy Karla, Damian is a file-size guy, but still without any shyness, calling Karla the same as he did a few years ago. In fact, he has the same temperament as his father, and is self-centered, so he doesn't care what other people think. But little Jonathan just called Aunt in a low voice. It was Karla who held Helena in one arm and opened the other to give him a hug. Not to be outdone, Damian hugged Karla from the side, neither jealous nor lagging behind. This brat. With the acquaintance of the Clark family and the Bruce family, and Karla's go-between, not only the 2 adults became good friends who often walked around, but the 2 children in particular became close friends who talked about everything. And their topics also include becoming their father's assistant and so on. It turned out that the first-generation Robin Dick wanted to leave Batman's wings and go it alone. He didn't want to live in the shadow of his adoptive father all the time. So when the first-generation Robin transformed into Nightwing, the 13-year-old Damian actually replaced Jennifer's Oracle Man, and followed Bruce to guard Gotham City as the second-generation Robin. Karla was very worried at the beginning. After all, this is also her godson, which is equivalent to Dongfang's adopted son. But later Karla found out that even Gotham City was a lot more honest, and the bastards who escaped from the prison before had been given heavier sentences, and it would be impossible to think of it in decades. It is said that some of them took the opportunity to escape and disappeared. For example, Joker, he has never appeared from the beginning to the end. It is only known that he ran out while he was in chaos. As for where he went, no one knows. And Killer Crocodile originally escaped, but he went back for some unknown reason. It is said that he still fights with Bane every day. Could it be because of Bane? In short, the world is very peaceful now, and it is thanks to the superheroes present here. Speaking of which, Damian is now the second-generation Robin, and Jonathan Jr. is also not to be outdone. He is acting as a super kid, but he still has a lot to learn. The 2 of them were still discussing some secret topic, saying that they wanted to form a small team or something, and they even thought of a name, and they called it the Extraordinary Twins. The adults all looked at them speechlessly. The 2 children clearly regarded superheroes' activities as a game. But in fact, it is not so easy and simple. Speaking of which, Jonathan's battlesuit is different from Karla and Clark's. He is a combination of jeans, sneakers, and a sportswear top, and who knows who marked him with the S of the Al family on the chest, and starting from the shoulders an extended red cloak. It must have been made by his aunt who loved him with Kryptonian technology. Maybe it's the style kids like these days? Originally, Clark strictly demanded that little Jonathan was not qualified to wear the family badge, but he was criticized by the whole family. At the beginning, he himself was not envious because Song had Karla with a battlesuit. So times have changed. Clark, the elders who were so strict with him and Karla at the beginning were so spoiled when they faced the only child of the 3rd generation of the family. Speaking of which, these 2 children are really extraordinary twins. One is the son of Batman and the other is the son of Superman. Although it seems that Damian doesn't have any super abilities, his godmother is Karla. Although Damian is still young, Karla has already begun to teach him the magic book of 2.6 psychokinesis. In the future, Damian will definitely have his own super ability. Today's gathering is to celebrate the birthday of the second daughter of the Bruce family, Helena, and everyone just took the opportunity to get together. It has been so long since the last Bane incident. Although there are also phone calls, it is always better to get together in person like this. So everyone is happy. During the meeting, Karla also set up a flag. Generally speaking, as long as the superheroes have a happy party, something will happen. I guess the villain should come. When everyone was about to laugh, suddenly, two voices spread throughout the earth. Man, I'm Kryptonian General Zod. Female, I am General Kryptonian Astra. Together, we are looking for two sons and daughters of our planet Krypton. Everyone looked at Karla together, so crow-mouthed. I never expected that Karla's flag was collected so quickly, or maybe she did it on purpose. At the moment, in front of the Earth's outer space, a huge amounts of spaceships suddenly came, and it looked like an alien invasion. With the current technological level of the Earth, although it is far from reaching the level universe field, satellites can still find them at such a short distance. Moreover, the alien spacecraft obviously did not want to hide, and even actively communicated with the Earth's satellites, and transmitted some sounds to the Earth through all the signals it acquired. With the technological level of aliens, they mastered all the languages of the Earth almost immediately, so everyone can understand their words. I am General Zod of the Kryptonians. I come from a distant planet. I have come across the stars to Earth. I am looking for one of our people, Kal-El. I am General Kryptonian Astra, and I am looking for my lost descendant, my niece Karla Zo-Al. Karla, if you hear my voice, I hope you will come to me. These two pieces of sound were transmitted through various means and equipment such as the internet, computers, mobile phones, TVs, and broadcasting stations, and were received by almost the whole world at the same time. All of a sudden, the whole world panicked. One is that aliens really exist, and the other is based on the current situation. Although they have not made any hostile words or speeches, God knows what they will do. Karla and Clark exchanged glances. It seems that the concealed identity will finally be exposed. Karla scratched her hair, originally wanting to continue to conceal it, but suddenly made such a fuss. Once she showed up, she would eventually be exposed. Everyone subconsciously looked at Karla. What do you mean? Jennifer had already guessed it, but she couldn't believe it. Karla shrugged. My Earth name is Karla Kent, and my Kryptonian name, Karla Zo-Al, is one of the people they are looking for, and she is also the niece of General Astra. She finally took the initiative to confess her identity. Otherwise, you guys think I've been mysteriously going all these years. Karla laughed. Jennifer actually guessed her whereabouts just now, but she couldn't believe that she had already guessed. Actually, it's nothing. Hal is the calmest among all of them. One is that he knew Karla's Kryptonian identity from the very beginning. He even cooperated with Karla the most in the past few years and participated in the reconstruction of the new Kryptonian, and even Karla's coronation ceremony. And Hal has been an Asgardian in the sector where the Earth is located for several years, so Hal said, actually, what I have never said is that my responsibilities are not limited to the seaside city or the Earth, but my responsibilities cover half of the galaxy. How many civilizations are there in the galaxy? Almost every healthy fixed star galaxy has at least one alien civilization in existence. Actually, the Earth is not simple. Karla raised her hand to guide Diana. Diana's expression changed. I heard Karla tell Diana's origin like a few treasures. Diana is the daughter of Zeus, the king of god of Greece. She is a demigod body and has almost an immortal life. This is more exciting than aliens. If aliens still belong to the category of science, then myths have naturally surpassed common sense. Diana sighed. What does that have to do with me? She didn't speak. Okay, but she still brought the topic to herself. Danny showed a thoughtful expression. If I report this matter, maybe I can get credit for it. But it's too late, Danny. Since Karla has now taken the initiative to break the news, it's because she has decided to face Astra directly, and that is her real aunt. Definitely Karla also knew that Danny was joking. The purpose was to ease the awkward atmosphere. Jennifer also half-jokingly said, I didn't expect that I would be a good sister with an alien for so many years. By the way, you are hiding it too deeply, right? We didn't realize it at all. Karla shrugged. Because Kryptonians and Earthlings have almost the same physical structure and all conditions, and even my younger brother Clark and Louise can have mixed-race offspring, so I always think that maybe Earthlings and Kryptonians are distant relatives. Otherwise, if the distance between the genes of biological species is too far, offspring cannot be born. Actually, I am more concerned about how they found this place. Your siblings have lived on Earth for more than 30 years. If they want, they can find it earlier. Bruce is indeed the brain of the Justice League. Found the crux of the problem. Maybe it has something to do with what happened a few days ago, Clark said with a thoughtful expression. Without asking anyone to ask, in Antarctica, someone discovered an ancient Kryptonian expedition ship, which was already the time when Kryptonian it's still a product of colonial times. That's quite a long time ago, because the era of Krypton's outward expansion was at least 100,000 years ago. In fact, Karla also knew about this matter. Clark was worried that Kryptonian civilization and technology would have a bad impact on the Earth, so after discussing with Karla, he finally decided to drive the spaceship away. Clark no longer needs to go to the spaceship to find his own life experience. He has even met his parents, so he really just doesn't want to have a bad influence on the Earth. At that time, Karla not only knew, but also encouraged Clark to build their lonely fortress in this world, to build a small nest on the 740th ball. But it was this approach that led to today's incident. If it is said that General Zod and General Astra were not attracted by some kind of signal from us as Kryptonians, then it must be because I launched the spaceship, and they used it as a coordinate to find the Earth, Clark conjectured. It's almost a close call. What should I do now? Diana was a man of action, and she reached out to remove the outer coat. It turned out that she was also used to hiding the battlesuit inside, but today it's okay because it's an OL outfit. If she wears a dress, she can't hide it. Karla said without thinking. I said, Clark and I will go to talk to them. It would definitely be the best if it can be resolved peacefully. But you can also feel some hostility from them, so you have to be ready at any time. Prepare for battle. Even if they are our compatriots, when necessary, we will stand firmly on the Earth's side and protect the Earth from being attacked. Everyone's expressions relaxed a lot. Hal subconsciously said again, wait a minute Karla, you are the new queen of Krypton, can't you subdue those two generals? Queen. Especially the eyes of Jennifer and Danny are the brightest. Karla wanted to strangle Hal to death. It seemed that they would find a chance to torture her. The sudden situation caught everyone by surprise. But it seems to be within reason. When an alien spacecraft is discovered at the North Pole, Clark and Karla have to remove the outpost Krypton sent to Earth. As a result, this activation caught the signal to General Zod and General Astra. Perhaps this spaceship is too old. Even with human means, it can be judged that the ice around this spaceship is at least 10,000 to 20,000 years ago without inspecting the spaceship originally. In fact, this ship was sent to Earth 100,000 years ago. It is precisely because this spaceship is an antique that there is almost no self-protection function that shields the signal, so it has become a coordinate, leading General Zod and General Astra here. General Zod and General Astra didn't do anything to the Earth immediately, but they used the dimensionality reduction strike of the Gao civilization to grasp some conditions of the Earth, such as the air in the atmosphere, the quality of the planet, and so on. And they also mastered the language of the Earth. Two generals, please look at the analysis diagram. In the main control room of the spaceship, Astra and Zod have the same status. Now they each have dozens of subordinates, which together exceed 100 people. At this time, a scientist accompanying the team seemed to have discovered something, and excitedly showed the two of them, two generals, the quality of the air on the Earth far exceeds that of ours. Strong. And the gravity of the Earth is far lower than ours. Simply put, once we have mastered this planet, we will be like a round Superman here. So far only the Al family has the secret or history that the Golden Sun's rays can strengthen the Kryptonians. Although the secret is nothing in New Krypton, it is obvious that these people have never been to New Krypton. Maybe it seems to them that Krypton has been destroyed, but they don't know the creation of New Krypton, because just when Karla created New Krypton, they transformed Roseburg and escaped from the Phantom Zone. It just happened to be such a coincidence. But even if you don't know the strengthening of the Golden Sun's rays, for these Kryptonians, you can still get great power on the Earth. The reason is that the gravity of Krypton is several times higher than that of Earth, which makes Kryptonians have higher physical fitness and cell density when they are on Krypton, which is commonly known as stronger. Once they came to Earth, the Kryptonians would be stronger with the more nutrient-rich oxygen in the air. This is why many aliens seem to be so powerful after coming to the Earth, because the environment of the Earth is no different from heaven for many planets. When those aliens who have gone through hell-like grinding suddenly come to such a beautiful and peaceful world, they will become very powerful. The most important thing is that we have detected the existence of the code of life, and this planet will be very suitable for us to rebuild Krypton, another scientist said excitedly. Norn, Astra looked at the other party. So the Norn of this world is not a warrior, but a scientist? Have you found Karla's whereabouts? Astra cared more about Karla's whereabouts than the previous scientist's conclusion, and she didn't even care about the code of life. The code of life is more important than finding your niece, Zod interrupted Astra. Astra turned around, and the two generals looked at each other. Although Astra is a woman, the two of them are facing each other in terms of momentum, neither of them is willing to give in, and no one is weak. General Zod is 1.9 meters tall, and Astra is also about 1.8 meters tall. As the momentum of the two increased, the cabin became tense. Although General Zod is the leader of Krypton's army, Astra is not bad at all. Each of them has a team of loyal subordinates, who are their absolute followers. The two almost rebelled at the beginning, and even rebelled but, they still swear to follow. If the two suddenly clashed, a civil war would be inevitable. Karla is the future of Krypton. Astra narrowed her eyes slightly, and warned Zod, your goal is the code of life, and I will not fight with you. My goal is my niece. If you dare to hurt she, I will let you know how I became this general. Zod looked at Astra deeply, and finally chose to turn around and leave with his men. But in the middle of the walk, Zod couldn't help but stop and looked back at Astra. She didn't even bother Zod, and was urging her scientist, Norn, her husband, to ignore anything but find Karla. That child came to this planet with that kid from the Al family. If there are no accidents, she should be here too. Norn, find her, and find her at all costs, Astra said. Get excited. Karla Zo-Al, what's so different about her? Zid asked suddenly. Astra paused, but finally shook his head and said nothing, just repeated the previous sentence, she is the future of Krypton. Zid left with a thoughtful expression on his face. My little cutie, have you grown up? Have you become an outstanding mature queen? The other side. Karla and Clark are discussing the next countermeasures with their partners. Although they have already decided to meet with Zid and Astra, they are not optimistic about this meeting. General Zid and my aunt, General Astra, were imprisoned in Roseburg by my parents and Clark's parents respectively for some reason. Karla first briefly explained the situation. That's right, Astra was sent in by Karla's parents, and General Zid was sent in by Clark's parents. It's like a family feud. Everyone understands why Karla wants everyone to be ready to fight. Maybe there will be conflicts. Not counting, Karla waved her hand, and continued to explain, General Astra, the King's, is my aunt and my mother's twin sister. General Zid and Clark's father are also friends for many years. They have common ideals and beliefs, only in the end when it comes to choosing what to do, differences arise. In the end, they made a mistake in order to prevent the destruction of Krypton. They aimed their guns at their own people instead of protecting them. Consumption is reduced, and the demise of Krypton can be terminated. Speaking of it, it is a bit similar to Thanos' next door, in this way. Karla shook her head, not to mention the good or bad results, I still appreciate their idea of daring to take action. So I will tell them about New Krypton, and hope to invite them back to New Krypton. The best outcome is definitely not to fight. But you'd better plan for the worst. The worst case scenario is definitely war. When an alien spaceship with huge amounts of space suddenly appeared in the sky above the Earth, the whole world was shocked. It turned out that there are really aliens in the universe. At the moment, everyone can see the spaceship in the sky, because it is not affected by the rotation of the Earth, that is to say, it has always stayed at one point, and when the Earth rotates, people in the corresponding area can look up and see it up. All countries definitely want to take preventive measures, but there is really no good way to deal with an alien spaceship staying outside the atmosphere. What's more, no one knows what kind of superweapon this spaceship is carrying, so the best and most sensible choice is not to provoke him in a hurry. And the aliens have spoken their demands, they are coming to find their fellow man. In this way, as long as their requirements are fulfilled, there should be no need to worry about war, right? People take it for granted. TV stations from various countries have also begun to report on this event in turn, except for a certain TV station that may also broadcast cartoons. A certain country is also making national reports, and it is even more vitriolic. They hope that the two aliens hiding on the Earth can take the initiative to stand up in various tones or words, so as not to hurt the Earth and may be attacked by aliens hit. The most important thing is that some people doubt whether the two aliens have any plans for the Earth, and even speculate that they may be fugitives and so on. Then at noon the next day, it was evening when Helena's birthday was celebrated. Karla and Clark, the two put on their battle suits and took to the sky. People were shocked. It turned out that their Superman and female Superman, their superhero, were those two aliens. Now everyone doesn't know what to do. Some people began to repent, and immediately turned their backs and stood behind Superman and the female Superman, calling on those aliens to be villains with evil intentions, and asking all countries to immediately help Superman and the female Superman start a war. Definitely, the pictures are definitely ignored. Because using the current technology of the Earth to go to war with alien civilizations is simply courting death. The military of a certain country originally wanted to send someone over to talk to Superman and the female Superman. But soon, the alien spaceship outside the sky has discovered the two people who showed up, and immediately sent two spaceships to meet them. Kal-El, General Zid is here. Karla Zo-Al, General Astra please. Two small spaceships came to the two of them respectively. Karla smiled, what? You are still two troops? Let's unite the hearts of the people first, okay. Facing Karla, Kafai's provocation, the two spaceships remained silent, and continued to urge after a while, please come with us. After speaking, the hatches of the two spaceships were opened. Karla and Clark looked at each other, one was going to Astra's spaceship, the other was going to Zid's spaceship. Then the two spaceships quickly flew out of the sky and returned to the hatch of the mothership. The inner space of the alien spacecraft is definitely complicated, and it is full of civilizations and technological fields that the Earth cannot touch now. It's just that Karla has long been used to it. After all, this is a spaceship built by Krypton, and it was designed and built by her mother Alura. This spaceship was transformed from Rodsburg. I have to say that the transformation of the spaceship was very successful. Although I don't see how the prison area is, at least it is still very decent along the way, not much different from ordinary Kryptonian aircraft carrier battleships. There are also many small space battleships inside the spaceship, which are the spaceships used to pick up Karla and Clark just now. In the necessary outer space battles, sometimes small spaceships are more flexible and have a sneak attack effect. When the spaceship returned to the main ship, Karla and Clark were escorted by two teams to the main control room. There, General Zid and General Astra were naturally already prepared and waiting for them. When Astra saw Karla, she subconsciously wanted to meet her. It was Zid who was on the side coughing, which made Astra endure it. But he can remind Astra, but he can't control Karla. Karla rushed over with open arms, and rushed into Astra's arms, and Astra, it's great that you're fine. Astra wanted to be reserved at first, but now she couldn't help it anymore. Her hands trembling with excitement gently held up her niece's face. My little cutie has grown so big already. She didn't know whether to cry or laugh. She watched her niece who grew up and loved her so much, as if she was the cute little girl in her arms yesterday, but when she reunited today, she found that she had grown into a big girl up. Karla looks like she's only 18 years old. It has been more than 30 years, if it weren't for the fact that there is no concept of time and space in the Phantom Zone, Astra would already be an old woman. She couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Time is so fast. Zid sighed with a headache, but he didn't want to cause trouble, especially that crazy woman right now, so he just focused on Clark, the orphan of his best friend. Unbeknownst to Zid, Jor-El, who he thought was doomed to die, was alive and well. There was a look of nostalgia in Zid's eyes, but he immediately covered it up, and said, "Welcome home, child of Krypton, Kal-El. I am your army leader, General Zid, and I will take you home gone." Clark's expression was a little weird, because even he had already seen the new Krypton, and met his biological parents. So I always feel that General Zid's tone is weird. And home? Do you guys know about the existence of new Krypton? But just when Clark was thinking about these things in his heart, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a big mouthful of blood, and fell down powerlessly. Karl. Karla hurried to Clark's side excitedly. Zid explained in a timely manner, "We didn't attack him, and we didn't do anything. It's because of the environment. He spent his whole life adapting to the environment of the Earth, but he couldn't adapt to ours." Karla opened her mouth wide and looked at Zid dumbfounded, before she noticed, "Is the environment of Krypton here simulated?" Zid nodded. No wonder Clark fell suddenly. The reason why Karla is fine is not only because of her strength, but also because she grew up on the original Krypton planet when she was a child, and she has lived on Krypton planet for at least 10 years. So Karla didn't feel anything strange at first, until at the moment she noticed it, and felt speechless. "So you even simulated the emission of kryptonite? Damn, don't tell me that there is still a lot of Krypton on your spaceship stone." What surprised Karla the most was that she noticed that in order to simulate the real Kryptonian environment, the air was even filled with kryptonite emissions. And she also saw that when the Kryptonians on this ship arrived on the Earth, they wore a helmet-like device that could transform air, and instead let go of their breathing here. You don't bring this kind of death if you want to die, right? P.S. There are only 5 chapters today, so let me take a leave. To be honest, I have been cold for several days. These 2 days, it is said that a typhoon is coming. Anyway, it rained all day yesterday, and this afternoon. The weather turned cold and I didn't pay attention to catching a cold. My head hurts, my throat is hoarse, and I have a big nose. Actually, I feel that the plot of the past 2 days is not very exciting, especially Zid here in Man of Steel. When Karla first created the new planet Krypton, the reason why he had to remove all the kryptonite elements in the planet's foundation was because kryptonite is not just a simple stone, but emits a special kind of radiation, which also, that is to say, the air of Krypton is actually full of emitted particles of kryptonite. This thing would be deadly to the average Kryptonian. But Karla looked around again. Those Kryptonians just exposed themselves to the air full of kryptonite radiation, which is quite natural. Really, that's not how they die. Karla couldn't laugh or cry, and quickly waved her hand to control the chi, creating an automatic switching air layer around Clark, automatically separating all the particles of kryptonite emissions for him. Clark finally got back on his feet. What the West pays attention to is that the 4 elements create the world, and these 4 elements are earth, fire, water, and wind. The earth is the attribute of earth, fire, and water. Needless to say, the wind is actually air. It is well known that the flowing air is the principle of forming wind. Karla's move surprised Zid and the others. Karla turned around and waved to Astra, shielding her from the kryptonite radiation. At first, Astra stretched out her hand to cover her neck, squatting down as if she was about to suffocate. "What did you do?" Astra's subordinates pointed their guns at Karla one after another, especially Norn, who, as a scientist, also took up a weapon. But the strange thing is that when they want to move their fingers to the trigger of a similar gun, they can't use any strength, as if their fingers have their own thoughts. Karla glanced at those people faintly, and snorted softly, "That's my aunt. No one cares about her health more than I do. It's better to say, you idiots, the radiation emitted by kryptonite in the air is like deadly poison. You expose yourself to the poisonous gas that can kill us every day without knowing it. I really don't know how you survived." Prior to this spaceship had been floating in the universe for an unknown number of years. It is very likely that when Krypton died, the spaceship had been fully controlled by Zid and Astra. Then they escaped the Phantom Zone before Karla created new Krypton, and traveled countless places. Among them, it is inevitable to encounter the golden fixed star, and the reason why they don't know that the Earth's sun can strengthen the power of Kryptonians is precisely because they have exposed themselves to such air for many years. Damn it, they even simulated the air and environment of Krypton by themselves, leaving Karla speechless. If they had gotten rid of this environment earlier, perhaps they would have become the most difficult group of exiles in the universe. But because of this, even the Green Lantern Corps did not find this group of people, and they did not attack other planetary civilizations. Karla has never given up looking for the signal of Roseburg all these years, but she has never been able to find the whereabouts of her aunt. To this day, I was still found by my aunt. After a while, Astra finally got used to the air that was not polluted by kryptonite emissions. She stood up with a look of surprise, and as the kryptonite material remaining in her body was brought out by the new air, and the glass that passed through the spaceship with the rays of the sun shining in, Astra raised her hands and clenched her fists, only feeling a powerful force bursting out of her body. What's going on? Astra felt shocked, even unconsciously. Her eyes slowly turned red, and then 2 dazzling red heat vision rays shot out. Karla quickly reached out to block it, otherwise she was worried that her aunt would destroy the spaceship and even kill all the other people in the spaceship. At the moment, except for Karla, Clark, and Astra, all Kryptonians are in the air full of kryptonite radiation. Originally, kryptonite is a deadly weapon. It can be said that these people have been weakened to the limit, perhaps not as good as ordinary people. If Astra suddenly goes berserk, he can definitely kill everyone else in seconds. With Karla's help, Astra learned how to control the switch of the heat vision ray, but then she slowly floated up again, with both feet off the ground, which is the ability to master flight. Everyone is a Kryptonian, except for Karla's special abilities and Superman's abilities. These people can have them. Like super strength, super speed, super endurance, powerful self-healing ability, super vision, and super hearing. The template that all Kryptonians should have is the same. Even the weak points are the same, kryptonite, and the red sun. It's just that Astra was irradiated by the sun's rays for the first time and activated the Kryptonian's super strength, so it was difficult to adapt for a while. The others looked at each other in blank dismay and realized that Astra's situation was not bad, but rather good. Zero looking for flowers. Even Zed asked Karla a little excitedly, what's going on? If all Kryptonians can become so powerful, it will be more helpful for the construction star. Rebuild Krypton? Karla glanced at Zed, and said decisively, it's no longer necessary. In fact, I have created a new Krypton. According to the records, I actually created a new Krypton just a few months after you left the Phantom Zone. If you leave a little later, you can see it. New Krypton. Everyone showed puzzled expressions. Karla shrugged, I thought about it when I came here. Although you were sentenced for your treasonous crimes and behaviors, your intentions are good, so I would like to welcome you back on behalf of New Krypton. New Krypton, we have just been rebuilt, and we really need the leadership of experienced leaders like you. So in the name of the new Queen of Krypton, I pardon your crimes, and you can go home. Queen. Zed was shocked, then turned his head suddenly, and looked at Astra with incredible eyes. He finally understood why Astra cared more about Karla's whereabouts than about the whereabouts of the Codex of Life. And she also said that Karla is the future of Krypton. The King's Gene? How dare you reactivate the King's Gene? Zed's shock was undeniable. Are you crazy? Krypton is a democratic planet, we are not Kosa planet. Dekozam was originally a neighbor of Krypton, but the relationship between the two planets is not friendly. As Zed said, the Dekozam star is a monarchy. They have a king and a queen, and the king dominates and formulates all rules. Simply put, it is a feudal society, although their technology is very advanced. The most unfortunate thing is that because the two planets are in a galaxy of fixed star, because of the destruction and explosion of Krypton, Dekozam was also affected and perished. It was so unlucky, as if a gas explosion in the neighbor's house collapsed my own house. It's fine if people are fine, but then New Krypton went to explore the ruins, and the result of the identification was that the Dekozamians were almost completely wiped out. Although Zed has done rebellious acts, he is for Krypton after all, so he can't accept Karla's royal gene even more, which is a taboo that Krypton absolutely does not allow. As for Zed's doubts, Karla reminded him again, I said, I have created a new Krypton, and the Kryptonian civilization has been preserved in my hands. But what about the people? The demise of Krypton left everyone in ashes. Zed will never forget the picture and feeling when he saw the destruction of Krypton. Kandor City has been preserved. When Krypton was destroyed, a super technical civilization took Kandor City. There are 5 million of our people, including my parents and Karl's parents. They are still alive. Karla recounted the process of discovering that Kandor was bottled by Brainiac and how she saved it. Zo-020 and the others were all shocked. Is there such a thing? So, the star civilization has not been completely destroyed? The happiest person was Astra. She flew over excitedly and held Karla's hand, asking, is this true? Definitely true, Karla agreed. You think I want to be this queen? I'm not here to lead the new Kryptonian to rebuild our civilization. This is all true. Karla initially refused. But the situation at that time was like that. First of all, what she did was like a miracle, and secondly, from the perspective of Kandor City, the destruction of Krypton was not long ago, and it was in a time of panic. Given the situation in Kandor City at that time, there must be someone who can stand up and lead everyone to rebuild hope. And Karla is the perfect candidate. And it happens that the monarchy can be used to replace the previous one. Even when the world is destroyed, it is still unable to make effective decisions, and it is just a parliamentary system that is constantly wrangling. In fact, Zed also opposed the parliamentary system. The first thing he did was to forcibly dissolve the parliament. Definitely, Zed still failed in the end. But this does not mean that Zed will support the monarchy. We don't need those useless old guys in the council, let alone a little girl who hasn't grown up as a queen. Zed continued to confront Karla's so-called queen after calming down. Karla squinted at Zed, and her expression gradually became cold. General Zed, do you know who you are talking to? You are just the general of Krypton in the old era, and I am the queen of Krypton in the new era. As Karla's aura became stronger, the crushing effect of the king in her genes on other Kryptonians began to take effect. Even General Zod is feeling huge amounts of pressure. It turned out that the reason why those soldiers couldn't even pull the trigger was because of genetic crushing, which made them unconsciously dare not offend their heroine. Although New Krypton has begun to ban the use of the code of life to control the population, it has replaced it with natural childbirth to give birth to offspring. But all the Kryptonians here, except for Clark, are all Kryptonians from the old era. They are still the descendants of the life code, and naturally they can't change the setting of life set by their genes. What about the population? What about the control of genes? Once managed by a monarchy, it is inevitable that the rich and powerful will control the genes. How dare you swear that you will not let your Jor-El family firmly control the upper echelons of Krypton? Zod has his worries. Once the upper levels are allowed to control these things, it will be even more difficult for the people below to get the chance to rise. As a result, Karla asked inexplicably, "Who told you that we are still using the code of life to control the population? We have already abandoned that failed product, and now the new life has an infinite future. If someone does not want to be a worker, but wants to achieve a higher level as long as he puts in the effort to study, there will always be a way. What if someone doesn't want to be a soldier? What if a scientist wants to be a general? In the past, you, including me, could not refuse the changes and control of our genes. But now it is different. The new generation of children can freely choose their future." Karla opened her hands, expressing her hopes and expectations for the future, and took the opportunity to invite Zod again. "General Zod, the new Krypton still needs to be developed. I hope you can come back with my aunt to help us, and continue to protect our people." But Zod still has his doubts. Once you abandon the control of the population and the allocation of newborns by the code of life, when the population is uncontrollable, even if you find a substitute planet, New Krypton was quickly exhausted by development, just like Krypton before us, ushered in destruction again. Zero. Karla blinked, as if there was a big misunderstanding somewhere. "You seem to have misunderstood one thing. What I said about creating a new Krypton means that I created a brand new planet on the original track position of Krypton. That original planet has almost unlimited resources, and it can be retained. The existing and mastered technology in Kandor City does not need to consume new Kryptonian resources to go through the process again from the original technology. Even if it still needs to consume the core energy of new Kryptonian as before, it can last at least 100,000 years. So your worries are unnecessary at all." As soon as Karla's words came out, everyone was stunned. They even said they created a new Kryptonian? The area of Krypton is more than several times that of the Earth, but the population of New Krypton is only over 6 million, and more than 70% of the territory has not been developed. Even as the creator, I don't know what to do. How many surprises are waiting for us to discover. It is a new home full of hope. I hope you can consider my suggestion instead of going to war. Karla's primary idea is to peacefully subdue Zod and his group. Perhaps no one has noticed that Astra has been silent for a long time, but looked at the high-spirited Karla with expectant eyes. People like Astra don't have to worry. They will definitely follow Karla and submit to Karla. The reason 2.0 is that Astra will not be an enemy of Karla when she sees her. Zod hung his head with a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Karla continued to work hard. "The most important thing is, General Zod, you have noticed, right? Under the shining of the golden sun, without the danger of kryptonite, we Kryptonians will be strengthened to have the power of Superman. And I've turned the new Kryptonian sun, our once red fixed star, into a golden sun. At the moment's new Kryptonians are all Superman powers. There are no outsiders here, they are all our own people. Then let me reveal another ambition. One day I will lead you to crusade against the gods. The Kryptonians already have that qualification. I will lead you to compete for the qualification of the new Protoss. Once successful, Kryptonians will live forever. So I need the strength of the two generals, and I need you to lead the army for me." Karla has met the God King of the new God race, or the former God King Yuga Khan, and there was a little conflict. She even beat him up by taking advantage of that little expert sticking herself to the wall of origin Dayton, although it didn't cause too much damage. Since Karla knew the existence of the new Protoss, even 100,000 years ago, the new Protoss army on Apocalypse would conquer the Milky Way. It's just that the first time they came to the Milky Way, they happened to encounter the period of Krypton's external expansion, and Krypton was also colonizing the entire universe. There was a war between the two powerful civilizations. As a result, the Doomsday Army not only defeated the invasion of Apocalypse, but also destroyed its own Kryptonian external expansion plan. It has to be said that Doomsday is powerful. The entire universe can be said to be the three most powerful legions. The new Protoss army on Apocalypse, the army on Krypton, and the Seven Lanterns Legion, which is known as the strongest in the universe on OA, were almost all destroyed by Doomsday. It's a pity that Doomsday is uncontrollable, otherwise Krypton is really unstoppable, unless the original Dekozam star can also rise and develop another Doomsday. But the Dekozam star didn't know that the light of the Golden Sun 20 can also give them the power of Superman, and now the Dekozam star is almost extinct. The reason for saying almost is because there may be survivors. More on that later. Karla revealed her own ambitions. Now that she knows the existence of the new Protoss, she might as well plan to replace it. If we can become a new god race, all Kryptonians can obtain a near-immortal lifespan. Even if they die, they will return to the Wall of Origin, where there is an existence similar to the Pantheon, and the dead Shendo will reappear there. God is immortal. Karla has been to the Wall of Origin and knows many mysteries for her own use. So what if all the Kryptonians become Superman? Superman will also age, and will also be born, old, sick and die. Only by becoming a new Protoss can Kryptonians be immortal. Even if it will provoke a war, the rise of their new Protoss also replaces the old Protoss, so why can't we replace them? The so-called new Protoss have existed for at least 100,000 years. Feng Shui turns around. Come to my house this year. General Zid, don't be blinded by your short-sighted thoughts anymore. Come help me and lead our race to create a better future. Karla held out her hand to Zid, with an expression on her face very sincere. The reason why she cares so much about Zid is not without reason. Zid can lead his subordinates to do such a rebellious behavior, and we can also see his charisma and leader's ability. As one of the few supreme commanders, Zid will definitely be indispensable in the future. He will help the Kryptonians regain the new Protoss. Once the war with Apocalypse starts, he will definitely become the most favorable trident in Karla's hands. 1. I have 100,000 soldiers for you, and 100,000 soldiers for my aunt, General Astra, and more soldiers ready to go to the battlefield. Once it really comes to the situation of full-scale war, we have at least a few million Superman-level combat power. This is all Karla's confidence. Now I just want to know your attitude and decision, whether to bring our race to immortality together, or to be here, so that I have to kill you. I don't want to lose such an excellent general like you. Karla has said everything frankly speaking. Zid has only two choices, either surrender or die. And Zid's final choice, after some contemplation and shock at the news of the new Protoss brought by Karla, and her terrible ambition, slowly knelt down. The soldiers under his command were startled at first, but without any hesitation, they also knelt down one after another. Seeing this, Astra nodded in satisfaction. Karla's handling method satisfied her. This niece, who used to love the little cutie in her arms, is now an outstanding adult and a competent person. Queen. Thinking of this, Astra also slowly knelt down on one knee. Similarly, Astra's subordinates also fell to their knees. The Kryptonian survivors on this ship are now captured by Karla. See Her Majesty the Queen, they acknowledged and declared their allegiance to the Queen, led by Zid and Astra. Whether it comes from the influence of genes or the recognition of their beliefs, their surrender is sincere, including Zid. In fact, there has always been only one reason for the conflict between Zid and Superman. In Zid's act of harming the Earth, his purpose was to rebuild Krypton. This is definitely unacceptable for Superman. Including the plot of the Man of Steel, Zid has also been committed to rebuilding the Kryptonian civilization. But what if Kryptonian civilization is rebuilt by Karla? The existence of the new Kryptonian does not need to harm other planets, and even the lives of Kryptonians have become better. At this time, General Zid turned back to the beloved general who considered everything based on racial civilization and the people. Maybe many people simply regard General Zid as a villain, but that is different. If you stand on the side of Kryptonians, Zid is the hero. It's a pity that he has not been able to succeed. Therefore, General Zid's surrender are expected. Karla breathed a sigh of relief, and opened her hands to signal that everyone can get up. She is also very fortunate. Don't underestimate the role of Zid. As the saying goes, 1,000 troops are easy to get, but a general is hard to find. If there is a war between one planetary civilization and another planetary civilization, can Karla still be expected to command the entire army alone? She may even have no time to care about him at that time, because Karla is the most powerful and main combat force on Krypton, and she will also participate in the battle at that time. And don't think that the only enemy of Krypton that wants to become the new Protoss is the Apocalypse Star. In fact, the Apocalypse Star and the new Creation Star have the same root and the same origin. They are both a race and a new Protoss of the same system. Karla and Krypton may face two powerful planetary civilizations. Not to mention their enemies, as we all know, the current king of Apocalypse is Darkseid. His strength is beyond doubt. In the future, if there are no accidents, there will be a tragic war. That's why Karla didn't hesitate to slobber and expend energy. It would be extremely easy to kill people like Zid, but she chose to subdue and persuade them to surrender. This is because every bit of power counts. In the future, Krypton will inevitably move towards a more brilliant future and new heights under the leadership of their queen. Karla stood in front of a window with her hands behind her back, looking at the bright starry sky and the Milky Way outside, her face full of confidence. Okay Clark, you can go back to the Earth and tell the people on Earth that we have no intention of harming the Earth, and we will protect the Earth from being invaded by other aliens when necessary, because some readers suggested that they want to see daily plots, some emotional dramas, it must not be love, plots, and interesting plots, so I will mix it in a little bit and write some interesting stories. Anxious to continue the story of the Great War. Next, Karla returned to New Krypton with Roseburg, Zid, and Astra. She wants to arrange the follow-up treatment of these people. First of all, to definitely cancel their charges back then, and then let them truly see the future prospects of the new Kryptonian, and secondly, of course, let them integrate into it. There will be a lot of busy things here, and at the same time, there are many things to deal with on the Earth. First of all, because of this unexpected situation, the identities of Karla and Clark were finally exposed, and people on Earth knew that their Superman and the female Superman were aliens. All of a sudden, the whole Earth was shocked. People started to take to the streets, and even protested, let two aliens guard the Earth? What is their intention? Is it harmful to the Earth? Originally, superhero is above the law, which makes people even more worried. Members including the Metropolitan Council questioned who gave Superman and female Superman such power. Just like when Batman made his debut, he was initially hunted down by the Gotham police as criminals. Superman, who caught criminals, became the villain that everyone protested. This is exactly what Jonathan was worried about back then. He was afraid that once Clark's identity was exposed, it would probably cause such a situation, that he would be rejected by the Earth and people, and even feared. People definitely have reason to fear. Don't look at the Earth, and human beings have been thinking about proving that human beings are not alone. But when it was discovered that there were aliens, and the facts proved that the Earth and human beings are not alone, people began to panic again. Because they discovered that the technology of aliens is more advanced than that of the Earth, and for the people on Earth, they are likely to be Superman, or even a godlike existence. If you don't believe me, look at the power of Superman and the female Superman. The relaxed picture of the female Superman lifting the plane is still the cover of the big poster of the Planet Daily. Karla asked Perry for an image endorsement fee, but Perry didn't pay. Among them, one person reacted the most intensely, and even since Superman's debut, he has been confronting Superman in public. That's Alexander Luthor. That is Lex Luthor, whose legal name is Alexander Joseph Luthor, and his legal name is simply Alexander Luthor. Perhaps it was this great name that endowed him with a self-righteous great mission. Whether this self-righteousness is a derogatory term, it is what he thinks he may need to bear. So he has indeed done a lot of good things over the years, such as charities, and the development of new energy, and the establishment of multiple foundations to help the poor and sick, and even today people in areas where war still takes place. It is precisely because Lex Luthor has been doing many good deeds, and even helped the bankrupt Metropolitan Library to inject funds and donate many books and so on. This makes him the reason why countless people still follow him even though he has been fighting against Superman. I just don't know why. Since Superman debuted, Lex Luthor seemed to be a different person, always comparing with Superman, always reminding everyone that he has done more good things than Superman. Especially this alien incident reminds people, aliens are untrustworthy, and Superman and the female Superman are also unbelievable. You have also seen that they can threaten us at any time. Who said that demons come from hell? In my opinion, they just came from the Supreme. This compares aliens to demons, and also compares Superman and female Superman to demons. As we all know, Superman and female Superman can fly, and in order to save people or catch bad people in a hurry, they always go up and down. Many people are speechless about Lex, but there are also some people who support Lex's statement. The person with the most headache was actually Clark. Because Lex and Clark have been classmates and best friends since college. And because Clark is a reporter for the Daily Planet, Lex always pulls Clark to help him report the news that slanders Superman. Clark was helpless. Why did he help his good friend to slander him? However, although Perry admits that Superman's news is the treasure of the Daily Planet, but in order to attract attention, he does not mind mixing some news that accuses and slanders Superman with his full praise. Clark was even more powerless. Hey, Clark, are you and Louise free tonight? We haven't seen each other for a long time. If possible, I think we can find a place to have dinner. It's best to invite your sister Karla along. After completing the daily press conference and slandering Superman, Stanley approached Clark enthusiastically and extended an invitation. Clark sighed secretly. Not only did he just listen to his friend's poisonous tongue towards him, but he also wanted to write and publish it himself and even eat with him with a smiling face. Clark thought to himself that it was fortunate that his sister was not there, otherwise he might have slapped Lex and fly him away. God knows why Lex is so hostile to Superman. Clark also wondered, Lex, why are you so hostile to Superman? He has been doing good deeds and helping people since his debut. I think you two should be able to talk to each other. Friends are right. In fact, they were already friends. Lex was taken aback for a moment, apparently not thinking why Clark would ask this question, and he couldn't help but reach out to stroke his conspicuously beautiful long hair. That's right, Lex has long fiery red hair, and it's well maintained. Luthor originally had red hair at one point and grew it long. Regarding Nanyo Zhao's question to Clark, Lex also hesitated for a while before speaking. Clark, if I say that Superman's threat to human beings is far greater than your imagination, will you believe it? Clark wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Lex's hand. Human beings should have unlimited potential, but once people start to rely on Superman and put everything on Superman, what will happen? I never deny that Superman is doing some good things, and my slurs are never made up. I just say that even if I am a normal human being, I can do that, I can help people, and I can do it even better. Clark, I'm not trying to prove anything else, I'm not trying to surpass him, I just want people not to depend on an alien, or even on anyone, you know what I mean? Even if he's not super, although this alien incident did not cause huge damage, if it was the original Man of Steel plot, many people might have died, not to mention the damage to city buildings. Therefore, Batman did not find Superman trouble, probably because the buildings and satellites of the Wayne Group were not destroyed. Definitely we all know that the Super Bat fight is never about money. For Bruce, what is money? He doesn't even know how much money he has. Now the superheroes got to know each other in advance due to various reasons, at least there will be no more conflicts. Sometimes Clark would say hello to Bruce first if he encountered negative news about Batman. Superman and Batman discussing how to report negative news about themselves. Is it okay? When Karla heard the news, she also had black lines and didn't know how to complain. No way, their superhero identities are all secrets, and no one wants to hurt their important family members and friends because of their superhero identities. So they can only bite the bullet and do that. By the way, Karla is back. When Clark wonders how she came back so soon this time. Forget it, Karla said with a long sigh. My mother and aunt quarreled as soon as they met, and who should guide me in the 610? But the point is that I'm already 43 years old, I'm not 3 or 13-year-old child. Karla pressed her forehead that was already aching, thinking of her two most important female elders. She didn't know what to do. With the return of Astra, Allura, and her, apart from the initial joy and excitement, the two sisters would quarrel whenever Karla was involved. Karla wondered if all brothers and sisters of Kryptonians were like this. Because her father and Clark's father, the Al brothers, are also in this pattern. Don't talk about business affairs. Once you talk about it, you will definitely be noisy, and you will be very noisy. In fact, the relationship between the Al brothers doesn't seem to be very good. This can be seen from their choices. Zo-Al's choice is to give her daughter all the genetic templates, while Jor-El believes more in the plasticity of the future. Don't look at Zo-El winning over Karla, but it's because Karla is different. In short, Jor-El will not admit defeat easily, and as an elder brother, he will not easily admit defeat to Zo-El. So I came back to hide. Karla shook her head dumbfounded. Even she, the queen, had nothing to do with them, so she could only hide back. Anyway, things on New Krypton are on the right track. After so many years, her role as queen is only that of a leader. In fact, even without her command, it can still operate and develop as usual. Rather, the four elders of the family have been leading and specifying the plan for so many years, so she just needs to obediently play the role of Faith, mascot. Then what are your plans now? Come back to the Daily Planet? Since you plan to return to Earth to live for a while, you must have a goal in life, right? Clark and Louise asked Karla about her plans. Karla waved her hand. I'm not going back. Let's not say that I have resigned, and my identity is almost exposed. She deliberately. It is inconvenient in every way. Besides, the metropolis is now neither Clark nor I are very friendly, so I'm not going to scold. The alien thing isn't over yet, though not to the point of hearing about Superman because no actual harm was done. But there are still many people marching and demonstrating. They demand that Superman must announce his identity on Earth, and obey the official command, and cannot act without permission. Karla was speechless. These idiots. What if the government let Superman take action against them? What if the government wanted Superman to become a force in the military? For example, didn't Dr. Manhattan participate in a war that was impossible to win, which led to the victory of a certain country, and then almost caused the destruction of the world during the Cold War? By the way, these fools are from a certain country. Damn, let's blow you all to death. Karla will never let Clark become a running dog of a certain country. Superman and the female Superman should be aloof, should respect life and, help and protect others, and must not be anyone's weapon. Once the Superman and the female Superman become the exclusive weapon of a certain country, the world will really end. What's more, she is a new Kryptonian queen who goes to work for others. Are you kidding me? So I'm going to leave the Mets, Karla said suddenly. Both Clark and Louise were taken aback. Leaving? Karla nodded. Metropolis is Superman's metropolis and I want a city of my own after all. Metropolis is Superman's, Gotham City is Batman's, it's all known. So where is the city of the female Superman? I will go to National City. Karla showed a meaningful expression. It happens that Kate Grant, is going to National City to start a business. I will go to her. As soon as Kate was mentioned, Louise's expression was not very good, and she gave Clark a hard look. The reason is that Kate seems to have a crush on Clark, not Superman's Clark, but the reporter's Clark. This annoyed Louise and made her relationship with Kate not very good. It is said that Kate also published a lot of slander and disdain for Louise. It has nothing to do with me, Clark said innocently, and it's not like he wanted to. Karla on the side just watched the fun. As Karla puts it, she quit her metropolitan apartment shortly after her return and temporarily moved all of her belongings back to her hometown in the country. Then she stayed at the farm home for less than 3 days before flying to National City. The distance between National City and the metropolis is quite far, but at the speed of Karla, it must be within an instant. But considering that this trip is to meet old friends, if asked about the itinerary, there is no way to say that I flew here. So Karla had to spend more time slowly passing. Maybe find a chance to let Kate know. Karla thought, the reason why she revealed her identity to Perry was not for convenience. If it is convenient, it seems better to let Kate know the truth earlier and cover herself. As for the trust in Kate, there is no need to worry. Not only Karla has seen Kate in another world, but she keeps the identity of the Supergirl in another world very secret, including Kate in this world is Karla's good friend and sister. But the premise is to find a way to get in and get a job first. Karla used the word mix to describe it. She also knows how many years she has left the journalism industry. When it comes to professionalism, she must be far behind. But she can't possibly refuse me. I have to say that Kate is still very capable. Although this girl, in fact, she is not young anymore, she is in her 40s, a year or two behind Karla, is not from a big family, but she dares to fight. In the past few years when she came to National City, she really created a career. Relying on the company's listing, financing, establishment of a shareholders meeting, etc., Kate established her own media group Catco Global Media. This is a news media empire that combines fashion, news, various columns, and even radio stations. Later, even Perry admired her courage and means. At the moment Karla came to this company's building, which is a bustling and fashionable new age building, but it's not all Kate's company. Buying such a big building doesn't take up so much space, and another it is also too expensive. This is the city center of National City, and the land must be worth a lot. When Karla came to the floor of Kate's company, she was blocked outside the door and could not enter without any accident. Karla didn't make an appointment, because she wanted to surprise Kate, but she surprised herself first. Isn't this definitely reasonable? Others don't know her. Karla's identity has disappeared for several years, so they will definitely not let her in casually. In desperation, Karla took out her mobile phone and called Kate. Karla. Kate came out of the office, looked at Karla who was stopped outside with surprise, and exclaimed, "Why are you here? Come in quickly." Everyone around looked at Karla curiously. Because Kate's temper is not good, even belongs to the kind of bad temper and poisonous tongue, she often treats her subordinates with bad words. At least in this regard, she is basically the same as Kate in another world. Definitely, this is just a superficial performance. In her words, women have a natural disadvantage in the workplace, even in this era. If she hadn't been stronger, she would have been eaten by others long ago, and it would be her turn to take charge of her own company. Kate led Karla to her office and brought out many snacks to entertain her, such as chocolate beans, cupcakes, and so on. "You still like these sweets? Be careful of losing shape, after all, you are not young anymore," Karla warned while grabbing a handful of chocolate beans of different colors. Kate froze. Originally, she wanted to eat 2 sweets to relieve her stress or energy, but now she rolled her eyes and silently took her hand back. "Don't worry, I exercise with my fitness trainer on every planet, but you, why are you always so young?" Kate looked envious and jealous. Because Karla is obviously the same age as her, even older. But look at Karla, she looks like a girl less than 20 years old. Karla shrugged. She definitely wouldn't say that Kryptonians would age slowly under the strengthening of the earth and the golden sunlight, plus the huge lifespan provided by her Hulin ring. Not only now, but it won't happen in billions of years aged. After a few simple greetings, Kate watched Karla eating the snacks she had prepared recklessly. Finally, she couldn't hold back. She picked up a cupcake and asked Karla while eating her favorite sweets, "Say woke up, why did you come here suddenly? Although you said before that you would come to see me, you never came." Karla had fooled her so many times that Kate finally thought it was impossible for her to come. Karla smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this here? You don't need to have such a big resentment. Speaking of which, I actually came to ask you for something, Kate. I'm unemployed, please take me in." Kate was stunned for a moment. "Although I heard Perry complained several times, I also heard that you resigned. But as long as you are willing, Perry will definitely raise his hands to welcome you back." That's right. Even though Karla has disappeared from the press for so long, as long as she returns, the traffic she brings will still be considerable. What's more, she had always been the golden sign of the planet daily, and it was impossible for Perry to reject her regardless of emotion or reason. In fact, Karla herself was too embarrassed to trouble Perry anymore. "I can't always trouble brother Perry," Karla explained with a wry smile. Kate sighed. "So you don't care about giving me trouble, do you?" Karla continued to laugh. "Aren't we good sisters?" That's true, they hit it off very well, and Karla took care of Kate a lot back then, and even gave Kate her own column for nothing. "I really can't help you. But it's been several years, do you still know how to write articles and what readers like to read?" Kate expressed doubts about this. Zero looking for flowers. This is a big problem, it's about the essence of professionalism. Even if Kate is willing to take her in, she still needs to know what Karla can do now, right? "Or I'll be your assistant." Karla's eyes lit up, thinking of her job in another world. It seemed like a good way to dawdle. Kate almost choked. "Please, you are my senior, and you are no longer a little girl, okay? Be my assistant? Thank you for thinking of it." Kate was Karla's follower, and it was more than 10 years ago. But Karla asked in a seductive tone, "Don't you want to try to manipulate me?" Zero. Kate's eyes lit up. She thought about it, and Kate admitted that she thought about the picture of going to Ying with this former senior as a little assistant. "But you can't go too far," Karla had to remind Kate. "We are also friends, so don't bully others too much. Although I am here to mess around, if I can't hang out, I will resign." "Are you just so blatantly expressing your foolish thoughts?" Kate was very helpless. There was nothing she could do about it, and Karla also told her that she just came here to fool around, to eat and die, so what else could she expect? "Okay, then you will come to work from tomorrow. Try to be my assistant first. If you get back the rhythm, I still hope that you can go back to your old job and help us write something not to lose to the Planet Daily, the article column." Kate is still looking forward to Karla's strength. At the same time, despite the fact that she was born in Planet Daily, the two companies are in the same industry, and the intensity of competition is self-evident. But Karla said, "Not tomorrow, I have to move first. I just came to try. I didn't expect to pass it all at once. It's better to help me move." Kate only felt her head start to hurt. She is the boss, and in the end she has to help her assistant move? Is there any reason? And How could I not take you in? Really, you just want me to help you move. Kate saw Karla's intention in the end. Kate still couldn't escape, and had to run to the airport the next afternoon, and when Karla came home, she pulled 2 suitcases and came out. She drove Karla to the newly found apartment. Even this apartment was found by them together yesterday afternoon. Kate thought what was going on. She was the boss of the company, but now she had to accompany her assistant who was about to take office but hadn't taken office yet to deal with the living problems. If this gets out, the employees of the company will all be shocked. But there is no way. The relationship between her and Karla is not ordinary, so she can only bear the burden of hard work. Definitely Karla did not treat Kate badly. After finishing the new home in the evening, she personally cooked a table of delicacies to reward Kate. Kate ignored the problem of maintaining her figure, and suggested to Karla, "You can reopen the food column." Karla's culinary skills are indeed very 363. In Kate's words, even if she goes to a 5-star restaurant, she can be a chef. Karla shook her head amusedly, and reminded Kate, "Don't forget that I signed a contract with the Daily Planet before, and I can't restart this column for at least a few years. Capitalists will certainly take care to guard against damage in this regard. So regardless of whether Karla is willing to hurt the interests of Perry and the Daily Planet, she will not be able to open a food column for a few years, unless she returns to the Daily Planet." Kate can only give up completely. The main reason is that she always feels that it is too wasteful for such a great master not to develop, just want to be an assistant for herself and wait for death. Kate still remembers the sensation that Karla caused the whole metropolis with 2 pig intestines, although the taste was really terrible in those days. Even now, the legend of Karla is still being sung, and her column has even become the signature dish of many restaurants, which is evident. Later that evening, Kate stayed and had a few drinks with Karla. They chatted about the interesting things back then, and it was only later that Karla realized that Kate already knew that Clark was Karla's younger brother, and had been insinuating some news. Karla is very helpless. This old woman, don't forget to eat tender grass. On the second day, Karla went to the company together in Kate's car without accident. And on the way, Kate bought breakfast for Karla, and told her about her breakfast needs, like the coffee must be from Starbucks, and it must be hot in her hands. Many things are left to the assistant, but when Karla comes here, she looks at Kate blankly, and Kate looks at Karla with a headache. Didn't remember. Kate had lost all hope. Karla scratched her hair. "Although I said I'm here to dawdle, do you really think I'm going to do nothing? It's just a small thing like buying coffee. Are you sure you want me to do this?" Kate wants to freak out. That's what the assistant does, so what the hell are you doing? What do you think an assistant does? Kate also wondered, in Karla's eyes, what exactly does an assistant do? For example, helping you with official business, answering the phone, going out with you to socialize when you have nothing to do. Karla pointed her fingers and said what she understood. Kate asked her, "You did all these things, so what should I do?" "Okay, I'll buy you coffee starting tomorrow, but you have to give me the money first." Kate has a headache. In fact, the assistant is simply a small worker who helps her deal with her trivial or chores, but she handles the real big things by herself. To put it bluntly, an assistant is not a secretary, at least it is more troublesome than a secretary's job. Even Kate's breakfast is handed over to the assistant, and even lunch. Karla was also unambiguous. She officially took office starting today, and when Kate said she wanted to eat Japanese food at noon, she immediately went to buy sashimi and sushi. But Karla also complained, "Obviously you used to have a bad stomach. Aren't you afraid of bad stomach? Big sister is eating." Kate glared at her angrily, only to see Karla sitting aside with the same Japanese food, as if she would never go out. Kate didn't push her away, but stood up voluntarily and went to close the door. The sound insulation effect in the office is not bad. The 2 women chatted while eating delicious Japanese food. For Kate, Karla's arrival is also a kind of good company. So don't look at her acting like she has a headache all the time. She is actually very happy in her heart, and she didn't look at Karla's house last night. The cat is old and arrogant. Seeing this situation, the employees of the company were all curious about who Karla is. Some people even wondered if Karla was the boss's illegitimate daughter, because they had never seen Kate show such a good face to others. Definitely they are afraid to ask. In this way, Karla began to live in National City, and while working as Kate's assistant, the female Superman also quietly began to be active in National City. For example, that afternoon, a fire suddenly broke out in a building. Because the fire was so serious, even though the fire brigade arrived in time, there was still a little girl who couldn't be rescued in time. At the moment, she was trapped in a burning room. People outside can only watch all this helplessly, but can't do anything. At the critical moment, Karla came, and the Incarnation Girl Superman went straight to the sea of fire, and finally filled the tub with water, and then used the wet towel as a protection, rescued the girl and flew out. People were so moved that they almost knelt down. But Karla stopped everyone with psychokinesis, flew to the burning building, cooperated with the firefighters to put out the fire, and then left. The next day, Kate didn't let go of this opportunity. Her company reported the incident and unilaterally announced that the female Superman prefers National City to Metropolis, so she decided to move here. City. Karla thought that she hadn't confessed to Kate. How did she guess? After that, Karla continued to act as if she was responding to Kate's words, and she began to appear frequently in the streets and buildings of National City. She's not all about doing extraordinary things sometimes, and National is not Metropolis or Gotham, nor is 1.3 a disaster every day. So Karla will also do some small things, such as helping the old lady cross the road, or helping a certain child get down a pet that can't get up from a tree. Once she met a strange little girl who kept a snake as a pet. She thought it was a cat, but when she got to the tree, she found that it was a long white snake. Karla almost slapped it to death so he could take it home for snake soup. Karla is definitely not afraid of snakes, otherwise, if you want to be reckless, you will be very sad. Especially one night when Karla was on her way back from get off work, she met a little girl crossing the road with a dog. She immediately turned into a female Superman and flew over to accompany the girl. She even opened her cloak for the little girl because it was raining shelter from the elements. This picture happened to be photographed and published. It was extremely beautiful, and it also made the people of National City full of trust in her. In this way, Karla settled down in National City and worked in Kate's company. Because National City is very peaceful, almost nothing happens, let alone super criminals, even accidents rarely happen. So Karla is almost always at work, and she doesn't have any mind or psychological burden on being Kate's assistant. For example, when running errands for Kate to buy breakfast and lunch, she would bring Kate a copy as if she was shopping for herself. Listen, is it okay to give the boss a copy by the way? Moreover, her own consumption is also calculated on the company's bill, but Kate has to reimburse her. Kate mentioned what a headache it was. It's definitely not about money, but about Karla's attitude. But Karla can't fault the way she does her job, even if she wants to find opportunities for Karla to do other jobs, such as being a reporter or even being an editor-in-chief. It is really impossible to waste such a master who is good enough to serve as a gold-lettered signboard as a small worker for himself. It's a pity that there is no way if Karla doesn't get in. In fact, Karla can take pictures of the female Superman herself to get money, but she didn't do that. But when she acted, if someone can take pictures, she will let others take it. This kind of photo is actually taken by a special person, similar to paparazzi, but there is no fixed company, and it is often just luck. For example, Spider-Man Parker, still in the Marvel Universe next door, he was not a contracted reporter for the Daily Bugle at the beginning. Note that signing is very important. In order to make money, Spider-Man can only exchange his photos to the Daily Bugle for money, and the Daily Bugle can use the photos he took as the cover of the news. But the money was originally not much, and Karla didn't bother to earn it, nor did she want to cut off some people's last source of income. Speaking of which, because nothing major happened in National City, Karla also received Diana's request for help a few days ago, so she ran over to act with her. It turned out that Diana's city was attacked by a group of gangsters who believed in Ares, the god of war. With Diana's strength, she can handle it alone, but what makes her feel troublesome is that the other party is the kind of terrorist who may seriously endanger the lives of ordinary people, just like Bane did back then. That's why it is said that Bane may cause very bad influence. And although Diana's strength could once compete with Superman, she does not have Superman's super abilities, such as supervision and super hearing, so she needs Karla to help herself find out the whereabouts of those guys. In this way, the two cooperated to fight a group of thugs. Haven't you already defeated Ares? Karla asked Diana out of curiosity afterwards. At the moment, the two were at Diana's home in the city, and the two planned to have a drink to celebrate that all the gangsters had been arrested. This is the combination of Wonder Woman and the female Superman, but ordinary people's gangsters are definitely within reach. In the middle, they also planned to use a bomb to blow up a bank and dozens of people inside to announce it to the world. As a result, the plan was blocked by Karla and Diana. Diana was responsible for protecting the hostages, and Karla was responsible for snatching the bomb. When the gangster detonated it, Karla took psychokinesis into her hands and controlled it to offset it. She is more and more able to display her strength to the fullest. Facing Karla's curiosity, Diana shrugged, "You also know that he is the god of war. Unless I am willing to replace him, his influence will always exist as long as there are disputes in the world." When Diana defeated Ares, the god of war, she had the opportunity to replace Ares as the new god of war. But she doesn't, so Ares can still influence those thugs. Speaking of which, don't you need to manage your country and people? After all, you are a queen, and Diana is also curious about Karla. Because Paradise Island is still a feudal system, and her mother is the queen of the Amazons, Diana is a princess. And the gods of Olympus actually still exist, even if the new gods have begun to replace the so-called old gods, the gods of Olympus still exist. Such as god of war Ares, the king of gods Zeus and so on. Otherwise how did the power of Shazam come from? Therefore, for Karla's status and identity as queen, perhaps only Diana is the one who understands the most and supports it very much. The reason is that Karla is the queen if she is a man, it may not be necessarily the case. The Amazons are women's supremacy. There is not even a man in Paradise Island. If a woman gives birth to a male child, she will be sent away. Facing Diana's worries, Karla didn't care much. The development of New Krypton has been on the right track and has begun to flourish. It doesn't matter even without my leadership. After all, New Krypton is a super civilization far surpassing the Earth, and there is not that kind of backward primitive society. Always feel that you care about something. Diana narrowed her eyes and looked at Karla. Yes, Paradise Island is a primitive society. Karla smiled and clinked glasses with Diana, making excuses to fool her. After that, Karla didn't choose to stay, but flew back that night. Diana didn't keep her either. Although some things cannot be stated clearly, the Amazons on Paradise Island are only women, so there is no need to say more about Diana's relationship status. They are just friends. After returning to National City, Karla went to work while continuing to maintain the justice operation of the female Superman. In fact, there is nothing to talk about work, except that she also found Wen in the company, that Wen's it. It turns out that this world also has that IT man. And for some reason, when Karla adjusts and hides with her usual outfit with glasses, she looks like a normal girl, unobtrusive. However, Wen has been watching her silently, until one day he asked Karla strangely, "Did we know each other before?" Karla said with a smile, "Although I don't look like it, I am actually in my 40s. Well, Wen immediately turned and left. Wen is still a young man in his 20s, twice the age of Karla. It seems that Karla's life is on the right track. Every night after returning home, she will call her two parents, the biological parents on Krypton and the adoptive parents on Metropolis, and often talk on the phone with her Aunt Astra. There are also those little guys, lantern beasts. They often hide and sleep in Karla's ring, but they will also run out to pester Karla, and they all come out together as soon as they come out, so lively. But for some reason, Karla still finds it a bit boring. Maybe it's because I'm used to the exciting life, and it's a little uncomfortable to go back to this kind of ordinary life. But Karla can't make trouble on her own, can she? After thinking about it, Karla noticed something when she was surfing the internet one day with nothing to do. Why don't I start a live broadcast? Live broadcast, Karla suddenly thought of this, not all because of boredom. Although the big reason is indeed boring. Another point is, Karla thought, superheroes' behavior is not something to be ashamed of. Why not open a live broadcast so that people can see it more intuitively? Although superheroes' behavior is worthy of advocacy, it has also been trusted and supported by many people. But it is undeniable that there are still many people who do not know the specific course of action of superhero and the result. This may be used by people with ulterior motives. For example, in the simplest way, if Karla went to a relatively backward tribe to carry out superhero activities, everything would be fine, but suddenly due to accidents or some man-made reasons, she could not save some people. Is it possible to put the blame on her? Even if a certain country dropped a bomb, but it turned out that Karla was the murderer of dead man, how to explain it? Think it's impossible? On the contrary, it has already been staged in the opening chapter of Super Bat Wars. So one night later, some people were surprised to find that a female Superman channel appeared on a certain live broadcast platform. As a live broadcast platform, destined.tv, the predecessor of Twitch, was established as early as 2007. At the beginning, Justin was still a video website. Unlike YouTube, the videos provided by Justin were more about personal life, and more importantly, Justin provided an instant chat platform for video producers and viewers. That is to say, the earliest website did not pay attention to the quality of the video content, or the content was new, or even meaningless. For example, if some people post a video of themselves sleeping on it, then some people will also watch it. You may also see such a video here. In a rather dark room, a young boy is lying on the bed with his laptop next to him. He is just looking at the computer and typing on the keyboard. This is the whole video, but it is still possible to attract dozens of people to watch. The reason is that in addition to video, Justin also provides a real-time chat system. This is definitely nothing new these days, but at the time it was a remarkable invention. Perhaps this is not the pioneer of video barrage, but it can definitely be said to have inspired the form of live barrage chat. Many people may not be watching the video at all, they may be chatting. From the very beginning, this website has focused on several very clear areas, and its content categories include social, technology, sports, entertainment, news, games and so on. Later, due to the rapid development of the game section and becoming the most popular section on Justin.tv, Justin.tv decided to separate the content of the game independently. In addition to independent operation, it also named a new brand Twitch.tv, and the room Karla created is this Twitch platform. When the female Superman's channel was established, it quickly attracted countless curious people. It is already 2013, or even the end of the year. As far as Karla knows, a game called League of Legends has already held its third global competition. Therefore, the game live broadcast industry has also begun to develop slowly, from the initial game video, to the later live broadcast plus selling cakes. In short, there are many people watching the live broadcast now, but everyone is curious. This is a game live broadcast platform, what is the female Superman doing? Then the audience saw that it was indeed the female Superman who appeared in front of the screen, and when she saw the news of the audience in the live broadcast room, she would interact with her. This made many viewers choose to stay while being strange, paying attention to what she was doing. Then I saw that the female Superman skillfully opened a game on the computer desktop, and she actually came to live broadcast the game? Everyone was surprised, is it true or not? A superhero like the female Superman also came to broadcast the game live? Although everyone already knows that I am an alien, I have also lived on the Earth for 20 or 30 years. I am no different from you. Why can't I usually play games? Karla seems to have guessed that many people in the collapse of the three views. She finally said flatly, I am also a girl addicted to the internet. Countless people fell down. Especially Kate, because it was already midnight when Karla was live broadcasting. She had to grab some staff urgently and go to the company to hold a meeting overnight and pay attention to the live broadcast. This was Karla's first live broadcast, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even the person in charge of Twitch came to the live broadcast room in person, wanting to see what the female Superman was going to do. It turned out that the female Superman was playing the recently popular League of Legends game. And not to mention, her technique is really good. Because it is 1 or 3 years, the so-called S3 series of events has just ended, and now it is the period after the rampant lowly Jinx and before the release of the Wind Sword hero Yasuo. Maybe many people didn't think of it, or they almost forgot that Yasuo's release time was so early. That's right, as early as the end of 2013, Yasuo was already on the shelves. Don't forget that Karla is playing on the US server, so you don't have to wait for 1 or 4 years. The hero Karla is playing is none other than Raven, the Blade of Exile. In 1 or 3 years, although the news of the ancient era was not very well informed, some gameplays of the League of Legends had already been developed. Among them is Raven's so-called speed of light QA. Using Raven's passivity in the early stage, every time he releases a skill, the normal attack, level A, will cause an additional attack effect, and the level A damage can be added between the release of 3 Q skills. Try to get all the output and damage out in the shortest possible time. At the moment, the audience discovered that Karla was using Raven's light speed QA, and she chose the middle lane. In the understanding of the early League of Legends game, at this time, the traditional magician occupied the main position of the middle and AP, magic damage, output. As a result, Karla took out Raven to fight in the middle, and a set of light speed QA consumed half of the HP, and the second set was taken away with ignition, and the opponent couldn't even hand over the summoning skills such as flash. The audience can see that the opponent's level is not high, but they can also see that Karla's level is not low. Could it be that the female Superman is not only a superhero, but also a hidden master? Outside the video, Kate frowned and watched the live broadcast of the female Superman thoughtfully, always feeling that something was wrong. Why is her computer desktop so familiar? Also, isn't this Karla's house? Kate swears out of excitement. No wonder Kate is so excited, and I also know that it is impossible not to be excited. Because Karla is live broadcasting at home, even though she is wearing a female Superman battlesuit. Because although Karla is broadcasting the game right now, she has decided that maybe in future operations, she will also start live broadcasting from time to time. Doing this can let people know the content of her actions directly, and if there are some accidents or unavoidable troubles, such as the official darkness, she cannot be blamed. And in this way, you can interact with your fans more intuitively. Why not do it? So the person who started the live broadcast was not Karla Kent, but female Superman. It is necessary to make a distinction. But this inevitably resulted in a result, that is, the background board behind her appeared in her live broadcast. Kate was the one who helped her move herself, and how could she not recognize that it was Karla's house she had visited that day? And Karla's computer desktop, which Kate fully recognized too. Karla turned out to be a female Superman? Kate was dumbfounded all of a sudden. She didn't want to believe it, because she didn't expect that she would be so close to a superhero like the female Superman. Anyone would get pregnant immediately. But after another thought, the relationship between Karla and the female Superman was actually revealed in many places. Far-fetched, or as an afterthought, when Karla disappears, the female Superman will go to fight for justice, and Karla will not reappear until the female Superman completes those. And Karla had no news for several years, and the female Superman also disappeared for several years. When Karla returned to Earth, the female Superman also returned one after another. Now Kate can confirm that Karla must have left the Earth and returned to her own planet when she left without saying goodbye. No wonder even Perry had to give up. Even if he wanted to call Karla to come back to work, he couldn't do it. Excited, Kate quickly took out her phone and was about to call Karla. She was watching Karla's live broadcast. As long as she answered the phone in the video, it would prove that the female Superman was Karla, and Karla was the female Superman. But Kate stopped the moment she dialed out again. Since she didn't tell me, should I wait for her to tell me? Kate hesitated. With her character and her identity as a media person, she would not have been so scruples. But that's Karla, her best friend. Casp, sighed, Kate put away her mobile phone, folded her arms and watched Karla on the screen continue to live broadcast and interact with the news in the live broadcast room from time to time. After careful observation, she found out. Obviously they are the same person, but why is there such a big gap between the usual Karla and the female Superman? Kate was puzzled. The reason why Karla's identity was not revealed was because she usually looked inconspicuous, but in the female Superman when the identity appeared, it was so beautiful and beautiful. As long as she stands there in the appearance of a female Superman, absolutely no one will ignore her existence, and everyone's eyes and attention will involuntarily focus on her. How did Karla do it? No one has noticed that she is a female Superman? Kate has countless questions in her heart and wants to ask Karla to clarify, but she will not take the initiative to ask, and she has to wait for Karla to explain to her. But things backfired. At this moment, Wen, who was following the live news, suddenly broke into Kate's office. Ms. Grant, please look at the screen. A passenger plane that just took off has malfunctioned and is likely to crash. Kate has actually noticed that on the wall of her office, that is, behind her usual desk, there is a TV wall hanging, which is composed of more than 20 TV screens. National TV channel news. It's just that Karla's live broadcast is played on the middle TV screen today, and on the upper screen is the unexpected situation that Wen discovered. Kayla nodded to show that she already knew, let Wen out and closed the door behind her. Karla looked at the screen again, and found that Karla was still concentrating on the game. At the moment, she had completely blown out the opponent. After killing the opponent 3 times in a row, she began to push the tower, and even if the jungler came to grab anti-kill and instead also harvested red and blue buff. Although Raven doesn't have a mana bar, that is to say, he can release skills all the time, but the so-called blue buff's gain effect is just to restore mana, which is of no use to Raven. But the blue buff can also reduce the cooling time of the skill, making Raven's skill release more flexible, which is also a good effect. Seeing that Karla continued to focus on the game without realizing it, Kate had to take out the phone again, and looked at the number that hadn't been dialed just now, and Kate finally dialed it. Hope you are. Or not, anyway, Kate muttered, not even knowing at the moment whether she wanted Karla to be a female Superman or not. However, Karla is a female Superman after all. Her phone just rang. Karla blinked, and finally picked it up. Hello Kitty, you know. Kate covered her forehead with one hand. Should I be happy that my friend is a superhero, or should I scold you for hiding it so deeply? Karla raised her head and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, so didn't I follow you to this city? Karla didn't turn her back on the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone was wondering who she was talking to, and some people even uttered some words. Does the female Superman have a lover? I have to admit that as long as Karla doesn't make any cover UPS, she will definitely have a goddess-level appearance. It may be an exaggeration to say that she can make the city and the country laugh, but she is definitely a peerless beauty. This made many people in the live broadcast room feel a sense of loss, especially seeing her talking on the phone with someone so happily in front of the screen. They felt even more sad. Karla also saw the information in the live broadcast room, and said along the way, "This is my girlfriend." Kate almost vomited blood. Speak well, don't you know that this is very ambiguous? Karla had no choice but to explain clearly, it's a female friend, a sister. Only then did the live broadcast stop. At this time, although Kate had many words and questions to ask, she knew what was more important, and said quickly, Karla, now a plane is out of control, something must have happened, only you can save those people. Karla activated supervision and super hearing, and she noticed that the situation Kate mentioned did appear in the sky over National City. Let's go, Karla said unambiguously, hung up Kate's phone first, then picked up her laptop and flew out of her home. She's about to do her first live-stream superhero action. At the moment, National City is already at night, and the bustling city with thousands of lights is very beautiful and peaceful. National is not Gotham, it's safe even at night. At the moment Karla is the first live broadcast and does not have any good live broadcast equipment, so he just flew out with a laptop, using the laptop camera as the live broadcast camera, and even continued to control the characters in the game in the live broadcast room, make the audience feel worried. Under the night sky, as Karla flew into the air, he could already see a plane in the distance that was out of control. The engine on the rear side of the fuselage was on fire, and it would fall sooner or later. Airplanes have always been claimed to be the safest means of transportation in the world, but in fact there is almost no possibility of escape once the plane crashes. For example, at the moment, at a position that is neither too high nor too low, it is very awkward. Passengers in the cabin could not use parachutes to escape, because the altitude was not high enough for them to open the parachutes after skydiving and land safely. What's more, this is a passenger plane, and whether there are enough parachutes is a problem. But because the altitude is not too low, once the plane crashes, it will be the result of the plane being destroyed. Even in such a dangerous emergency, Karla took the time to type a line in the game, sorry, let's go to the toilet first. Then she asked Raven, the character in the game, to press the B button to go home, and then let go of the notebook looks forward. Karla used psychokinesis to hold the notebook to follow her perspective, and also used psychokinesis to protect the notebook from damage. She glanced at the plane not far away, picked up the speed and flew over. The audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. This big sister is so tempting. The camera has been able to see that the plane is out of control since just now, but she took a wave of soldiers in a leisurely manner. What the hell? But no matter what, Karla has already come to the plane. She first came to the control room of the plane, reached out and knocked on the glass to let the captain notice herself. Don't panic, I'm here. After speaking, she planned to go to the back of the plane to start work. But immediately she was stopped by the captain. Please don't cut off the engine and throw it away. Because Karla has super hearing, she can hear the sound inside the thick glass, and she can't help but wonder, what else do you need the engine for? Isn't it already broken? Unexpectedly, the captain said, God knows who is responsible for this crash. I don't believe it was an accident. So we need the engine to investigate the cause. Well, Karla almost forgot about it. Also, don't say that I always lose the engine. I only rescued the plane twice in total, and this is the second time. Karla complained, didn't she just miss it once before, and said it like she always did it. The live broadcast room has been broadcasting the whole process, and the audience finds it interesting. Is this how superhero acts like this? and viewers have heard complaints from the airline of the plane that Karla rescued, destroying what appeared to be an intact engine and throwing the plane into a football field. At that time, the airlines were worried. How do you think this will be done? It's not enough if you don't get it out, and the rugby field is not your airport or apron, and you need money every day to put it there. Looking at Karla again, she first came to the back of the plane with her notebook and the live broadcast camera, then opened her bright red cherry lips to the burning chin, and exhaled a white frozen breath. After easily extinguishing the fire with super breathing, Karla went around from under the plane to the middle of the plane, picked a position and raised her hands, easily scratched the solid fuselage of the plane, and as she began to exert force, the out-of-control plane it gradually stabilized. The passengers in the cabin had noticed the figure of the female Superman just now, and now they cheered even more. Karla just held the plane with both hands, and slowly fell down. During the process, she also noticed that some people in the live broadcast room were amazed, with the steel body of the female Superman, plus the size and mass of the plane, etc. It stands to reason that she should not be able to support the plane, and she will be like chopsticks stabbing tofu, but further cut the plane in half. That message was right. In terms of normal physics, he was right. But this is not ordinary physics after all. Karla took the initiative to explain, because Superman and I have our biological standpoint. Simply put, my power seems to only support such a small piece, but in fact my power is spreading, it covers the whole body of the plane. Not to mention a plane, even a building, I can dig it out and send it to another place. Zero looking for flowers. The so-called biological standpoint is a term that is still mysterious today. For example, Karla can dig out a building, and then lift up the whole building without any damage while supporting only one corner. It has nothing to do with strength. We all know that if the force point is only a small part, it is not enough to lift the whole building. The real result is that Karla's strength can only break off a small part of the building. But if she has a biological standpoint, she can spread the force point to the whole body of the whole building, so there will be no problem. Then Karla was a little worried again. Although the plane has stabilized, where should it be placed? National City is also a port city near the sea, and has an inland sea and a bridge. Why don't I put it on the surface first? Karla muttered. In the end, the audience in the live broadcast room complained. Why did you think of putting it on the sea? Are you not afraid that the plane will sink? Send it to the airport. The plane is not a ship. Even if it will not sink for a certain period of time at first, there is a danger of sinking to the bottom of the sea, so why not send it to the airport? Karla blinked, as if they were right. Okay, let's go to the airport. By the way, where is the airport in National City? Karla's words caused XD text emoticons to flash in the live broadcast room. At that time, there were no rich emoticons, so there were more text emoticons. X is for eyes, D is for mouth. It looks like it is laughing. Karla explained, no way, I just came to this city not long ago, so I don't have time to learn more about it. In the end, even the police were alarmed. A few police cars came down the street. Seeing Karla holding the plane that had completely lost its flight power, she hurriedly shouted, Female Superman. Don't let go, you can follow us, we will take you to the airport. Looks like some of them are watching Karla live too. And I'm worried that Karla will let go at any time, although she won't do that, but everyone is worried about whether Karla's strength can last 3. Following the team of police cars, Karla carried the plane all the way, and finally sent it to the airport in National City. This journey can be said to be spectacular, with countless passers-by and many families looking up at the sky. In the end, without any danger, Karla placed the plane on the apron reserved in advance at the airport, and also helped to open the hatch of the emergency passage, so that the emergency slide would be automatically inflated and opened. The staff who rushed over looked at what Karla was doing with black eyes. Big sister, there is no need to open the emergency passage, they have already prepared the gangway. As mentioned earlier, even if the emergency slide is not a disposable product, the overlapping costs are also valuable. It's not like you threw it on a certain field like last time, this is the tarmac. It seemed like Karla had kindly done something superfluous again. Karla stuck out her tongue, turned around and flew away. 20-0. But she didn't go home, but ran to a nearby building, sat on the edge of the roof with her feet drooping outside, holding her notebook and continuing to play her game. Because Karla didn't waste too much time, she didn't lose the game without her alone. It's just that although the audience in the live broadcast room knew what feat Karla had just accomplished, her teammates didn't. So someone asked Karla if she went to the tuba. There was another XD emoticon floating in the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the owner of the live broadcast platform is brightened. Do you want to develop some emoticons? Karla replied angrily in the dialogue box, little fairies don't need to go to the toilet. No, so your excuse just now was to go to the toilet? For a while, the meme that the little fairy didn't need to go to the toilet spread, and many beautiful girls were very troubled, but they had to go to the toilet. With Karla's return, the game was over immediately, and the result naturally ended with Karla's team winning. Because Karla has blown up the opposing opponents, fortunately there was no TAPI during the period before the end of S3 and the start of S4, otherwise the opponents would be even more explosive. After playing the game, Karla went home with her laptop. No way, many people already knew her location, and it didn't take long for her name to be called upstairs and downstairs. Along the way, Karla also greeted many fans who came to support her, acting like an idol. This has also made many people in the entertainment industry who occasionally surf the internet pay more attention to Karla. Maybe we can pack her up and debut in the entertainment industry? After all, Karla's appearance is absolutely impeccable, her voice is also beautiful, and she is still a superhero, so there is no need to say more about her positive image. I just don't know how to contact her. Until one day a person who claimed to be Joss Whedon left a message in Karla's live broadcast room, saying that he wanted to invite the female Superman to make a superhero movie called Avengers. Karla was drinking water and spewed out all at once. By the way, don't look at the competitive relationship between DC and Marvel, but what is surprising is that in the DC universe there is Marvel Comics, and in the Marvel universe there is also DC Comics. I have mentioned this strange phenomenon before. In the DC world, our own heroes definitely exist, so the corresponding stories are no longer just stories, but real events. The same goes for Marvel. So it is normal to see Marvel Comics in the DC world. However, Karla never expected that there would be a Marvel movie in the DC world. She would even be invited to film it? Out of curiosity, Karla tried to contact the other party. It turned out that Joss Whedon was still the director of Avengers, and the role Karla hoped to audition for was Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. And then, she really went. Well, Karla is rather strange about how the movie is shot, and she finds it fresh and interesting. She is a superhero in the DC world now, but she wants to shoot a superhero movie for the company next door. You can't miss it no matter what you think. However, after Karla really understood the content, she realized that the development of the Marvel movie universe in this world is relatively slow. It has been 1 or 3 years now, but Avengers has not been filmed yet, and Karla needs to shoot Iron Man's second movie first. Similar to what Karla knew about the previous life, the Marvel movie universe chose to make superhero individual movies first, and then join forces to complete the Level 1 Avengers. What is going to be filmed now is the second solo movie of Iron Man, as well as the solo movies of Thor and Captain America, and finally the unified Avengers. I have to say that Marvel's ability to keep secrets and confuse the public is really worth mentioning. Joss Whedon was talking about Avengers at the time, which aroused people's appetite zero. But the real thing to film is Iron Man's second movie, which is way ahead of Avengers. Doing so can not only keep it secret, but also create momentum for the next movie. It has to be said that it is a good calculation. Karla's audition result was definitely very successful, just because Black Widow is only a human agent in the film's setting, and even the setting of Super Serum, which is similar to Captain America, seems to have been cancelled. At least there is no Black Widow's origin movie, so Karla had to put away all her super abilities. And Karla will also put on the Black Widow battlesuit, which is a black tights. Because Karla does have superb skills and kung fu, there is no problem for her in terms of acting. As for literature and drama, the director of Iron Man 2 is Jon Favreau, who also played a cameo role, which is Iron Man's bodyguard, driver, and friend Harpy, and his request to Karla is that as long as she is beautiful, it is best to perform well in literary and drama, a nice-looking vase, and don't hit them with super ability, you'll be fine. This is because Jon Favreau also specially arranged a match between him and Karla. In the ring, he had to single out a round, and he was afraid that the female Superman would kick him to death. In short, Karla's life has become more colorful. In addition to starting the road of live broadcasting, she is also suddenly favored by the entertainment industry. It is said that someone is going to write a song for her. But this time, 1.5 Karla refused. She had already robbed someone else of a role, and she didn't want to rob other people of more things. As we all know, the original actor of Black Widow is Scarlet. Now except for Scarlet, the other actors including the director are all the same, except that there is an extra Karla. After reacting, Karla felt apologetic. She shouldn't have done this out of curiosity. But now that this is the case, I can only do my best to play this role well. Speaking of which, the biggest difference between Karla and Black Widow is hair. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff in the comics is often shown with red hair, while Karla has long blonde hair. Considering that Karla is the real superhero after all, and she is also the much anticipated female Superman, the director did not consider moving her hair. In fact, I dare not. Ever since Karla started streaming and accepted a solicitation from Marvel Studios, she's been busy. Later, Kate had to call her assistant in name, Big Sister, are you messing with me? You agreed to find time to give me an explanation. Karla has hardly been to work since that night. Karla had to ask Kate's forgiveness. The shooting time on my side is not that long, it's about a month's worth of scenes, so give me a month's time. Kate let out a long sigh. I finally understand Perry's helplessness back then. Big Sister, you've been here for less than a month, okay. Karla didn't even go to work for less than a month, and she had to take a month off in the end. Is there anyone who goes to work like this? But she has nothing to do with Karla, and she still has to worry about her identity. Speaking of which, you are a live broadcaster and debuted in the entertainment industry. Aren't you afraid of revealing your identity? Karla asked. Why? Didn't I wear glasses? I debuted as a female Superman, and it has nothing to do with me being your female assistant Karla at 20. Kate finally took the opportunity to ask her question all the time. I've always been very strange. Obviously we have been together before and we are so familiar, but why didn't I notice until recently that you are the female Superman? Only then did Karla explain to Kate with a smile. This is definitely because Karla usually covered up. In addition to the psychological hints of glasses and super hypnotic ability, there are also hairstyles and clothing matching, mainly for the cover of Temperament. Kate, no one wants to believe that a female Superman is an ordinary, unkempt woman, let alone that she will be your assistant. People are more willing to believe what they believe, and people are more willing to believe that superhero is superior, Karla said, come up with a very realistic reason. Kate had nothing to say. Okay. After dealing with Kate, Karla put away the phone, turned around and continued to work on the movie. She is really interested in making movies now, and she also plays a superhero in the movie, as Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, a member of the Avengers in the movie world. Unfortunately, Avengers has not officially started filming, so she is now playing S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Romanoff in Iron Man 2. The current scene is that Natasha Romanoff, played by Karla, has just joined Iron Man Stark's company. The reason is that Stark has just announced an amazing news. He will give up the position of CEO of the company to his former assistant Pepper Miss C.I. This made S.H.I.E.L.D. aware of what might have happened, because before that, Stark also deliberately let his friend Colonel Rhodes wear his own set of Iron Man battlesuit. According to Stark's technology, unless he got his authorization and permission, no one else could hack into his system at all, otherwise the Iron Man battlesuit technology would have been stolen long ago. There is only one answer, that is, Stark did it on purpose. Why did he do this? Moreover, Stark's family has always been inextricably linked with SHIELD. Stark didn't even know that his father was one of the founders of SHIELD. In addition, Stark can be said to be the first superhero in the movie universe who took the initiative to stand up and admit to the world that he is Iron Man. S.H.I.E.L.D. has to take this matter seriously. So Natasha Romanoff, played by Karla, came in as a staff member, with the purpose of investigating what happened inside, and today's scene is her first appearance, and she also has a scene to compete with Harpy's actor, the director. Apart from the 4 actors on stage, other people gathered around the arena with curious faces, as well as staff from various departments. The director felt dumbfounded. You guys want to watch me get beaten up on purpose, right? Everyone laughed and said nothing. Don't worry, I'll be merciful, Karla blinked. Although she put on an OL outfit outside her battlesuit, she still couldn't hide her perfect and peerless face, especially the playful wink. Not to mention the men present, even the women are crazy about it. The premise is that you don't touch me, Karla reminded and warned John, who played Harpy, in vain. John quickly stated, Big sister, I don't dare. Don't say he is not that kind of person, just ask who would dare? Only then did Karla nodded in satisfaction, and hooked her fingers at John, then come on. John originally wanted to explain the cut scenes and actions of this scene, etc. Now that he has seen it, he might as well try it first. So John walked over with cautious steps, just approaching Karla. Before he had time to react, he felt a blur in front of his eyes, and then he flew into the air, and was knocked down by Karla's back fall. In fact, John is already considered a big man and a little fat. But in Karla's hands, it seems to be lighter than a piece of paper. Isn't this definitely a matter of course? Don't look at this as a superhero movie. In fact, Karla is a real superhero. And Karla didn't hurt John, that's the key. After yelling to the filming director to signal the pause of the filming, John got up from the arena, took a look at the filming effect and found that the smoothness of the picture was just right, and made up some details. Even though Karla is making a movie for the first time, but for this kind of superhero movie, as a superhero, she has the best resources and the most unique qualifications, because she is a superhero. The next scene is still going on, and John knows that Karla is not an ordinary actor, she is an active superhero, and there may be a time when her strength is needed. So try to finish filming Karla's scenes first, and then go to other scenes. The actors also understood that even Robert Jr., the former prodigal son who played Stark, was very supportive and cooperative, and even found time to ask Karla for a few autographs. The same Karla also quietly took part of Iron Man's battlesuit props. Speaking of which, the props of the Iron Man battlesuit are a bit shabby, but they are actually made of a small part of props and various technologies. Not all of them are real scenes, maybe only the breastplate to the hands, and the helmet is also very simple. But after all, it is a collectible, so Karla accepted it bluntly, because Damian and Jonathan heard that she was filming and clamored for a gift. They are also fanatical fans of superheroes. Damian likes Iron Man because he thinks his positioning is very similar to his father Batman. For example, they are both rich. Karla added that they are both black-bellied. Little Jonathan's favorite is Captain America. In fact, what they like most is their father. Karla was right, her part ended up filming over the course of a month. But on the night when the scene was finished, Karla got a message after turning on the live broadcast. Someone told her in Karla's live broadcast room that someone spread a series of superhero videos on YouTube. When Karla opened the connection curiously, a big man in a red tights appeared on the video, and he was performing some stupid things. Karla put her hand on her forehead and muttered with a headache, "Fool, Shazam, dot." I don't know when it started, maybe just recently, a channel suddenly appeared on YouTube, and the playback rate and number of favorites increased at a rapid rate, even as much as Karla's live channel. There are two reasons. One is that Karla started to interrupt the live broadcast in order to film, and the other reason is that there are some interesting videos on this video channel although the editing is sloppy. Definitely the main thing is the content. It is often seen that a big man wearing a red tights, a white cloak, and a golden lightning logo on his chest is doing something similar to the so-called super ability test. For example, he will conduct a flight test, and then fall freely after jumping 3 or 4 meters high easily. While it looks stupid, people have to admit that people are surprised. Not everyone can jump 3 or 4 meters high at once. Can do it. In addition, he also showed great strength. For example, he almost broke a pillar of an abandoned factory with a punch. Karla worried that it might not be a pillar of a load-bearing wall. Isn't he afraid of burying himself? And what if the owner of that building asks him to lose money? Aren't you afraid of a lawsuit? There are many other tests that look interesting but have no practical effect, such as when he cut his hand with an axe and the result was that the axe broke. There is also a test called retinazer. If you want to imitate Superman and the female Superman, Karla is tempted to say that it is a heat vision ray, and after staring for a long time, he raised his hand and gave a shock. There are many such videos, and I have to say that the content is very novel and has attracted countless viewers. Even Karla's audience has seen many people. Some people even ask Karla if that person is the new member of their Superman family. This is the biggest headache for Karla. People began to think that the other party was also a member of the Superman family, because there were too many similarities between him and Superman's outfits. Same tights, except Superman and female Superman are blue and he is red. Same cape, except Superman's and female Superman's are red, and he's white. There is also the logo on the chest, the Superman family is S, and he is lightning. It is simply a knockoff of Superman. When Thunder Shazam was still called Captain Marvel, it was indeed a knockoff of Superman, so DC came here. No wonder people think that way. Only Karla has already guessed who he is. Shazam, this idiot. Thunder Shazam, the former Captain Marvel, can no longer be called Captain Marvel because the copyright of the name was acquired by Marvel when DC acquired the character. We can't blame Marvel for fishing in troubled waters. Marvel is also called Marvel Comics. How could a name like Captain Marvel make DC go? Isn't it like DC wants to lead Marvel? It's like DC will never allow Marvel to have a character called Captain DC. Therefore, Captain Marvel has become a past tense, and he can only use Shazam as his code name, including the Marvel family in the comics, which will also be changed to the Shazam family. It's all little things. What troubled Karla the most was that this idiot uploaded all of these on the internet, and was clearly telling others that he still had no control over his own power. Karla couldn't stand it anymore, and began to look for Shazam's whereabouts based on the background in the video. Finally, she aimed at a city and flew over overnight. That city is called Fawcett City, although the city of New 52 Thunder Shazam is changed to Philadelphia, and it is also Philadelphia in the movie, but considering that the real name cannot appear, and DC is almost all virtual city names, so the origin is still used. The city in the story, and it's a tribute to Fawcett Comics, the company that published the Superman knockoff of Captain Marvel. This company is actually legendary. As we all know, Superman is the world's first superhero, and Superman made his debut in 1938. Captain Marvel was co-created in 1939 the following year, and then debuted in early 1940. Even Captain Marvel's publications were bought more than Superman's publications, which means he is 40 the most popular superhero of the era. And let's not talk about the name of Captain Marvel, and the ability and appearance that almost copied Superman. Few people know that Captain Marvel is actually the first superhero to be put on the screen, a live-action movie. As a small company, it can be said that it has created many miracles. The name of Captain Marvel is worthy of the name. It's a pity that the name of Captain Marvel had a lawsuit with Marvel, not to mention that it almost completely copied Superman's image and ability. In the end, he could only sell all the story content to DC, and then sell the name to Marvel. Only then did Marvel's own Captain Marvel come into being. DC also lost an opportunity to make Marvel sick. These two companies, when they fell in love, were really glued together, including the official joint comics. There were 2 issues. It is said that the 2 companies were just across the street or came up and down the stairs. But when killing each other, all kinds of moves are used, even the vulgar tricks of spies have been used many times. Not to mention the similarities between the 2 companies' characters, that's a lot to count. Back to the story, after Karla came to the city overnight, she failed to find the target. She has already scanned the whole city of Fawcett with supervision and super hearing. Karla also knows that Shazam can transform, and even knows that Shazam's real body is a kid named Billy, who is probably just a high school student now. However, what makes Karla helpless is that there are dozens of people with the name Billy in the whole city, and none of them are her target. Asleep. Karla had to make such a guess, and it seemed that she could only return in vain. In fact, Karla has other methods. She can pull out the long river of history, which is the so-called timeline, and then turn back time like watching a movie. Karla can even be equivalent to every minute and second of history and timeline. She can change history as she pleases. In this way, Karla can not only know who the real Shazam is, but also kill him before he becomes Shazam. Even this kind of thing can be done. Definitely Karla definitely wouldn't do that. Lin Yozhao. Even Karla is too lazy to use this method to find out Shazam's real body. At worst, come back tomorrow. If life doesn't even have a little bit of accident and surprise, isn't it too boring? Karla would rather take a trip today for nothing. She would rather scold the brat in frustration, and come back tomorrow, rather than sacrifice all her fun and life. so she could only go home and go to bed early, and the next morning she woke up and went to the company to show her face after a long absence. Kate was getting used to having the assistant and not having it, so she bought her own breakfast. As a result, Karla came over and unceremoniously shared half of the coffee and half of the bread, and complained about why there was no beef. Kate originally had enough breakfast for weight loss, but she took up half of it. She just felt such a headache that she had to ask Siobhan, the second assistant hired during this period, to buy a new one. Karla almost choked when she heard the name. Isn't that the Banshee? After Karla's confirmation, Siobhan is the Silver Banshee, but for some reason, her ability in this world seems to have undergone some subtle changes. It turns out that Siobhan's ability has already begun to awakening, but she did not go berserk due to the influence of the family curse, but discovered her language ability. Even the surname has been changed. The original Siobhan's full name was Siobhan McDougal, but now it is Siobhan Smythe. Kate expressed that she intends to let the child be in charge of a radio channel in the future, so that she can make good use of her language ability. Apart from the initial surprise, Karla did not pursue it all the way. After all, this world and the other world are two different worlds. Apart from the same origin story, Karla and Karla Danvers are also different in many places. So what has changed? Thinking of this, Karla ate the newly bought burger bite by bite in front of Kate. The latter sighed, "What on earth are you here for?" Karla said subconsciously, "Definitely came to ask for leave." Huh. Kate paused while picking up the coffee, looking at Karla in disbelief. Karla also realized that she had just finished a 1-month vacation, but she came to ask for leave on the first day of work, which was too much. But she also has reason. Kate, there's a new superhero in Fawcett City. It's not National City. Kate didn't care about 930 superheroes in Fawcett City. We only need you. Karla quickly looked around and found that the door of the office was closed, and the outside should not be heard, so she was relieved. Don't expose my identity. You should know that our superhero looks good, but in fact, it may offend many people behind the scenes. I don't want to be robbed. Karla has always been worried about the safety of her adoptive parents and her younger brother Clark, so she was careful not to reveal her identity. It would be very troublesome if it was told by Kate's big mouth. Kate looked at Karla curiously, and noticed that, as she said, once Karla changed into her usual attire, it was hard to see that she was a female Superman. But once you notice that you and her are one person, you will be able to notice your extraordinary beauty. Kate also noticed that after knowing that Karla is a female Superman, the face that was always considered ordinary before is also gone. Become beautiful and moving. Karla raised her hand and pushed the frame of the glasses. Don't be obsessed with sister. Kate spat. I like your brother Clark, and I'd be content if I could date him. And Clark is Superman? Oops. Kate became more and more excited as she spoke, and finally screamed like a nympho girl, which made Karla extremely cold. Okay, I have to go to Fawcett City again, so I won't talk nonsense with you. Don't worry, I will bring back a report, Karla said as she walked outside. She must go again. Fawcett City confirmed. Kate also knew that she couldn't stop her, so she glanced at the garbage left by Karla, shook her head, and shouted outside, Shi-Fang, clean it up. His name is Siobhan, you should remember the name. And everyone is an assistant, but Siobhan has to help Karla clean up the garbage bags after eating, which is too miserable. Karla ate most of what Siobhan bought, and Kate just got a cup of latte. Who is she working as an assistant for? On the other side, after Karla found an empty corner, she changed her clothes neatly and flew into the air as a female Superman, and headed straight for Fawcett again. With Karla's speed, it took less than a second to reach the sky above Fawcett City. This time, she didn't even need to look carefully. She saw the target in a square. I saw a tall man wearing a red tights, a white cloak over his shoulders, and a golden lightning logo flashing on his chest. He looked like a 10-year-old landowner standing there. The square still looks familiar, almost exactly like the one in the movie Rocky. It's just that the man in red is not Rocky, and what he is doing has nothing to do with Rocky. I saw him raising his hands and releasing dazzling blue lightning from time to time, which seemed to have a sense of rhythm. Kah! Many people surrounded him, and some passers-by even walked over to put some money in a suitcase in front of him. Karla slowly floated down from the sky with her hands on her forehead. What is this guy doing? Is it a show? When the female Superman suddenly appeared here, the surrounding people became even more excited, cheering the name of the female Superman, and several little girls ran over excitedly and asked her if they could sign. Female Superman, we will definitely go to see your movie. Someone is about to become a fan of her movie, but in fact Karla's movie is far from finished shooting, but her part is finished. After all, I don't dare to waste the time of being a superhero. Karla smiled and dealt with the people around her, and took a photo with a little girl with her scissors hands up, and shouted to the brat outside the crowd who lowered her head and wanted to slip away. Stop, where are you going? I came to find you. When Karla came here, she immediately stole all of Shazam's limelight, and as soon as she said this, everyone looked at Shazam with suspicious eyes. Could he be person? As a result, Shazam was more guilty than everyone else, because he knew that he had indeed done some bad things before that. Fortunately, Karla immediately opened his mouth to help him. Don't get me wrong, I didn't come to him because he was a bad person. In fact, it was the first time I met him. In fact, his identity and strength are related to me. If I'm not mistaken, he should be my fellow apprentice. Same family? Is he really from the Superman family? Someone asked excitedly. Karla shook her head. Superman and I are brothers and sisters who are truly connected by blood. Let me tell you, I have something to do with the source of his power. Maybe he is my fellow apprentice. Okay everyone, we need to talk privately, can you give us a little space? Thank you. At Karla's polite request, the surrounding audience slowly dispersed, but no one wanted to leave, but held up their mobile phones not far away to shoot them. Karla didn't care either, and walked towards Shazam head-on. Shazam lowered his head like a child who was caught doing something bad, feeling very guilty. Karla was amused, but the child seemed to be a child. So, the necromancer is dead. Karla didn't put too much pressure on Shazam, but asked straight to the point, with a little regret in her tone. Shazam looked up at Karla in surprise. Karla raised her hand angrily and snapped her fingers at him. I told you, we are from the same school. The necromancer once planned to let me be Shazam, but I think this outfit is too ugly. Besides, I have my own strength. So later he taught me some knowledge about magic. He was my teacher.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.